Chapter 300. Visiting Camp Nou twice a year. Each time a novel experience, do you think it is possible for us to bring Lionel to the Etihad? At a moment when the dynamics of the match shifted and Manchester City's attacks became increasingly laborious, Guardiola seemingly spoke to himself. His sudden leap in thought left his assistant standing beside him, utterly bewildered, at a loss for how to respond. After uttering this phrase, Guardiola fell once more into silence. Yet his gaze toward the field grew ever more intricate. Once upon a time, he genuinely had the opportunity to recruit Lionel. This was during the interim period between his departure from Barcelona and the signing of his contract with Manchester City prior to his official appointment. At that juncture, he had not anticipated that Mourinho would depart the illustrious Real Madrid at the season's end. Although he had sensed an underlying discord between Mourinho, the Madrid fan base, and certain executives, it was difficult to fathom that Mourinho would resign due to a lack of respect. This significant upheaval completely disrupted Guardiola's approach to engaging with Lionel and his recruitment efforts. After all, before Mourinho's decisive resignation, the notion of another club prying Lionel away from Real Madrid seemed utterly implausible. Thus, Guardiola intended merely to initiate preliminary discussions with Lionel, or more accurately, with Mendes during that summer transfer window. Such exploratory contacts are commonplace in football, and since the conclusion of the 2011 to 2012 season, Guardiola had never concealed his admiration for Lionel in front of the media. At that time, Lionel's position at Real Madrid was firmly established, and there appeared to be no indication that he would be departing the club. Yet, in the world of football, change often arrives unexpectedly, and opportunities are fleeting. Who could guarantee that Lionel would spend his entire career at Real Madrid without moving? A preliminary contact to express admiration and intent for collaboration, followed by patient waiting for change, was Guardiola's overarching recruitment strategy for Lionel. His new club, Manchester City, was affluent, immensely so, in the transfer market. Should he truly desire a player, the financial aspect would pose no hindrance. By mid-June 2013, Guardiola was already envisioning a future collaboration with Lionel. A beautiful tableau of further realizing his tactical philosophy at Manchester City. However, just as he was persuading Fabregas to join him at City to embark on a new venture, the transfer market erupted with sensational news. Mourinho was returning to the Premier League, and Lionel suddenly received decisive offers from 5 or 6 footballing powerhouses. Guardiola held little concern for other competitors, except for Mourinho. He was uncertain whether Mourinho, upon returning to Chelsea, would immediately pursue Lionel. Consequently, he reached out to his old friend for clarification, and Mourinho did not withhold any information. It was precisely because he was aware of Mourinho and Chelsea's concerted efforts to secure Lionel's transfer that Guardiola ultimately had no choice but to relinquish his ambitions. In the summer transfer window of 2013, Manchester City did not pursue Lyon with the same relentless fervor as other elite clubs, failing to present multiple bids. Financially, Chelsea was in no way inferior to Manchester City, and with Mourinho leveraging emotional ties, he triumphed over all rivals. Consequently, Guardiola made a decisive exit at that moment. He felt regret, but was resolute not to dwell on it. However, upon reflecting on this incident now, Guardiola genuinely feels remorseful. He laments not making a final attempt, regretting that he did not arrange a meeting with Lyon to present an offer to Real Madrid. He wishes he had not considered the future so extensively. Had he facilitated official contact between Manchester City and Real Madrid before Mourinho's fallout with the club and his return to Chelsea, the outcome of this transfer saga might have been entirely different. Such musings may be mere hindsight, yet it is undeniable that Guardiola, at that time, did not think long-term. Had he initiated contact with Real Madrid, perhaps the venerable Florentino Perez would have allowed Manchester City to enter into a bidding war with Chelsea amid Mourinho's and Lyon's pressures. Time and again, Guardiola has found himself tapping his forehead in reflection. Upon joining Manchester City, he was fortunate to have a cadre of quality midfielders at his disposal. It is not that his players lacked talent. Fernandinho was undoubtedly of top-tier caliber in the defensive midfield role. However, he muses that had he possessed Lyon and Fabregas as his midfield duo, he could have truly upended the entire European football landscape. Alas, the ship has sailed, and missed opportunities cannot be reclaimed. Deep within, Guardiola sighed, glancing at the dwindling time left in the match before shedding his mental burdens and making his final substitutions. Fernando and Kolarov were replaced by Villa and Jovetic. With only 3 defenders remaining and just one holding midfielder left, Guardiola was evidently resorting to a do-or-die strategy. In the studio, Jean-June could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for Chelsea. After all, they were only leading Manchester City by a single goal. With City now compelled to launch a desperate offensive, if they were to equalize in the closing stages of the match, Chelsea's situation could become precarious. Momentum on the pitch is ever shifting. A one-goal lead can often be a dangerous proposition. The sport is replete with instances where a team has led for a considerable portion of the match, only to be overturned by 2 goals from their opponents in the end. At this moment, all supporters of the Blues were invigorated. If Mourinho opted for a defensive stance, they would not object. However, should the decision be made to defend, it must be executed with utmost commitment, leaving no room for hesitation. For instance, at this juncture, withdrawing Hazard or De Bruyne in favor of fresher defensive players like Maguire, Lampard, or Ramirez would have fortified their defense. Although they thought this way, Mourinho did not immediately substitute for more defenders, opting instead to maintain a steadfast defense. He even substituted Salah for De Bruyne, who had expended considerable energy today, thereby further enhancing the team's sprinting capability on the counterattack. This tactical adjustment left commentators from various nations and countless fans watching at home utterly astounded. Was Mourinho truly showing such audacity today? He even opted to bolster the team's counterattacking prowess in the dying moments of Manchester City's all-out offensive. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of introducing Salah. At this juncture, on the Chelsea sideline, Lukaku and Torres had commenced their warm-ups. In an instant, the Manchester City players, who had prepared mentally and were advancing aggressively on the field, found themselves under immense pressure. Engaging in a full frontal assault against Chelsea's counterattack? This certainly seemed perilous. Yet, Manchester City found themselves devoid of alternatives. In this match, whether they secured a win, draw, or loss, it held little significance. They had to risk everything for a final counterattack. Aguero and Jovetic had positioned themselves at the forefront of Manchester City's formation. Villa and Fabregas lurked behind them, seeking opportunities for timely runs or threatening passes. Silva and Navas persistently sought possession on the flanks, attempting to exploit weaknesses in Chelsea's defensive line. It could be said that Guardiola had laid all his cards on the table. There were no more threatening attacking players on the bench. All 3 substitutions had been allocated to forwards. If this did not yield results and they failed to score, it would simply be deemed fate's decree. Guardiola and Manchester City had exerted every effort. The tempo of the confrontation between the two teams reached its zenith just before the match concluded. Lyon, having already received a yellow card, was now compelled to temper his actions, refraining from any significant defensive maneuvers. Fortunately, Kroos and Matic harbored no such concerns. Their defensive performance today was remarkably solid. When tactical fouls were necessary, they, along with Hazard and Ibrahimovic, who had retreated to assist in defense, could swiftly step up and act decisively. Since there was no intent to injure maliciously, the Chelsea players committing tactical fouls felt no psychological burden. Conversely, after being subjected to such tactics repeatedly, the Manchester City attackers began to lose their composure, becoming increasingly irritable. Veterans like Fabregas understood that engaging in conflict with Chelsea players was utterly unnecessary, as it merely squandered their attacking time. At this moment, Aguero had even restrained his temper, brushing off complaints after being fouled twice by Chelsea defenders. However, Jovetic, in a moment of folly, grew dissatisfied when Kroos pulled him down, and the referee merely issued a stern verbal warning to Kroos. He approached the referee in protest. Nearby Chelsea players quickly converged, engaging him in debate. Little Marco gently nudged Jovetic, signaling him not to interfere with the referee's decisions. Jovetic, in a youthful fervor, defiantly pushed back. The palm inadvertently struck Little Ma's chin. Upon returning, Leon, upon witnessing this scene, was about to rush in to defend Matic, but before he could act, Matic was already clutching his chin, crying out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. The situation on the field grew increasingly chaotic. Leon scratched his head and stood with his hands on his hips, observing his captain Terry angrily demanding an explanation from the referee. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players, led by Fabregas, helplessly rushed to explain the unintentional nature of Jovetic's actions to the referee. Ibrahimovic approached with a tacit understanding, surrounding Little Ma along with Leon and Kroos, preventing other Manchester City players from approaching him. After about a minute of commotion, the referee called Jovetic aside and delivered a stern warning. With the objective achieved, Matic, sensing the situation had calmed, rubbed his chin as Leon helped him up from the grass. Guardiola was left both furious and amused, while the Manchester City assistant coach lodged a complaint with the fourth official regarding Chelsea's deliberate time-wasting. However, this time Mourinho refrained from intervening personally, delegating the task to Holland to negotiate with the fourth official. In an angle not captured by the live broadcast, he discreetly winked at Matic, Leon, and others on the field. The rhythm of the game was once again disrupted, leaving the Manchester City players feeling frustrated, unable to voice their grievances. Fortunately, after being caught out once, Jovetic learned his lesson and refrained from causing further trouble. Seizing the opportunity presented by Manchester City's aggressive forward pressing and a vulnerable defense, Chelsea took advantage of the newly introduced Sully's speed to launch several potent counterattacks. However, Joe Hart was not an aging Valdez. Aside from being taken by surprise by the divine interplay between De Bruyne and Ibrahimovic, Hart had successfully thwarted the majority of Chelsea's threatening shots. This included powerful long-range attempts from Leon and Matic. As a current national team goalkeeper, as long as he avoided errors, he ranked among the top 5 goalkeepers in world football. Sully's ability to carry the ball forward was impressive, but his finishing still required refinement at this stage. Hart denied Sully twice during the final moments of counterattacks, yet his steady saves did not grant Manchester City additional threatening opportunities. As the regular time in the second half concluded and the 4th minute of stoppage time commenced, Aguero's curling shot, following a pass from Villa in the center, was deflected away by Cech's outstretched arm. The referee promptly blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The score of 0-0 was unremarkable, yet it was sufficient for Chelsea to secure their second victory over Manchester City this season. Although Leon did not accumulate personal attacking statistics in this match, he was still awarded the title of man of the match. Compared to his steady performance in creating opportunities during the first half, Leon truly astonished all Premier League fans with his defensive prowess today. After witnessing the match, numerous Premier League fans began to jest, playfully suggesting that Manchester City players would dream of Leon's unparalleled interceptions and tackles. The robust confrontations and formidable defensive strategy remain crucial for Chelsea's dominance over technically skilled teams. This direct confrontation not only turned the tide against Manchester City, but also expanded Chelsea's point advantage to 4 victories, further solidifying their supremacy in the Premier League. Following this fierce battle, Chelsea enjoyed a full week of recuperation, maintaining an impressive overall form. On the afternoon of February 7th, Chelsea unleashed their full offensive prowess at Villa Park, decisively thrashing Aston Villa with a score of 5-0. Leon contributed with both goals and assists, while Ibrahimovic netted a brace, and both Hazard and substitute Lukaku found the back of the net as well. However, despite the stellar performance of the main players, Mourinho opted for significant rotation once again in the Premier League's 25th round just 4 days later. A total of 8 key Chelsea players, including Leon, were rested. Ultimately, Chelsea ended their home match against Everton in a 1-1 draw, marking their second stalemate of the season. Yet, Mourinho appeared unperturbed post-match, wearing a relaxed smile. The journalists were well aware that Chelsea's strategy was aimed at conserving energy for future challenges. Leon, who sat on the bench for a full 90 minutes, remained a focal point for reporters. Having successfully stirred the media's interest before last year's Champions League clash with Barcelona, Leon similarly did not disappoint the English press this year. When asked for his thoughts on facing Barcelona again, he had much to share. It's a peculiar fate. After leaving La Liga, I am still able to play at Camp Nou for 2 consecutive seasons. It feels quite unusual. Perhaps Barcelona fans may not miss me, but honestly, at this point in the year, I find myself missing them a little. Visiting Camp Nou twice a year brings a fresh experience each time. Chapter end. Dear readers, I kindly request a brief pause. Food enthusiasts, I ask for a moment's reprieve. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. Last month's delays were quite severe, and I sincerely apologize. As we organize our thoughts, the plot's midsection is approaching its climax, and I assure you it will be a gratifying experience. Chapter 301. Chelsea and Barcelona with a reversed tactical script since the conclusion of the 2010-2011 season. Upon returning to Real Madrid and securing a starting position, Leon has consistently faced Barcelona at least twice each year. Unlike the Real Madrid players who were subdued by Barcelona for several seasons in the past, Leon has yet to experience the bitterness of defeat against them. Thus, when he expressed his eagerness to return to Camp Nou for another match, it was difficult for Barcelona fans to perceive any semblance of camaraderie from him. Anticipating potential pre-match media uproar, Leon was well aware of the implications but aimed to stir the emotions of Barcelona supporters. Honestly, after years in professional football, Leon does not feel any unique sentiments when competing against other clubs. In the match against Barcelona, he truly comes alive. It is only in engaging with the fervent Barcelona supporters that he finds genuine enjoyment. On February 16th, amidst the friendly salutations from numerous Barcelona fans online, Leon and his team boarded a flight to Barcelona. Although the match timing has shifted compared to last year, the preparation process remains unchanged. The entire Chelsea squad still arrived at the training grounds of Espanyol to warm up and maintain their form. As one of the first teams to feature in the UEFA Champions League round of 16 this season, Chelsea's accommodations and training site have been encircled by journalists. On the morning of February 17th, Chelsea completed their final training session before the match. Simultaneously, Xavi, during a pre-match press conference, expressed his unwavering determination to secure victory. At this juncture, Xavi is indeed justified in making such declarations. Prior to the commencement of this UEFA Champions League knockout stage, Barcelona had achieved an impressive 11 consecutive victories in La Liga and the Copa del Rey. This remarkable form has led numerous Spanish media outlets to proclaim that Barcelona has successfully returned to its pinnacle. Furthermore, their prior triumph over Atletico Madrid in the Copa del Rey quarterfinals has instilled confidence in various sports media within Catalonia. Currently, Barcelona sits atop the La Liga standings. Although they lead second-placed Real Madrid by a mere point, the commanding aura of being at the summit must be upheld. Consequently, in contrast to the somewhat anxious Barcelona supporters, the media in Catalonia displayed a much bolder demeanor, confidently challenging Chelsea and asserting that now is the opportune moment to shatter Lyon's unbeaten record against Barcelona. British media, not to be outdone, retaliated by presenting glaring statistics from last year's encounters between the two teams in the Champions League. This back-and-forth exchange between the media, fueled by their respective fan bases, has intensified the competitive atmosphere. However, compared to the media and fan banter, the players and coaches of both teams maintain a more composed outlook. Regardless of the intensity of the rivalry among fans, Chelsea is unlikely to engage in excessive physical confrontation during their first leg against Barcelona. After all, they are the visitors, and the officiating standards on the day remain unpredictable. Moreover, while Barcelona's prowess has waned in recent years, they remain one of the most successful clubs in European football. The home advantage, including favorable officiating from UEFA, is something that all participating clubs invariably enjoy. It would be counterproductive for Chelsea to secure a win while incurring yellow cards on key players. With the UEFA Champions League knockout stage just beginning, losing core players to suspension due to accumulated yellow cards would indeed be a significant setback. Mourinho remains exceptionally cautious, though he could not have anticipated that his opponent would exhibit even greater caution. Enrique has, this season, successfully taken the helm as the manager of Barcelona. At the onset of the season, upon assuming his role, he sought to establish authority and consolidate power, committing numerous errors that even led to opposition from several veteran players within the Barcelona squad. Fortunately, he adeptly adjusted his tactics and refined his communication with the players. By firmly establishing Messi as the focal point of the attack and reinvigorating Neymar's role, Barcelona's performance finally aligned with expectations. This recent streak of 11 consecutive victories has decisively solidified Enrique's position as head coach. However, Enrique remains acutely aware that beneath his seemingly unassailable status lies a formidable threat. This season, leading Barcelona to reclaim at least one prestigious trophy is crucial for the genuine stabilization of his role. Until then, the promises of a bright future made by the club's hierarchy are mere illusions. He is more cognizant than anyone of the significant decline in the midfield control of the Barcelona team. To avoid an early exit from the Champions League, Enrique has no choice but to thoroughly analyze Chelsea within the limited time frame available, opting for a more cautious tactical approach. With the experience of his predecessor, Martino, who faced a disheartening defeat against Chelsea last year, Enrique never entertained the notion of repositioning Messi to the midfield to enhance ball control. Such a strategy would only be a temporary fix, lacking in fundamental viability. To triumph over formidable opponents like Chelsea, it is imperative for Barcelona to fully harness Messi's capabilities. Guardiola's previous tactics are no longer applicable, as both Iniesta and Xavi lack the stamina they possessed 4 or 5 seasons ago. Why did the legendary Barca trio achieve such remarkable success? Their innovative tactics and advanced possession play were significant factors. However, many tend to overlook the crucial protective role of Barcelona's high-pressing and aggressive tactics on their backline during that period. Back then, Barcelona, competing on multiple fronts throughout the season, conceded alarmingly few goals. This does not imply that their defensive line and goalkeeper were extraordinarily exceptional. Rather, it was the proactive pressing by the midfield and forward players after losing possession that fundamentally underpinned their efficient defensive performance. The majority of lost balls were promptly reclaimed by the attacking players, leaving the backline relatively untested throughout matches. How could their defense not excel under such circumstances? The defenders of that era owe a debt of gratitude to their midfield and forward teammates. Presently, however, Xavi and Iniesta can no longer sprint across the pitch as they once did. Similarly, Messi and Neymar are unable to expend vast amounts of energy on defensive duties within a single match. Forcing the old tactics would only lead to the collapse of the team. An inability to press effectively in midfield naturally exacerbates the defensive burden on the backline. Enrique does not wish to court disaster. On the contrary, he aims to secure victories and further validate his coaching prowess against Mourinho. In the first round of the home match, he opted for the tactical approach that best suits Barcelona at present. On the evening of February 17th, amidst the tumultuous sounds of cheers and resounding boos at Camp Nou, players from Chelsea and Barcelona completed their final warm-up before the match. The starting 11 for both teams had largely been disclosed in advance by the media. Chelsea fielded their strongest lineup, while Enrique made the decision to start Rafinha, with Xavi poised on the bench. The remaining positions for Barcelona's starting players aligned perfectly with the media's pre-match speculations. As the time approached, the players swiftly navigated through the opening ceremony. Apart from the captains who guessed the side, the rest jogged back to their respective halves, awaiting the commencement of the game. Leon found himself positioned as a central midfielder, and he would not be matching up against Messi in the opening stages. Nevertheless, his gaze was firmly fixed on Messi, who had returned to his role as a right winger this season. Under the influence of his butterfly effect, Suarez had refrained from an outburst during the 2014 World Cup. Thus Liverpool retained him. With Gerrard's heartfelt plea, Suarez remained with Liverpool instead of heading to Catalonia. Lacking a crucial central attacking figure, Barcelona was devoid of the formidable MSN trio. For Leon, this Barcelona was now a foreign entity. Both Messi and Neymar had been performing exceptionally well this season, leading Barcelona back to the pinnacle of La Liga. However, the overall performance and strength of the team were still insufficient to rival Chelsea. Leon was intrigued to see what tactical strategy Enrique would employ to contend with Chelsea under such challenging circumstances. Please continue with the possession play. If you abandon it, I will be deeply disappointed, Leon mused as the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Barcelona, taking the first kick, quickly established their three-man midfield formation. Busquets, receiving a pass from a teammate, evaded Ibrahimovic's pressing and swiftly distributed the ball to Rafinha on the right. Without hesitation, Rafinha directed the ball to Messi's feet. After gradually shaking off the shackles of injury this season, Messi's individual performance had seen a significant uplift compared to the previous year. Although his goal tally had reached only 20 thus far due to ceding shooting responsibilities to Neymar, his assists had surged. Last season concluded with Messi providing 14 assists, and this season, he had already amassed 13 assists. Transitioning from a forward to the pivotal orchestrator of the attack, Messi adeptly adapted to his new role within the team. While Barcelona appeared to rely increasingly on Neymar in the attacking line, their dependence on Messi was, in reality, far more pronounced. The swift orchestration of the midfield, with Messi orchestrating plays from the forefront, elucidates numerous issues. Barcelona's inaugural foray into attack commenced with Messi cutting in from the right flank, delivering a diagonal pass to the left, culminating in Neymar's hasty attempt at goal after evading Azpilicueta. Leon keenly observed the interplay between Messi and Neymar, yet refrained from commentary. Upon receiving a pass from Cruz, he initiated Chelsea's first counterattack. Both teams, in their initial probing offensives, did not exert their full strength. As they exchanged attacks, viewers soon discerned the stark differences between the current Barcelona and its former self. Had Barcelona abandoned the pursuit of ball possession? Where were their penetrative runs and incisive passes? Why did today's Barcelona seem more akin to a counter-attacking team compared to Chelsea? Enrique had intended this approach at the season's outset. He nearly disrupted Barcelona's cohesion. Were you unaware? In retrospect, Enrique appears to have succeeded. Barcelona's performance has been commendable, and they did not seem outmatched against Chelsea today. This sensation is peculiar. Chelsea seeks intricate attacking combinations, while Barcelona opts for rapid transitions and bolstered wing counterattacks. Did Mourinho and Enrique possess opposing tactical scripts for today's match? Enthusiastic discussions erupted among fans online. On the sidelines, Mourinho, having discerned Enrique's tactical philosophy, scratched his head in contemplation. This fellow is intriguing. Would Jose Mourinho feel incensed if he were to witness today's match? Unavoidably, Mourinho found himself reflecting on Guardiola. After Guardiola's departure, Barcelona's successive coaches largely continued his tactical lineage. Enrique's audacity is remarkable. He not only refrained from perpetuating possession-based football, but also audaciously embraced a counter-attacking style. Instantly, Mourinho grew intrigued by Enrique. He recognized that this individual, much like himself, is pragmatic. To contend with a coach who disregards public opinion and even the sentiments of his own supporters, one need not resort to elaborate tactical traps. Both are solely focused on securing points in the match. Hence, a practical approach is warranted. Deploying all available strategies without reservation is essential to avoid hampering one's tactical adjustments. With this in mind, Mourinho called out to draw Kroos's attention, subsequently sketching a gesture for a tactical adjustment. At this moment, less than 5 minutes had elapsed since the match commenced. Yet, Mourinho decisively enacted the first tactical adjustment of the match. Kroos, without hesitation, promptly conveyed Mourinho's strategic thoughts to his teammates on the field. Meanwhile, Lionel, having returned to his half, nodded in confirmation after consulting with Kroos, and then slightly withdrew his position. Chelsea has remarkably shifted from their initial 4-2-3-1 formation to embrace a 4-3-3 setup, in a surprising turn of events. After Barcelona opted for a counter-attacking strategy that relinquished some midfield control, Chelsea seized the initiative in midfield, showcasing a possession-oriented style of play at the iconic Camp Nou. The scene left fans from various nations momentarily speechless. Barcelona, known for their control, faced Chelsea's counterattacks. This world is indeed bewildering. As we approach midnight, those eager for more can catch up tomorrow morning. Chapter 302. Dear Camp Nou, this is a friendly greeting from London. Chelsea has altered their formation, with Lionel and Kroos shifting to the number 8 positions, now dominated by Chelsea players in midfield, a rare sight at Camp Nou. It seems Enrique has become rather pragmatic, which is understandable given that Barcelona had previously faltered in midfield battles against Chelsea last year. With this past experience in mind, Enrique would undoubtedly avoid a direct midfield confrontation with Mourinho, opting instead for a counter-attacking approach that aligns well with the exceptional ball-carrying abilities of Messi and Neymar. Indeed, as director Zhang rightly pointed out, witnessing Barcelona engage in counterattacks against Chelsea evokes a peculiar sentiment among many viewers, myself included. After all, this is a stark contrast to the historic clashes we associate with Chelsea and Barcelona. In the studio, Jean Jun expressed his sentiments, while Jean-Luc keenly observed the tactical adjustments made by both teams. However, it would be inaccurate to assert that Barcelona has entirely relinquished control of midfield. Enrique's tactical approach appears more as a temporary evasion. Completely forsaking midfield dominance in favor of relentless counterattacks would suggest that Iniesta and Xavi should sit on the bench as reserves, thereby enhancing interceptive strength in midfield. Wouldn't that be a wiser strategy? By initially avoiding a midfield showdown with Chelsea to prevent losing control, relinquishing authority can indeed be a shrewd choice. This tactic bears a striking resemblance to the strategy employed by Mourinho during the 2010-2011 season when he led Real Madrid against Barcelona. The plan involves initially appearing weak in midfield, solidifying defense, bolstering counterattack capabilities, and then seizing control of midfield in the second half to mount an offensive and determine the outcome. Striking from a position of weakness aims to avoid confronting the opponent's strengths directly with one's own vulnerabilities. Patience and resilience are essential for executing a decisive strike in the final moments. Otherwise, if one's defense is breached in the early stages, no amount of bravery or tenacity will aid in securing victory. Nonetheless, while Enrique pragmatically chose to avoid confrontation, Mourinho, intriguingly, opted to take the initiative in controlling the midfield, which left Enrique astonished. He found it hard to fathom Mourinho's willingness to adapt his tactics to align with his own adjustments. Such tactical adjustments have undeniably altered the psychological state of the players on both sides engaged in this match. The Barcelona players are naturally convinced that their coaching staff's strategic design has borne fruit, while the Chelsea players are experiencing an upsurge in morale. After all, it is they who currently dominate the control of the game at the iconic Camp Nou. Historically, it has been Barcelona who orchestrates possession football to suppress their opponents within this arena. Yet today, Chelsea has turned the tables and is exerting pressure on Barcelona, a scenario that undoubtedly stirs the hearts of Chelsea's players. Most of Chelsea's players, at this moment, are unaware of the deeper tactical implications envisioned by Mourinho. However, Leon and Cruz share a silent understanding as they await further tactical directives from their manager. Leon, in particular, is skeptical that Mourinho genuinely intends to employ a possession-based strategy to counter Barcelona. While Chelsea is certainly capable of playing possession football, given the adequate configuration of their midfield and forward players, this style is not their forte. Moreover, to adopt possession football against Barcelona, a team well-versed in such tactics, would be akin to revealing one's hand, as they would easily anticipate Chelsea's approach. Leon, astute as ever, immediately considers this, believing that Mourinho must have an ace up his sleeve, until Mourinho reveals his true tactical masterstroke. Leon and Cruz must focus on solidifying their midfield advantage while remaining vigilant against any counterattacks from Barcelona. At this juncture, Cruz assumes the pivotal role of controlling possession and orchestrating play, while Leon directs his attention towards limiting Messi's influence. In the 14th minute of the first half, Hazard attempts to dribble past Alves. Though he manages to bypass the defender, Alves, with his seasoned expertise, deftly intercepts the ball. Pique promptly sends a direct pass to the retreating Busquets. Upon receiving the ball, Busquets swiftly turns, and after a brief observation, launches a long pass towards Messi. Situated near the halfway line, Hazard, in his effort to track back, finds himself outpaced, prompting Leon to signal Bertrand to refrain from pressing and instead fall back. He then gradually advances toward Messi, marking their first direct encounter in this match. As Messi expertly cushions the ball, he swiftly propels it forward into Chelsea's defensive third. Leon positions himself to block Messi's path to the center, refraining from an aggressive challenge, just as he has done in countless previous encounters with the Argentine. He maintains defensive pressure without overcommitting, trusting in the support of his teammates while remaining composed. Messi, observing Leon's unwavering demeanor, realizes that Chelsea's reinforcements are increasingly returning to defend. Ultimately, the notion of forcefully breaking through had to be relinquished, leading him to pass the ball to Sanchez, who was positioned on the right to support him. This was not due to Messi's fear or any psychological shadow cast by Leon's defense. Rather, it was simply a consequence of the scarcity of counterattacking opportunities for Barcelona, coupled with a low margin for error in his attempts. Instead of risking a gamble to surpass Leon and secure a shot on goal, it was more prudent to maintain possession, reorganize, and seek alternative opportunities. Leon observed Messi, whose attacking choices had grown increasingly composed, and a genuine sense of regret welled up within him. He was not a masochist, nor did he relish recalling the moments when he had been rendered a mere spectator by Messi's brilliance. Yet, having gone head-to-head with Messi at the peak of his powers, he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable capabilities in that prime state. Thus, witnessing Messi suppressing his offensive instincts for the benefit of Barcelona, forcing himself to adopt a more measured approach, stirred a deep-seated sympathy in Leon. It was not that Messi could no longer weave through defenders and conjure game-changing goals with his extraordinary prowess. Instead, Barcelona could no longer afford him the conditions for trial and error. The former Barcelona allowed Messi to express himself freely. Now, the time had come for Messi to give back to Barcelona. Hence, he underwent significant transformation, albeit a lamentable one, as these 2 seasons marked the twilight of Messi's pinnacle. The omnipotent Leo Messi was gradually fading under the weight of harsh reality and the passage of time. At that moment, Leon also grasped that, as he himself approached his peak, the opportunity to compete against Messi in his prime on both offensive and defensive fronts might have already slipped away. Their direct confrontation did not materialize. They merely brushed past one another. Messi lamented Sanchez's hasty handling of the ball, as his swift cross was thwarted by Thiago Silva's intervention. Leon, too preoccupied to dwell on Messi's transformation, received a pass from Terry in the backfield, along with tactical instructions from Mourinho. A fleeting glance revealed Mourinho on the sidelines. Gesturing with 3 fingers, clearly visible to Leon. Advance through the center. Came Kroos's reminder. As Leon raised his head, he noticed Ibrahimovic, positioned at the top of the semicircle in Barcelona's half, signaling for him to deliver the ball. Without hesitation, Leon launched a long pass directly into the area controlled by Ibrahimovic. Despite Busquets' defensive interference, Ibrahimovic managed to rise steadily, cushioning the ball with his chest. Before bringing it under his control, Kroos made his run ahead of Leon, with both Hazard and De Bruyne yet to breach Barcelona's flanks. Ibrahimovic wisely opted to return the ball to Kroos. The dual-core advantage of Chelsea's midfield was on full display at that moment. Much like the famed partnership of Xavi and Iniesta during their peak, regardless of who initiated the attack from the back, one core player was always present to promptly support teammates and reorganize the play. At this moment, Kroos assumed a pivotal role in orchestrating a secondary offensive maneuver. Upon receiving a return pass from Ibrahimovic, he had just crossed the halfway line when he executed a long pass directed towards the right flank of Barcelona. However, this time, his intended target was not the closely marked Hazard, but rather Bertrand, who had already surged past the Barcelona defense in full force. This feint to mislead the opposition caused immediate unrest within Barcelona's backline. After receiving the ball, Bertrand skillfully controlled it and made a swift dash towards the baseline. Ibrahimovic was the first to charge into the Barcelona penalty area, and shortly thereafter, Bertrand delivered a precise cross. Pique, desiring to further assess Chelsea's offensive formation, found himself with little time to ponder as Ibrahimovic had already penetrated his defensive zone, leaving him no choice but to react passively and leap alongside Ibrahimovic in their aerial clash. A wave of gasps erupted from the stands of Camp Nou, yet ultimately, the ball sailed over the heads of both Pique and Ibrahimovic. Enrique's composure shattered in that instant as he witnessed the alarming sight of Leon leaping to head the ball against Mascherano in an aerial duel. The unfortunate Mascherano was unceremoniously knocked aside by Leon's powerful header. Despite Ter Stegen's rapid reflexes, he was unable to counter Leon's ferocious header that found its way into the Barcelona net. After colliding with Mascherano and sending Bertrand's cross into the goal, Leon landed on the grass of the penalty area, rolling for a moment before roaring and pounding his chest, sprinting towards the corner flag in Barcelona's half. In the now silent Camp Nou, Mourinho and Haaland embraced passionately. Just moments earlier, Mourinho had conveyed a straightforward tactical gesture to Leon, advocating for the traditional approach of counterattacking with high balls from the flanks. Indeed, this tactical variation proved effective against Barcelona. Leon was the first to plant himself at the corner flag, raising his head defiantly amidst the cacophony of furious boos, and proudly extending his arms. Dear Camp Nou, this is a friendly salute from London. Chapter 303, a shift in offense and defense. Barcelona dazed a header. Another header. Yet another header. The Barcelona fans could scarcely recall how many times Leon's headers had breached their goal. It seemed that ever since Leon returned to Real Madrid after his stint in Milan, Barcelona's defense had struggled with aerial challenges every time they faced him. It is not to say that Leon's heading ability, combined with his height advantage, rendered Barcelona's defense incapable of handling him. In these respects, he does not rank among the elite in football. However, he has undeniably become the second most daunting aerial threat to Barcelona's defense in recent seasons, with the first being Cristiano Ronaldo. The enhancement of Leon's ability to surge and head the ball, to the extent that it now instills fear in Barcelona's backline, is undoubtedly attributed to the guidance of the seasoned Mourinho and his coaching staff. During his tenure at Real Madrid, Mourinho had already begun to devise a specific strategy for Leon, emphasizing late runs and headers. Initially, he drew inspiration from the tactics employed by Uncle Jeong in Serie A, aiming to disrupt the opposition's defense with Leon's late incursions into the attack, thereby creating more threatening opportunities for the other attacking players on Real Madrid's frontline. Little did he realize that to this day, he remains perplexed by how Leon managed to bewitch both Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema, consistently using these two key players as tactical decoys, while he himself transformed into the primary attacking force on late runs. With more formidable forwards attracting defensive pressure, Leon capitalized on his heading prowess to exploit weaknesses in the opponent's defense. This tactical design, seemingly simple and crude, proved to be remarkably effective. Even now, Leon relishes the opportunity to leverage the distraction created by his fellow forwards to find openings for shots on goal. Zlatan, of course, is a natural magnet for defensive attention. Were it anyone else attempting such maneuvers, Zlatan would undoubtedly resist. When Wenger sought to have Zlatan trial at Arsenal, he haughtily declined. Though he has aged and his playing style has evolved significantly, he remains the proud Zlatan, and compelling him to play a supporting role in tactics is no easy feat. However, if the one making the sacrifice is Leon, Zlatan is more than willing. He might jestingly scold Leon, reminding him to deliver quality passes. For instance, at this moment, after their teammates' collective celebration, Zlatan pulled Leon into an embrace, playfully tousling his hair. "Brother, you know me. If there's an opportunity, I will surely pass to you. Do we even need to say this?" Leon chuckled as he patted Zlatan's back, prompting a wide grin from Zlatan in return. The two embraced, chatting amiably as they walked back, a scene that elicited heartfelt commentary from the Sky Sports Italia commentator. After all, these two once represented Milan's present and future. Now, as they continue their ascent to the pinnacle of football honors, Milan finds itself on a path of inevitable decline. The dual titles of 2011, once heralded by many Milan fans as the dawn of a glorious resurgence, turned out to be the final flicker of a dynasty. The stark contrast between the decline of a once great club and the flourishing careers of its former players is striking. One can only lament the capriciousness of fate. Enrique took a deep breath, feigning calm as he returned to the coaching bench. Absently accepting a bottle of water from his assistant, his mind raced with thoughts. The current state of the match had veered completely from his pre-game expectations. In the first half, Barcelona had opted for a cautious approach, focusing on counterattacks to avoid an early asymmetric showdown with Chelsea. As long as Chelsea failed to score first, Mourinho would inevitably need to adjust his attacking strategy. Tempted by the allure of away goals, he could hardly believe that Mourinho would leave the decisive clash to the second leg. Such a scenario would grant Barcelona, adept at counterattacks, perpetual opportunities to exploit Chelsea's defensive vulnerabilities. However, with Chelsea's goal now secured, his tactical design lay utterly in ruins. Having clinched an away goal, Chelsea had no reason to take risks by aggressively probing Barcelona's defense. What counterattacks could Barcelona possibly muster? Without the capacity for effective counterplay, they were bound to revert to their old possession-based approach. Even if Enrique was reluctant and perceived the impending danger, he had no choice but to take risks. After all, his tactical experiments at the season's outset had already offended numerous veteran players and a vast legion of Barcelona supporters. His position was currently stable because he had implemented tactical changes that led to consecutive victories for the team. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he were to retreat into a defensive shell while trailing, he would once again find himself on the wrong side of public opinion. The discontent from local Catalan media and fans had been considerable, and they were eagerly awaiting an opportunity to turn against him, should he fail to overcome Chelsea. Even if he were to lead Barcelona to the La Liga title this season, the likelihood of his dismissal at season's end would remain high. Thus, he had to muster the courage to press forward, embodying the valor and attacking philosophy that all Barcelona fans held dear. This was both unfortunate and realistic. With this thought in mind, Enrique couldn't help but glance at the match winner, Lionel. When Guardiola departed from Barcelona, many Spanish media outlets reported that his inability to manage Lionel effectively had left him at a disadvantage in the ongoing rivalry with Real Madrid. In this light, Lionel's stellar performances had indirectly hastened Guardiola's departure. Similarly, Enrique's predecessor, Martino, had also seen his tenure effectively ended by Lionel's impressive displays during the Champions League quarterfinals. Was this young man truly a natural nemesis for Barcelona's coaches? A troubling thought surged within Enrique. However, the match soon resumed, and the pressing circumstances, coupled with the rapidly dwindling match time, left him no room for further contemplation. The tense Barcelona players swiftly received tactical adjustments from the coaching staff. Meanwhile, Xavi had already begun his warm-up on the sidelines. Neymar's heart leapt with joy upon seeing Iniesta signaling tactical gestures to him. He was not fond of a passive counter-attacking style. Throughout the match, his opportunities to possess the ball had been woefully scarce. Although he could adapt to playing without the ball, his effectiveness in that role paled in comparison to when he was actively attacking. As Barcelona transitioned from defense to offense, he and Messi emerged as the principal beneficiaries. Without attacking, where would the opportunities for ball possession arise? Neymar required a plethora of attacking sequences to experiment and showcase his abilities. In contrast to his slightly anxious teammates, Neymar exudes a greater sense of confidence. After all, he had only faced Lyon's team once last season, and their direct confrontations were rather limited. While it is undoubtedly challenging to surpass Lyon, Neymar believes he has ample opportunity to become the hero of a comeback against the other Chelsea defenders. Last season, Barcelona was eliminated by Chelsea in the Champions League, but at that time, Neymar was still acclimating to European football. He was in the prime of his youth, and this season has seen a remarkable surge in his statistics, making his confidence entirely justifiable. Following Barcelona's tactical adjustments and a shift towards a more aggressive offensive strategy, the left flank, where Neymar plays, quickly became the main focal point of the team's attack. Shortly after the match resumed, Lyon retreated to a defensive midfield position, which expanded his vision and allowed him to better observe the changes in the primary ball handlers after Barcelona's tactical shift. Previously, during quick counterattacks, the connections in Barcelona's midfield and forward lines were predominantly through Iniesta and Messi. Messi, as the principal ball handler in the attacking line, typically opted to draw the Chelsea defense before delivering threatening passes. This approach facilitated Neymar and Sanchez in seizing opportunities for incisive runs. This counterattacking strategy was, in some ways, somewhat flawed. Normally, establishing a pivotal ball handler in the center would enhance the efficiency of counterattacks by aiding the wingers in their forward surges. However, Enrique faced difficulties as his predecessor had not left him with a reliable center forward. Last summer, he sought reinforcements, but the transfer department's suggestions did not meet his approval. Attempts to entice Lewandowski were met with stern resistance from Bayern, who firmly stated that Lewandowski would either remain with the first team or spend the remainder of his contract with the reserves. This warning compelled the restless Lewandowski to sever communications with Barcelona. Thus, Enrique's nearly month-long efforts alongside the transfer department were rendered futile. In the final moments of the transfer window, he attempted to engage Suarez, only to learn that Suarez had been persuaded by Gerrard to remain at Liverpool for at least another year. After all this effort, Enrique found himself unable to secure his top two center-forward targets. It seemed more practical to allow Sanchez to continue filling in as a center-forward. Consequently, in the absence of a traditional center-forward, Enrique was left to devise a tactical scheme that positioned Messi as the primary ball handler in counterattacks. While this strategy proved effective against weaker opponents, it was ineffectual against the formidable Chelsea defense. At this moment, with Neymar assuming the role of the primary ball handler, Barcelona's offensive threat appeared significantly greater than before. Neymar, being younger and more physically robust than Messi, possesses the ability and audacity to execute powerful incursions. To better accommodate Messi, Lyon and Matic switched positions, with Lyon stationed on the left side of his team's half, while Matic positioned himself on the right. In terms of positioning, Matic would undoubtedly limit the opportunities for Barcelona's attacking players to cut inside. Neymar primarily excels at exploiting the flanks, and Matic finds himself somewhat overwhelmed in this matchup. Despite Matic's commendable positional awareness, his stature poses a challenge when contending with the agile and swift Neymar, making it exceedingly difficult for him to effectively engage in one-on-one scenarios. Consequently, Neymar's successful breakthroughs against Matic have led many fans to perceive this as Barcelona's triumph in dismantling Chelsea's formidable defense. Even if only a single gap has been breached, it has ignited a flicker of hope among the Barcelona supporters. Their foremost concern remains that Lyon might once again switch positions with Matic to single-handedly mark Neymar. However, Lyon unexpectedly remains steadfast, diligently stationed in his left defensive midfield role, focusing on monitoring Messi and the potentially active Iniesta. As the dynamics shift between offense and defense, Chelsea reverts to a counter-attacking strategy while Barcelona assumes the initiative in their offensive pursuits, aligning the unfolding events with the fans' expectations of an intense clash. Moreover, Neymar's pivotal role in the offensive forays becomes increasingly evident, as it appears Barcelona is on the brink of entering their preferred rhythm of play. Messi has also managed to conserve his energy, paving the way for Barcelona's subsequent aggressive assaults. Yet, just as the entire Barcelona squad begins to find their rhythm, pressing forward in the 30th minute of the first half, Chelsea unexpectedly shifts from a passive defensive stance. It is as if they are springing back after being coiled tightly, launching a fierce offensive to reclaim control. Individual defenders advance, which could potentially compromise localized defensive integrity, thereby creating more advantageous passing opportunities for the attacking side. However, Chelsea collectively charges forward, pressing as a cohesive unit. Previously positioned in their own half, Ibrahimovic now exerts himself, collaborating with Hazard and De Bruyne to relentlessly pressure Barcelona's midfield ball handlers. The area just before Chelsea's defensive third becomes the focal point of a fierce contest between the two teams. Barcelona has painstakingly pushed their line into Chelsea's territory. There is no way they would relinquish control so easily. Despite the mounting pressure, Iniesta and Messi continue to seek opportunities for incisive passes to penetrate Chelsea's defense. In a crucial moment, Leon boldly executes a tackle. He surges from the side of Iniesta, executing a perfectly timed slide to direct the ball toward his team's left flank. Naturally, Iniesta falls to the ground, while the nearest Messi and Sanchez raise their hands to signal to the referee that Leon has committed a foul. Yet, the referee, positioned just behind Leon, observes the tackle with clarity. While Leon indeed brought down Iniesta, he also made contact with the ball first. In this context, Leon's foot remained low after the tackle, without any subsequent defensive actions that could be deemed excessive. Therefore, Leon's tackle does not constitute a foul. It is an exquisitely executed side tackle. Mourinho, upon witnessing Leon's slide, is momentarily taken aback. As this area approached the edge of Chelsea's penalty box, conceding a free kick to Barcelona here was exceedingly perilous. However, when the referee signaled for the match to continue, Mourinho's heart was instantly devoid of any grievance. Instead, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush onto the field and embrace Leon, planting fervent kisses upon his head. Counterattack. Haaland surged ahead, reaching the sidelines before Mourinho. Roaring with fervor, Bertrand, having received the ball, instinctively charged forward. At this juncture, no tactical instructions were necessary. The instinct for counterattacking was deeply ingrained in this Chelsea squad. Bertrand sprinted along the touchline, and ahead of him, Ibrahimovic dropped back, while Hazard and De Bruyne seamlessly surged forward. In an instant, Chelsea's attacking trident had established the optimal positioning for a counterattack. Before Kroos could reach the ideal receiving area, Bertrand had already carried the ball past the halfway line. He afforded no opportunity for Rafinha to intervene, delivering a powerful pass to the awaiting Ibrahimovic. Once again, Ibrahimovic withstood Busquets' challenge, swiftly redirecting the ball to the right before any further foul could be committed. At that moment, Leon surged forward, darting past Ibrahimovic. De Bruyne, having received the ball, penetrated the heart of Barcelona's defense like a sharp blade. In a matter of seconds, Chelsea transitioned from defense to attack, forcing Barcelona to retreat from their aggressive stance into a comprehensive defensive formation. Yet, Barcelona's transition was sluggish, their retreat was slow, and their thought process even slower. Though De Bruyne's pace was not among the elite in football, his ability to deliver threatening crosses was unparalleled, even if he couldn't reach the danger zone. As long as the ball could arrive, that sufficed. After a brief observation on the right flank, De Bruyne drew back his bow and sent a sweeping cross soaring towards Barcelona's penalty area. Pique, fully prepared this time, raced towards the back post, with Leon mirroring his movement. However, the speed at which De Bruyne's cross descended was formidable, making it difficult for Pique to leverage his height advantage. Thus, in the face of Leon's headed attempt, Pique opted for a physical defense, knowing he might not control the ball, yet Leon would equally struggle to score. Both players leaped in entanglement, with Leon gaining the upper hand in the aerial duel, slightly nudging Pique aside. However, that was the extent of his advantage. He could not connect further to execute a shot. Yet, under Leon's deliberate protection, the ball remained within his control. Upon landing, Leon deftly flicked the ball towards the far post of Barcelona's penalty area. Mascherano was closing in on Leon, but as Leon passed the ball, his defense fell short. At that moment, Ibrahimovic, who had just caught up, did not pause to control. Instead, he executed a close-range push shot. The ball skimmed the grass, darting past Ter Stegen's outstretched fingers as it nestled into the bottom right corner of Barcelona's net. At a crucial moment when the entire Barcelona team was united in their effort to stage a comeback, Chelsea delivered a devastating blow to their confidence with a classic swift counterattack. In that instant, Enrique felt as if the world was spinning around him. The rapid transitions of attack and defense left his Barcelona appearing as merely an ordinary La Liga team, utterly overwhelmed in the first half. Leon leapt onto Ibrahimovic's back, and together they let out a triumphant roar towards the south stand of Barcelona. Do not be dazed, Barcelona. The main spectacle has only just begun. In a moment of helplessness, I must request another day off. Just yesterday, an issue regarding a debt, related to my foodie father, has now also involved the foodie. Tonight, I will strive to reach an agreement with others. Under these circumstances, the foodie has no choice but to bow down and negotiate. My father is over 60. It is simply untenable for him to bear this burden alone. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 304. Barcelona, burdened with high expectations from La Liga, has once again faltered. The entire Barcelona team displayed a woefully slow defensive response. If this were the Premier League, such a level of backtracking against Chelsea would be deemed unacceptable. Alves and Alba ought to reconsider their eagerness to advance and participate in the attack. Enrique must also weigh the situation. Conceding just one more goal would render Barcelona's hopes of overturning the deficit at Stamford Bridge a Herculean task. Having just celebrated Lyon's splendid assist with fervor, Jean-June gradually calmed his emotions, offering a more objective commentary. However, sitting beside him, the unreserved coach Jean-Loup directly highlighted the tactical disparity between Barcelona and Chelsea. Enrique is pragmatic. Unlike his predecessor Martino, he is willing to adopt a counter-attacking strategy against Chelsea, which is indeed beneficial for Barcelona. However, it must be said that many current La Liga coaches need to closely observe the tactical evolutions and developments of the top teams in the Premier League. In recent seasons, it can be argued that the vanguard of tactical innovation in world football has resided within La Liga, particularly with Real Madrid and Barcelona, followed closely by Bayern, who have also clinched the Champions League title post-reform. Nevertheless, the epicenter of tactical evolution is not static. Chelsea and Manchester City have evidently outpaced other teams in their technical and tactical methodologies. If Enrique wishes to learn, he must do so thoroughly. Merely studying counterattacks without rigorously addressing the efficiency of transitions between offense and defense is insufficient. Chelsea acts as the teacher, while you, the student, have only grasped half the theory yet are expected to challenge them. How could one possibly prevail under such circumstances? For Barcelona to reclaim their former pinnacle, they must diligently focus on tactical transformation, necessitating emphasis from both players and the coaching staff to fundamentally alter their entrenched tactical mindset. In terms of the overarching framework for team development, Barcelona faces no significant issues. Their current roster, with the addition of some young midfielders and a bolstered center forward, remains highly competitive. However, the crux lies in the tactical approach. It is now 2015. And Barcelona must relinquish the pride forged in 2011 and embark on a grounded new journey. A dynasty may crumble, yet it can also be rebuilt. The desired outcome must be diligently managed by oneself. At this juncture, Coach Jean perhaps recalled the current plight of Milan, which inevitably rendered his tone somewhat grave. As for the issues within Barcelona's squad, he merely touched upon them. Delving deeper, it becomes evident that addressing the challenges from defense to midfield transcends merely integrating youthful talent. After all, the two successful counterattacks executed by Chelsea in the first half, showcasing the feeble defensive efforts of Iniesta and Rafinha, were glaringly apparent to the fans. Alves and Alba possess excessively strong offensive attributes, and with Alves aging, he increasingly requires a robust defensive midfielder to provide support. The positional awareness of Professor Busquets remains exemplary. Attributing the blame for midfield lapses solely to him is decidedly unjust. Should he be paired with a physically resilient, adaptable, and proactive partner, his performance could undoubtedly elevate to greater heights. Ultimately, a team can accommodate players with physical or technical deficiencies, yet the paramount factor is the complementary characteristics among teammates. If complementarity cannot be achieved, then dismantling the partnership is advisable. Capable players should continue to start, while those with significant shortcomings should accept their roles as substitutes. As a prestigious club, Barcelona must be willing to invest in the transfer market. An abundance of exceptional young players exists, and utilizing two transfer windows for trial and error is preferable to clinging to an outdated lineup. For instance, a player like Mascherano, whose deficiencies are glaringly evident, should not be in the starting 11 for certain matches. When he and Peak start together, the defense features three players under 1.75 meters tall. Relying solely on Peak for aerial defense is manageable in ordinary circumstances, yet when faced with a team like Chelsea, known for their relentless high balls, the consequences are apparent to the fans at Camp Nou. Enrique, evidently rattled, had Matthew warming up on the sidelines, making the astute decision to call Xavi back to the bench. He discerned that even if Barcelona aimed to emphasize offense in this match, fielding both Iniesta and Xavi simultaneously was not necessarily a prudent strategy. Both players, now past 30, struggle to endure 90 minutes of high-intensity play. Rafinha, at present, appears to be of little utility. With the limited options at his disposal, Enrique finds it challenging to evade Chelsea's disruption of the midfield. Thus, the tactical shifts ultimately circle back to the initial dilemma of the match. The only solution for Barcelona to break the deadlock is to compel Chelsea to attack, revealing gaps in their defense, allowing Barcelona to exploit the flanks and seize opportunities to disrupt the equilibrium of the match. However, Chelsea is not easily deceived. While they may superficially control possession, they remain vigilant, seeking to capitalize on Barcelona's failed counterattacks. After successfully securing their first goal, Chelsea became increasingly cautious, refraining from taking any unnecessary risks in their offensive play. Consequently, Barcelona's tactical approach to overcoming Chelsea at home faltered. They found themselves compelled to press forward and besiege Chelsea. Yet lacking a formidable center forward, their attempts at a concise aerial assault proved futile. Unable to penetrate Chelsea's formidable three-tier defense, their frail backline remained vulnerable, leaving them in a precarious position with no clear path to victory. Prior to the resumption of the match, Enrique had no choice but to substitute Mascherano with Martino to bolster the height of the defense. However, he could not compensate for the intensity of the midfield defense. Finding a suitable partner for Busquets proved impossible, as no viable options were available. Both Xavi and the younger Roberto possessed limited defensive capabilities. Enrique could only proceed with cautious steps, perhaps holding on to the hope shared by numerous Barcelona fans prior to the match, that Messi would emerge in the second half to take charge of the game's rhythm and lead Barcelona in subduing Chelsea. Such aspirations may have seemed far-fetched in ordinary circumstances, but in this dire moment, Enrique felt a glimmer of hope. With the introduction of Matthew, Barcelona's defensive aerial prowess indeed improved significantly. This may have coincided with Chelsea's decision to temper their counterattack, content with a 2-0 lead at halftime. As the referee signaled the end of the first half, the Barcelona supporters collectively exhaled. They had lost interest in booing the Chelsea players celebrating on the field, yearning instead for Enrique to present a pragmatic and effective tactical plan during the intermission. In this tense anticipation, time seemed to fly by, the 15 minutes nearly vanishing in an instant. The broadcast team adeptly directed the cameras toward the players emerging from the tunnel once more. Chelsea's 2-0 advantage at halftime amplified the match's intensity, resulting in a surge of viewers as the second half commenced. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, hundreds of millions of fans around the globe bore witness to the solemn expressions on the faces of the Barcelona players. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Chelsea camp was notably relaxed. Leon even smiled and nodded playfully at the live cameras. Having contributed to Barcelona's goals in the first half, he undeniably became the focal point at Camp Nou. The Barcelona fans, having regained some composure, could hardly contain their disdain upon seeing Leon's smug grin on the big screen. A cacophony of boos swept across the entire Camp Nou, yet this time, Leon refrained from responding directly. As if impervious to the overwhelming jeers, he strode confidently onto the pitch. The referee wasted no time, promptly signaling the start of the second half. Chelsea, in no hurry, initiated the play with Ibrahimovic and Hazard, smoothly passing the ball back. In the face of the relentless pressing from Barcelona's frontline players, Thiago Silva exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, swiftly passing the ball to Cech, who was stationed behind him. The Chelsea defenders, having already positioned themselves wide on both flanks, afforded Cech the necessary space for a calm lateral pass. Azpilicueta received Cech's pass first. As Sanchez and Neymar converged to encircle him, Azpilicueta remained composed and refrained from hastily launching the ball forward. With Leon having already dropped back to the defensive line to offer support, he confidently passed the ball to him before Sanchez and Neymar could fully close in. Unbeknownst to them, Messi had also made his way to this side, intent on applying pressure. However, Leon, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, turned 90 degrees to the right the moment he received the ball with his back turned, effortlessly evading Messi's defensive interference. Confronted by the tenacious Rafinha, Leon executed a swift 1-2 passing maneuver with Cruz, who had retreated to support him, right in the defensive third. As Rafinha was easily outmaneuvered by Leon, Iniesta, with no other option, resorted to physically restraining him to halt his advance. Thus, within the very first minute of the second half, Barcelona received their first yellow card of the day. Leon stood there with a bemused smile, shrugging nonchalantly, while Iniesta had little recourse for protest, silently returning to his half after receiving the card. In light of such an inauspicious start to the second half, the substitutes on Barcelona's bench grew increasingly silent. Meanwhile, on Chelsea's side, Mourinho applauded and gave Lyon a thumbs up, then settled back with an air of calm. Chelsea resumed play, continuing their possession in the midfield and defensive areas. With Lyon and Kroos orchestrating the tempo of the match, they were disinclined to initiate an aggressive attack, compelling Barcelona to relentlessly commit forces to regain possession. This proved to be a cruel scenario for the Barcelona supporters, who recognized it as a tactical trap laid bare by Chelsea. Yet Barcelona had no choice but to step unwittingly into it. With Iniesta and Rafinha, both burdened by yellow cards, pushing forward, Alves and Alba also advanced past the halfway line, while Busquets, in an effort to maintain the integrity of the midfield, had no choice but to join the fray. This precarious situation left countless Barcelona fans in a state of trepidation. In the 58th minute of the second half, Mourinho finally played his first substitution card of the match, replacing the goalscorer Ibrahimovic with Lukaku. Simultaneously, Van Ginkel and Sulla began their warm-up on the sidelines. Just 6 minutes after this substitution, a Spanish commentator expressed renewed concern, emphasizing that Barcelona needed to be wary of Lukaku's potential for a counterattack. Following a successful interception, Matic sent a lofted through ball from the back, creating an opportunity for Lukaku to exploit the wide flank. At that moment, Hazard instinctively vacated his left wing area, making a switch to the center. As Alves, retreating in defense, beheld Lukaku, whose formidable presence resembled that of a rampaging bear, he was utterly taken aback. This was an encounter starkly imbalanced. Consequently, many neutral spectators, witnessing Lukaku overpower Alves and charge towards the Barcelona byline, instinctively felt a pang of sympathy for Alves. Lukaku, who had effortlessly breached the entire Barcelona defense, was not content with merely delivering a cross. He audaciously cut inside into the Barcelona penalty area. Peak, with a sense of tragic determination, stepped forward. It was only then that Lukaku, satisfied, delivered a backheeled pass. However, when Lyon received the ball in the center of the Barcelona box, he did not opt for a direct shot. Instead, he cleverly laid the ball towards the back post, where De Bruyne arrived with impeccable timing to unleash a low drive into the net. Ter Stegen, momentarily deceived by Lyon's feint, could only watch helplessly as the ball crossed the line once more. The Chelsea attackers, who had toyed with the entire Barcelona defense, erupted into jubilant laughter as they sprinted towards the corner flag. Once again, the vast expanse of Camp Nou was filled solely with the passionate cheers of over 10,000 Chelsea supporters. Many disheartened Barcelona fans, unable to bear the humiliation, opted to exit in protest. This scene was excruciatingly glaring. Peak, in a fit of anger, gestured towards his defensive partners, mimicking a motion to his temple, signaling the urgent need for heightened focus in their defensive line. Meanwhile, Messi and Iniesta, hands on hips, stared despondently at the electronic scoreboard, their expressions a mixture of fatigue and despair. At this juncture, the match had been thoroughly dismantled by Chelsea. Yet, this was not the conclusion of the encounter. Despite trailing by 3 goals at home, Barcelona still possessed a flicker of determination. Enrique, unwilling to resign to fate, made a final gamble. Xavi and Pedro were introduced, replacing Rafinha and Busquets. There was no other choice. At this moment, substitutions on the attacking line were futile. To seize the last opportunity for a turnaround, Barcelona had to wager everything on their offense. Almost transforming into a 4-2-4 formation, Barcelona launched an all-out assault in the final 30 minutes of the match. The energy Messi had conserved in the first half was now ready for release. He exploded with tremendous vigor within the congested Chelsea half. Despite the narrow spaces, he maneuvered skillfully to create openings. In the 76th minute of the second half, after deftly evading Lyon, Messi opted for an inward shot. This time, Lyon was too late to commit a foul, and Messi's curling effort with his left foot successfully eluded Cech's grasp. Regrettably, the goalpost at Camp Nou denied Messi the chance to lead Barcelona in a miraculous comeback. When the ball struck the inside of the post and rebounded into the Chelsea box, the Barcelona bench, which had been poised for celebration, erupted in cries of despair. However, before the Barcelona coaches and substitute players could lament further, Terry swiftly reacted, sending the ball soaring towards Barcelona's front line. This time, Terry was not intentionally seeking a counterattack. But Lukaku, who had lingered in Barcelona's half, had ample time to accelerate toward the ball's landing spot. In the face of Piqué's direct interception, Lukaku cleverly chose not to halt the ball and wait for his teammates to advance. Instead, he deftly carried the ball towards the flanks. After successfully drawing the defensive attention of both Piqué and Xavi, he unleashed a powerful pass toward the vacant left side of Barcelona's defense. De Bruyne, while in motion, executed an unconventional aerial control of the ball, and as the Barcelona defenders scrambled to anticipate his next move, he unexpectedly redirected the ball back into the center. At this moment, he was approximately 35 meters from Barcelona's goal, positioned slightly to the right. The relentless Leon, charging forward, disregarded any notion of rest, glanced up, held his breath, and fully extended his body to strike. Leon's thunderous attempt at goal caught all the Barcelona defenders off guard. The football rocketed towards the net with the ferocity of a cannonball, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Ter Stegen leaped in a desperate attempt to save it. His palms made contact, but before he could revel in the moment, the sheer force of the shot propelled the ball beyond his grasp once more. As it landed, a sense of helplessness washed over Ter Stegen. He refrained from looking back at the goal. But the jubilant celebrations erupting from the entire Chelsea squad conveyed the final outcome clearly. This was an outcome no one had anticipated before the match. Barcelona had been breached 4 times at their own Camp Nou by Chelsea. There was no longer any suspense. The team that La Liga had pinned high hopes on had collapsed at the threshold of the Champions League quarterfinals this season. Meanwhile, Chelsea, standing triumphantly over their fallen adversaries, would continue their relentless pursuit until they realized their ultimate dream of Champions League glory. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 305. Leon's ambition for data and the resurgence of the Golden Boot race. The referee had yet to blow the final whistle. Yet the Camp Nou was devoid of the celebratory roars of Barcelona supporters. The colossal score of 4-0 displayed on the electronic scoreboard seemed to transform into an invisible dagger, piercing the hearts of every Barcelona fan. This scoreline was, indeed, anomalous. Even the most optimistic Chelsea supporters could scarcely have envisioned their team executing such a massacre at the Camp Nou. After all, the record of their previous encounters remained fresh in memory. While Chelsea had triumphed in their two-legged clash last season, with scores of 2-1 and 1-0, it could be argued that Chelsea had merely subdued Barcelona's efforts rather than demonstrating a significant superiority. Yet, a year later, Chelsea had managed to score 4 goals in a single match at the Camp Nou, a transformation that was truly astonishing. If one were to argue that Barcelona had weakened a notch since last year, it would imply their decline rather than Chelsea's enhancement. How then should one interpret the standings of Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, who currently trail Barcelona in La Liga? A new storm of public opinion had begun to brew. Meanwhile, the Barcelona players on the field were far too preoccupied to ponder how to confront the impending media frenzy that awaited them post-match. The result of the humiliating 4-goal defeat has nailed them to the pillar of shame. In such circumstances, any post-match statements are merely powerless justifications. Unless, in the second leg, they can orchestrate a miraculous comeback and force Chelsea into extra time. Will the assured Mourinho and his coaching staff truly grant them that opportunity? The majority of Barcelona's players have succumbed to utter despondency. Enrique, with the cold wind tousling his hair, sits on the bench, gazing at the pitch with an expression of indifference. Messi, clutching the ball, returns to the kickoff point, feeling bewildered, deeply disappointed, and intensely furious. Yet, he has not entertained the thought of surrendering. He refrains from unleashing a furious outcry, even if it were merely to voice his grievances and release his pent-up emotions. What this current Barcelona squad desperately requires is not tactical guidance, but rather psychological support. Each player understands they can rely on Messi, yet it is challenging for them to elicit emotional feedback from him. Had Puyol been on the field at this moment, he would undoubtedly have roused his teammates with a fervent rebuke and compelled them to continue the fight. Such spiritual leadership is of paramount importance. Xavi can fulfill most of the captain's duties, but he is, after all, no Puyol. At this moment, the collective spirit of the Barcelona team has dissipated. Messi's solo attempts to advance the ball result in an isolated struggle devoid of cohesion. Leon comprehends Messi's feelings at this juncture, yet he, the architect of this brutal massacre, remains resolutely unyielding. After enduring Barcelona's feeble attacks in the final 10 minutes, he finally encounters Messi's solitary charge. Messi attacks while Leon defends, and their one-on-one duel unfolds in the closing moments of the match. However, Messi's heart is tumultuous, and his movements are erratic. After losing possession to Leon's relentless marking on 2 occasions, Messi's impatience inevitably escalates. Just as he attempts to seize the ball for a 3rd time, the referee, with an unwavering grip on the watch, mercilessly blows the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Leon halts his defensive pursuit, allowing Messi to rush past him. At this moment, every player and coach on Chelsea's bench erupts in exuberant celebration as they rush onto the field. Yes, they still have a second leg to contend with in the UEFA Champions League round of 16 against Barcelona. But the outcome of this elimination round has already been etched in stone. Their celebration is not merely for the victory over Barcelona, but for the premature conclusion of suspense. As they advance to the quarterfinals of this season's Champions League, Leon, who delivered an impressive performance with 2 assists and 2 goals, has scarcely finished celebrating with his teammates when he is besieged by eager reporters. After finally managing to navigate through the throng of journalists, Leon gazes back onto the field. But Messi and Iniesta's figures have vanished. Following the match's official conclusion, Barcelona's players hastily choose to depart. After a brief acknowledgement to the home fans alongside Xavi and others, Messi decisively exits the scene. At this moment, he was certainly not inclined to reminisce with Leon. The players of Barcelona, having just concluded the match, were eager to return home and quietly nurse their wounds. However, they had the option to remain silent and swiftly retreat to the dressing room. In stark contrast, their coach, Enrique, was obliged to attend the post-match press conference, facing the probing and acerbic inquiries from journalists. Meanwhile, Mourinho, radiating confidence and joy at the same press conference, stood as a testament to the resounding victory that Chelsea had achieved, a triumph not only for the entire team, but also a masterstroke of tactical brilliance on Mourinho's part. It is foreseeable that, in the aftermath of this match, sports media worldwide would dwell on the tactical duel between Mourinho and Enrique for some time to come. A pressing question looms before all football clubs, in light of the newly successful tactical trends. Should they choose to increase their investment and recruit players who align with these new strategies to reap the rewards, or should they adopt a wait-and-see approach, potentially risking being outpaced by competitors within just a season or 2? The evolution of tactics has commenced and is deepening continuously, whether one desires it or not. Major clubs in Europe will eventually find themselves competing on a new stage, characterized by heightened competition, accelerated pace, and enhanced physical prowess. Young players lacking these attributes may increasingly struggle to establish themselves within elite clubs. In this match, Chelsea not only dismantled Barcelona, but also awakened many of Europe's traditional powerhouses. It was only at this juncture that they truly set aside their ingrained biases. Mourinho was no longer merely in pursuit of a utilitarian defensive style, and Guardiola was not solely intent on stubbornly enforcing a beautiful possession play in the Premier League. They had traversed a considerable distance in their tactical evolution. With the announcement that Hanks would not return to coaching, one wonders how many high-ranking officials from elite clubs would turn their gaze towards Klopp, who remains at the helm of Borussia Dortmund. After all, Klopp has carved out his own path in the realm of tactical transformation. While poaching Mourinho or Guardiola may be unrealistic, strengthening the squad under Klopp's guidance is certainly worth considering. Dortmund, after all, cannot sustain significant investments in the transfer market for years on end. They could not retain Götze, nor Lewandowski, and ultimately, they may find it challenging to hold onto the ambitious Klopp. Klopp possesses the ability to build a team, make effective use of young talents, and his tactical philosophy aligns with the future trajectory of football. These attributes combined make it exceedingly difficult for him to evade the interest of other elite clubs. However, the bustling summer transfer window is still 4 months away. By then, Klopp may become the focal point of fan discussions, but for now, the singular hot topic in the football world is Chelsea's resounding 4-goal triumph at Camp Nou. On the evening of February 17th, the unexpected draw between Donetsk Shakhtar and Bayern Munich at the latter's home ground went largely unnoticed the following day. Meanwhile, the Chelsea squad, returning to London by plane the next morning, was met with the anticipated praise from English media. While there was certainly joy in their victory, the thought of no holiday upon returning, with afternoon recovery training scheduled, weighed heavily on their spirits. The players felt a tinge of fatigue. In just 3 days, Chelsea would face Burnley at home in the 26th round of the Premier League. Leon surmised that Mourinho would likely opt for rotation, but he was certain he would remain in the starting lineup. Consequently, after the recovery training that afternoon, Leon resorted to using the stamina recovery potion he had been saving. Unsurprisingly, after training on February 19th, Mourinho granted a few veteran players, Cech, Terry, Silva, and Ibrahimovic, a 3-day respite. In contrast, Begovic, Maguire, and Drogba found themselves included in the starting 11 for the upcoming match. Facing Burnley, currently languishing in the relegation zone, Chelsea felt minimal pressure even with half of their main players rotated. Following 2 draws since the onset of the second half of the season, Chelsea had seen Manchester City close the gap in points. This opportunity against a weaker opponent was one Chelsea intended to seize to widen their lead over City once more. For Leon, the upcoming match against Burnley represented a prime opportunity to secure his 20th goal of the season in the league. After entering the grueling Christmas schedule, Leon's scoring efficiency had notably declined. From rounds 14 to 19, he netted 5 goals across 6 matches. However, since round 20, he had only managed to score once in his last 6 appearances. This slump in goal statistics was not indicative of a decline in his performance. Rather, it stemmed from the demanding rotation during the intense schedule, requiring Leon to bolster the team's defense. His contributions were pivotal for maintaining Chelsea's performance. Without his efforts, Chelsea might have faced their first defeat of the season in the opening match of the second half against Tottenham. Leon had sacrificed his personal statistics to ensure the team's steady progression in the league. The cost of this selflessness was not only the delay in achieving his 20th goal, but also the resurgence of Cavani and Suarez, who had previously fallen behind in the scoring charts. Cavani had scored his 19th goal of the season in the last match, now sharing the top spot with Leon. Suarez, with 2 fewer goals, could easily catch up with his capability for a breakout performance. Thus, Leon's position atop the Premier League scoring chart felt precarious. Having never had the opportunity to contend for the Golden Boot, Leon had not placed much importance on this individual accolade. However, with sufficient effort, the prospect of claiming the Golden Boot now seems increasingly attainable. In his heart, Leon harbors ambitions to rival both Cardoso and Suarez. On the afternoon of February 21st, at 3 o'clock, Chelsea hosted Burnley at Stamford Bridge for the 26th round of the Premier League. Aside from a few seasoned veterans resting, Mourinho opted to place Kroos, Matic, and Hazard on the bench today. In the midfield, Van Ginkel and Lampard formed a double pivot, while Leon, in a rare opportunity, took up the attacking midfield position. Chelsea's striking trio consisted of Drogba, Salah, and De Bruyne. On the defensive line, Ake, Maguire, and Cullis made a rare collective start, with Ivanovic occupying the right-back position and Begovic in goal. Facing Burnley, Mourinho adopted a notably aggressive approach, deploying an audacious 4-3-3 formation. In contrast, Burnley lined up in a clear 4-4-2, intent on counterattacking. From the outset, the match unfolded with Chelsea relentlessly pressing Burnley. Comparatively, Chelsea's players even felt that Burnley executed their counterattacks more effectively than Barcelona. After all, Burnley had genuinely adopted a lower profile from the very beginning, fully committing to a counter-attacking strategy. They also placed significant emphasis on the efficiency of transitioning between defense and attack. In terms of defensive capability, they were not lacking. At the very least, they ranked among the mid-tier teams in the Premier League. Their previous low points tally was primarily due to a lack of firepower in attack. Now, focusing on counter-attacking tactics allowed them to leverage their strengths while avoiding their weaknesses. Yet, with only mid-tier defensive capabilities, Chelsea was unperturbed by their parked bus strategy. After nearly 20 minutes of patient probing yielded little result, Mourinho waved his hand and adjusted the attacking approach. Long-range shots were to be utilized. With Lampard and Leon in central midfield, Chelsea had no shortage of capable shooters. After attempting a shot to gauge the situation, in the 26th minute of the first half, Leon received a pass from Drogba, who had dropped back and unleashed a powerful strike from over 30 meters out. Burnley's goalkeeper, Heaton, barely managed to parry Leon's long-range effort, conceding a corner. Following this, several of Chelsea's aerial threats eagerly surged into the Burnley penalty area. At this moment, Maguire evidently became the focal point, his formidable presence causing Burnley's defenders to frequently glance back. Leon positioned himself beside Maguire. They exchanged no words. Yet their mere presence exerted immense pressure on all the Burnley defenders. Without delay, De Bruyne, after signaling a tactical maneuver, lofted the ball into the Burnley penalty area. This pass bore De Bruyne's hallmark, featuring a significant curve and a rapid spin upon landing. Maguire surged ahead, charging into the throng of defenders like a heavily armored soldier. Michael Keane, the most robust and towering center-back of Burnley, showed no signs of complacency, even when he found himself at a disadvantage in the physical contest. He remained resolutely entangled with Maguire, yet both players ultimately failed to achieve sufficient elevation, allowing the ball to sail over their heads. In the space that Maguire had opened up during his advance, the determined Leon, having outmuscled Burnley's other seasoned defender, Shackle, unleashed a powerful header. The 1.8-meter-tall Shackle lost his defensive positioning, and as Leon confirmed that his header had struck the net, he immediately sprinted towards the baseline of Burnley's half. The Burnley goalkeeper, Heaton, expressed his frustration by shaking his hands, having focused entirely on Maguire, leaving him no time to react to Leon's shot. Amidst the jubilant cheers resonating from Stamford Bridge, Leon placed his hands behind his ears and celebrated with an exuberant slide on his knees. The Sky Sports commentator passionately proclaimed Leon's remarkable achievement, his 20th goal in the Premier League this season and his 30th goal across all competitions. This was Leon's emphatic reply to all his adversaries at Stamford Bridge, declaring, "If you wish to challenge me, then bring it on. I am here," establishing a new benchmark. Chapter 306. Tottenham shall not possess this championship, I assure you. Achieving the milestone of 20 league goals by the 26th round of the league is a commendable feat, especially for any forward in the top 4 European leagues, excluding Messi and Ronaldo. When such an accomplishment is attained by a midfielder, the admiration and accolades from fans and media are entirely warranted. Leon has successfully surpassed his league goal tally from the previous season, now boasting 20 goals and 15 assists. Expanding to all competitions, his staggering statistics stand at 30 goals and 27 assists. In terms of goals scored, Leon currently trails Cristiano Ronaldo by a significant margin, as Ronaldo has netted 43 goals across 3 competitions this season, heading towards surpassing a total of 60 goals in a single season. However, when it comes to the total number of assists, Ronaldo cannot compete with Leon, and even Messi would find himself in the shadows. Leon is now the preeminent goal creator in the top 5 leagues. Thus, the Sky Sports commentator's fervent remarks are far from exaggerated. Leon is indeed setting new statistical standards. Do you wish to challenge him? Then you must present more compelling data. Of course, Cavani and Suarez are merely vying with Leon for league goals. When it comes to total goal contributions, they would need to combine forces to match Leon. At this moment, Leon is not entirely aware of the total number of assists he has provided this season. He is simply reveling in the joy of scoring his 20th league goal. Today's match unfolded smoothly, with both the team's tactical objectives in the first half and his personal data goals being achieved early on. Next, the natural progression is to further extend the lead. Leon, of course, yearns to score a few more goals to widen the gap between himself and Cavani. However, after celebrating with his teammates, he contained his inner excitement and continuously reminded them to remain vigilant against Burnley's impending counterattacks. Despite his personal ambitions, he prioritizes the victory of the team above all else. Even though their opponents in this match are not particularly formidable, he maintains a clear mind, well aware of the numerous painful lessons that can arise from underestimating others in the world of football. With his leadership and alertness, the players on the Chelsea squad also shed their excitement and relaxed demeanor. When the match resumed, Chelsea did not recklessly push forward, but rather solidified their defensive stance, waiting for Burnley to counterattack. Observing this from their screens, many neutral fans of the Premier League shook their heads in disbelief. Chelsea's approach was remarkably cautious, with Burnley unable to establish a solid foothold and Chelsea unwilling to make mistakes that could grant opportunities. It seemed inevitable that Burnley would once again taste the bitterness of defeat, while it is theoretically possible for the weaker side to triumph over the stronger. Such an opportunity diminishes when the stronger team displays greater caution and stability. Burnley, undeterred, saw Chelsea's reluctance to initiate an attack and managed to maintain their formation, adopting a defensive counter-attacking posture themselves. Previously, against Arsenal, they had successfully lured Arsenal into relentless pressing, ultimately scoring during the counterattack in the second half and securing a point from the Emirates Stadium. However, today they clearly miscalculated. Arsenal thrives on an attacking style of play, and against a weaker opponent that has lowered its guard, Wenger would undoubtedly seek more than a slender lead. For Chelsea, while a resounding victory would be preferable, a conservative approach is also deemed an acceptable means of securing 3 points. Thus, the more conservative Burnley became, the more the Chelsea players relished the situation. A narrow victory would suffice. After all, it would not impede Chelsea from claiming 3 points, and when it comes to defense, Chelsea's entire squad is far from weary. Did Burnley think they could outlast Chelsea in patience? That was a grave misjudgment. Mourinho, observing the unfolding situation, remained unflustered and made no tactical adjustments. After swiftly breaching Burnley's defense and securing a goal, Chelsea promptly shifted into a defensive posture. Curiously, they refrained from launching any further offensive waves for the remainder of the first half. Burnley's coach, Sean Dyche, was genuinely taken aback. Chelsea certainly had the luxury of time, but Burnley had no such privilege. In their battle for survival, every point is crucial for Burnley. If they cannot capitalize on counterattacking opportunities against a top-tier team like Chelsea, then losing by 1 goal is indistinguishable from losing by 3. Having squandered the first half, the second 45 minutes are of paramount importance for Burnley. They cannot afford to be passive against Chelsea and must take the initiative to dictate the pace of the match. Sean Dyche had limited options at his disposal. Shortly after the commencement of the second half, he substituted the returning main striker, Vokes, into the fray. Barnes, who had underperformed during the first half, made way, resulting in a forward duo of Vokes and Danny Ings for Burnley. With Vokes, a tall centre-forward, positioned at the forefront as a pivot, Ings was granted greater freedom to maneuver and seek scoring opportunities. Burnley transitioned from defense to offense, employing the simplest crossing tactics. Yet they managed to create more threatening chances than in the first half. However, this tactical adjustment left Burnley's defensive structure less cohesive, inviting a series of counterattacks from Chelsea. In contrast, Burnley's offense seemed to merely tickle Chelsea's defensive setup, while Chelsea's counters were sharp and decisive. Drogba excelled within this counterattacking framework, benefiting from numerous forward runs by Chelsea players flanking him. With the defensive support of Van Ginkel and Lampard, Leon felt emboldened to engage in the counterattack. Yet, he was not in a rush to sprint directly forward for the ball and take a shot. Instead, he played the role of the final passer. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Leon received a back pass from Salah at the edge of the penalty area on the right side. The Burnley defenders anticipated a shot, but Leon made a slight adjustment and delivered an unexpected left-footed cross. The cross was rather ordinary technically, hardly comparable to De Bruyne's deliveries. However, it was the element of surprise and the open angle that allowed it to find Drogba, who was accelerating into the far post of the Burnley box. Michael Keane, Burnley's tall centre-back, reacted relatively quickly, but he failed to secure his defensive position against the more seasoned Drogba. With a powerful surge, Drogba outmaneuvered Keane and headed the ball into the Burnley net. Burnley's goalkeeper, Keaton, futilely waved his hand, overwhelmed and at a loss. He could not comprehend why Chelsea's attacking players favored such sudden close-range headers. Such strikes almost invariably result in goals, and as he was not among the elite goalkeepers, enduring a barrage of such assaults was beyond his capacity. After scoring, Drogba was elated, beckoning Leon and De Bruyne, who was rushing towards him, to join in a celebratory slide on their knees. Mourinho stepped from the coaching area to the sidelines, unable to contain his laughter as he applauded continuously. Chelsea had firmly secured the victory, with no further upheaval anticipated. The remaining time could be dedicated to creating additional scoring opportunities for Leon. This was both his support for Leon and a form of recompense. As the player with the least rest and the most exertion within Chelsea, Leon deserved such rewarding acknowledgement. With the advantage solidified, Chelsea's attacking players intentionally sought to stretch Burnley's defensive line to further assist Leon. At this moment, Leon no longer rejected the goodwill of his teammates. He rarely adopted a solitary approach, seizing every opportunity to strike a goal. However, the defenders of Burnley exhibited remarkable resilience, maintaining their vigilance against Leon throughout the match. They were acutely aware of the slim chances of turning the game around, and under such circumstances, they were even less inclined to serve as mere background for Leon to accumulate statistics. Yet, as the match approached the 86th minute of the second half, Burnley's defense ultimately succumbed to Chelsea's relentless assaults from both flanks. Salah, once again in possession of the ball, appeared poised for a one-on-one duel with Burnley's right back. However, upon Ake's overlapping run, Salah decisively distributed the ball, allowing Ake to forcefully cut inside and penetrate Burnley's penalty area. The returning Burnley midfielder, a fielder, was unable to gain the upper hand in the challenge, ultimately resorting to a risky tackle. Consequently, he brought down Ake, along with the ball, within his own penalty area. The referee promptly blew the whistle, pointing towards the penalty spot. In the final moments before the match concluded, Chelsea was awarded a penalty, and Lyon confidently positioned himself in front of Burnley's goalkeeper, Heaton. Undeterred by Heaton's clumsy antics, Lyon took a deep breath and executed a powerful shot. The ball soared towards the upper center of the goal, while Heaton lunged towards his right side. Ultimately, Lyon's penalty struck the underside of the crossbar and ricocheted into the net, solidifying the final score at 3-0 in favor of Chelsea. After the match, Lyon, having contributed 2 goals and an assist, found himself surrounded by reporters eager for an interview. It was inevitable. With just over 23 matches into the season, Lyon had already been involved in nearly 60 goals, just 1 assist shy of matching his total from the previous season. Regardless of the perspective, his individual performance was undeniably astonishing. Following this match, Lyon elevated his league goal tally to 21. In another match concluding at the same time, Cavani scored only once, aiding Arsenal in a last-minute victory over Crystal Palace. Meanwhile, Suarez would not take the field until tomorrow night, allowing Lyon to once again surpass Cavani and distance himself from Suarez, claiming sole possession of the Premier League's top scorer title. As for the assist leaderboard, Lyon, with 16 assists, held a significant lead. The second-place Fabregas had only just secured his 12th league assist of the season. Once again dominating both statistical charts in the Premier League, Lyon's prowess shone brightly, overshadowing his competitors. With Chelsea leading Manchester City by a substantial 14 points, discussions among fans regarding Chelsea potentially clinching the championship several rounds early have surged. The long-awaited resurgence of Chelsea, coupled with the emergence of a player whose statistics far exceed those of Cristiano Ronaldo in 2008, certainly warrants the FA's full support for both Chelsea and Lyon as they aspire to reclaim the Champions League title this year. Although Arsenal and Manchester City have also drawn favorable matchups in the Champions League knockout stage this year, in the knockout round of 16, they drew Monaco and Paris Saint-Germain from Ligue 1, both of whom could potentially advance to this season's Champions League quarterfinals. However, as they progress further, the English Football Association harbors little confidence in these two teams. After all, considering the performances of the past few seasons in the Champions League, even Manchester City and Arsenal have not proven to be as formidable as Chelsea. In terms of strength and experience, this Chelsea team undoubtedly presents a more prudent investment. Should Chelsea triumph in securing the Champions League title this season, the beneficiaries would not merely be the players within the team. The entire Premier League would garner increased attention from fans and attract the favor of sponsors. Furthermore, with the vast Chinese market potentially opening up further to the Premier League, the higher-ups at the English Football Association are practically beside themselves with excitement. The prospects are bright, and the rewards substantial. To ensure they can seize this lucrative opportunity, the English Football Association has proactively laid the groundwork for Chelsea's promotion, not only for the upcoming Champions League, but also for the imminent League Cup final featuring Chelsea. In contrast, the other team participating in the League Cup final, Tottenham, has received significantly less promotional treatment. While the first leg of the Champions League round of 16 battles is still fervently underway, the English Football Association has already released promotional posters for the impending clash between Chelsea and Tottenham in the League Cup final. Subsequently, their promotional emphasis has remained firmly on Chelsea and their star player. From the fans' perspective, the official narrative strongly suggests that Chelsea is poised to claim its first championship of the season. This has understandably left Tottenham fans feeling quite disgruntled. Yet, regardless of their online expressions of dissatisfaction and complaints, the English Football Association continues on its chosen path, focusing solely on garnering attention. Meanwhile, various English media outlets have employed their own strategies, inviting several legends from both Tottenham and Chelsea to share their opinions and engage in spirited discussions, drawing considerable attention. Following the conclusion of the 26th round of the Premier League, both Chelsea and Tottenham now enjoy a respite of over a week. Before the League Cup final showdown, both teams have ample time to recuperate and prepare. Lyon, who previously relished interacting with fans before significant finals, has adopted a somewhat subdued demeanor this time. Since February 21st, throughout the 7 days of preparation, he has not updated his personal social media. It was not until the evening of February 28th, the day before the League Cup final, that Lyon responded to a fan's encouraging message, stating, "Brother, we will absolutely not allow Tottenham to claim this championship. Wembley will once again belong to the blue side. I promise. Chapter 307. The sword sheathed, the greatest deterrent in March. London has yet to reveal much of spring's essence. Daytime temperatures remain quite low. Fortunately, on March 1st, there was no rain, providing a suitable atmosphere for the match. Before daylight saving time arrives, the time difference between England and China remains 8 hours. Thus, the EFL Cup final, set to commence at 4 in the afternoon in London, corresponds to midnight in China. This timing is, albeit marginally, considerate for the Chinese fans. Various licensed streaming platforms had proactively initiated their promotional campaigns. PPTV, in particular, devised an innovative live broadcast spectacle. The duo of Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu joined forces to provide commentary, while General Fan took on the role of an impromptu reporter, preparing to interview Liang both before and after the match. This initiative undoubtedly captured the attention of the majority of Chinese fans, who chose to tune into PPTV's live coverage that evening. The FA and Chelsea's officials were more than willing to embrace such an opportunity for exposure. After coordinating the schedule, Fan engaged in a casual conversation with the FA's representatives and Chelsea's Global Commercial Development Officer for 20 minutes. Shortly thereafter, Liang, having completed his warm-up early, appeared on the live broadcast. Having seen each other frequently in recent years, the two shared a friendly embrace before diving into the interview's main topic. When asked about his confidence in securing victory in this crucial match, Liang expressed, "Upon my arrival in London, I immediately felt the fervor of Chelsea supporters. Indeed, I am confident. Since my transfer here, I have never lost to Tottenham. They remind me of Atletico Madrid in their strength, yet they simply cannot prevail against our team." Liang's assertive remarks not only targeted Tottenham, but also included Atletico Madrid, leaving General Fan taken aback. "It's good to have that confidence. We have just received the starting 11 for both teams today. Tottenham is fielding their strongest lineup. In your previous encounters, you have not faced such a scenario. Therefore, I must inquire, does Chelsea's coaching staff have a strategy in place?" Fan voiced a question that resonated with the majority of Chinese fans. Previously, Chelsea had managed to hold Tottenham to a draw, partly due to strategic rotations among their key players. However, with Tottenham's main players returning from injury and currently on a 3-match winning streak, their form is formidable and should not be underestimated. While Chinese fans undoubtedly harbor optimism for a Chelsea victory, they remain somewhat apprehensive that the coaching staff may not be adequately prepared for the transformed Tottenham side. At this moment, Liang touched the back of his head, smiling as he assured, "Fans need not worry about our tactics. Our coaching staff is well prepared. If today's match does not go as planned, it would be due to our performance on the field, not a lack of preparation. Such occurrences are rare. And I believe my teammates and I can continue to assert pressure on Tottenham. We are confident in our abilities." As Liang boldly set expectations, General Fan, wary of any further declarations of invincibility, graciously concluded the pre-match interview. Nevertheless, Liang's abundant confidence resonated profoundly with fans back home. This naturally piqued their curiosity, leading them to swiftly seek insight into the tactical strategies Jose Mourinho had devised for today's match, enabling Liang to maintain such unwavering confidence against Tottenham. Fortunately, the wait was not prolonged. After a mere 10 minutes, the players from both teams followed the referees onto the pitch to commence the pre-match lineup ceremony. Chelsea and Tottenham fielded their strongest squads today, resulting in a dazzling display of talent on the field. Even though, compared to last season's clash between Chelsea and Manchester City, the star power of Chelsea's opponent today was somewhat diminished, it still surpassed the quality typically witnessed in the EFL Cup finals. After all, the past 2 seasons have featured compelling matchups between the top teams of the Premier League, which undoubtedly attract more spectators than encounters involving teams like Aston Villa and Birmingham. The excitement of the match was beyond question, especially given that it was a London derby. Tottenham yearned for the coveted trophy, and regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to give their all against Chelsea. Following the conclusion of the pre-match ceremony, the grand battle was on the verge of commencing. Pochettino strolled to the sidelines, his expression grave as he surveyed the field. Today, he had truly revealed his strongest cards. To ensure the stability of his midfield defense, he deployed a double pivot of Dembele and Dier. His preferred playmaker, Ryan Mason, remained on the bench, ready to be called upon. This decision diverged from Pochettino's usual coaching philosophy, yet previous encounters with Chelsea compelled him to acquiesce to reality. If he could not withstand Lyon's penetrating runs, then any talk of securing victory would be mere rhetoric. Pochettino had come to understand that in cup finals, conservatism must prevail without a solid defense. Even the most flamboyant attacking display would not secure the championship. Thus, he resolved to emulate Mourinho today, fortifying his defenses before contemplating offense. Manchester City had struggled to find solutions against Chelsea in the dying moments of their matches, primarily due to their lack of a formidable striker to anchor their tactics. Tottenham, however, did not share this deficiency. Although Kane might not rival Chelsea's aerial prowess, his ability to receive and distribute the ball deep within Chelsea's territory was commendable. If necessary, Fazio could be brought on as a tactical pivot to yield surprising results. In summary, Tottenham possessed a plethora of offensive strategies at their disposal. The crux lay in the robustness of their midfield defense today. Pochettino had indeed been psychologically impacted by Lyon's performance. It was only when the referee's whistle signaled the official commencement of the match that he regained his focus, momentarily lost in memories of previous encounters with Chelsea. The vast Wembley Stadium erupted with the exuberant cheers of both sets of fans. At this moment, Lyon, having received a pass from a teammate, began his customary observation of the entire field. His midfield partners today were Kroos and Matic, while their adversaries were Eriksen, Dembele, and Dier. Lyon dismissed Eriksen's pressing efforts entirely. Upon observing that Dembele was not aggressively pressing forward but instead opted to establish his position, Lyon began to formulate his strategy. Several attacking players from Tottenham were indeed exerting considerable effort in their pressing attempts. After all, they were all youthful, brimming with energy, and devoid of any superstar egos. Pochettino could easily command them. However, their pressing system exhibited certain deficiencies. Specifically, when the two defensive midfielders prioritized maintaining their positions over assisting in the pressing, the layers of their pressing strategy were nearly non-existent. After a round of pressing from the attacking players, Chelsea's midfield effortlessly neutralized their efforts, only for the cycle to repeat itself. This method of pressing merely delayed Chelsea's offensive momentum without yielding any significant results. The manifestation of this in the match created a palpable sense of disconnection. Lyon discerned Pochettino's underlying concerns and tactical intentions and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, the newly appointed Pochettino seemed to harbor illusions. His tactical setup was rather simplistic. Lyon did not perceive himself as underestimated. After all, Pochettino had not delved deeply into Chelsea's tactical framework, thus failing to grasp the intricacies of their ball control and distribution from the backline. Guardiola understood this well, which is why he was the first to initiate changes. Pochettino, too, had begun to adapt tactically, yet it was insufficient. Perhaps he had not yet faced the full brunt of Chelsea's prowess, remaining somewhat oblivious to their capabilities. With Chelsea controlling the tempo from the back, Tottenham's attacking players were rendered somewhat disoriented, prompting Lyon to embark on the first genuine offensive attempt of the match. His sudden forward run served as an offensive signal. After receiving the ball from Kroos, who had ventured wide, Lyon accelerated past Eriksen, who sought to impede him, and crossed the halfway line. Dembele approached him first, but did not rush into a challenge. Instead, he intelligently maintained a distance, constricting Liang's space for advancement. His defensive approach contrasted starkly with that of the earlier, bumbling Bentaleb. Dembele pressed, but did so judiciously, with Dier providing a secondary line of defense. It was no wonder Pochettino expressed confidence in today's final. This dual defensive midfield partnership indeed possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, arguably ranking among the top 3 in the entirety of the Premier League. However, Dembele misjudged Liang's intentions. He had no desire to aggressively assault their midfield line. Chelsea's ability to launch attacks through the center was indeed unparalleled in the Premier League, perhaps even throughout Europe. Moreover, Chelsea excelled at executing offensive strategies that utilized both flanks. Lyon could be considered one of the finest central attacking midfielders currently in the sport, as well as among the elite playmakers in all of Europe. Perhaps this season, Kroos had taken on the lion's share of Chelsea's midfield orchestrating duties, leading many fans to inadvertently forget how Lyon had singularly sustained Chelsea's offensive framework last season. As Lyon advanced to the halfway line, he deftly distributed the ball to both Hazard and De Bruyne, supplying them with the ammunition for an offensive strike. Many fans found this scene somewhat unfamiliar. However, in truth, this was precisely the organizational role Lyon performed most frequently last season. When Kroos subsequently surged forward to assist Lyon in commanding the midfield tempo and participating in the distribution of possession, Chelsea's flanking assaults swiftly unfolded. Consequently, instinctively, Danny Rose and Kyle Walker, who sought to engage in the attack from their positions at the outset of the match, were compelled to retreat and adopt a more cautious defensive stance. Without the ball progression from these two fullbacks, the attacking efficiency along Tottenham's flanks would inevitably suffer a significant decline. Chelsea effectively employed a strategy of offense to counter defense, utilizing their robust approach to suppress Tottenham's formidable advances. At this juncture, Dembele and Dier, who remained entrenched in the center, found themselves in the most awkward position on the pitch. If they were to shift wide to assist their teammates defensively, who would mark Lyon in the center? Yet, if they refrained from spreading out, the fullbacks on both sides would be at risk of faltering under pressure. Should the defensive line on the flanks be breached, would Ibrahimovic, stationed in Tottenham's penalty area, pose no threat? Pochettino, observing the sudden shift in the match's dynamics, felt a pang of frustration. Meanwhile, not far from him, Mourinho calmly took a sip of water before continuing his discussion with Haaland regarding the defensive vulnerabilities exhibited by Tottenham. To put it plainly, attacking the points of weakness. Once Tottenham's tactical arrangement was disrupted, chaos would ensue throughout the team. Chelsea possessed the capability to forcibly break through either the flanks or the center. However, Tottenham lacked the resources to simultaneously patch both openings. In terms of defensive structure, Tottenham lagged significantly behind Chelsea. With Mourinho's command, both Hazard and De Bruyne from Chelsea's wings could swiftly return to their defensive third in a systematic manner that would not hinder the performance of Bertrand and Azpilicueta. Yet, Tottenham could not replicate this level of organization. While Walker was indeed a formidable player, he could not withstand the relentless one-on-one assaults from Hazard. At this moment, should Pochettino consider deploying a holding midfielder to assist defensively on the flanks, Lyon, stationed at the halfway line, would inevitably spring into action. This was akin to a blade hanging over the heads of all Tottenham players, poised to strike at any moment with devastating effect. Pochettino hesitated, yet ultimately resolved to confront Chelsea's wing attacks head-on, believing that Lyon posed the greatest threat. In the face of two adversities, it was prudent to choose the lesser of the two evils. At this point, while Chelsea's flanks were launching fervent assaults, Tottenham's defenders were indeed uncomfortable but managed to hold their ground. However, should Lyon become active, the situation would escalate beyond mere discomfort in defense. The efforts of half a season in cup competitions could very well be jeopardized in this match. Pochettino felt he had made no error and believed his players could comprehend such a tactical approach. However, at this moment, the defenders of Tottenham on the field are utterly perplexed by their coach's sluggishness and tactical adjustments. The defensive line is on the verge of being breached, yet they are not permitted to allow the defensive midfielder to assist in the retreat. Do they truly believe that players like Hazard and De Bruyne are mere novices? Kyle Walker finds himself in a position of silent frustration. He has genuinely exerted himself in defense, yet against a peak-performing Hazard, he is simply overwhelmed. As the first half reached the 21st minute, Hazard once again seized the ball and advanced along the left sideline. Faced with Walker's cautious retreat, Hazard momentarily dribbled before suddenly accelerating to the baseline. Walker hurriedly turned to chase back, but once Hazard had gained the advantage in positioning, he abruptly halted, deftly controlling the ball, and smoothly cut inside into Tottenham's penalty area. At this moment, Fazio and Vertonghen's initial reaction was not to intercept Hazard or closely mark Ibrahimovic, but rather to observe outside the penalty area, checking if Lyon was making a simultaneous run. This was one of the defensive focal points that Pochettino had reiterated before the match. However, when they glanced over, they found Lyon still standing obediently at the edge of Tottenham's half-circle. Seeing Fazio failing to apply immediate pressure, Hazard felt a surge of delight. After a brief adjustment, he unleashed a curling shot towards the far corner. Upon witnessing Hazard's strike, Lloris internally lamented the impending danger. He desperately launched himself towards the ball, but his somewhat inadequate arm span became a critical flaw at that moment. The angle of Hazard's shot was quite tricky, and the speed was not slow. Lloris stretched his fingertips with all his might, yet ultimately failed to make contact with the ball. As the ball spiraled into the upper right corner of the Tottenham goal, the entire Wembley Stadium erupted with a cacophony of excitement. Lyon stood at the center circle, grinning. He exchanged high-fives and embraces with Kroos and the arriving Marcos, and together they ran to the front to partake in the celebration. Pochettino stood on the sidelines, his demeanor disheveled by the wind. Mourinho, in contrast, calmly applauded the celebration before glancing at Pochettino and shaking his head. In terms of tactical warfare, Pochettino indeed requires further refinement. A sword, when unsheathed, possesses the greatest deterrent power. In Chapter 308, we have completed a quarter of our season's championship goal. The opposing coach must surely be dumbfounded. I am now curious how he will adjust. He cannot afford to leave the midfield open, for we are not Everton, with a bunch of laborers in midfield. A single late run from the forward is more than enough to trouble Tottenham. Tottenham should still focus on their attacks. Their forward line could easily rank among the top 4 in the Premier League this season, and Liverpool's flanks cannot compare to theirs. After collectively celebrating near the baseline of Tottenham's half, the Chelsea players exchanged smiles and communicated with hushed voices. Following their opening goal, the atmosphere within the Chelsea squad evidently lightened. To be frank, Pochettino's choice of a defensive-first strategy in this match has significantly relieved the pressure on Chelsea's players. After all, this stalemate style is one that Chelsea excels in. The fences have been tightly secured, as both sides cautiously probe each other's vulnerabilities. Chelsea, however, remains unyielding. Their offensive strategy is remarkably well-balanced, devoid of any favoritism, as they steadily test the waters, invariably uncovering the weak points in their opponent's defense. Should Pochettino summon the courage to engage Chelsea in an open confrontation today and elevate the pace of the game, Tottenham might indeed discover some chinks in Chelsea's defensive armor. This is an inevitability. In the frenetic ebb and flow of attack and defense, even the most formidable teams are prone to errors. Leon believes that had he been Pochettino, he would have opted to take the risk of confronting Chelsea head-on, as this would better facilitate Tottenham's performance. With the sharpness of their attack dulled, what other trump cards does Tottenham possess to compete with Chelsea? Is it the stability of their defense, or their prowess in capitalizing on the opponent's defensive mistakes during a positional battle? If the outcome hinges on these two abilities, Tottenham would likely capitulate without a fight. Leon does not fully grasp Pochettino's rationale for radically altering tactics in such a crucial final. Yet, Pochettino is equally perplexed by Leon's willing sacrifice for the team, relinquishing personal statistics to focus on organization and defense. After all, his strategic preparations were predicated on Leon continuing as Chelsea's offensive fulcrum, controlling the flow of attack. Otherwise, has he overindulged by deploying 2 more defensively robust midfielders to stifle Leon's influence, thereby undermining their own offensive capabilities? The reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow. Leon indeed vacated the position of offensive linchpin in this match. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of football can see that the player posing the greatest threat and initiating the most attacks for Chelsea is Hazard. Leon has redirected his efforts towards controlling the tempo, orchestrating play, and retreating to defend, rendering Pochettino's meticulously devised defensive strategy a mere farce. He stationed Dembele and Dier to fortify the center, only to find they were defending against thin air. Yet, it would be unfair to say that entirely. Leon remains on the pitch, and while he may not be heavily involved in forward pressing, if Tottenham alters their formation and Mourinho repositions Leon as the offensive core, how will Tottenham adapt? This tactical passivity is exceedingly detrimental. The players on the pitch, including those on the bench, may even grumble about Chelsea's underhanded tactics. However, Pochettino has no time to spare for accusations against Mourinho. He must instead strain every nerve to devise a solution. The match resumes swiftly, but Tottenham does not immediately launch a counterattack, for their pre-match tactics have completely unraveled. Now all players on the field await their coach Pochettino's new tactical directives. In Eriksen, there resides a fervent desire for offensive play. However, he is not akin to Leao, and Pochettino does not grant him the same tactical latitude as Mourinho. He lacks the audacity to alter tactics preemptively, relying solely on his keen game-reading abilities, as Leao might. Thus, even though he perceives that offense is the sole avenue to success, he refrains from unilaterally urging his teammates to advance aggressively. The pace of the match has notably slowed, and with Tottenham unhurried, Chelsea's players are even less inclined to press forward. Pochettino remains one of the most capable young coaches in the footballing world. Regardless of the coach, it is inevitable that they will occasionally misjudge important matches and make erroneous tactical decisions. Guardiola and Mourinho have both made such mistakes. What distinguishes them from more average coaches is their formidable capacity for in-game adjustments and post-match self-correction. Pochettino, too, belongs to this echelon of coaches with a strong ability for self-correction. His adaptability on the field may not rank among the elite, yet it is sufficient for the moment. After a few moments of clear-headed contemplation, Pochettino gradually came to a realization. His Tottenham could not exploit Chelsea's tactical weaknesses through their own strengths. However, they should at least maximize their own advantages to pursue a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. In the lead-up to the match, he had perhaps overthought his approach. While adopting a defensive posture in a crucial final is not without merit, it largely depends on the identity of the opponent. Against teams like Manchester City or Liverpool, deploying a defensive strategy is feasible, as they will naturally take the offensive. Furthermore, these two teams exhibit a somewhat diminished capability to break through low-block defenses. However, against Chelsea and Arsenal, such a strategy is akin to inviting disaster. Both teams boast towering forwards, commendable long-range shooting capabilities, and a strong aptitude for set-piece tactics. Additionally, Chelsea parades Eden Hazard, the premier winger in the Premier League, whose individual prowess is remarkable. He had already breached Tottenham's defense without even resorting to headers or long-range shots. In such circumstances, persisting with a defensive mindset would indeed warrant defeat. Awakened to this reality, Pochettino no longer sought to restrain Leao's influence. He swiftly collaborated with his assistant on the tactical board, conducting a rapid reassessment before implementing the latest tactical adjustments. Dembele's position advanced, while Eriksen slightly retreated. Tottenham was set to employ a dual central midfield strategy, gambling on offense. This tactical directive undoubtedly invigorated all Tottenham players, instilling them with courage and confidence by allowing them to revert to their preferred style of play. Even if they were to ultimately lose, they would do so without regret or grievance. However, in response to their aggressive offensive posture, Chelsea did not engage as Tottenham had anticipated, failing to meet them head-on with the same fervor. This turn of events left the entire Tottenham squad and countless fans watching from television sets profoundly disappointed. At this juncture, it is entirely reasonable for Chelsea to adopt a more compact formation, prioritizing defense as a tactical adjustment. There is no sense in recklessly engaging in an offensive duel with an opponent who is poised to fight tooth and nail. With Chelsea currently in the lead, it is only prudent to choose the strategy that best serves their interests in diminishing Tottenham's desire to counterattack. Mourinho is indifferent to the aesthetic appeal of the final. The Chelsea players are solely focused on securing the EFL Cup title with stability. A visually pleasing performance does not guarantee victory. Tangible honors are the ultimate truth, and public opinion is of little consequence as long as they achieve satisfaction in the end. Lyon and Matic effectively shut down the central midfield, while Kroos advanced his position to join forces with Hazard and De Bruyne, creating disruption for the Spurs ball carriers. Kane once again found himself relying on his brother-in-law to handle matters. This situation was reminiscent of his time in Milan, partnering with the formidable Bonera, where he had to be ever ready for a 2-on-1 defensive scenario. The brother-in-law is thoroughly content with his current central defensive partners, whether with Terry, Maguire, or Gary Cahill. He can depend on their support and assurance when he engages in one-on-one confrontations with the opposition's key players. His relentless efforts have rendered Kane virtually invisible within Chelsea's penalty area. To make an impact, Kane must retreat from the depths of Chelsea's defense, even stepping out of their defensive third to receive the ball and serve as a pivot. His current experience is insufficient to dominate in encounters with elite defenders like Thiago Silva. Furthermore, he has yet to successfully increase his weight. Presently, his mass and physicality fall short. At least against Chelsea's formidable defensive line, he must undergo further scientific weight gain to contend with Terry. Nevertheless, Kane is an astute player, adept at positioning, and willingly takes on responsibilities to alleviate pressure from his teammates, which are considerable advantages. Unable to maintain his position within the box, he stretches out to receive the ball, thereby creating some attacking space for his wingers. In the latter portion of the first half, Spurs capitalized on Kane's diligent movements, earning several long-range shots and corner opportunities. One notable attempt came from Eriksen, who struck a shot from approximately 30 meters away, testing check. However, the subsequent corner opportunities yielded little advantage for Spurs. Although Maguire did not start, Terry continued to assert his dominance through robust challenges and aerial prowess, neutralizing Spurs' towering center-back, Fazio, who stands at 1.95 meters. With Leon, Smalling, and Ibrahimovic diligently marking within the penalty area, Chelsea's defensive capabilities against corners remained impeccable. After approximately 20 minutes of Spurs' offensive attempts, they failed to create any significant opportunities. Both teams entered the halftime break with the scoreline still at 1-0. In the locker room, Mourinho did not implement any major tactical changes, but emphasized that Chelsea's defensive players must remain vigilant regarding the potential substitution of Spurs' other winger, Lamela, in the second half. Today, Pochettino opted to start Townsend as the right winger, seemingly intending to utilize Lamela as a tactical wildcard and decisive factor. This Argentine forward, who once boasted a remarkable season with 156 contributions at Roma, undoubtedly possesses the capacity to alter the course of the match upon his explosive emergence, provided his health remains intact. Upon hearing this, Leon subtly nodded in agreement. However, his thoughts were not focused on curbing Lamela's on-field performance. Rather, he was more vigilant about the potential for Lamela to engage in unsportsmanlike conduct and disrupt the morale of his own teammates. As the second half commenced, Pochettino indeed replaced Townsend with Lamela, suggesting a bold gamble. Observing this, Leon decisively exchanged positions with Matic. Upon entering the field, Lamela's first engagement with the ball had him facing the ever-watchful Leon, who approached with intent. The Argentine winger smirked subtly, suppressing any mischievous thoughts he harbored and instead opting to collaborate with his teammates through a series of passes. Engaging in foul play against Leon was a risk Lamela was not willing to take, having learned a harsh lesson from Leon in the past. While he could manipulate the mindset of others for his own gain and that of Tottenham, provoking Leon would only lead to his own suffering. He still vividly recalled the sting of an elbow, especially considering Leon's adeptness at concealing his actions and escaping punishment. A compliant Lamela could indeed inject considerable vitality into Tottenham's right flank, but that was the extent of his contribution. With Leon now providing support in this area, Bertrand could afford a moment of respite, returning to bolster the defense. After all, little Marco's defensive instincts leaned towards establishing a solid position first, requiring Bertrand to engage in proactive defending. Leon, possessing excellent positioning, combined with his swift pace and remarkable stamina, could launch counterattacks and recover just as quickly, thus allowing Bertrand a brief reprieve. Chelsea, displaying little desire for counterattacks, offered Tottenham no opportunities to exploit transitions. After a relentless assault lasting nearly 15 minutes without any outcome, Pochettino stood on the sidelines, shaking his head in dismay. It wasn't until the 67th minute of the second half that Chelsea finally earned their first corner of the match. As Chelsea's aerial specialists surged forward into Tottenham's penalty area, countless Spurs fans likely held their breath in anxiety. This set-piece opportunity was among Chelsea's most potent offensive strategies. Fortunately, Maguire had yet to enter the fray. Otherwise, it would have been truly daunting, given the multitude of threats Chelsea could pose from corners. As De Bruyne raised his hands to signal a tactical maneuver, Pochettino felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety coursing through his heart. A wave of intense unease washed over him. Yet, the relentless passage of time continued, and De Bruyne's cross sped toward the far post of Tottenham's penalty area. Fazio and Ibrahimovic became entangled in the center. Leaving no time to contest for the ball at the far post, he could only place his hopes in his teammates. Dale was the first to leap, yet he was a tad reckless, misjudging his jump. Leon, engaged in a positional battle with Kane, gained the upper hand. Confronted by the obstinate Kane, Leon summoned all his strength to push him aside, creating enough space for a jump. Although his leap was somewhat lacking in height and power, the execution of his header was adequate. As Loris hurried towards the back post, nearly all Spurs players focused their defensive attention on Leon. His headed pass became the final straw that broke the Spurs' resolve. Leon at the far post. A splendid flick. Matic. It's in. Matic headed the ball into the Spurs net. Could this be the goal that seals the match? A brilliant header connection from the midfield duo of Leon and Matic. Chelsea led Tottenham 2-0 at Wembley. In the broadcast studio, Jean-June exuberantly celebrated Chelsea's second goal of the match. This marked Leon's 29th assist of the season. With 31 goals and 29 assists, Leon's total contributions to goals this season had reached 60. Alongside his comrade, he excitedly dashed towards the corner flag, once again becoming the focal point of the match. Chelsea players on the bench could hardly contain their excitement and rushed onto the field. Mourinho stood at the sidelines, arms raised high, his face beaming with pride. They were already celebrating the imminent acquisition of their first trophy of the season. Though it felt a bit premature to pop the champagne, few neutral fans perceived Chelsea's players as overly arrogant or careless at this moment. As the match progressed, Everyone understood that Chelsea would not grant Tottenham any opportunity for a counterattack. Despite Tottenham's prolonged offensive efforts, they had only threatened Chelsea's goal once, in the dying moments. Facing a fully defensive Chelsea, what could they possibly do to reverse their fortunes? Of course, many Spurs fans were reluctant to confront this reality. Nevertheless, Chelsea's coaching staff would assist them in facing it. Following the exuberant celebration, Mourinho decisively substituted the warmed-up Maguire and Karius for De Bruyne and Hazard. Replacing two wingers with two defenders, the tactical intent was glaringly obvious. However, Karius was not immediately slotted into defense. He first took up a position in midfield. Chelsea swiftly transitioned to a 5-4-1 formation, tightening their defense. The remaining minutes of the match were an excruciating ordeal for the entire Spurs squad. As the 80-minute mark of the second half approached, with no other options left, Spurs resorted to long balls and aerial play. However, with Maguire commanding the penalty area, not to mention Harry Kane, even if Fazio were to play as a tactical forward at the forefront of the Spurs lineup, it would have little effect. As the match approached the stoppage time, the tens of thousands of Chelsea fans in attendance began to celebrate exuberantly, joyously engaging in a Mexican wave in anticipation of their championship victory. As the 4 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, the referee decisively blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. In that moment, Leon first embraced Kroos. Then, facing the cameras, he made a gesture with his left hand showing 1 and his right hand showing 4. Neutral fans watching the game might not have understood the significance of Leon's gesture, but Chelsea supporters certainly did. Leon was conveying to them that they had already achieved 1/4 of their championship goal for the season. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 309. A day of suffering for Barcelona fans. The birth of the 7 goals massacre. After securing their first trophy of the season, Chelsea also completed a double victory over Spurs. Undoubtedly, Leon fulfilled his promise to the Chelsea fans. Indeed, the sky over Wembley was blue today. However, after the match concluded, Leon remained quite amiable, offering comfort to the dejected Lamela before seeking out his old friend Eriksen. "You won again," Leon remarked. "I truly wish I didn't have to face you in such significant matches. Ever since we met on the Champions League stage, I haven't managed to best you even once." Eriksen processed his disappointment more swiftly than his fellow Spurs players. Perhaps he had mentally prepared himself well before the match commenced. Thus, at this moment, he was still able to joke with Leon and embrace him, extending his congratulations. "Well, it seems that my luck in matches has been rather favorable from a certain point onward. Keep pushing, Christian. You will make a name for yourself in the Premier League. Ever since I heard about your transfer from Ajax to Spurs, I have been convinced of your potential. Best of luck, my friend." Leon patted Eriksen's shoulder firmly, then exchanged jerseys with him. To be honest, had it not been for the old Mourinho's interest in Kroos last summer and his prompt actions to secure him, Leon might have suggested that Mourinho consider bringing Eriksen on board. Although Eriksen possesses different attributes than Kroos, there is no doubt that had Eriksen transferred to Chelsea last summer, he would have alleviated some of Leon's organizational burdens, thereby liberating Leon's attacking prowess. The defensive deficiencies that Eriksen has, supported by Leon and Matic, would not pose a significant flaw. Leon did indeed wish to partner with Eriksen on the field, though this remained merely a fleeting thought. Kroos was undoubtedly a better fit for Chelsea and more suited to him as well. There is no need to reveal such slight regrets and unrealistic notions before the involved parties. Perhaps, under the ripple effect he created, Eriksen would develop his memory more favorably than he did. Perhaps Spurs would achieve greater success in the years to come than the youth brigade he remembered. These are all uncertain matters. He firmly believes that Eriksen has an extraordinarily bright future ahead. However, for now, he must first embark on his own path to success. The award ceremony following the championship victory is a process that the entire Chelsea team experienced last year. Yet, for Kroos, Maguire, and Salah, this marks their inaugural encounter with such a moment. Amidst the contrasting sensations of novelty and familiarity, the Chelsea squad once again ascended the podium, relishing their triumphant moment in the spotlight. Upon returning to the center of the stage, Leon and Terry pulled Mourinho, who had initially attempted to discreetly retreat, into the limelight. Together, the trio stood at the heart of the team, triumphantly hoisting the trophy in celebration once more. The journalists present immortalized this moment through the lenses of their cameras. News of Chelsea's acquisition of the season's first championship trophy swiftly disseminated across the globe. Leon gestured the number 14, signifying the achievement of their championship goal. which naturally became a focal point of fervent discussion among fans. With pride, many Chelsea supporters elucidated the significance of Lyon's gesture to more neutral observers. The ambition to create a record by seizing the domestic treble in England, while simultaneously contending for the Champions League, is indeed a colossal aspiration. Should this goal be realized, Chelsea would undeniably become the most illustrious club in England's history to amass honors in a single season, without exception. With the Champions League trophy in their possession, Chelsea would also firmly establish their status as a footballing powerhouse. Numerous neutral fans expressed admiration for Lyon's aspirations and pursuits, although there were certainly skeptics and critics. Nevertheless, amidst Chelsea's formidable performance and their triumph in the EFL Cup, public sentiment largely favored Chelsea and Lyon, at least within the British media, which has predominantly rallied behind Chelsea's momentum. Achievements confer a certain assertiveness. Although the FA did not officially endorse the occasion, they had nonetheless signaled their support. That evening at Chelsea's celebratory banquet, Abramovich specifically invited commentators from China, along with several renowned journalists, to join the festivities. Jean Jun and his colleagues personally witnessed Abramovich's affection for Lyon. Regrettably, despite their successful acquisition of the season's first trophy, the entire Chelsea squad would need to resume training the very next afternoon. Their exuberant celebrations would have to wait until the conclusion of the season. After the EFL Cup final, they would swiftly enter the decisive phase of the latter half of the season. Beginning March 4th, they would face another grueling schedule, with the FA Cup seamlessly following the EFL Cup, further intertwining with the rigors of the Premier League and Champions League, testing the stamina of Chelsea's players. The silver lining is that Chelsea drew Reading, a team from the Championship, for the FA Cup quarterfinals. Thus, compared to the daunting challenge of facing Premier League rivals like Villa, West Bromwich, Manchester United, and Arsenal, Chelsea could afford to field a reserve squad for this round of the FA Cup. The key players of Chelsea can now focus entirely on preparing for the 28th round of the Premier League and the second leg of the Champions League round of 16. Originally, Chelsea was to face Leicester City away in the 27th round of the Premier League. However, due to a scheduling conflict with the League Cup final, Chelsea had a match postponed. Fortunately, after Manchester City failed to maintain their winning streak following their victory in the 26th round, they succumbed to a surprising defeat against Liverpool in the 27th round. Consequently, even with one match less, Chelsea enjoys a significant lead of 11 points over Manchester City, a cushion that is quite reassuring. The pressure now rests squarely on Manchester City, while Arsenal, currently in third place in the Premier League, trails Manchester City by a substantial 6 points, rendering them less of a concern. On the evening of March 3rd, Aston Villa and West Bromwich Albion ignited the competition of the 28th round of the Premier League. The clash between these two teams essentially served as a prelude to the FA Cup quarterfinals. That same evening, 6 Premier League teams took to the field to complete their matches. The following evening, the remaining 14 teams participated in their fixtures. In the absence of any high-stakes encounters, Chelsea's away match against West Ham United once again became the focal point for Premier League fans. Previously, as the first half of the Premier League season was nearing its conclusion, West Ham United was regarded by many as a potential threat to Chelsea's unbeaten record, given their impressive form that had propelled them into the Champions League spots, with commendable performances against the other top 6 teams. However, following a crucial match against Chelsea, West Ham United's pride accumulated from the first half of the season was thoroughly dismantled. With their momentum diminished, West Ham United has since experienced a string of defeats, plummeting to 10th place in the league standings. This harsh reality has dealt a significant blow to both the players and the head coach of West Ham United. As the two teams face each other once more, even at West Ham United's home ground, the London Olympic Stadium, Chelsea's players could sense the despondency enveloping the West Ham squad. Nevertheless, the Hammers fans remained unwavering, filling the stadium alongside over 10,000 Chelsea supporters. In this expansive venue, which accommodates 60,000 spectators, Lyon felt the electric atmosphere of the match. However, he was left lamenting the course of the game, as West Ham's resistance fell far short of his expectations. Before the first half had even reached the 20-minute mark, Ibrahimovic easily found the net following a through ball from Kroos. Just 8 minutes later, Hazard delivered a stunning solo effort, piercing through Adrian's defense to score. Lyon's low shot from the left side of West Ham's penalty area in the 44th minute effectively extinguished any remaining suspense in the match. As the second half commenced, Mourinho swiftly substituted both Ibrahimovic and Hazard. Leandro played for 15 minutes before being substituted by Mourinho with Lampard in the 60th minute of the second half. Ultimately, Chelsea triumphed over West Ham United with a resounding 4-0 victory at the London Olympic Stadium, while maintaining pressure on Manchester City. Chelsea also delivered a significant blow to the Hammers, who find themselves plunging towards the lower half of the league. Following the conclusion of the match, the key players of Chelsea's squad, including Leandro, were finally able to enjoy a brief respite, with the first-team players afforded a well-deserved two-day break. On the afternoon of March 7th, Mourinho led the team to Berkshire for the FA Cup quarter-final against Reading. This season, Reading has largely been struggling at a relegation level within the Championship. Confronted with Chelsea's entirely reserve lineup, Reading opted for a conservative bus park strategy. Their defensive capabilities, though mid-table in the Championship, have been hindered by a lack of attacking prowess. To date, Reading has only managed to score 32 goals in 36 league matches, a feat that proves arduous even against lower-tier Championship defenses, let alone Chelsea's formidable side. Despite their cautious approach, Reading found themselves breached early in the match at home. The situation was exacerbated by Mourinho's decision to field the formidable duo of Drogba and Lukaku up front, with a straightforward 4-4-2 formation. The strategy was clear: to exploit the flanks and engage in crossing tactics. The match bore witness to Sully's dominance, as he single-handedly dismantled Reading's right flank. Meanwhile, Drogba and Lukaku, presented with ample scoring opportunities, feasted on the chances provided. Ultimately, Drogba contributed with a goal and an assist, while Lukaku netted a brace, leading to a commanding 5-1 victory for Chelsea. Although Sully did not score, he delivered a hat-trick of assists and was rightfully named the man of the match. Advancing to the Final Four of the FA Cup this season, Chelsea could now await the draw for the semi-finals with a sense of calm. The fans turned their attention once more to the impending Champions League fixtures. Chelsea's emphatic 4-0 victory over Barcelona in the first leg rendered the second leg with little suspense. The 4 away goals alone were enough to instill despair among the Barcelona supporters. On the afternoon of March 10th, Barcelona players, having arrived in London a day early, displayed solemn expressions at the airport. There was little interest from reporters or fans regarding Enrique's tactical plans for the second leg, as it was evident that Barcelona had no option but to commit fully to an attacking strategy. Enrique would need to craft an intricate tactical approach, striving to seize control of the rhythm from the outset at Stamford Bridge. In contrast, neutral fans were left pondering whether Chelsea would opt for a measured approach, allowing Barcelona some leeway, or deliver a ruthless performance against their former Champions League rivals. All the speculations of the fans found resolution on the evening of March 11th. Chelsea, playing on home turf, fielded a predominantly attacking 4-3-3 formation. Although not all their star players were present, the core of the team was represented in the starting lineup. Both Leon and Kroos were included among the first 11, indicating that Mourinho was not willing to relinquish control of the midfield easily. Chelsea's strategic arrangement sparked a mix of surprise and anger among the Barcelona squad. The surprise stemmed from their relief at not having to contend with Chelsea's defensive bus, allowing for more attacking opportunities. The anger, however, arose from the evident lack of concern for a potential reversal from Chelsea, or rather from Mourinho's tactical setup. With this conflicting mindset, Barcelona's players immediately entered a full-on offensive mode as the match commenced. Meanwhile, an invigorated Chelsea squad opted for a fiercely aggressive pressing strategy. Unleashing their utmost vigor in pursuit, Barcelona aimed to accelerate the game from the outset, seeking to exploit speed and create more attacking sequences. Chelsea obliged, but escalated the pace to a level that caught the Barcelona players completely off guard. In this high-tempo clash of wills, Barcelona soon realized they had not gained the rhythm advantage they had anticipated. Chelsea simplified the match dynamics, employing systematic pressing, maintaining numerical superiority in specific zones, increasing physical confrontations, testing endurance, and enhancing speed bursts, all areas where this Chelsea team excels. However, for the aging players in Barcelona's midfield and defense, this style of play became their undoing. While they might withstand this intensity for 10 or 20 minutes, sustained pressure for half an hour led to a catastrophic breakdown in their defensive structure. It felt as if two teams from different eras were competing on the same field. Chelsea did not employ intricate, sophisticated tactics against Barcelona. Rather, their contrasting tactical philosophy and style of play overwhelmed the aging Barcelona team. Messi, deprived of possession in this matchup, appeared utterly powerless. He needed a moment to orchestrate play. Yet his teammates behind him failed to provide such tactical support. He was even required to retreat to his own half, and at times to the defensive third, to alleviate the mounting pressure on his team. This was the scenario that both Mourinho and Leon had envisioned. However, at that moment, as they observed Messi struggle to find his footing, both felt a twinge of regret for him. Their respect for Messi necessitated limiting his individual brilliance, and yet, this same respect led to sympathy for his current predicament. Yet, this harsh reality is an integral part of football. When Barcelona was at its zenith, Messi could shatter the imaginations of countless fans, effortlessly amassing unparalleled personal statistics. Yet, as the glory of Barcelona fades and the squad ages, Messi must shoulder the responsibility of propelling the entire team forward with unwavering determination. Messi embodies this, as does Cristiano Ronaldo, and it is likely that future stars like Leon will find themselves in similar circumstances, unless one resolutely decides to transfer. Seizing the opportunity at the twilight of their personal peak to join a burgeoning team, it seems almost impossible to escape the seemingly predetermined fate of a career. However, for Messi, Barcelona holds a unique significance, making such a decision exceedingly difficult, at least in this moment, confronted by Chelsea's relentless and fierce onslaught. Messi has not succumbed to despair. He wishes to lead Barcelona in steadfast resistance. Yet, Mourinho, Leon, and indeed the entire Chelsea squad are unwilling to grant Barcelona even a glimmer of hope, as Barcelona attempts to withstand Chelsea's incisive attacks and counterattack. Their frail defensive line inevitably edges toward ruin. In the 21st minute of the first half, after finally gaining possession, Iniesta passed the ball to Messi, who had dropped back to receive it. However, before the Argentine superstar could turn, he found himself cornered by the encroaching Hazard and Leon. The narrow confines of the sideline thwarted Messi's ability to showcase his extraordinary skills. Leon decisively intervened, wresting the ball away from Messi's feet. With Barcelona's entire team still pushing forward and unable to retreat, Leon swiftly executed a counterattack with a long pass. Ibrahimovic, stationed at the edge of Barcelona's penalty area, outmuscled Peak to direct a header. Meanwhile, like a phantom, Hazard made a perfectly timed run into Barcelona's penalty area, seamlessly connecting his touch with a shot. Despite seemingly learning from previous defensive errors, Enrique opted to start Matthew instead of Mascherano, and this decision soon bore consequences. The inflexible Matthew struggled to contain Hazard, and Ter Stegen was left powerless against the close-range strike. As the ball crossed the line, Chelsea pronounced Barcelona's sentence. The aggregate score of 5-0 gruesomely declared to the world what a merciless slaughter it was. Driven to the edge, the Barcelona squad launched a desperate assault in their struggle. Their tactical approach had unraveled, lacking structure, with trust and confidence among players severely diminished. Enrique stubbornly urged his players to intensify their offensive efforts. Yet, what transpired in the 36th minute of the first half was Leon's incisive run, connecting with De Bruyne's cross to strike again. The entire Barcelona team was left bewildered, and even after the halftime break, they failed to regain their morale. In the second half, substitute Drogba, who replaced Ibrahimovic, seized a corner opportunity in the 82nd minute, fulfilling his long-held desire to score against Barcelona. Explosive reactions ensued. The media erupted in a frenzy. Countless neutral fans could scarcely believe their eyes at that moment, while innumerable Barcelona supporters etched this agonizing day into their memories. On March 11, 2015, Chelsea triumphantly served Barcelona a 7-goal feast at home, birthing a shocking massacre in the annals of the UEFA Champions League. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 310, the second champion opponent, Juventus. At the club level, Chelsea and Barcelona have yet to cultivate any significant animosity. However, the long-standing grievances between their supporters were fully resurrected following this crucial Champions League knockout match. Chelsea fans exhaled a heavy sigh of relief as the pent-up frustration and indignation stemming from the Stamford Bridge tragedy began to dissipate. After all, their team had exacted a formidable vengeance, decisively vanquishing Barcelona in a fair contest. The 7-goal annihilation left them utterly satisfied, particularly with Didier Drogba scoring the final goal, which served as a closure to the earlier catastrophe. While Chelsea's fans have found solace, the Barcelona faithful find themselves restless, enduring sleepless nights, consumed by the anger stemming from these two knockout matches. The only means of redemption lies in a resounding victory over a rival of equal stature. Perhaps this month, Real Madrid may no longer occupy the top spot on the list of Barcelona fans' most despised adversaries. Chelsea has temporarily ascended to that unenviable position. The media's amplification and the fervent discussions among diverse fan groups have intensified the discourse surrounding these two Champions League matches. In addition to mocking Barcelona's dismal performance in the tournament, neutral fans are increasingly intrigued by how Chelsea orchestrated such a devastating 7-goal rout against the current La Liga leaders. Undeniably, there exists a considerable disparity in strength between the two teams, as the results have demonstrated. Yet, even now, many neutral observers find it hard to fathom that Chelsea could achieve such a feat over 2 legs. The tactical intricacies worthy of discussion are abundant. With this recent knockout round serving as a cautionary tale, any formidable team that encounters Chelsea henceforth will likely avoid engaging them in an open contest. Initially, Bayern Munich fans, who harbored aspirations of reclaiming the Champions League title this season and replicating Real Madrid's past glories, have now heightened their vigilance towards Chelsea. Similarly, after this knockout round, both Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid regard Chelsea as the most formidable opponent in this season's Champions League. Before the official draw for the UEFA Champions League round of 16 commences, all remaining teams may find themselves fervently hoping to avoid Chelsea in the quarterfinals. Interestingly, Chelsea's players, in contrast, eagerly desire to face strong opponents, yearning to draw another top team from one of the major leagues in the upcoming knockout stage. This sentiment stems from an earlier interview with Lyon, during which a Sky Sports reporter inquired about which team he hoped to face in the knockout draw. Lyon explicitly expressed his wish to face champions from various leagues until Chelsea achieves its goal of winning the Champions League this season. Should they accomplish this objective, Chelsea would etch a new record in the annals of the tournament. The champions of all 4 major leagues have triumphed. Such a glorious victory is not only captivating, but also exudes undeniable strength. Following their decisive conquest over Barcelona, the Chelsea players naturally found themselves imbued with newfound confidence and resolve. Lyon's ambitions have always been unmasked, and his vision and goals are equally impressive. To vanquish the mightiest opponents and seize the prestigious UEFA Champions League trophy is an aspiration every professional player should possess. Rather than relying on fortune in the draw, it is far more prudent to unite in purpose and resolutely traverse the most challenging path. With only 5 matches remaining in the Champions League, each contest brings them closer to ultimate victory. Chelsea boasts one of the most seasoned coaches and players in terms of Champions League experience from recent seasons. In terms of skill, experience, and mentality, they are no less formidable than any other squad. Their momentum is undeniable, and they are determined to charge forward with heads held high. Of course, under unnecessary circumstances, the Chelsea players refrain from incessantly proclaiming their ambition to topple all strong teams in the Champions League. There is a significant distinction between uplifting team morale and deliberately inciting animosity. While the English media has exuberantly rallied other teams' fans against Chelsea, the players themselves have remained remarkably modest. This is largely due to Mourinho's prior counsel. He is willing to attract attention and stir controversy, but he has always been protective of his players, steering them clear of excessive media turmoil. After the second leg against Barcelona, Lyon returned to a routine of rest and training with equal humility. With a remarkable contribution of 5 goals across both matches against Barcelona, Lyon's star has recently eclipsed all other football luminaries. His management team has received countless interview requests from renowned sports media across the globe, yet Lyon has declined them all. In this crucial phase of the season, he steadfastly adheres to his professional habits of previous years, focusing solely on the matches. Mourinho is particularly pleased with this discipline, and Lyon's example continues to positively influence his younger teammates. On the afternoon of March 15th, the formidable Chelsea hosted Southampton at Stamford Bridge for the 29th round of the Premier League. Currently sitting 6th in the league, Southampton still harbors hopes of breaking into European competition, despite the loss of Pochettino and a cadre of young talents. Southampton's impressive performance has astonished many Premier League fans who had initially doubted their prospects this season. However, Lyon believes it is entirely reasonable for this post-Pochettino Southampton to achieve commendable league results. Their current head coach is none other than Barcelona legend and renowned Dutch manager, Ronald Koeman. In the current Southampton lineup, players such as Tadic, Maine, Schneiderlin, Wanyama, Font, Klein, and Ward-Prowse exemplify a wealth of talent poised to make their mark in the Premier League. Southampton boasts both formidable hardware and astute tactical prowess. Should their affluent owner manage to retain the existing squad, with just a couple of seasons for further cohesion, there exists a remarkable potential for this Southampton team to consistently secure a position within the Champions League spots. In stark contrast to the fleeting brilliance of West Ham United this season, Southampton has firmly established itself among the elite top 6 teams in the Premier League. Regrettably, Southampton's operational model remains difficult to alter. The continuous nurturing of talent for eventual sale to wealthier clubs has sufficed for their thriving existence. Leon is acutely aware that following today's match, he will no longer encounter this particular Southampton squad in the forthcoming season. Competing alongside the still somewhat inexperienced Maine presents a novel experience for Leon. Having missed the opportunity to face Chelsea in the first half of the season, Maine gazes curiously and eagerly at Leon prior to the match. During his time at the Mets Youth Academy, Maine forged a friendship with Chinese youth player Wang Chu. At that time, when Leon burst onto the scene representing Real Madrid in La Liga, Maine was still playing with Wang Chu in the Mets B team. Far from stepping onto the professional football stage, Wang Chu, who was roughly the same age as Leon, greatly admired him, and consequently, Maine had the opportunity to watch numerous classic matches featuring Leon during his time at Real Madrid. While it may not be accurate to label him an idol, Maine undoubtedly harbors a sense of admiration for Leon, especially considering that Leon is one of the few young players who has consistently amassed a plethora of prestigious trophies and successfully defended his Champions League title, all while maintaining a market value exceeding 100 million. Now, having worked diligently to reach the stage where he can compete alongside Leon, Maine is filled with determination to make a significant impression. However, as the match commenced, Maine found himself unable to realize his desire to directly face Leon. He operated as a right winger, matched up against Chelsea's left-back Bertrand, with the ever-reliable Pedro assisting in defense. Unless in extraordinary circumstances, Leon typically refrains from switching positions with Pedro to cover the left midfield area. Thus, Maine's pre-match aspirations remained unfulfilled. Following a brief lesson from Pedro and Bertrand, in the 14th minute of the first half, an undeterred Maine successfully swapped flanks with teammate Tadic, bringing him face-to-face with Leon. The scene he had once envisioned years prior materialized before him. Yet, to Maine's astonishment, Leon swiftly intercepted the ball he was controlling within a mere 5 seconds during their direct confrontation. Although Leon's subsequent counterattack did not breach Southampton's goal, Maine remained unsettled by the encounter. Do not overthink it, Sadio. You performed admirably. It is merely that the adversary you encountered today was indeed formidable. Leon's defense operates in such a manner that one cannot predict when he will strike, and by the time he does, you often find yourself bereft of possession. Ward-Prowse, despite being younger than Maine, feigned maturity as he approached to console him. Perhaps recalling the painful lesson he endured when matched against Leon previously, Ward-Prowse sighed after speaking. His growth has been remarkable, surpassing his performance from last season. Yet facing Leon once more, he despondently realized that his development still falls short. For all prodigious talents, the greatest blow is to confront opponents who possess even greater genius. After his encounter with Leon, Ward-Prowse's confidence was once again shaken. Meanwhile, Southampton, in the face of Chelsea, shed the image of a team brimming with talent that had captivated countless Premier League viewers. Their struggle against Chelsea mirrored that of other mid-lower tier teams in the Premier League, raw and powerless. However, fortune smiled upon them today, encountering a Chelsea side that was evidently off their shooting mark. Chelsea unleashed 11 shots in the first half, yet managed only 2 on target. Ibrahimovic felt physically well, yet today he lost his usual instinct in front of goal. After a scoreless first half against Southampton, Mourinho took it upon himself during the break to instruct his players to approach their attacking organization with greater patience and finesse in the second half. Despite Ibrahimovic's less than stellar form, Mourinho opted not to substitute him, choosing instead to continue placing his faith in the Swedish giant, granting him more time to acclimate. In the second half, Leon was pushed into a more advanced playmaking role. He frequently sought connections with Ibrahimovic and Hazard while advancing the ball. If the shooting was amiss, then it was prudent to engage more with the ball to regain the rhythm. Leon believed that Ibrahimovic could recalibrate. If all else failed, he would devise a solution by the 70-minute mark. Ultimately, Leon's faith was not misplaced. Although Ibrahimovic did not score in this match, In the 57th minute of the second half, he dropped back to create a play, delivering a perfectly timed through ball to the advancing Lyon. Seizing this rare attacking opportunity, Lyon executed a daring low shot into the far corner, successfully finding the net. This solitary goal became the match's defining moment, securing a narrow 1-0 victory for Chelsea against Southampton, thus claiming 3 crucial points. After the match, Maine received the coveted match-worn jersey from Lyon. However, feeling shy, he relied on Ward-Prowse's initiative to accompany him to exchange jerseys with Lyon. Lyon offered Maine an encouraging embrace, sincerely wishing him success in the Premier League. Reminiscent of his own glorious memories, following their encounter with Southampton, Chelsea entered into a rare week of respite. During this time, the eagerly anticipated Champions League quarter-final draw took place as scheduled in Nyon, Switzerland. The 3 Premier League teams that have secured their spots in this season's Champions League quarterfinals have not faced each other. Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund are set to engage in a fierce Bundesliga battle. Manchester City will contend with Real Madrid, Arsenal will take on Atletico Madrid, and Chelsea is poised to meet the current Serie A leaders, Juventus. This draw, as desired by Lionel, concludes this chapter. Chapter 311. The unyielding momentum of Manchester City's winning streak this year's Champions League round of 16, much like last year's, promises to be laden with high stakes. The teams that have reached the final 8 of the Champions League are all drawn from Europe's top 4 leagues and currently rank among the top 4 powerhouses in their respective leagues. In each encounter, there is an inherent disparity in strength between the teams. However, it is inaccurate to label any of the quarter-finalists as an easy opponent. Take, for instance, the clash between Real Madrid and Manchester City. While a majority of fans believe that Real Madrid will successfully advance to the semifinals, they equally acknowledge that Manchester City is likely to pose significant challenges. The confrontation between Chelsea and Juventus is no less compelling. Chelsea, having decisively dismantled Barcelona, is currently in formidable form. Yet, Juventus, having recently triumphed over Porto with a resounding scoreline in the previous knockout round, is also carving out a commanding lead in Serie A, virtually securing the league title. The face-off between the reigning champions of the Premier League and the Titans of Serie A certainly captures the attention of football aficionados. The mere thought of waiting another month to witness these exhilarating Champions League encounters leaves fans across nations restless with anticipation. Both Chelsea and Juventus are diligently honing their skills, striving to amass points in their leagues. They aim to establish an unequivocal lead before the Champions League round of 16 commences, thereby alleviating the pressure of subsequent matches. In comparison, Juventus's dominance in Serie A appears more robust than Chelsea's hold on the Premier League. Recently concluding the 27th round of fixtures, Juventus boasts a 15-point lead over second-placed Roma. Meanwhile, Chelsea, having completed 29 rounds in the Premier League, holds only an 11-point advantage over Manchester City. It is worth noting that Chelsea has one game in hand. Should they triumph over Leicester City in their upcoming match, their lead over City could expand significantly. Nevertheless, this scenario remains a topic of speculative discussion among fans. Within the Chelsea squad, neither coaches nor players are preoccupied with the implications of future matches. They focus steadfastly on training, winning matches, and advancing steadily. The team has ceased frequently reviewing the upcoming fixtures and does not anticipate a sudden collapse in Manchester City's performance that would gift them an earlier title. Following last year's championship experience, Chelsea's young players have learned to exercise patience and maintain their form as the season reaches its climax. They understand that at this juncture, whether by large margins or narrow victories, consistent wins will exert maximum pressure on Manchester City. By coincidence, in the upcoming round of the league, they have the opportunity to confront a seemingly soft target. In the 30th round of the Premier League, Chelsea will play away against Hull City, currently languishing in 5th place from the bottom. Hull, in dire need of points for survival, exhibits a fierce fighting spirit. If any of the other top 6 teams were to face Hull City at this juncture, it would be ill-advised to presume an assured victory. However, Chelsea's situation is distinct. Given the expectations they hold for themselves and the demands of their supporters, if Chelsea were to suffer an upset and fail to secure a win against Hull City, it would be an egregious error on their part. At this point, it is primarily Hull's own fans and those of Manchester City who would rally behind them. The predictions from major English media outlets and sports programs overwhelmingly favor a Chelsea victory. On March 21st, the 30th round of the Premier League officially commenced. with Manchester City leading the charge, decisively defeating West Bromwich Albion with a score of 3-0. After a full day of intense competition, the 7 matches of the Premier League concluded. On March 22nd, Liverpool hosted Manchester United, where Suarez delivered a stellar performance, scoring a hat-trick to help Liverpool clinch a 3-2 victory, avenging their earlier defeat in this season's first clash. Meanwhile, Everton narrowly triumphed over Queen's Park Rangers with a score of 2-1. Chelsea and Hull City were the last to take the stage, drawing the attention of a significant portion of Premier League fans who tuned in for the match. After a week of rest, Chelsea opted to field their strongest lineup for this match. Hull City, too, fielded their main players, adopting a 3-5-2 counterattacking formation, aiming to engage Chelsea in a fierce offensive battle on home turf. However, Chelsea did not conform to Hull's expectations from the outset. They sought to assert control over the match's tempo. The 4-2-3-1 formation deployed by Chelsea faced Hull City, who initiated the match, with only mild aggression in the tackles. They even intentionally allowed Hull's midfield players to advance into their half. This was evidently a tactical choice orchestrated by Chelsea's coaching staff, leaving it to Hull's players and coaching team to respond. Chelsea relinquished the initiative, leaving Hull to determine their course of action. On Chelsea's side, the player Leon orchestrated the midfield defense, establishing a dense defensive structure in their half. This cautious approach, reminiscent of a strategy not employed by Chelsea in quite some time, conveyed a complete respect for Hull City, albeit one that the latter did not desire. The live broadcast amusingly captured Mourinho seated on the sidelines, engaged in a conversation with Haaland, his mouth covered. In truth, Mourinho has always maintained a vigilant stance against relegation-threatened teams. With his extensive coaching experience in the Premier League, he is acutely aware of the fervor that relegation battlers can unleash in the latter stages of the season as they strive to remain in the top tier. Conventional assessments of strength can often lead to misjudgments as the season nears its conclusion. However, ordinary coaches often find themselves struggling in such situations. Yet for renowned strategists like Mourinho, seasoned in the Premier League, even as the season wanes, the art of consistently dominating weaker teams remains their forte. Hence, we witnessed Chelsea's unusual, cautious approach at the start of today's match. Mourinho was unperturbed by spending over 20 minutes assessing Hull City's offensive capabilities. If their performance exceeded the expectations of Chelsea's coaching staff, tactical adjustments would be promptly made. Conversely, if their play fell within anticipated parameters, matters would be even more straightforward. At that juncture, Chelsea, having seized control of the game, would unleash a rapid offensive tempo to extinguish any lingering suspense. It was merely a tactical precaution before launching a genuine assault. With Leon anchoring the midfield, Mourinho harbored no doubts about the flawless execution of his strategies by the team. As the minutes ticked by, the rhythm of the contest gradually decelerated. In the 11th minute of the first half, Leon received a back pass from Cruz, evading Hull City's forward, Ndoye, with a deft pivot before decisively advancing with the ball. Soon, he spotted a familiar face in the right midfield area, Robertson, today's starting left wing back for Hull City. Just turned 21 this month, Robertson is remarkably young. Last season, he showcased his talents at Dundee United in the Scottish Premiership. Since being acquired by Hull City this season, he has already made over 20 appearances in the Premier League. This reflects the coaching staff's high regard for Robertson, providing him ample playing time without overburdening him for the entire season. Robertson's prowess in both attack and defense is noteworthy. Now, confronted by Leon's advancing run, he boldly initiated his challenge. Neutral Premier League fans watching on television couldn't help but commend Robertson's bravery as they observed the stark contrast in physiques between him and Leon. Yet, akin to his routine of educating other Premier League newcomers, Leon seized the moment to impart a lesson to Robertson. Standing at 1.85 meters tall and weighing 84 kilograms, Leon faced a diminutive defender measuring 1.78 meters and weighing less than 65 kilograms. What technical finesse was truly necessary to bypass such a challenge? Forcefully, he maneuvered past Robertson's defensive stance, nearly toppling him in the process. Ultimately, Robertson had no choice but to resort to a tactical foul to halt Leon's advance. While preventing this incursion was advantageous for Hull City, Robertson faced a stern verbal warning from the referee, rendering the situation less favorable. Leon, satisfied with the referee's decision, rose and playfully winked at Robertson. a moment captured by the broadcast that elicited laughter from countless fans. Robertson, eager to retaliate, paused to weigh his own attacking prowess against Lyon's defensive capabilities, ultimately choosing to remain composed and restrained. During the 20 minutes of probing time deliberately afforded by Mourinho, Hull City failed to seize the opportunity to demonstrate that their offensive prowess posed a credible threat to Chelsea's defense. This is quite reasonable. As if they were capable of delivering such explosive performances with ease, they would not have been struggling to escape the relegation zone until now. At the beginning of the season, Hull City garnered points through their tenacious displays, and as a newly promoted team, they indeed had every right to take pride in this achievement. However, as other Premier League teams became increasingly familiar with Hull City, their ranking began to plummet, leaving them vulnerable and without recourse. Without any surprises from their attacking front, Chelsea was poised to deliver the shock they deserved. Just 23 minutes into the second half, Mourinho decisively implemented tactical adjustments. Chelsea, previously cautious, began to press forward aggressively. Hull City finally felt the pressure of the match as Chelsea advanced their attacking organization to the forefront of Hull's defensive third, sealing the fate of the game. The duo of Lyon and Kroos toyed with Hull City's three-man midfield, highlighting the stark disparity in skill levels. Hull's attempt to bolster their midfield defense with three holding players ultimately backfired, as Chelsea's midfield and front line exploited the gaps with seamless passing. As the first half approached the 34th minute, Lyon witnessed De Bruyne returning the ball to Kroos along the sideline and immediately surged forward into the left channel of Hull's half. Kroos received the ball with minimal hesitation and deftly flicked it diagonally. At this point, Lyon was already on the verge of Hull City's penalty area. Adjusting briefly, he executed a deft touch, sending the ball into Hull's box without it touching the ground again. Their synchronized movement had drawn the attention of most Hull defenders in the area, leaving Ibrahimovic unmarked at the back post. With a slight leap, he effortlessly met the ball with his head, sending it into the net just above the near corner, while Hull's goalkeeper, McGregor, could only react belatedly. A collective sigh of disappointment emanated from the home crowd, while many Manchester City fans watching at home turned off the broadcast in despair. As if a Pandora's box had been opened, Hull City's defense rapidly crumbled following Chelsea's first goal. Goals began to pour in, and by the 60th minute of the second half, Chelsea had established a commanding 4-goal lead. With complete assurance, Chelsea's coaching staff began to withdraw key players from the central axis. Amidst the laughter and cheer from the Chelsea bench, Hull City succumbed, fearful of Chelsea extending their goal difference. A resounding 4-0 victory for Chelsea, with Lyon contributing both goals and assists, earned him the title of the match's most valuable player once again. For the ardent supporters of Chelsea and Lyon, today was yet another day of exquisite enjoyment. However, Chelsea's remarkable streak of consecutive victories has placed immense pressure on Manchester City. It is undeniable that Chelsea's formidable record of 27 wins and 2 draws is nothing short of terrifying, demonstrating an unwavering consistency that leaves their rivals with no room for respite. Had Chelsea drawn even a couple more matches or suffered a single defeat during this period, the morale and spirit of the Manchester City squad would have been significantly different. Regrettably, Chelsea has shown no inclination to grant City even a moment's reprieve. Following a previous draw with Everton, Chelsea has now secured 4 consecutive victories in the league. This is shortly before the international break at the end of March, during which the majority of Chelsea's key players were once again called up to their respective national teams. It was not until March 31st, after completing 2 international matches, that they gradually returned to the club. Upon reviewing the medical reports provided by the team doctor, Mourinho decisively granted vacations to Ibrahimovic, Matic, and Kroos. On the afternoon of April 4th, with half of the starting lineup rotated, Chelsea hosted Stoke City in the 31st round of the Premier League at Stamford Bridge. Stoke City arrived well prepared, having allowed their key players 2 full weeks of rest, resulting in abundant energy. Consequently, Chelsea experienced its first slight suppression in midfield confrontations this season. Lyon sensed that his partner in central midfield, Lampard, was somewhat struggling in terms of physicality. Thus, he promptly opted to drop back and organize play, stabilizing the match rhythm alongside Van Ginkel. Lyon refrained from commenting on Lampard's fluctuating form, understanding the situation. His retreating playmaking could address this issue, so he focused on performing well in the game. Throughout the first half, Chelsea was not devoid of attacking opportunities, even though Lyon refrained from making excessive forward runs to orchestrate the offense. Hazard and Salah, relying on their individual prowess, continued to open up the game from the flanks. While Torres, starting today, also delivered a satisfactory performance. Unfortunately, bad luck plagued Chelsea, as they struck the woodwork twice in the first half, leaving the home fans feeling exasperated. Nevertheless, as the match progressed into the latter stages, Chelsea began to threaten Stoke City's goal through set-piece opportunities. In the 76th minute of the second half, the highly regarded Maguire finally made his mark during a forward set-piece, with the assistance of Leon and substitute Lukaku providing cover. Maguire overpowered Stoke's central defender Shawcross at the back post, scoring a priceless winning goal. Ultimately, Chelsea triumphed with a narrow 1-0 victory over Stoke City, successfully achieving 5 consecutive league wins. However, for the entire Chelsea squad, even better news arrived an hour later. Manchester City faced Crystal Palace away from home, only to be unexpectedly toppled by their opponents at the most inopportune moment. The king of the ball single-handedly maneuvered through the second half, outsmarting Kolarov and Nastasic, delivering a decisive blow that sealed Manchester City's fate. As Manchester City found themselves trailing, the anxious, distorted technical maneuvers of their attacking players, coupled with Guardiola's helpless and disheartened expression on the sidelines, became the focal point of post-match media coverage. Ultimately, Manchester City succumbed to the pressure of Chelsea's consistent winning streak and made the first mistake, losing their competitive spirit. Following this round of matches, Chelsea, having played 1 game less, led Manchester City by a staggering 14 points. Securing the title 5 rounds in advance was no longer a mere dream for Chelsea. Chapter 3:12. Master Pie, I come to showcase my skills. We need not wait until the completion of the postponed match, do we? If we win just 2 more games, can we claim the title early? However, one must rely on Manchester City to drop points in their next 2 fixtures. Should they achieve 2 consecutive victories, our hopes of clinching the title early would be thwarted. If only we had completed the league matches against Leicester City as scheduled, our lead would now be a formidable 17 points. Oh, God, I can hardly wait another moment. Are you trying to exhaust yourself? If we had played that match against Leicester, our victory in the League Cup final would have been much less arduous. Tottenham could play that final 100 times, and we would still emerge victorious. On the night following the completion of the match against Stoke City, Chelsea held a rare team dinner. After navigating a grueling schedule, the frequency of Premier League matches had returned to normal. With ample time for rest, Mourinho generously granted the entire squad 2 days off after their victory over Stoke. In the private dining room, every first-team player from Chelsea appeared relaxed and elated. After a grueling season, they had finally reached a pivotal moment of potential triumph, and the atmosphere was vibrant. Having swiftly completed their rebuilding process, they were on the verge of securing back-to-back league titles in the fiercely competitive Premier League. Even the composed Leon felt a surge of pride within him. However, the jovial chatter was confined to that evening's gathering. After dinner, several core players expressed their excitement, but quickly regained their clarity of mind. Even the less composed younger members, under the guidance of their senior teammates, managed to temper their exuberance. At this juncture, the seasoned veterans within Chelsea played a crucial role in stabilizing the team's morale. Having experienced both extensive victories and defeats, their mental fortitude was immensely valuable. The adage that having an elder in the house is akin to possessing a treasure holds true in any era and at any club. Mourinho's confidence in granting the team time off stemmed from the assurance that seasoned players like Terry, Lampard, and Drogba could rein in the exuberance of the younger squad members. Naturally, with Leon leading by example, Lukaku and Bertrand would not indulge excessively. At the very least, following the 2-day break, no first-team players reported back in a state that would irk Mourinho. The subsequent training sessions maintained a high intensity as Chelsea continued their preparations. Although Chelsea's next opponent in the league is currently the bottom team, Queen's Park Rangers, the pressure on Chelsea remains minimal. However, considering the imminent first leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals, Mourinho is wary of any complacency. Maintaining the intensity of training and the current form of the entire Chelsea squad is crucial for their subsequent endeavors across all competitions. If one were to speak of rest, it could only be after April 22nd, following the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals, when a well-deserved break of 3 to 5 days could be taken. By then, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chelsea is expected to have secured the league title ahead of schedule and reached the finals of this year's FA Cup. With fewer competitive burdens, the entire squad will enter a substantial period of rest. They will then need to excel in the remaining 4 crucial matches to conclude the season perfectly. The season's goal is no longer an abstract concept, but a tangible championship honor within reach. Thus, a little hardship in the present is tolerable for the Chelsea players. Mourinho is well acquainted with the rigorous preparations required at this stage. In his previous tenure at Real Madrid, his control over the locker room was far less solid than it is now at Chelsea, where he no longer has to manage multiple superstars simultaneously. Nevertheless, he successfully led Real Madrid to defend both their La Liga and Champions League titles. Now, free from the burdens of locker room dynamics, Mourinho can devote more energy to tactical studies of Juventus. The opposing coach is a familiar face, Allegri, a longtime acquaintance of both him and Leon. Facing Allegri once again after many years evokes a sense of nostalgia for Mourinho, who never anticipated that Allegri would have the opportunity to lead a Serie A equivalent of a galactic squad. Meanwhile, in Turin, the ever-astute uncle is also deliberating with his assistants about the tactical strategies needed to confront Chelsea. However, unlike Mourinho, who is wholly focused on his tactical research, Uncle harbors a desire to prove himself by defeating Mourinho in front of Leon. The painful memory of having fought to keep Leon at Milan, only to be repeatedly rejected, still lingers in Uncle's heart. He invested considerable effort and passion into nurturing Leon, even during their brief 6-month collaboration. Truth be told, without Uncle's development of Leon's tactical utilization, Leon would not have experienced such rapid growth upon returning to Real Madrid. Observing Leon's explosive yearly progress and his emergence as a formidable contender for the title of the world's best defensive midfielder under Mourinho's guidance causes Uncle's heart to ache. It was he who first developed the strategy for Leon's forward runs, granting him greater tactical freedom than Mourinho did. It was also he who recognized Leon's organizational capabilities and provided him the opportunity to orchestrate the team independently. Ultimately, the greatest benefits are reaped by Mourinho, an outcome that would be untenable for any head coach. During his tenure at the languishing AC Milan, he had limited opportunities to prove his worth, which he accepted with resignation. However, now at the helm of Juventus, who have similarly dominated their league and advanced to the quarterfinals of this season's Champions League, one must ponder, is his Juventus truly inferior to Mourinho's Chelsea? Allegri does not share this belief. When the draw paired Chelsea and Juventus together, the Italian media lamented. Yet, Allegri found immense satisfaction in this outcome. He bore no resentment toward Leon for his resolute decision to return to Real Madrid, for at that time, Milan could not offer Leon a more promising future. Now, however, Juventus possesses the platform and commitment that Leon desires. Even if Leon ultimately chooses to continue his pursuit under Mourinho, Allegri has at least resolved his own inner conflict. His motivation is simply to demonstrate to Leon that he is no less capable than Mourinho. He too can harness Leon's talents to elicit performances of the highest caliber. Mourinho's fixation is formidable. He aims to grant his veteran players ample rest to confront Chelsea with renewed vigor. In pursuit of this goal, he decisively relinquished the 30th round of the Serie A, allowing Roma and Lazio to narrow the points gap with Juventus. Nevertheless, even if Juventus were to falter against Parma in this round, they would still maintain a 12-point lead over second-placed Roma in the standings. Strategically conceding a league match is entirely manageable for Juventus, and their fans understand this rationale. Chelsea, too, fielded an almost entirely rotated squad in the league prior to the Champions League clash, resting all their key veterans. Fortunately, Chelsea's opponents in this round were significantly weaker, resulting in a comfortable 2-0 victory away from home. Leon played only 60 minutes in this match, without registering personal statistics. But he orchestrated an early goal that set the tone for his team. The other two starting Chelsea players, Hazard and Thiago Silva, were also swiftly substituted by Mourinho at halftime. Following the conclusion of the 32nd round of the Premier League, just a day later, the entire Chelsea squad boarded a flight to Turin. Once again, Mourinho found himself pitted against Juventus, and he was met with a chorus of boos in the city. The animosity traces back to his 2 years managing Inter Milan, from which he has long since departed Serie A. Yet, it is evident that Mourinho, who led Inter to a historic treble, remains indelibly marked by the blue and black colors of his former club. He is the esteemed tactician of Juventus' fiercest rivals. And even in a decade or two, as long as he remains in management, he will continue to be a target of disdain for Juventus fans. The entire Chelsea team, too, felt the palpable tension in Turin as they prepared for the match. After concluding their training session, the Chelsea squad swiftly returned to their hotel. Even Bertrand, the most playful member of the team, had no inclination to indulge in Turin's nightlife on the eve of the match. On the morning of April 14th, Chelsea completed their final training at the facility provided by the Turin team, marking the countdown to the highly anticipated Champions League quarter-final clash this season. In contrast to the other quarter-final match between Atletico Madrid and Arsenal, which would commence at the same time that evening, the encounter between Chelsea and Juventus garnered significantly more attention. The showdown of two league titans, the tactical duel between pragmatic coaches Mourinho and Allegri, and the reunion of Leo and Pirlo promised a plethora of storylines. As the live broadcast of the match commenced that evening, the rapidly increasing overseas viewership brought smiles to the faces of UEFA executives. However, the friendly handshake and smiles exchanged between Leo and Pogba during the lineup ceremony somewhat diluted the competitive tension surrounding the match. It is well known in football circles that Pogba is an admirer of Leo, despite being merely 2 years his junior. Shortly after making a name for himself in Serie A, Pogba openly expressed his admiration for Leo during an interview, whether it was for Leo's comprehensive growth or the speed at which he collected prestigious trophies. He made his feelings clear. Over the subsequent seasons, he has remained steadfast in his admiration. Leo, who is not one to gather followers indiscriminately, reciprocated Pogba's overtures with a friendly demeanor. While pre-match camaraderie and post-match goodwill are entirely acceptable, Leo's demeanor during the match would be decidedly more serious. At 1945 local time in Italy, the first leg of the Champions League quarter-final between Juventus and Chelsea officially commenced. Juventus, playing at home, adopted a defensive posture from the outset, while Chelsea, taking the first kick, wasted no time in seizing control of the midfield. Against Allegri's squad, Mourinho exhibited a departure from his usual tactical restraint, aware that Allegri, like himself, would firmly instruct his players to maintain their defensive positions when necessary, without resorting to convoluted strategies. In facing the current Juventus side, the foremost objective was to dominate midfield control. After all, when it comes to midfield prowess, Chelsea undoubtedly ranks first in European football, while the second position is often debated. Many fans still habitually regard Bayern Munich and Real Madrid's midfield as formidable. However, in Mourinho's estimation, Juventus midfield ranks a close second to Chelsea's in Europe. Real Madrid's midfield requires rejuvenation following Alonso's advancing years, and Bayern Munich grapples with Schweinsteiger's rapid decline in form. Only Juventus boasts a balanced midfield configuration, blending youth and experience, capable of challenging Chelsea. Mourinho places significant emphasis on Pirlo's performance. Today, he directly positioned Leon at the forefront of the midfield, intending for him to compete against his former mentor from Serie A. In the past, with Leon's protection, Pirlo could comfortably orchestrate the play from a deeper role, rejuvenating his career at Milan. Now, as the protector has become the adversary, Mourinho is eager to discern whether Allegri's tactical arrangements have indeed stifled Leon's potential. After many years, as he encounters his esteemed teacher on the official field once more, Leon feels a deep sense of gratitude towards Pirlo. At this moment, Pirlo too is overwhelmed with emotion. Yet, both men manage to suppress their feelings of excitement and nostalgia. At least for today, on this pitch, they are no longer mentor and apprentice, but rather direct rivals, ready to engage in fierce competition. With Pogba and Marquisio flanking him, Pirlo can confidently relinquish the responsibility of orchestrating the game. Leon remains unhurried, for he understands that Juventus ultimately requires his mentor to dictate the rhythm of the match. While Pogba and Marquisio are adept at initiating attacks, neither can compare to Pirlo's mastery of overarching control. Leon is acutely aware of the significant task he bears today. He looks up and meets Pirlo's gaze, which reflects a knowing smile. Master Pirlo, I shall no longer be your protector. I am here to showcase the skills I have acquired over the years. Chapter conclusion. Please excuse my absence. I shall make up for it with a minimum of 10,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 3:13. The end of B2B is Leon regardless of the era of football. Fans have always held a profound interest in the duels between mentor and disciple. Although Leon and Pirlo only shared a brief 6 months at Milan, their subsequent media interactions have consistently brimming with warmth and admiration for one another. Fans familiar with Leon's past interviews and performances at Milan are well aware of the numerous organizational techniques he learned while following in Pirlo's footsteps. When discussing Leon's mentors, most fans instinctively think of Xabi Alonso, but referring to Pirlo as Leon's second teacher is equally justified. This duo, spanning nearly 2 football epochs, now finds themselves facing off on the grand stage of formal competition. Longtime Milan supporters feel a wave of nostalgia, while neutral fans are filled with eager anticipation, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Lionel's forward movement and the organizational disruption he imposes upon Pirlo marks their first confrontation. Compared to his resurgence during the 2012 European Championship, Pirlo has now reached the twilight of his career. In his youth, he would have adeptly navigated such tactical challenges with clever evasions, let alone at the age of over 35. Nevertheless, a master remains a master, and Pirlo no longer needs to frequently wield the ball to command the tempo of the game. Often, he merely needs to maneuver and draw attention, subsequently correcting the errant organizational paths of Marchisio or Pogba with a precise pass. Moreover, these two younger players are by no means inept. Occasionally, when the tempo of play accelerates and they momentarily falter, a timely reminder from Pirlo prompts them to swiftly adjust. Marchisio tends to favor a more conservative approach, maintaining possession, while Pogba is inclined to launch forward with vigor. Each fulfills their role, collaborating effectively to uphold Juventus's overall operation. In the brief opening 10 minutes, Leon does not solely focus on restricting Pirlo's ball control. He is also observing the current midfield dynamics of Juventus. In a certain sense, the absence of Pirlo does not significantly diminish the team's prowess on both offensive and defensive fronts. This prowess refers to the baseline performance level of Juventus. Without Pirlo, they should still be dominant in Serie A, even if they trail by a few points. It does not detract from their current supremacy in the league. Progressing to the Champions League quarterfinals should pose little challenge. At first glance, Pirlo does not appear to be of paramount importance to this Juventus squad. Pogba and Marchisio, positioned in tandem, can likewise sustain the midfield organization. For instance, presently, Pirlo is not directly involved in orchestrating Juventus's initial play, yet they still find themselves evenly matched with Chelsea in midfield. Fans perceive the game directly, compared to the somewhat invisible Pirlo. They are more likely to notice Pogba's frequent forward surges and commendable performances in the attack. But is this truly the case? Following the kickoff, Chelsea aggressively advanced, asserting a degree of control over the match. Should Lyon engage in the attack, Chelsea would naturally seize more threatening opportunities. However, Mourinho has yet to alter his tactical setup, insisting that Lyon press into Juventus's territory to monitor Pirlo, preventing the seasoned Italian from exerting his influence comfortably. Lyon harbors no objections. He prefers to remain inconspicuous alongside Pirlo rather than retreating to facilitate the attack. Allegri, observing this scenario, silently curses. He understands that Mourinho has recognized Pirlo's significance to the current Juventus squad. Indeed, if Marchisio and Pogba perform to their potential, the team's baseline performance level remains intact. Yet, when it comes to the upper limits of team performance and stability in controlling the game's tempo, Juventus cannot thrive without Pirlo. His importance transcends merely delivering exquisite long passes or precise ground through balls. He regulates the pace of the game, ensuring stable possession and distribution. Pogba, while endowed with immense talent, often lacks patience, perpetually eager to surge forward. Marchisio possesses a commendable composure, yet his innate talent remains confined to the realm of elite football. He is adept at providing support, but lacks the drive for advancement. It is only through the presence of Pirlo that the current deficiencies in Pogba's orchestration are effectively addressed, elevating Marchisio to become one of the finest playmaking deputies in all of Europe. Even in his twilight years, Pirlo undeniably retains an enchanting influence, enabling the two younger midfielders to exhibit enhanced performance and tranquility. He is indeed the singular nucleus of Juventus. Consequently, Mourinho's tactical deployment at the onset of the match strikes directly at the heart of Juventus. It is entirely understandable that the mood of the foolish coach would darken under such circumstances. At this juncture, the sole aspect that might provide him solace is Chelsea's concurrent loss of their linchpin, Lyon, exchanging one limitation for another. Inflicting self-harm to silence the opponent's key player, Mourinho's ruthlessness is evident. After all, Allegri considers himself incapable of such a maneuver. Should Paul, Pogba, and Arturo Vidal swap positions? By advancing the point of offensive orchestration, we can allow Arturo to withdraw and intensify our intercepting efforts, thereby launching counterattacks against them. At this moment, the assistant coach of Juventus suddenly interjects with his tactical suggestion. Allegri, momentarily intrigued, ponders before slowly shaking his head. Let us observe further. In terms of tactical obstinacy, Mourinho embodies the essence of a renowned football strategist, adhering rigorously to his principles. This does not imply that he lacks the ability to adapt tactically or is inept at in-game adjustments. Rather, when he believes that no alterations are necessary, he stubbornly insists that the players adhere to the pre-established tactics. Conversely, when he deems a tactical adjustment essential, he does not require prodding. Even if the players on the field advocate for the original strategy, Mourinho will obstinately enforce a change. It may sound somewhat incredulous, yet this is a vivid manifestation of his tactical philosophy. However, the latter scenario occurs far less frequently. At his core, Mourinho is a staunch proponent of stability and victory. Currently, the match is devoid of rhythmic imbalance, leading Mourinho to favor a conservative and stable approach. Leon, having anticipated this, smiles knowingly, for he was once among the players privy to Mourinho's tactical core. Observing Mourinho's reluctance to make immediate decisions, Leon cannot help but smile. Pirlo, sensing an unsettling premonition upon witnessing Leon's self-assured grin, is engulfed in unease. Just as countless fans watching from their screens believe Chelsea and Juventus will remain locked in a stalemate for a while longer, Chelsea's unexpected shift arrives with great urgency. In the 16th minute of the first half, Mourinho swiftly signals two tactical changes to his Chelsea players on the field. Subsequently, Chelsea's defenders and midfielders advance rapidly and methodically. At this moment, Lionel finally sprang to life, charging forward with his teammates, fiercely pressing against Juventus, who currently held the ball. Mourinho's tactical adjustments came swiftly, as Chelsea seemed poised to implement a high-pressing strategy. It remains uncertain whether Juventus devised a corresponding tactical plan prior to the match. The commentator, Jean June, observed the live footage with great interest, while countless fans gazed at Allegri, who was engaged in rapid communication with his assistant. Chelsea's frenetic high-pressing tactic is no longer a novel secret, particularly after their previous round in the Champions League, where they dismantled Barcelona. This strategy has been extensively analyzed by numerous media experts. The intricacies of how Chelsea applies pressure on their opponents, capitalizing on transitions to unleash a relentless series of swift attacks, are now well known among seasoned fans. Yet, within the realm of football, no team has thus far demonstrated an effective response to Chelsea's tactical approach. Could Juventus emerge as the first elite club to withstand Chelsea's fervent onslaught? Sports media and fans across nations are keenly intrigued at this moment. Allegri, in the wake of Chelsea's tactical variation, swiftly provided his countermeasure. Juventus further compacted their formation, with midfield and forward players retreating, allowing Pirlo, no longer hindered by Lionel, to finally showcase his abilities. During the initial phase of Chelsea's tactical adjustment, both Pogba, in possession, and Vidal, coming back to support, found themselves in a precarious situation due to Chelsea's pressing. However, after collectively withdrawing into their half, Juventus quickly established a new tactical framework centered around possession, with Pirlo as the fulcrum. The same backfield possession system Chelsea utilized against Manchester City. It appears Allegri has indeed studied Chelsea's matches thoroughly. Astonishingly, Juventus adopted this strategy today. Jean-Louis in the studio applauded in admiration, while Jean June expressed considerable surprise. Juventus' clever appropriation of this tactic can be deemed profound, as Mourinho originally devised this backfield possession system to counter Guardiola's high pressing. The effectiveness of this tactic is undeniable. Now, with Allegri employing Mourinho's strategy to counter Chelsea's high press, its applicability is evident. The question lies in whether Juventus's players can withstand the pressure. Under the watchful eyes of countless enthusiastic fans, Juventus managed to establish a foothold in the backfield. Engaging in backfield possession demands exceptionally high technical skills and synergy among players. Juventus is indeed one of the European powerhouses well suited to this system. Previously, Barcelona, who fell to Chelsea's onslaught, also perfectly matched this style of play. However, at that time, the speed at which Barcelona conceded goals was alarmingly swift. Upon losing control of the match, they were left with no choice but to press forward, ultimately succumbing to Chelsea's overwhelming aggregate score of 7-0 over 2 legs. It appears that Juventus has thoroughly absorbed the lessons from Barcelona's recent humiliating defeat to Chelsea. Upon encountering Chelsea's relentless high pressing, they swiftly implemented a strategy focused on ball control from the back, with Pirlo orchestrating the play and Marquisio and Pogba dropping back to provide support. Coupled with Bonucci's exceptional passing ability, Juventus adeptly maneuvered within this tactical framework. Evra and Lichtsteiner tucked in their positions, enhancing the ball distribution options from the back, while also being poised to make incisive runs for counterattacks. This time, the manager has meticulously replicated Mourinho's tactics, achieving a level of precision that even left Mourinho visibly astonished. Lyon, too, was taken aback, as this unforeseen development had caught him completely off guard. Pirlo was at the helm, facilitating a rapid circulation of possession at the back, using his technical prowess to withstand Chelsea's high press. What posed an even greater threat was Juventus's potential to launch long counterattacks at any given moment. The mere thought of Morata, the former prodigy, stationed in the back line, prompted Lyon to reminisce about the time Morata single-handedly led Juventus to eliminate Real Madrid, a memory long sealed away. Should Juventus secure an early goal at home, Lyon had no doubt that the manager could indeed orchestrate a defensive masterclass, preserving a 1-0 result throughout the match. At this moment, with Chelsea pushing forward, reverting to a more conservative tactic was simply not an option. Recognizing the urgency before Mourinho could react, Lyon felt compelled to ensure his team's tactical security. Tony, let us switch positions. I'll drop back. With little time for further explanation, Lyon immediately called for Kroos to advance and swap roles with him. Although Kroos was unaware of Lyon's tactical intentions, their established rapport over the past season fostered an unconditional trust in Lyon. They swiftly executed the positional change. But Lyon did not merely revert to Kroos's original position. He continued to retreat further. At that moment, Pogba, possessing the ball in the back line, evaded De Bruyne's pressing and delivered a sweeping counterattack pass that traversed nearly the entire length of the pitch. Tevez, who had been stationed at the forefront of Juventus's formation, suddenly became the focal point for Chelsea's defenders. Yet, in this brief moment of defensive miscalculation, Tevez dropped back to receive the ball, while Morata surged forward with remarkable speed. The two Juventus forwards executed a clever interplay that disrupted Chelsea's defensive judgment. "Get back!" Terry exclaimed, his heart racing in alarm. He felt the urgency, as he and Thiago Silva were not renowned for their pace. Chelsea's two fullbacks had advanced deep into Juventus's half, while Matic's recovery speed lagged behind. Terry could hardly fathom the ramifications if Morata were to break free. Chelsea would suffer a devastating blow during this Juventus counterattack. Within the Juventus stadium, over 30,000 fervent supporters erupted into ecstatic cheers. It seemed as though they could already envision the scene where, under Morata's formidable assault, Chelsea, once invincible on the Champions League stage, would succumb to their relentless advance and concede a goal. A single goal was all that was required to take the lead. Juventus could then exploit Chelsea's defense with counterattacks, a tactic the Zebras excel at. Defeating Chelsea and restoring Juventus's former glory was tantalizingly close. Countless Juventus fans had already begun to dream of the glorious moment when their team would triumph over Chelsea, only to have their hopes dashed in an instant as they witnessed the live broadcast. Their emotions plummeted like a roller coaster. They saw Morata successfully receiving the ball and breaking through Chelsea's defensive line, only to be closely pursued by Lyon, who was closing in with alarming speed. It was utterly bewildering. Just moments ago, Lyon was stationed in Juventus's half. How had he returned to defend so swiftly? The questions swirling in the minds of Juventus fans went unanswered, while Morata, now in Chelsea's half and in a precarious position, faced his greatest crisis. The two former comrades from Real Madrid were now engaged in a swift, intense confrontation on the pitch. Lyon unceremoniously shoved Morata aside, reclaiming possession of the ball with determination. Morata attempted to regain control, but Lyon, upon securing the ball, executed a rapid spin. Their positions crossed once more, and without a moment's pause, Lyon launched a counterattack. Meanwhile, the Juventus players who had surged forward, seizing a prime opportunity for a counter, inadvertently exposed their own defense to Chelsea. Juventus could execute long passes for counterattacks, and Chelsea could certainly retaliate. Lyon, upon reaching the halfway line, deftly lofted the ball towards the on-rushing Hazard, who had sprinted to the flanks. Lichtsteiner and Evra had pulled back their positions during previous tactical adjustments, providing Hazard with ample space to exploit. Chelsea's terrifying ability to capitalize on defensive transitions was vividly displayed at that moment. Hazard, with the ball at his feet, sliced through Juventus's right flank. The approaching Pirlo was left helpless, unable to even graze Hazard's jersey as he was effortlessly bypassed. Yet, Few Juventus fans would cast blame on Pirlo for his defensive shortcomings, as this was not within his realm of responsibility. Marchisio initially intended to remain central, seeking to disrupt Lyon's forward momentum. However, when Hazard skillfully maneuvered past Pirlo and cut into the Juventus penalty area, Marchisio had no choice but to retreat and assist Bonucci, whose defensive prowess paled in comparison to Chiellini's, in stifling Hazard's movement. This was the space Hazard had created for Lyon through his formidable individual skills. In numerous past encounters, Lyon's successful late runs into the attack were largely due to the substantial advantage Hazard provided in these wing battles. Allegri's heart raced as he shouted for Pogba to quickly position himself centrally to thwart Lyon's advancing threat. Lyon appeared as if he required no respite, maintaining an astonishing pace after relentless bursts of energy. Hazard, just before being encircled, delivered a cross. Ibrahimovic and Chiellini leapt simultaneously, entangled in a fierce struggle at the center of the pitch. Amid the breathless anticipation of countless fans, Lyon surged into Juventus's penalty area, akin to a heavy bomber launching into the sky. Pogba, rushing in from the back, had no time to contemplate. He leapt with force, aiming to collide with Lyon. However, the anticipated scene of him fouling Lyon did not materialize. Instead, it was Pogba who was sent sprawling. Under Lyon's formidable momentum, Pogba found himself with no chance to resist. Even while airborne, he could only watch helplessly as Lyon powerfully headed the ball towards the far corner of the Juventus goal. Buffon, reacting instantly, managed to touch the ball with his fingertips, but such a feeble contact was insufficient to divert the powerful header from its destined path. The ball ultimately spun into the net. Upon landing, Lyon did not celebrate as he usually would, passionately thumping his chest and sliding on his knees to the corner flag. Instead, he took a deep breath, a grimace replacing his smile. Commentators from various nations erupted in fervent praise for Lyon's commanding and spectacular header. Yet, the fans immediately sensed Lyon's exhaustion. Without uttering a word, he leaned on his knee near Juventus's baseline, taking a moment to recover, before springing back into action with relentless acceleration, nearly overwhelming himself in the process. Other Chelsea players rushed over, elated and relieved, to celebrate with Lyon. Mourinho, meanwhile, lay back on the bench, clutching his chest, manifesting a mix of dread and relief. The sight was somewhat comical, eliciting laughter from many neutral fans watching on television. However, reflecting on the exhilarating exchanges of attack and defense that had transpired in that brief, thrilling minute, neutral spectators comprehended Mourinho's current emotions. Undoubtedly, Lyon had salvaged Chelsea, not merely saved, but rather, he had plunged off a precipice, bearing the falling Chelsea to the summit. In that moment, Lyon epitomized the essence of a B2B midfielder. The Sky Sports commentator passionately exclaimed, "Even God would believe it." At the pinnacle of the B2B midfielder's role stands Lyon. End of chapter 314. A sole effort? No. This is a team victory. In the Juventus arena, the grandstands fell silent, save for the jubilant Chelsea supporters who erupted in celebration. Pogba was pulled up from the grass by Evra. Gazing closely at the superstar he admired, having scored a goal, Pogba felt a profound sense of discomfort within. In this instance, he found himself merely a backdrop to Leal's goal, leaving no significant impression on Leal during their direct confrontation. At least, this was his own perception. He indeed possessed the arrogance of talent. Both his technical skills and physical prowess endowed him with gifts that other midfielders could only dream of. However, he was now severely undermined by Leal. This feeling of being overshadowed left Pogba in a state of profound frustration. Pirlo, observing the disheartened expression on Pogba's face, let out a barely perceptible sigh. When Leal first arrived at Milan, his displayed talent was incomparable to Pogba's current capabilities. Yet at that time, Leal did not succumb to despair. Instead, he approached each day with youthful exuberance, eager to learn from all the veterans in the team. In the Serie A arena, Leal was merely labeled a promising defensive stalwart. He was not capable of single-handedly neutralizing every attacking adversary. Nevertheless, Leal had never exhibited such frustration in moments of defeat. He either confronted his opponents head-on or sought assistance from his teammates. In terms of mentality and psychological resilience, Leal was the most formidable young player Pirlo had encountered. Initially, Pirlo believed Pogba had the potential to match Leal's achievements and abilities. After all, God had bestowed upon Pogba a versatile talent in both technique and physicality. Pogba's current training could be deemed diligent, and as long as he maintained his ambition, his future could be boundless. However, Pirlo has now entirely abandoned such notions. The disparity in their mentalities appears overwhelmingly vast. Lacking Leal's formidable psychological fortitude, Pogba could never truly become the central figure in a team's offensive and defensive strategies. This realization filled Pirlo with deep regret. Of course, this regret was fleeting. Pogba, being French, would not serve Italy. Moreover, when it came to the dedication of mentorship, Pirlo felt he had invested more effort in nurturing Leal. Having successfully cultivated a talent like Leal, Pirlo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Pogba, too, would be fine. Even if he could not become the pivotal figure, he would still qualify as a valuable asset to a prestigious club. Pirlo believed it wise not to be overly ambitious. Observing Leal now, he felt an adequate sense of pride, even though Leal had just breached the goal of Pirlo's team. After regaining his composure and retracting the gaze that compared Leal and Pogba, Pirlo's expression returned to one of calm. He adjusted his long hair and reminded his teammates that the match was not yet over. They needed to rally their spirits to continue the contest against Chelsea. Meanwhile, Leal had already regained his breath. After raising his arms in triumph toward the Chelsea supporters, he jogged back to the half-field, greeted by the smiles and pats of his teammates. Mourinho deliberately waited on the sidelines, extending his palm as Lyon smiled and exchanged a celebratory high-five with his boss. Terry lingered at the back, enveloping Lyon in a hearty embrace, patting his head while whispering something in his ear. Observers from various nations were moved by the profound unity displayed within the Chelsea squad, which has become a source of immense pride for the club's supporters. The match soon resumed, with Chelsea appearing more resolute as they fortified their half and resolutely engaged in counterattacks against Juventus. This scene proved to be a source of great frustration for the Juventus fans. Allegri, seated on the bench, maintained an outward calm, yet internally he was in turmoil. He began to comprehend the emotional turmoil Guardiola experienced when facing Chelsea. They were not overly concerned about Mourinho's tactical designs or contingency plans, as they had their own strategies in place. While their countermeasures might not be overwhelmingly effective, the mere presence of such plans provided a sense of security. However, Liang's presence had the uncanny ability to disrupt the balance of the game, drawing it entirely into Chelsea's rhythm. It was as if he possessed a mystique that subdued formidable opponents. When Chelsea faced weaker teams, Liang's performance was commendable but predictable, yet against stronger adversaries, such as during his time at Real Madrid, his prowess became almost supernatural. The stronger the opponent, the more extraordinary his performance, defying any semblance of logic. Against Barcelona, he could resolve the match with 2 divine headers. Against Manchester City, he unleashed 2 stunning long-range strikes. Today, facing Juventus, Lyon once again shattered the equilibrium of the match with an astonishing solo tackle followed by a swift counterattack. Allegri found himself perplexed, struggling to comprehend how a brilliant counterattack, initially a threat to his own team, became an opportunity for Chelsea to break the deadlock. Such an inexplicable occurrence seemed out of place within his squad. Frustration mounted. Should they intensify their offensive? An assistant's voice broke through, prompting Allegri to massage his temples while opting to delay any adjustments. Previously, he refrained from making changes as the situation and match tempo were satisfactory. Now, however, he believed the balance had been disrupted and felt it necessary to solidify their tactical approach to stabilize the game. Indeed, Allegri's reasoning was steadfast. Regardless of external opinions on its validity, as long as he deemed the strategy sound, that sufficed. Consequently, the Juventus players received instructions to persist in their defensive posture, ensuring Chelsea would not be afforded a second opportunity to score. Vidal and Pogba exhibited signs of impatience, yet Pirlo, well-versed in Allegri's tactical mindset, maintained composure. With several seasoned veterans in the ranks, Pogba and the others, despite their distaste for such conservative tactics, had no choice but to suppress their frustrations. Upon observing Allegri's lack of significant tactical adjustments, Mourinho promptly signaled for Lyon to maintain possession alongside Kroos on the pitch. In the context of an away Champions League match, a score of 1-0 is rather comfortable. Mourinho is entirely amenable to this arrangement, should Allegri be willing to cooperate. He has no objections to concluding the match at this scoreline. Many Juventus supporters were eagerly anticipating a vigorous counteroffensive from their team. However, as the match resumed, nearly 3 minutes elapsed, revealing both teams merely engaging in a stalemate, with neither side pressing forward, opting instead for a cautious possession game. This scenario was all too familiar to the Milan fans, yet many neutral spectators remained oblivious. Consequently, seasoned Milan supporters took to various sports broadcasts and forums to elucidate Allegri's distinctive tactical philosophy to the bewildered neutrals. Winning does not necessitate a high margin. A score of 1-0 suffices. There is no need for urgency when trailing. The focus should first be on maintaining composure until the final moments when a tall striker can be deployed for a late surge. In a two-legged affair, fans must exhibit patience, as a loss in the first leg holds little significance for Allegri's side. As long as the defeat is not substantial, say, a narrow 0-1 loss, Allegri can meticulously devise an offensive strategy for the second leg to reclaim the advantage. Do not inquire further. The priority is stability. Even in conceding a goal, the defense must first be fortified. Instability would be truly alarming. Once the game reached a more subdued phase, Chelsea and Juventus seemed to have forgotten their capacity for offense, maintaining the 1-0 scoreline with mutual caution as they approached halftime. For neutral spectators, the pace of the match proved utterly excruciating. They tuned in for a Champions League clash, expecting to witness an offensive showcase. A grand duel between the titans of the Premier League and Serie A. If they desired a defensive contest, why wait for this particular match? Surely, watching several Serie A fixtures would suffice. Perhaps the second half might ignite some anticipation among the neutral fans. Hence, as the halftime break concluded and the second half commenced, the viewership ratings for this Champions League spectacle remained relatively stable. However, nearly 10 minutes into the second half, as both teams remained passive and seemingly accepted the 1-0 scoreline, numerous neutral fans expressed their disillusionment and turned their attention to the match between Atletico Madrid and Arsenal. Although Atletico employed a defensive strategy that disrupted the game's flow, at least Arsenal was vigorously attacking. Moreover, Atletico's counterattacks were sharp, resulting in a more dynamic exchange than the taciturnity witnessed in this match. Both Allegri and Mourinho are not coaches who prioritize viewership ratings or external evaluations. Regardless, Juventus would not initiate an offensive. Chelsea would certainly not afford Juventus the opportunity to equalize. The emphasis here is on conservatism and prudence. Nevertheless, Juventus, or rather Allegri, ultimately faltered in maintaining this steadiness. As the match reached the 60th minute of the second half, Juventus's offensive attempts began to surface. Despite Llorente still seated on the bench, Leon instinctively signaled to his captain, "Beware of Juventus's aerial threats." Terry cautiously nodded, indicating his understanding. In many respects, Morata bears a striking resemblance to Lukaku. Both strikers possess a somewhat limited skill set, yet each showcases distinct advantages. Lukaku excels in one-on-one situations after drifting wide, while Morata is particularly adept at heading the ball within the penalty area. Consequently, when Leon partnered with either of them, he would often deliver through balls to the flanks for Lukaku and high balls for Morata. If the roles were reversed, both strikers would instantly transform from promising talents into unfulfilled potential. This is no exaggeration. While Lukaku may appear to be the quintessential aerial threat, and Morata seems more inclined towards technical ground play, Juventus's acquisition of Morata naturally led to a tactical approach tailored to his strengths. True to form, after applying pressure and probing offensively, Juventus quickly initiated a series of high crosses. Morata's positioning was commendable, his sprinting speed was swift, and he displayed remarkable precision in anticipating the trajectory of aerial balls. Juventus's strategy in launching high balls was not solely to expect Morata to overpower Terry's defensive presence to equalize the score. Rather, the intent was to create ample opportunities for Morata to contest for headers. Whether Morata directly attempted a shot or redirected the ball with his head to set up the lurking Tevez for a strike, both scenarios would signify a successful execution of Juventus's attacking tactics. Unfortunately for them, with Leon, who knew Morata better than anyone, anchoring Chelsea's defense, the defenders were well prepared. Although Morata's movements were commendable, when the moment arrived for a decisive challenge, Terry loomed as an impenetrable defensive fortress. In terms of physique, Morata has certainly improved. Yet against the world's top heavyweight defender, his physicality fell short. After 3 consecutive failed attempts to contest a header against Terry, Morata's confidence began to wane. Observing this, Allegri promptly adjusted the attacking strategy, shifting Juventus from aerial bombardment to a ground-based penetrating approach. However, This played directly into the hands of Chelsea's defenders. In terms of technical ground play, can any team rival Manchester City in the current football landscape? Chelsea had honed their ability to counter such tactics through repeated encounters with City. By opting for this mode of attack, Juventus inadvertently alleviated the defensive burden on Chelsea's entire squad. As the clock ticked towards the 70th minute of the second half, Juventus found themselves still struggling to make an impact defensively. Mourinho began to send defensive substitutes to warm up along the touchline. Upon observing the situation, Lyon decisively withdrew to a defensive midfield position. 5 minutes later, both Maguire and Juventus towering striker Llorente were substituted onto the field almost simultaneously. Allegri could not help but curse Mourinho under his breath. Truth be told, their relationship was not particularly strained, but had it not been for the live broadcast, the beleaguered manager would have likely confronted Mourinho directly, demanding to know, was this intentional? You scoundrel! It must have been deliberate. Fans watching from their screens could hardly contain their delight at the simultaneous substitutions of Maguire and Llorente. Even Juventus supporters couldn't suppress a wry smile. Mourinho's tactical maneuver was indeed a psychological game-changer. The moment Maguire entered the match, he effectively negated Llorente's aerial dominance. By the 80th minute of the second half, after Mourinho replaced Hazard with Karius, the match was drawing to its inevitable conclusion. Ultimately, with Chelsea steadfastly defending, Juventus was left to swallow the bitter pill of a 0-1 defeat. Lyon's brilliant tackle and counterattack goal became the pivotal moment of the match. After the final whistle, before he could exchange pleasantries with former teammates Morata and Pirlo, Lyon found himself encircled by a throng of Italian journalists. When an Italian Sky Sports reporter lauded him for single-handedly altering the course of the game, Lyon interrupted in Italian, sincerely responding, "There is no such thing as a solo effort on the football field. This is a team victory, one that belongs to the entire Chelsea squad." Chapter concluded. Chapter 3:15. Manchester United's generous gift. Champions crowned with 5 matches to spare. Lyon's correction of the Sky Sports reporter might initially sound like mere modesty. Yet, in truth, since embarking on his professional career, be it at Real Madrid, AC Milan, or presently at Chelsea, he has consistently offered the same refrain when faced with similar flattering remarks from reporters. He does not believe that individual prowess defines the football pitch. While the media may indulge in such glorification and fans may exuberantly express their adoration for a star, a professional player must recognize that such thinking would be a lamentable disservice to his teammates. Without teamwork, there is no football. Likewise, without the support and sacrifices of his colleagues, even the mightiest star would find himself lost amidst the unrestrained tactical onslaught of opponents. Thus, Lyon harbors a deep disdain for journalists who pose such foolish questions. In his heart, the triumph of the team will always take precedence, and he will forever hold respect for his acknowledged teammates. Having briefly addressed the inquiries of 2 other reporters, Lyon lost interest in further interviews, interrupting their persistent questioning. After embracing each of his teammates in celebration, he strode towards Juventus half. "Alvaro, you performed splendidly today, boss." Lyon opened his arms wide and embraced Morata warmly. It had been quite a while since they last met. Morata, who had not secured a starting position at Real Madrid, ultimately decided to depart La Liga and join Juventus. Lyon couldn't help but reflect on the enduring inertia of history. However, in contrast to the Morata he remembered, who played as a rotational player at Juventus, the current Morata had significantly refined his arsenal as a striker during his time at Real Madrid and had established himself as one of the indispensable frontline players at Juventus. After all, he was a gifted center-forward who had been a key rotation player under coach Mourinho. Amassing numerous accolades at such a young age and proving his mettle on the grand stages of La Liga and the Champions League. Had Juventus not offered him assurances of a starting role, Morata might not have ventured to Serie A. Now, having scored 17 league goals in his inaugural season in Italy, Morata had firmly established his place. Lyon felt genuinely pleased for his younger brother. Without any shenanigans, Morata was poised to steadily ascend into the ranks of the top strikers in the football world in the coming seasons. The two enjoyed a lively conversation on the pitch before efficiently exchanging jerseys and bidding each other farewell. Lyon then jogged over, shirtless, to Andrea Pirlo, who had just exchanged jerseys with Cruz. "Master, little lion," he greeted. Since their first encounter during a preseason friendly nearly 2 years ago, following Liang's transfer to Chelsea, this was their second meeting on the field. Lyon was elated, and Pirlo, while happy, felt a sense of pride. It was gratifying to see a protege he once mentored remain true to his roots and bravely advance on the professional stage, soon to represent midfielders in yet another quest for footballing glory. For seasoned veterans like them, this was indeed a source of comfort and pride. The old era of football had passed, yet in this new age, there remained a legacy of their disciples. Setting aside national team achievements, if Lyon could indeed lead his team to the pinnacle of the Champions League as the unequivocal core and leader, he would undoubtedly secure the Ballon d'Or early next year. This personal accomplishment would surpass that of Alonso and Pirlo, closely trailing behind the legendary Zidane, who once epitomized midfield excellence. To speak candidly, Pirlo wouldn't mind being a backdrop in Lyon's ascension to glory. His career had been immensely fulfilling. He had claimed numerous championships and tasted both the sweetness of victory and the bitterness of defeat. With a record of service at 3 of Serie A's most prestigious clubs, he had captured league titles, Champions League trophies, and even a World Cup. Pirlo believed he had no substantial regrets in his professional journey. Even the loss to Spain in the Euro 2012 final did not weigh heavily on his heart, as he had guided that somewhat mediocre Italian side all the way to the final, overcoming the formidable German machine and contending with the peak-performing Spanish team. This, in itself, is already a marvel. To attain the role of a pivotal midfielder for a formidable Champions League team towards the twilight of one's career is no small feat, undoubtedly. There remains a desire to grasp the elusive Champions League trophy once more. However, encountering Chelsea, a formidable adversary, prematurely presents a significant challenge. Should victory elude him, it is only natural for him to wish for Chelsea and Lyon to emerge as the ultimate victors. At the very least, they would have succumbed to the strongest European team of the season. The two displayed a remarkable camaraderie on the field, opting not to discuss the forthcoming match. Instead, they expressed concern for one another's recent life circumstances, reminiscing about their days as teammates in Milan. Before long, Ibrahimovic joined them, and the trio congregated, sharing laughter and whispered conversations. This scene, which should evoke joy at the reunion of old friends, left many Milan fans with a bittersweet sense of nostalgia. On a prominent football forum in China, a photo of the Milan three brothers was posted, prompting an outpouring of comments from fans. Protect Milan. The Milan Protection Association condemns this. Milan supporters are averse to such displays. Who says Milan is absent from the Champions League? Look, these are all Milan players. They jested. Another one has gone mad upstairs. Take him away. Following the match, the Juventus stadium seemed to resonate with camaraderie and warmth. Nevertheless, Lyon and Ibrahimovic ultimately could not extend their stay in Italy for an evening of nostalgia with former teammates. Having just completed the first leg of the Champions League round of 16, they were soon met with the pressures of league play, a commonality in both the Premier League and Serie A. That very night, Chelsea's squad boarded a flight back to London. The 33rd round of the Premier League is set to commence on April 18th, with Chelsea facing one of their London neighbours, Crystal Palace. Currently, Crystal Palace finds themselves with little relegation pressure, having secured nearly enough points for safety. Consequently, they are unlikely to exert themselves excessively against Chelsea. However, it is worth noting that they recently achieved a remarkable victory over Manchester City. Chelsea's players are keen to avoid any mishaps as the season reaches its climax, and to avoid creating unnecessary suspense regarding the title race. Thus, during their preparations upon returning to London, the entire Chelsea squad has been exceptionally diligent and cautious. Meanwhile, Manchester City is preparing to face Manchester United in the second Manchester Derby of the season. Since entering the latter half of the league, Manchester United has been on a scoring spree, with Van Gaal employing a unique tactical approach that has led them to victories against formidable opponents, including both encounters with Liverpool and a crucial match against Arsenal. While Manchester City's tactical prowess remains intact, the players' mindset appears somewhat unstable. At this critical juncture, facing a strong Manchester United squad could yield unpredictable results. If fortune favors Chelsea, they might triumph over Crystal Palace, while simultaneously benefiting from a Manchester City defeat. Should this occur, Chelsea would clinch the Premier League title with 5 matches to spare, successfully defending their championship. The likelihood of such an outcome remains considerable, and Chelsea fans have transformed into fervent supporters of the Red Devils ahead of this round of fixtures. It is no jest to say that the fervor with which some ardent fans hope for Manchester United's victory surpasses even that of true supporters. Fortunately, Manchester United has compelling reasons to vanquish Manchester City. The Red Devils have surged to 5th place in the Premier League after an impressive second-half performance. And to reclaim their spot in the Champions League next season, they must secure points in their final 6 matches. After all, Tottenham, positioned just above them, leads by 4 points, while Liverpool is a mere 2 points behind. The battle for the top 4 in the closing stages of the season is undeniably fierce, and Van Gaal must strive for victory to secure his managerial position. There is no justification for Manchester United to retreat or concede, which brings great reassurance to Chelsea supporters. Major sports media outlets in England have long prepared to witness Chelsea's successful defense of their league title. The 3 days of preparation swiftly passed. On the afternoon of April 18th, both Chelsea and Manchester City were set to host their respective critical opponents. The matches commenced simultaneously, allowing players from both teams to immerse themselves fully in their battles, undistracted by external information. However, for fans, the simultaneous kickoff of these pivotal matches was undeniably exhilarating. Interestingly, a majority of Chelsea supporters opted to watch the Manchester Derby first, while most Manchester City fans turned their attention to Stamford Bridge. At 1500 hours that afternoon, 2 matches capturing the attention of nearly all Premier League fans kicked off at the same time. Chelsea's Mourinho made only minimal adjustments, rotating Ibrahimovic and Terry, fielding what was essentially a full-strength squad against Crystal Palace. In contrast, Manchester City deployed their complete first team to face Manchester United. Remarkably, Mourinho and Guardiola adopted similar tactical strategies in the same round of the league. From the outset, Chelsea, utilizing a 4-3-3 formation, unleashed their full offensive might. Pressing hard against Crystal Palace, Chelsea showed no fear of Zaha's explosive capabilities on counterattacks, with Azpilicueta tasked with closely marking the Palace dynamo. Starting alongside Thiago Silva, the debuting Carras focused his defensive attention on the potent winger as well. Both Chelsea defenders are known for their exceptional one-on-one defensive skills. Mourinho had meticulously prepared a tactical approach, instilling confidence in his attacking players. Today, Leon was clear in his intentions, aiming to protect Hazard as he sought to exploit the right flank of Crystal Palace's defense. Bertrand was on standby, ready to provide support and stretch the play wide. Chelsea's primary offensive thrust was directed down the left flank, a fact well understood by the players and coaches of Crystal Palace, yet they remained unable to contain it. The combination of Hazard and Bertrand's left-sided attack was unmatched in the Premier League and displayed top-tier offensive prowess even on the Champions League stage. Currently, their offensive threat ranks just below that of Real Madrid's left wing. The partnership of Neymar and Alba on the flanks is equally formidable. In the early moments of the match, Crystal Palace's right-back Mariappa found himself in dire straits, requiring assistance from his teammates after merely 5 or 6 minutes of play. The right midfielder, Punchin, attempted to retreat and provide defensive support, yet was utterly bewildered by Hazard's relentless advances. By the 10th minute of the first half, Crystal Palace's right flank was on the verge of collapse, besieged by successive incursions from Hazard and Bertrand that compelled their defensive line to lean precariously towards the right. In the 14th minute, Hazard once again evaded Punchin's defensive efforts. At that moment, Bertrand had already pulled wide, prompting Mariappa to track back, while Leon suddenly raised his hand, demanding the ball. Without hesitation, Hazard, contemplating a cut into the interior of the penalty area, opted to return the ball to Leon. In an instant, Leon decisively launched a long diagonal pass, sending the football soaring towards the left flank of Crystal Palace's half. Due to the overall shift of their defensive line towards the right, the left side was notably undermanned. As the chaos unfolded in Crystal Palace's defense, De Bruyne arrived late and, unencumbered, controlled the ball to assess his options. At the opportune moment, he delivered a swift cross. Leon's late run forced Crystal Palace's defenders to divert their attention towards the back post of their own penalty area. It was then that Drogba emerged from the center of the box, almost colliding with De Bruyne's cross, using the inside of his thigh to send the ball crashing into the net of Crystal Palace, marking the opening goal of the match. Overjoyed, Drogba beckoned his teammates to join him in celebration at the corner flag, leading them in a classic sliding jubilation. Leon promptly followed suit, playfully bringing Drogba to the ground, as Chelsea's players converged in jubilant celebration. On the sidelines, the Chelsea bench erupted in cheers, with Mourinho and Haaland sharing a hearty embrace. This goal was merely the beginning, igniting Chelsea's competitive fervor, while for the Crystal Palace players, It marked the onset of an unmitigated disaster. Crystal Palace's counterattacks faltered, becoming increasingly open as they sought to push forward in search of greater offensive opportunities. However, in the 31st and 39th minutes of the first half, Chelsea seized their chances once more, adding 2 more goals to their tally. By halftime, Chelsea's 3-goal lead nearly signaled the end of any suspense in the match. Meanwhile, Manchester United and Manchester City remained locked in a stalemate, needing the second half to determine the victor. Chelsea's players, disinterested in extending their goal difference against Crystal Palace, focused primarily on controlling the game in the second half. After coming off the bench, Lukaku scored Chelsea's 4th goal in the 74th minute, assisted by Lyon's penetrating pass. This marked the final goal of the match. Zaha, attempting to salvage some pride for Crystal Palace, found himself thwarted by the vigilant marking of Azpilicueta and Cullis, ultimately failing to create any threatening opportunities. The match concluded with a mere 2 minutes of stoppage time, after which the referee decisively blew the final whistle, bringing the contest to an end. At that moment, the Chelsea players did not immediately celebrate their victory. Instead, they rushed towards the coaching staff, inquiring about the outcome of the Manchester Derby on the other side. Only 2 minutes remained. Haaland, having received the information about the stoppage time from the other match, anxiously relayed the news to his teammates. The score between Manchester United and Manchester City remained at 0-0. Leon stood at the periphery of the crowd, arms crossed, feeling a sense of unease. With just 2 minutes left, he silently urged Manchester United to hold on, hoping they wouldn't succumb to a last-minute goal from Aguero. Lukaku, nervously rubbing his hands, muttered something under his breath. However, he soon received friendly pats from his teammates. Leon smiled, continuing to mentally count down the seconds. Just as he reached 1 minute and 37 seconds, Haaland erupted in joyful exclamation, having glanced at his phone. It's over. Their match has concluded. 0-0. We are champions. In that instant, the Chelsea players surrounding the coaching staff erupted in jubilation, bursting into laughter and scattering towards the field, as if receiving a signal. The entire Stamford Bridge stadium trembled with exhilaration. The nearly 40,000 Chelsea supporters present unleashed a thunderous cheer. Unlike his teammates, who dashed onto the pitch in celebration, Leon hurried to Mourinho's side, embracing him in celebration. Another year of early championship victory. They had laid the foundation for a dynasty, akin to the legendary Manchester United of yore. The defense of their title was secured, and a new era of the Premier League's triumphant Blue Army would soon be heralded in the next season. Chapter 316. The Lone Survivor in the Dragon's Den. The last hope of the Premier League. By the halfway mark of this season's Premier League, Chelsea's championship outcome was anticipated by many. It was not that Chelsea's rivals lacked strength. In comparison to previous years, Manchester City and Arsenal had also performed commendably. However, Chelsea's efficiency in accumulating points was astonishingly high. Manchester City, having made several significant errors in recent matches, managed to secure a total of 76 points despite dropping points consecutively. With 5 matches remaining, they still had the potential to exceed 90 points this season, a commendable feat. Nevertheless, Chelsea had already amassed 92 points with 6 matches left to play, aiming for a century of points this season. This performance represented a severe disparity for the other Premier League teams. Moreover, with a squad unlikely to undergo substantial changes, Chelsea would continue to exert considerable dominance in the Premier League next season. This reality posed a significant challenge for other elite clubs within the league. To compete with Chelsea, sustained investment would be imperative. A single wave of spending would not suffice. It would require multiple transfer windows of substantial financial commitment to acquire enough top-tier players to rejuvenate the squad. Upon reflection, it appears that currently, Manchester City stands as the sole club in the Premier League possessing both the foundational strength and financial resources to continue competing with Chelsea. Liverpool's principal owner is indeed affluent, yet their investments are remarkably prudent, devoid of the ostentatious tendencies typical of nouveau riche. In the short term, Liverpool seems unlikely to experience a swift resurgence. The situation at Arsenal is even more intricate. Both the majority and minority shareholders are wealthy, yet each covets the other's stakes. Until one party fully secures control of the club, these two magnates remain reticent to increase their financial commitments for fear of enriching the other. As for Manchester United, well, there is little merit in discussing them. The Red Devils have merely become a commercial entity masquerading as a football club. When it comes to generating revenue and catering to their fan base, Manchester United excels. However, in terms of footballing success, their capabilities are limited to merely contending for a top-4 finish in the Premier League, with aspirations of winning the league title being a distant dream. In summary, Chelsea finds itself in a fortuitous position at this juncture. Several ambitious clubs in the league are unable to enhance their investments for various reasons, leaving Manchester City as the only genuine rival. With continued investments in forthcoming transfer windows, Manchester City's prowess will undoubtedly grow. Perhaps in 2 seasons, they may indeed possess the capacity to rival Chelsea. Nonetheless, for the upcoming season, Chelsea remains confident in its ability to suppress Manchester City and maintain dominance in the Premier League. The rationale is straightforward. Even with the acquisition of high-profile players, Manchester City will require at least half a season to integrate their new lineup. This is a reality well understood by City's coaching staff. Even if their objective is to displace Chelsea from its pedestal as the Premier League champion, they must exercise patience for at least another season. The players at Chelsea are acutely aware of this. Thus, despite having once again successfully subdued Manchester City to claim the Premier League title, they refrain from excessive celebration. A curious blend of joy and a subtle sense of impending challenge coexists within the hearts of Chelsea's players at this moment. If the entire Chelsea squad were solely focused on short-term championship goals, they would be reveling unabashedly in their triumph. However, with aspirations of a three-peat, the players must broaden their horizons, necessitating deeper contemplation even in the moment of victory. Mourinho has not imposed excessive psychological pressure upon his players, at least for now. He desires that his disciples enjoy the pure joy of claiming the championship honor. Preparations for the forthcoming season will be undertaken by the coaching staff during the off-season. A balanced mentality among the players will facilitate smoother progress and greater longevity for the team. On the night following their premature championship victory, Mourinho granted the entire squad a day off, even though the preparation time is somewhat constrained. With Chelsea poised to face Juventus in the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals, Mourinho still afforded them a respite. At the celebratory banquet that evening, the Chelsea players reveled in exuberance, buoyed by the generous bonuses provided by their principal owner, Abramovich, which heightened the festive atmosphere. However, following the conclusion of the banquet, every key player from Chelsea's first team opted to return home for some much-needed rest. Yet, on what should have been a delightful holiday the following afternoon, nearly all of the club's young talents voluntarily returned to the training facility to engage in restorative training. This unexpected commitment left Chelsea's coaching staff astounded, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of pride. What remarkable young men they are. If we cannot emerge victorious this year, it would be a burden I could not bear. Jose, they truly deserve every accolade of championship glory. Holland stood in his office, observing the young Chelsea players spontaneously organizing their warm-up on the training field. His words tinged with excitement. Mourinho, with a knowing smile, refrained from making grand proclamations. After all, the outcomes in the world of football can be unpredictable, and therein lies the sport's greatest allure. He would strive to lead this exceptional group of young men to the pinnacle of football, regardless of how this summer concludes. He would ensure that neither he nor his disciples would harbor any regrets. He firmly believed that destiny and providence would treat every striving team with fairness. When one gives their all, the eventual outcome is the one they rightfully deserve. Let us commence our preparations diligently. We must continue our analysis for the second leg against Juventus. At Cobham Training Ground, Chelsea players and coaching staff were engaged in their respective pre-match preparations. The Titans, who had progressed this far in the Champions League, had limited time to prepare. In just 2 days, the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals would commence once more. This time, Chelsea would be the last to take the field. On the evening of April 21st, after a grueling battle, Bayern triumphed over Dortmund with an aggregate score of 3-1, securing a place in this season's Champions League semifinals. Real Madrid, too, encountered no surprises, ultimately eliminating Manchester City with a 5-3 aggregate score, claiming another spot in the semifinals. On the evening of April 22nd, Chelsea faced Juventus, while Arsenal confronted Atletico Madrid. In the previous round, Atletico had secured a 1-0 victory at Arsenal's home ground, mirroring Chelsea's triumph over Juventus. With Manchester City's exit, Chelsea and Arsenal, the two representatives from London, became the last standing teams from the Premier League. In this round, Arsenal would venture to Spain to challenge Atletico, a daunting task indeed. Atletico had maintained an impeccable home record this season, with the Calderón Stadium having laid to rest the hopes of both Real Madrid and Barcelona. In the Champions League, no formidable opponent had managed to claim a victory at the Calderón. Even the most ardent Arsenal supporters found it difficult to muster much confidence in their team's chances of a turnaround at this juncture. In stark contrast, Chelsea, poised to welcome Juventus at Stamford Bridge, had garnered the attention and support of many neutral fans. At 1945, two epic Champions League battles commenced simultaneously in London and Madrid. Arsenal, with a poignant sense of desperation, launched a final assault against Atletico Madrid at the Calderón Stadium. Meanwhile, Chelsea, poised and composed, fortified their defenses at Stamford Bridge, anticipating Juventus's advance into their tactical snare. For the beleaguered Mourinho, this round of competition inevitably placed him at a tactical disadvantage. Regardless of his opening strategies, Juventus was bound to adopt an offensive approach. With a mere 90 minutes on the clock, scoring a single goal would grant Juventus the confidence to drag Chelsea into extra time. Should they net 2 goals, Chelsea would find themselves entirely on the back foot. Thus, even with a desire for stability, Allegri could not afford to simply let time slip away against Chelsea. A proactive approach was decidedly in Juventus's favor. Employing the same 4-4-2 formation as in the previous round, Juventus played with a far more aggressive demeanor this time. Chelsea, abandoning their favored 4-3-3 formation of the season, reverted to last season's classic 4-2-3-1. However, Mourinho refrained from repositioning Lyon to a defensive midfield role, opting instead for a robust defensive pairing with Matic. In this match, Matic and Kroos remained deep, while Lyon continued in a more advanced playmaking position. Reflecting the coaching staff's intent, defense was essential, yet Chelsea would not remain entirely passive. Lyon's advanced positioning suggested an intention to exploit Juventus's vulnerabilities on the counterattack. To better execute a rapid wing play strategy, Mourinho chose not to start De Bruyne. With Hazard on the left and Salah on the right, Chelsea maximized their counterattacking speed. The central presence of the highly capable Ibrahimovic further amplified their offensive threat. From the outset, Juventus fans felt a palpable tension. Lyon did not specifically aim to restrict Pirlo's influence, allowing Juventus to quickly gain momentum in their attack. Compared to their wing play, Juventus's central offensive capabilities proved formidable. Morata effectively served as a tactical fulcrum, while Tevez, Vidal, and even the surging Pogba capitalized on his strategic cover to penetrate Chelsea's defense. Having previously faced Vidal multiple times in the last round, Matic was acutely aware of the Chilean midfielder's versatility and explosive potential in attack. Consequently, he focused more defensive attention on the expansive Vidal, inadvertently allowing Pogba more freedom. This oversight resulted in Chelsea's defensive struggles in the opening phase of the match, as Pogba unleashed powerful long-range shots and incisive passes, supplying ammunition to Tevez. Today, the sister-in-law exhibited an impressive performance, intercepting Tevez's close-range shot just 7 minutes into the match. Had it not been for her intervention, Juventus's ambition to seize an early equalizer might have indeed materialized. This precarious situation prompted a frown from Mourinho. Fortunately, both Oscar and Kroos displayed remarkable intelligence in midfield. They swiftly conferred to adjust their defensive strategy. Kroos expanded his role to mark Pogba closely, resorting to personal fouls if necessary to thwart his advance. Matic, meanwhile, remained steadfast, prioritizing his positioning to disrupt Vidal's incursions into the penalty area. Following these adjustments, Juventus's initial onslaught was considerably mitigated. Although Lyon was positioned in the midfield, he maintained a keen eye on the defensive third. Observing that Oscar and Kroos had stabilized the midfield line, he refrained from rushing back to assist in defense. In the 12th minute of the first half, his patience was rewarded with Chelsea's first threatening counterattack. Matic successfully intercepted the ball from Vidal, and Kroos immediately launched a long pass towards Lyon. Pirlo swiftly retreated, and Marquisio advanced, but Lyon's robust reception in turn enabled him to break free from their marks. As he advanced towards the edge of Juventus's defensive third, Lyon quickly shifted the ball to the right flank. Once in possession, Sulla decisively accelerated towards the baseline, utilizing his speed to outpace Evra. However, his subsequent cross lacked precision. Ibrahimovic failed to make contact, and Lyon, at that moment, had not yet penetrated the Juventus penalty area, allowing Bonucci to clear the ball back to midfield. Chelsea's initial counterattack did not yield results, yet the process itself was noteworthy. earning Lyon a thumbs-up of encouragement from Sulla. The match's rhythm then reverted to Juventus's offensive onslaught against Chelsea's defensive posture. It wasn't until a full 10 minutes later that Chelsea encountered their second counterattacking opportunity. This time, Lyon cleverly drew Pogba and Pirlo away with his movement, allowing Kroos to advance with the ball seamlessly. However, on this occasion, Kroos chose not to pass to Sulla, placing greater trust in Hazard instead. Seeing this, Lyon decisively moved towards the left flank to support Hazard's advance. Yet, Hazard displayed considerable confidence, deftly maneuvering along the wing with 2 rapid direction changes to evade Lichtsteiner's marking before decisively cutting into Juventus's penalty area. Ibrahimovic also utilized his movement to create space for Hazard's shot. Nevertheless, faced with Bonucci's close marking, Hazard opted not to shoot immediately, but instead executed a feint before cutting in. His agile deception completely outmaneuvered Bonucci's defense. Perhaps impelled by impatience, Bonucci attempted to pursue him urgently, ultimately resorting to a desperate slide tackle. This caused Hazard, who had already set himself to unleash a shot towards the far corner, to tumble within Juventus's penalty area. In that instant, Juventus's penalty box became the most bustling area on the pitch. The players of Chelsea raised their arms high, vociferously appealing to the referee, while the Juventus players vehemently gestured, indicating that Hazard had simulated a foul. At that moment, Bonucci lay on the grass, seemingly hesitant to rise. Overwhelmed by a sense of guilt, the referee, after a brief moment of contemplation and upon receiving the assistant referee's signal, decisively blew his whistle, pointing to the penalty spot within the Juventus box, while simultaneously brandishing a yellow card at the prostrate Bonucci. Bonucci had committed a grave error, paying the price for his lack of composure, granting Chelsea a splendid opportunity for a penalty kick. The commentator from Sky Sports in England could scarcely contain his excitement at this juncture. Lyon accepted the ball from Kroos, confidently approaching the penalty spot, disregarding the verbal distractions from the Juventus players flanking him. "I'm watching you. I know where you'll shoot, I know." Buffon, still chattering, appeared unperturbed, instead exhibiting a relaxed demeanor as he jumped lightly from side to side in preparation. Lyon, undeterred by the presence of this footballing veteran, placed the ball on the spot, took a deep breath, and slowly retreated. The wait was not prolonged. Perhaps in the minds of Lyon and Buffon, there was no exhilarating inner monologue, only an unwavering belief in their own abilities. Without hesitation, Lyon struck the ball powerfully, executing the penalty kick, while Buffon resolutely dove in the direction he had anticipated. In that fleeting moment, they engaged in a silent yet thrilling duel. Lyon directed the ball towards the right side of the Juventus goal, aligning with the trajectory of Buffon's dive. However, this time, Lyon's angle was more cunning. The ball struck the right post of the Juventus goal, ultimately rebounding into the net, with Buffon merely a fingertip away from making contact. A moment of divine fortune, a moment of despair. As Chelsea's players erupted in jubilant celebration of their goal, within the Juventus box, Buffon was furiously slapping the grass, while Chiellini and Lichtsteiner stood with hands on hips, their faces etched with helplessness. Moments later, Atletico Madrid successfully scored at their home ground, currently leading Arsenal with an aggregate score of 2-0. Two stadiums, identical scores. Yet for the two London powerhouses, the circumstances were starkly different. Arsenal was fading away, nearing the end of their Champions League journey this season, while Chelsea, as the last hope of the Premier League, boldly surged into the final stages of the Champions League. End of Chapter 317. The Champions League semi-final encounter with Bayern. Wembley recreates the London Derby. The goal is in. Lyon's astute penalty shot has brought Chelsea another victory, raising the aggregate score to 2-0. Juventus stands on the precipice. And regardless of what tactical maneuvers Allegri may have in reserve, he must now reveal his cards. Jianjun slightly restrained his excitement to maintain an appearance of neutrality in his commentary. However, Fan Dajuan, today as special guest in the PPTV broadcast studio, was far less concerned about such formalities. Lyon scored 2 goals in 2 crucial knockout matches, showcasing an extraordinary ability that is off the charts. Coach Fan and director Zhang, known for their candid remarks, did not hesitate to lavish praise on Lyon for his outstanding performance. This marks his 10th goal in the Champions League, with 10 goals and 8 assists. Lyon currently leads all competitors in goal contributions within the Champions League by a significant margin. This year, he has a genuine chance to claim the title of top scorer in both the Premier League and the Champions League, and the assist title seems well within his grasp. In terms of goals, he trails Cristiano Ronaldo by just one, an attainable target. Director Zhang has confidently backed Liang, and given his explosive personal statistics, Chinese fans do not perceive Zhang's support as jinxing him. This season, Ronaldo's goal-scoring efficiency in the Champions League has noticeably declined compared to previous years. Real Madrid's midfield linchpin, Xabi Alonso, has aged another year, and after Matuidi's mid-season injury, the team's defensive midfield relies heavily on Casemiro. Modric's form has been inconsistent this season, leading to fewer goal-scoring opportunities for Ronaldo. While he finds it relatively easy to score against mediocre teams in La Liga, the Champions League presents a different challenge, especially as opponents often devise strategies specifically to counter him. Previously, Messi and Neymar, who each scored 8 goals in the Champions League, have already been eliminated by Liang's team. Thus, the only remaining competitor for the Champions League Golden Boot is Ronaldo, who finds it increasingly difficult to score as the tournament progresses. Despite Real Madrid's substantial victory over Manchester City in this knockout round, Ronaldo was significantly restricted, netting only 1 goal across both legs. Manchester City preferred to allow other Real Madrid forwards to thrive while denying Ronaldo easy scoring opportunities. Although Manchester City and Real Madrid engaged in a fierce contest, they still had a chance to advance, having effectively contained Ronaldo. However, Bale and Marcelo delivered spectacular performances in the second leg, combining for 3 goals and knocking City out of the tournament. One could say that luck has not been on Guardiola's side in the past 2 seasons, as Ronaldo's scoring instincts were stifled by City's defense. Liang now has both the opportunity and the qualification to contend for this season's Champions League Golden Boot. Moreover, the match between Chelsea and Juventus is still ongoing. Should Liang score in this game, he would tie with Ronaldo at the top of the Champions League scoring chart. With personal honors so close at hand, Liang will not overlook this chance. If Juventus grants Chelsea a counter-attacking opportunity, his chances of scoring remain high, and he should seize the moment. After celebrating his penalty goal, Liang's gaze remained confident and fervent. Nevertheless, he will not unilaterally alter the game tactics established by his coaching staff. A match that is already firmly in their grasp should be secured steadily, without unnecessary risks. Striving for goals and personal accolades is commendable, yet it must be rooted in the paramount interest of the team. Liang is acutely aware of the balance between individual ambition and collective welfare. As the match resumed, he took the initiative to remind his teammates to prioritize fortifying their defense. Juventus, trailing by 2 goals, would inevitably push forward, leaving them no alternative. The ensuing moments would depend on whether Chelsea, along with Liang, could seize opportunities in the transition between offense and defense. Mourinho returned to his coaching seat. Observing Liang's composed command of his teammates as they tightened their formation, and he nodded approvingly, refraining from issuing further tactical directives. At this juncture, whether one attributed Chelsea's control of the match to fortune or successful strategy, the fact remained undeniable. If Juventus were to stage a formidable comeback, it could only be deemed a quirk of fate. Many neutral fans might argue that Chelsea ought to capitalize on their advantage by scoring additional goals against Juventus, thereby solidifying their lead, a strategy deemed most prudent. However, in Mourinho's mind, the utmost priority was to maintain defensive stability, especially in the midfield. His calm demeanor and steadfast approach only served to heighten Juventus's urgency. While Pirlo and Buffon managed to retain their composure, the younger players on the team became increasingly agitated, making it difficult for the seasoned duo to rein them in. In critical moments, Allegri's motivational prowess proved invaluable. The coach's fervent admonitions effectively jolted Vidal and Pogba back into focus. Pirlo, in turn, stabilized the rhythm of the game, resisting the temptation to force an attack against Chelsea's backline. However, if adjustments were to be made, the halftime break would not afford sufficient time. Allegri and his assistant engaged in urgent discussions, ultimately issuing clear tactical instructions by the 30th minute of the first half. They resolved to enhance the efficiency of their wing play, deeming a direct central approach unfeasible against Chelsea's defensive setup. Evra and Lichtsteiner began to frequently surge forward in attack. Meanwhile, the barely 19-year-old Koeman shed his substitute vest and, upon his assistant's cue, joined his teammates in warm-ups. This was a prudent choice, as teams attempting to exploit Chelsea through the center this season had faced dire consequences. Juventus's success this season stemmed from their exceptional diamond-shaped midfield strategy. However, when adaptability is required, one must embrace change, At this moment, Allegri believed a tactical shift was imperative, lest they continue to be led by Chelsea. With the emphasis on wing attacks now heightened, Juventus's offensive efforts noticeably improved. At the very least, Pogba and Vidal would no longer find themselves ineffectually colliding with Chelsea's defensive wall. Juventus's attacking structure also exhibited greater coherence, with Pirlo orchestrating play and attempting to stretch Chelsea's defensive line horizontally. Nevertheless, Chelsea's greatest defensive asset was not found on the bench. As Lionel observed Juventus's offensive prowess steadily gaining momentum, he quelled his desire for further goals and decisively retreated. Upon his return, Chelsea unleashed their most formidable defensive formation, the midfielder system, rendering it nearly impossible for Juventus supporters. Thus far this season, no team has succeeded in overcoming Chelsea's robust defensive strategy at their home ground. The rhythm of the match was once again disrupted. While the jovial coach sought to accelerate the pace, Mourinho and Lionel endeavored to cool the proceedings. Consequently, by half-time, the score remained locked at Chelsea 1, Juventus 0. As the second half commenced, Juventus encountered a more daunting challenge: fatigue. The players in Juventus's midfield and attack fared reasonably well, yet the primary concern lay within the defense. While the seasoned Pirlo, despite his age, managed to conserve energy effectively, the real dilemma resided with the two aging fullbacks. Evra, nearing 34, and Lichtsteiner, at 31, not only had to guard against Chelsea's rapid counterattacks, but also contribute significantly to the offense with relentless forward runs. In their prime, their stamina was commendable. However, time and injuries are formidable adversaries. Inevitably, Evra faltered first. Merely 60 minutes into the second half, he began to falter defensively. Salah, unyielding on the field, targeted Evra with unrelenting aggression, effectively wearing down the former Manchester United captain. Allegri found himself at a loss. With the season entering its latter stages and injuries plaguing Juventus's left flank, there were no viable substitutes for Evra. To replace him would necessitate shifting Chiellini to the left, pairing Barzagli and Bonucci in the center, an adjustment that would be tantamount to capitulation. Reluctantly, the jovial coach urged Evra to endure a little longer. Juventus seized the moment, launching a full-scale assault. In the 63rd minute, Morata, operating on the flank, attempted to overpower his national teammate Azpilicueta, yet his cross was thwarted by Terry. Moments later, Morata switched to the right side, darting behind Bertrand. Receiving a lofted pass from Vidal, he opted for a first-time shot aimed at the far corner, a strike that posed a significant threat, compelling Cech to parry it out for a corner. Within a mere 5 minutes, Morata emerged as a catalyst, showcasing his value. His attacking prowess prompted astonished glances among the Chelsea supporters. The camera even captured Lukaku on the bench, wide-eyed and scratching his head. Morata, with his speed and ability to overpower fullbacks, mirrored the very strengths that Lukaku possessed. However, Chelsea's response strategy was swift. Lyon directly swapped positions with Kroos, moving to the right side of their own half. This arrangement allowed him and Matic to effectively control the midfield, covering both flanks in defense. Should Morata attempt to exploit the wings for a positional attack, they would be ready to intervene. Unfortunately, just as Chelsea was adjusting their formation, Juventus encountered issues in their defense. In the 67th minute of the second half, Evra succumbed to cramp and collapsed, unable to continue. Allegri, maintaining a stern expression, had no choice but to alter his formation prematurely. However, after substituting Barzagli for Evra, the enigmatic coach decided against placing Chiellini on the left flank, instead opting for further substitutions, bringing on Coman in place of Marquisio, thus shifting to a 3-5-2 formation. Once on the pitch, Coman assumed the role of left wing-back, significantly enhancing Juventus's offensive capability. Yet, just as Juventus unveiled their tactical groundwork for a final desperate assault, Mourinho summoned Cullis, Maguire, and Ramirez from the bench. This scene sent shockwaves through countless Juventus supporters. Meanwhile, fans accustomed to the Premier League wore knowing smiles as they watched from their screens. In the final 20 minutes, the match devolved into a rigorous exercise in attacking and defending between Juventus and Chelsea. Mourinho and his players were resolutely committed to defending. Lyon abandoned any thoughts of counterattacking Juventus for a goal. After thoroughly consolidating their defense, Chelsea positioned one of the most formidable defensive setups in Europe at Stamford Bridge. Even as Allegri introduced Llorente in the dying moments, Juventus's attempts to breach Chelsea's concrete defense were ultimately in vain. As the 4 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, The referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The stands at Stamford Bridge erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the home team's consecutive progression to the Champions League semi-finals. This time, they believed their team would not merely stop here. Chelsea triumphed over Juventus with an aggregate score of 2-0, securing the final spot in this season's Champions League semi-finals. Just 2 minutes earlier, Atletico Madrid had defeated Arsenal 2-1, eliminating them with an aggregate score of 3-1, advancing to the Champions League semi-finals ahead of Chelsea. Thus, the final 4 teams of this season's Champions League were unveiled. The Madrid duo had the opportunity to uphold La Liga's honor, while defending champions Bayern aimed for a consecutive title. Chelsea, having reached the Champions League semi-finals for 2 successive seasons, vowed to seize every opportunity, leaving no regrets behind. The Champions League quarterfinals had drawn to a close, and within 3 days, the draw for the semi-finals was set to take place in Switzerland. This year's Champions League knockout stage draw would continue until the conclusion of the semi-finals, without predefined brackets, making each advancing round's opponents a mystery. This undoubtedly heightened the excitement for the latter half of the Champions League tournament. However, once again, prior to the draw ceremony, Lyon exhibited a newfound prudence during his interview with reporters, refraining from inciting animosity. "I do not wish to encounter Real Madrid. Aside from meeting them on the grand stage of the final, I have no desire to oppose them prematurely," he stated. Lyon skillfully sidestepped the journalists' probing questions. Meanwhile, UEFA showed restraint, avoiding a premature clash between Real Madrid and Chelsea in the semi-finals. Ultimately, the draw yielded an encounter between the Madrid giants, while Bayern faced Chelsea once more in the semi-finals. This was the draw that Bayern fans dreaded most, yet for Chelsea supporters, it represented an ideal opportunity for revenge. Last season, Chelsea faltered against the formidable Bayern, their dreams of reaching the Champions League semi-finals dashed. This season, bolstered by reinforcements, Chelsea was determined to rise from where they had fallen. Lyon expressed satisfaction with the draw's outcome, as competing against champions from various leagues and potentially reuniting with Real Madrid in the final would be the most favorable scenario. On April 26th, the FA Cup semi-finals commenced, with Chelsea visiting Aston Villa. In a decisive match, Chelsea exerted their utmost effort, triumphantly advancing to the final. Their adversary in the FA Cup final would be local rivals Arsenal, marking the second London derby at Wembley this season. In Chapter 318, titled Bayern's Self-Inflicted Wounds, the authenticity of the Hayes tactics in Chelsea, we note that due to the FA Cup semi-finals on April 26th, the anticipated Premier League clash between Chelsea and Arsenal was postponed. Yet, 3 days later, Chelsea could not escape the pressures of the Premier League schedule. On April 29th, Chelsea faced Leicester City in a rescheduled match for the 27th round of the Premier League. Ordinarily, having already clinched the championship, Chelsea would not need to concern themselves with the remaining fixtures. However, in pursuit of an unbeaten league campaign, the coaching staff opted against fielding youth players. Therefore, it was essential to field a rotation squad featuring key players. With players in good physical condition, Lyon did not evade Mourinho's demands, joining Azar, Matic, and Thiago Silva as starting players for this match. The remainder of the positions were filled by rotated substitutes. Currently, Leicester City was merely scraping by to avoid relegation, and Mourinho's selected lineup was more than sufficient to contend with the Foxes. Facing a Chelsea side that had already secured the title, Leicester City showed little inclination to capitalize on the situation. They adopted a cautious stance at home, deploying a 5-3-2 formation, reflecting a tactical wariness. Neither team exhibited a strong desire to attack in this rescheduled match. Chelsea's objective was straightforward. Their bottom line was simply not to lose. Winning would be ideal. But if they could not, it would be of little consequence. Leicester City has adopted a pragmatic approach, seeking merely to secure points in their encounter with Chelsea. 1 point suffices. The match lacks the fervor typically associated with fierce competitions. At the King Power Stadium, Leicester appeared somewhat fatigued, yet their defense remained resolute. Mourinho, recognizing the situation, swiftly adjusted his tactics, encouraging Lyon to take charge alongside his teammates. As Lyon surveyed his opponents, Drinkwater and Cambiasso, he felt a surge of eagerness. After all, he was up against mere shadows of their former selves. He was confident, possessing an 80 assurance of dominating the midfield partnership and wreaking havoc in Leicester's defense. However, upon glimpsing Huth and Morgan in Leicester's penalty area, Lyon hesitated, realizing the formidable nature of their defense. Even Ibrahimovic might struggle against them, let alone the out-of-form Torres. Lyon was disinclined to engage in a direct confrontation with the two center-backs. After a period of mutual probing, Leicester was the first to demonstrate their intent. Their forwards, Vardy and Aloa, diligently retreated to the edge of their own penalty area. Consequently, Chelsea's attacking strategy devolved into a showcase for Hazard, with Lyon relinquishing the attacking duties to him, allowing for his creative expression. During the match, Hazard came tantalizingly close to breaching Leicester's right flank on several occasions. However, Torres, starting the match, displayed a rather lackluster precision in his shooting, missing a couple of opportunities to score in both halves. These were, indeed, Chelsea's most threatening chances throughout the match. Ultimately, the two teams departed from the King Power Stadium with a 0-0 draw, which was a satisfactory outcome for both. 3 days later, the 35th round of the Premier League commenced as scheduled, in an away match against West Bromwich Albion, who had just escaped the relegation zone. Chelsea opted for significant rotation. Lyon was granted a respite during this round and did not even make it to the 18-man squad, choosing instead to spend a day at home in tranquility. Lukaku opened the scoring in the second half, but during stoppage time, West Bromwich capitalized on a set piece to equalize. This was a minor surprise, yet Chelsea ultimately held on to the draw, maintaining their unbeaten record for the season. Following this round, the stage was set for the Champions League clash. Chelsea was scheduled to face Bayern Munich on May 6th. Both teams had already clinched their respective league titles, affording them ample time to prepare. Unencumbered by league commitments, Chelsea and Bayern focused entirely on the forthcoming Champions League semi-finals. Chelsea was eager to avenge their previous season's defeat to Bayern, while the Bavarians held a psychological edge, having bested Chelsea in both legs of the semi-finals last season. Although Bayern's players were wary of Chelsea's current prowess, they remained steadfast in their belief that victory would ultimately be theirs. Under the stewardship of Manuel Pellegrini, who took over from Ancelotti this season, Bayern continued to champion the banner of attacking football. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich secured the championship title with 4 matches remaining. To date, they have scored an impressive 92 goals while conceding only 16 in 31 matches. This formidable offensive prowess, coupled with their elite defensive capabilities, has garnered the attention of top clubs across Europe. Even when compared to their performance at the same time last year, Bayern Munich exhibits equally remarkable statistics, with 2 additional goals scored and 1 more conceded, achieving the title in the same timely manner. Consequently, Bayern supporters harbor immense confidence in their team. From the perspective of most neutral fans, Chelsea has showcased remarkable strength this season. However, both Bayern and Chelsea are regarded as elite European powerhouses. Prior to the highly anticipated clash, Bayern Munich, donning the title of reigning Champions League victors, attracted even greater optimism from fans. On the afternoon of May 5th, the entire Bayern squad arrived in London by plane, where an overwhelming number of English journalists converged to interview the players. Sky Sports even headlined the next morning's front page with the European monarchs arrive in London. There is no denying that Bayern's treble-winning prowess from the previous season casts a formidable shadow. As the European powerhouse just behind the Mourinho-era Real Madrid over the last 5 seasons, Bayern possesses ample confidence to embrace the expectations and accolades from their devoted fans. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Chelsea maintained an unusually low profile. During the pre-match press conference, Mourinho notably disregarded journalists' inquiries regarding the comparative strengths of the two teams, a silence interpreted by many neutral fans as indicative of Chelsea's lack of confidence. In stark contrast, Chelsea's supporters demonstrated significantly greater zeal, both online and offline. Social media remained eerily quiet, with Lyon refraining from taunting his old rivals as he typically would before a major confrontation. In a pivotal moment, it was Kroos who stepped forward to assert, "We will decisively triumph over Bayern at home." The dramatic transfer saga from last summer indeed placed Bayern's management at fault towards Kroos. However, since Kroos is no longer a Bayern player, the Bayern fans expressed discontent towards his provocative remarks against his former club. Some Bayern fan groups even proclaimed that they would ensure Kroos experiences the taste of returning home in the second leg. As the verbal sparring between the two fan bases intensified, news emerged on the afternoon of match day regarding minor skirmishes between the supporters outside Stamford Bridge. Fortunately, these incidents did not escalate into any violent confrontations. Nonetheless, such reports undoubtedly intensified the pre-match tension. Neither Mourinho nor Pellegrini disclosed their respective starting 11 prior to the match, leading to media reporters receiving specific lineup details only an hour before kickoff. When the evening's live broadcast commenced, commentators from various countries swiftly analyzed the tactical approaches of both coaches. In the studio of PPTV, Coach Zhang Lu scrutinized the starting lineup presented by Pellegrini, immediately voicing his skepticism. Indeed, this 4-3-3 formation has been Bayern's most frequently employed setup this season. However, there exists a significant disparity between the Bundesliga and the Champions League. Pellegrini's choice to partner Schweinsteiger with Thiago in the midfield may be somewhat presumptuous, potentially exposing the team to defensive vulnerabilities. I still believe that a combination of Martinez and Schweinsteiger as double pivots would provide a more secure foundation. As Coach Zhang's analysis resonated, the broadcast captured both teams' players following the referee onto the pitch. At this moment, commentator Jean Jun seamlessly took over the discussion, and as the pre-match ceremony proceeded smoothly, the broadcast began showcasing the starting lineups and player information for Chelsea and Bayern. Chelsea's starting goalkeeper today is the legendary Petr Cech. In defense, Bertrand, Terry, Thiago Silva, and Azpilicueta lined up from left to right. In midfield, Matic and Kroos continued their partnership in a deeper role, with Leon advancing as an attacking midfielder, flanked by left winger Hazard and right winger De Bruyne. The starting center forward is the Swedish prodigy Ibrahimovic. On Bayern's side, the starting goalkeeper is the German national hero Manuel Neuer. In defense, Benatia and Boateng formed the central duo, with Bernat on the left and Lahm on the right. In the midfield, Pellegrini opted for his most trusted lieutenant, Thiago, alongside Schweinsteiger, with Muller playing as the attacking midfielder and Ribery and Götze occupying the flanks. Leading the attack is the Polish sensation Lewandowski. With Jean Jun's introduction, both teams were revealed to be employing a 4-2-3-1 formation today, which captivated the eyes of football fans across China. Compared to the previous season's star-studded Bayern, there have been notable adjustments in the starting personnel this season. Due to a plethora of minor injuries, Martinez and Robben have gradually been excluded from the starting lineup, directly benefiting Thiago and Götze. In defense, following Dante's departure, Benatia has become Boateng's new partner. As Lahm ages, he has been alternating with Rafinha at right back this season. Nevertheless, in crucial matches, Pellegrini still places significant trust in Lahm, often opting for him to start. Following Pellegrini's elevation of Thiago, Schweinsteiger has inadvertently become the primary supporting figure. This is not a misjudgment, as Schweinsteiger's performances this season have indeed been inconsistent, and Bayern is at a juncture where a transition in midfield leadership is necessary. Had Kroos not had a falling out with Bayern's hierarchy, he would undoubtedly have been the unequivocal midfield linchpin of this new Bayern. Regrettably, the club's management, obstinate in their decisions, chose to sell Kroos to Chelsea without acknowledging their error, prioritizing pride over practicality. Thiago has performed admirably for Bayern this season, yet his attendance record pales in comparison to Kroos's. Pellegrini, having taken charge a bit late, would have undoubtedly made every effort to retain Kroos had circumstances been different. It can only be said that Kroos and Bayern are destined to be estranged. Today, Kroos and Bayern find themselves adversaries on the pitch, a stark contrast to the days when Kroos was envisioned as the future linchpin of Bayern. Many Bundesliga fans lament this turn of events. On that evening, at 1945 London time, the first clash of the Champions League semi-finals commenced at Stamford Bridge. Bayern, having secured the kickoff, initiated an aggressive offensive. Their formidable firepower this season has dismantled numerous teams, filling them with abundant confidence. Thiago and Götze, once subordinates of Leon, are now eager to challenge him once more. Indeed, a string of victories can significantly bolster players' self-assurance. However, such relentless success may, to some extent, cloud their vigilance and diminish their reverence for formidable opponents. In the early moments of the match, when Leon observed Götze attempting to challenge Matic's defense, his immediate thought was, has this lad lost his senses today? If it were Robben making such a move, Leon would not have harbored similar doubts, for Robben possesses the credentials. His speed grants him an advantage against Matic. But what grounds does Götze have? Lacking the pace of Ribery and Robben, and not being among Europe's elite in technique, what justifies his audacity to confront Matic? Götze's strength lies in his versatility and ability to deliver threatening passes. If he simply plays as a wide attacking midfielder, integrating into the tactical framework, he would naturally have ample room to express himself. Yet, To deviate from the system and attempt to emulate Robin's solo breakthroughs is tantamount to courting disaster. Leon's skepticism soon materialized into reality. Matic, untroubled by concerns of biased officiating, showed no leniency towards Gotza. Once in position, Matic decisively advanced to apply pressure. In terms of physical confrontation, Gotza was no match for the seasoned Matic, and this one-on-one duel concluded swiftly. At this juncture, Muller had already penetrated Chelsea's half, eagerly awaiting a pass from Gotza. To his dismay, he turned to see Matic had seized possession from Gotza, initiating a counterattack. This moment left him utterly speechless. Matic's forward movement was merely a feint. As Thiago prepared to intercept him, he deftly angled a pass to Leon. At this moment, Leon, having accelerated, encountered Schweinsteiger with little regard for mercy. With a powerful burst of speed, he forcefully broke through Schweinsteiger's interception. Yet, this time, Schweinsteiger had no Martinez behind him for support. Leon surged forward like a fish in water, heading straight towards Bayern Munich's defensive line. In an instant, alarms blared within Bayern's penalty area, as Boateng and Benatia struggled to keep pace with Leon's advance. With no other option, Boateng was compelled to intercept, and in that moment, Leon decisively delivered a pinpoint through ball. Ibrahimovic extended his long legs, effortlessly evading Benatia's tight marking with a few swift strides, and unleashed a powerful shot towards Bayern's goal without pausing the ball. It was merely 2 minutes into the match, and Chelsea had already created such a threatening opportunity, causing countless Bayern fans watching from their screens to gasp in anguish. In this crucial moment, all eyes were on Neuer as he charged off his line. The German goalkeeper raised his arm high, deflecting Ibrahimovic's fierce strike, which, despite its proximity, veered away from the goalpost. Following his successful save, Neuer did not display joy. Instead, he erupted in anger, urging his defensive teammates to maintain their focus. Leon, much like Ibrahimovic, held his head in disappointment, regretting that the shot did not find the back of the net. However, this transient disappointment only bolstered his confidence in securing victory in today's match. Indeed, Bayern had, as Mourinho suggested prior to the match, rendered themselves ineffective. As for the tactical orthodoxy of Hank's Bayern, it had little relevance to their current situation. They were now firmly entrenched in Chelsea's domain. Chapter end. I will take a leave. 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 319. Quickly summoned the Dutch Flying Dutchman for assistance. Kroos shook his head, a reflexive gesture. The Bayern team before him was both familiar and alien. Had it been last season, Bayern would never have committed such a grave defensive error at the onset of a match. They were renowned for their expertise in counterattacking and defensive countermeasures. Yet, it was evident that Bayern had willingly relinquished their strengths. Merely intensifying their offensive strategies was not inherently flawed. Bayern's success in the Bundesliga this season had attested to the viability of attacking football. However, in a tournament as prestigious as the Champions League, particularly at the pivotal semi-final stage, failing to solidify one's defense could lead to significant repercussions. Kroos struggled to comprehend why Pellegrini would opt to exclude Javi Martinez from the squad due to his mid-season injury. Although Thiago possesses talent, he has yet to prove himself on such a grand stage as the Champions League semi-finals. The duo of Schweinsteiger and Martinez in the defensive midfield had garnered every possible victory for Bayern. Their prowess was matched by their experience. From the perspective of Bayern supporters, Kroos felt a profound sense of regret. Yet now, as an opponent of Bayern, he secretly hoped Pellegrini would persist in his decisions, perhaps even sidelining Schweinsteiger as well. If that were to happen, Leon could easily exploit Bayern's midfield, leading Chelsea to a progressively effortless victory. Bertrand jogged towards the corner flag, while Chelsea's aerial players surged into Bayern's penalty area. However, under Neuer's vigilant direction, Bayern executed their corner defense commendably, ultimately leading to Terry being impeded by Boateng, sending the ball into the stands. Tony, Leon's voice suddenly called from ahead. As the retreating Toni Kroos turned, he saw Leon gesturing a tactical sign of 3 with one hand. Kroos understood immediately, nodding in agreement as the entire Chelsea squad swiftly adjusted their tactical approach. Mourinho sat on the sidelines, observing as the Chelsea players swiftly positioned themselves defensively, seemingly tightening their formation, which did not come as a surprise to him. This was a tactical adjustment he had granted Leon prior to the match, and at this moment, their strategic thoughts aligned almost perfectly. Bayern, known for their attacking prowess, had a midfield combination that, the more aggressively they attacked, the more defensive vulnerabilities they exposed. Lyon's decision to concede space in the midfield was astute. They must not allow Bayern to focus solely on defense. If Bayern wished to play cautiously, it was imperative to create space for them to push forward. As for the recent threatening counterattack, it was essential to make Bayern's players perceive it as merely an isolated incident, one they could control and ensure would not recur. Neuer's anger indeed galvanized the other players in Bayern's defense. However, Chelsea's rapid retreat after failing to mount an attack allowed them to instinctively breathe a sigh of relief. Upon regaining possession, Thiago no longer transitioned forward as swiftly as before. Instead, he cautiously exchanged horizontal passes with Schweinsteiger, distributing the ball to the fullbacks on the flanks. Testing the waters. Only after confirming that Chelsea had indeed retreated to their half, adopting a passive stance awaiting a counter against Bayern, did Thiago once again advance the ball across the halfway line, linking up with Müller to orchestrate an attack. So far, few Bayern players perceived this as a tactical trap set by Chelsea. After all, Chelsea had frequently adopted a low-profile, counter-attacking strategy. Last year, they employed this very approach against Bayern, both home and away. Within the Premier League, Chelsea had similarly opted for a defensive counter against Manchester City and Arsenal on multiple occasions. What was there to doubt about a scenario that was both anticipated and recurrent? Even the home supporters of Chelsea found the current attacking and defensive dynamics of the two teams quite reasonable. They had grown accustomed to their team relinquishing possession initially. Lyon had nearly retreated to his own defensive third, while Hazard and De Bruyne had each withdrawn their positions. At this moment, the sole figure at the forefront of Chelsea's formation was Ibrahimovic. What else could this be but a defensive counter style? Beyond the initial phase of the match, where they nearly disrupted the equilibrium with a threatening counterattack, Chelsea had shown little else, resolutely entrenched in their own half. Lyon's interceptions made it exceedingly challenging for Bayern's midfield and forward players to penetrate. Yet, due to his diligent defense, the vigilance of these Bayern players was significantly diminished. As the first half progressed beyond the initial 10 minutes, the Bayern players, having controlled the rhythm of the match, could no longer contain themselves and surged forward once again. At this juncture, Chelsea's counterattacks appeared fragmented. On two occasions, Kroos opted for direct long passes to the flanks. Once Bayern had anticipated this, the effectiveness of such attempts diminished greatly. This seemingly inefficient approach to counterattacking left many Chelsea supporters feeling perplexed. After all, this season, the team that has been observed most frequently in matches is Chelsea, and few neutral fans possess a deeper understanding of Chelsea's current tactical style than they do. While possession may be relinquished and possession statistics may appear unflattering, Chelsea has always placed significant emphasis on the contest for space and the efficiency of counterattacks. Consequently, many Chelsea supporters find the current tactical approach rather peculiar, to the extent that they question whether last year's defeat to Bayern has influenced Mourinho, leading him to make erroneous tactical decisions in this match. Neutral fans, however, are less inclined to ponder such complexities. As they witness Bayern controlling the rhythm of the game and relentlessly launching attacks against Chelsea, they mockingly refer to Chelsea as retreating into their shell. This moniker is undoubtedly laden with malice. Nevertheless, Chelsea continues to play by their own rules, exhibiting a rather passive style, yet their defense remains remarkably solid. Bertrand delivered an impressive performance defensively today. Engaging in one-on-one battles with Götze was no trivial task for him. However, compared to the same period last year, when he was embroiled in an intense duel with Robben on the flanks, defending against Götze this year is evidently much less arduous. Within the penalty area, Terry breathed a sigh of relief. Lewandowski is no longer an obscure figure. He has become a renowned top striker in European football. In terms of goal-scoring efficiency, he surpasses last season's Bayern's primary striker, Mandzukic, by a considerable margin. However, when it comes to attacking aggression, he cannot be compared to Mandzukic, at least. Terry is more inclined to engage with Lewandowski. The Polish striker is astute, aware of the need for strategic choices. When direct confrontation is unfeasible, he opts for positioning to draw defenders away. Mandzukic, on the other hand, is excessively tenacious and possesses superior physicality. Last year, Terry suffered greatly against the Croatian striker. By neutralizing Lewandowski's influence, Müller's threat in the attacking phase is significantly diminished. Additionally, with Lyon retreating to tighten the marking on Müller, Bayern's threat within Chelsea's defensive territory has been considerably reduced. In every situation, comparisons can be daunting. Last year, Bayern's striking force boasted two formidable presences in the center, effectively breaching Chelsea's defensive line. The robbery duo on the flanks was in excellent form, posing an attacking threat reminiscent of the 2013 Mourinho's Real Madrid. In such an offensive environment, Müller had ample space to operate. Now, with the striker unable to maintain his position and Götze on the right flank struggling to create opportunities, Müller has almost only Ribery left as a frontline companion to rely on. Lionel, for his part, thinks that if he were Müller, he might be feeling the pressure at this moment. Of course, the challenges Müller faces are still incomparable to those Lionel encountered last year. Back then, when Lionel surged forward to attack, the midfield defense faltered. When he dropped back to defend, Lampard up front could not sustain Chelsea's attacking framework. Ultimately, Lionel, along with the entire Chelsea side, found themselves overwhelmed and their defense dismantled by Bayern's relentless pressure. At that moment, Lionel truly felt helpless. With Kroos's assistance, Leon no longer harbors such concerns. His current defensive withdrawals are earnest, yet this does not imply that the entire Chelsea squad must remain entrenched in their half, passively enduring assaults. Moreover, his retreating position serves as the most significant tactical bait for Chelsea. If Leon refrains from pushing forward, what threats can Chelsea possibly mount on the counterattack? This indeed represents a perilous cognitive fallacy. The two long passes initiated by Kroos from the back did not yield favorable results, seemingly underscoring Leon's critical role in the offensive phase. Neutral fans have come to believe this, as have many Chelsea supporters, and now, the Bayern players on the pitch are gradually embracing this conclusion. It appears that as long as Leon remains stationary, Bayern's defense will not face significant challenges. Thiago has increasingly immersed himself in the attacking phase. His ability to read the game remains formidable, yet now, confronted with the temptation of overcoming Leon, he gradually loses his composure. The memories of being rendered ineffective against Leon during their encounters at Barcelona feel like a persistent thorn lodged in his mind, one that he has been unable to dislodge over the years. To prove himself, Thiago arrived at Bayern at Guardiola's behest and Pellegrini's invitation, swiftly becoming the new midfield linchpin of the Bundesliga champions. Now, the opportunity to vanquish a once-admired opponent is tantalizingly close, and Thiago is resolute in seizing it. Perhaps this will not prove that he surpasses Leon in prowess, but at the very least, the resentment he harbors will dissipate following this match. Brimming with confidence, Thiago boldly surged into Chelsea's defensive third. This signaled an offensive intent, and Bayern's forwards grew increasingly animated. Yet this time, Chelsea did not retreat as swiftly as before, tightening their defenses. Instead, the midfield line, led by Leon, proactively advanced. Diego was taken aback. His immediate instinct was to distribute the ball quickly to the flanks. While he possessed the audacity to deliver a threatening forward pass, it was evident that Chelsea intended to accelerate their defensive efforts. Thus, opting for a more cautious distribution was prudent. Ribery successfully received the pass from Thiago, but the resolute push of Chelsea's defensive line surprised him as well, as he attempted to turn with the ball, as Azpilicueta had already charged in front of him. The confrontation between the two was exceedingly swift. In such close-quarter tussles, Ribery's technical advantages are difficult to manifest. Although Azpilicueta did not directly seize possession, he managed to deflect the ball toward the central midfield area. The ball rolled toward Thiago's position, and Leon immediately surged forward. However, it was clear that Thiago held the positional advantage. Nevertheless, as Leon accelerated, he decisively opted for a sliding tackle. Thiago, yet to gain possession of the ball, felt his heart race at the unfolding scene. Memories from the past flooded his mind like a torrent. In those memories, during the confrontations against Leon, he found himself utterly outmatched. The familiar ferocity of a tackle resurfaced, and instinctively, Thiago chose to leap to evade. Leon seemed somewhat taken aback, as his slide tackle prompted Thiago to decisively relinquish control of the ball. However, his surprise was swiftly followed by a quicker reaction. Rising to chase the ball, Leon appeared poised to unleash a formidable counterattack, eliciting an astonishing roar from the Stamford Bridge crowd. The intense nature of the match compelled Schweinsteiger and the retreating Müller to immediately execute a double-team defensive maneuver against Leon. Yet, at this very moment, Leon opted to distribute the ball. Instead of launching it forward with a powerful kick, he gently nudged it towards the center of the midfield. To everyone's astonishment, the recipient of Leon's pass turned out to be Kroos, who had been stationed in the back line, assisting in defense and delivering long passes for counterattacks. Kroos surged forward with remarkable decisiveness, displaying none of the awkwardness one might expect. Clearly, this was one of Chelsea's well-practiced counterattack strategies. The infrequent utilization of such tactics in matches did not imply a lack of practice behind closed doors. Countless Bayern supporters suddenly recalled a significant fact at this moment. Kroos could serve as an excellent midfield metronome, and his performances at Chelsea over the past 6 months had already demonstrated his potential to become one of the finest number 8 midfielders in football. Both the former Hanks and the current Mourinho held him in high regard, with the consensus being that Kroos excelled as an attacking midfielder. He was a born core, a natural top-tier number 10. It had been quite some time since Kroos had advanced solo with the ball, stirring ripples within him. Indeed, after joining Chelsea, he had embraced Mourinho's tactical transformation. Yet, deep within, his yearning to move forward had never waned. Mourinho understood him, and so did Lyon. Thus, they granted him the opportunity in today's match to showcase to Bayern what they had relinquished last summer. With a calm and meticulous observation, and despite not possessing extraordinary speed, he created sufficient space for a pass. As he extended his stature, Kroos slightly adjusted his left leg and delivered a precise, semi-high diagonal long pass. Although the velocity of his long ball could not rival Lyon's swift passes, its accuracy surpassed all expectations. Bernat had previously pressed too aggressively, now forced to scramble back. Yet De Bruyne offered him no chance to catch up. Meeting Kroos's long pass, De Bruyne deftly directed the ball with his head and decisively cut inside. Penetrating Bayern's penalty area, Zlatan directly occupied Boateng's defensive attention in the center of the box. At this moment, Benatia hastened to provide support. But De Bruyne had already unleashed a powerful strike, sending the ball towards the back post of Bayern's penalty area. Neuer rapidly moved into position, diving to save. However, Hazard, breaking through Bayern's defense, had already poked the ball into the net ahead of time. Chelsea pierced through Bayern with a signature rapid counterattack. This time, Lyon did not assume the role of the counterattack protagonist that Bayern had anticipated. Instead, he became bait, creating an exquisite opportunity for Kroos to make a forward run. At that moment, the smile on his face turned into a chilling mockery in the eyes of countless Bayern fans. Mourinho utilized Lyon as a tactical decoy, while Chelsea patiently crafted a tactical trap. A prolonged 20 minutes of defensive complacency allowed Bayern to let down their guard, resulting in a complete loss of initiative in the match. The live broadcast momentarily focused on Bayern's bench, and when Robben's furrowed brow appeared on screen, all Bayern supporters could no longer contain their anxiety. They urgently called for the Dutch flying wizard to come to their rescue. The trust and expectations Bayern fans held for Robben are well understood, yet at this juncture, merely substituting him would be insufficient for a comeback. Introducing Robben might only serve to reignite the right flank's offensive thrust, but the gaps in midfield defense would remain unaddressed. With Müller and then Thiago slated to enter, the entire burden of midfield defense would rest unfairly on Schweinsteiger's shoulders, a scenario that was utterly unrealistic. In the past, when competing in the Bundesliga against teams of lesser caliber in the Champions League, Bayern could afford such a starting lineup. However, facing Chelsea, known for their ruthless counterattacks, to maintain such an arrangement was, frankly speaking, tantamount to courting disaster. Let alone this round against Chelsea. Any random draw would see Bayern struggle against powerhouses like Real Madrid or Atletico Madrid. The inclusion of Martinez was imperative. Without his stabilizing presence, Schweinsteiger would be unable to showcase his versatile capabilities. Moreover, due to Thiago's untimely defensive retreats, they risked becoming a veritable defensive black hole, especially given Schweinsteiger's noticeable decline in individual performance compared to the previous year. In such circumstances, blaming Schweinsteiger for defensive lapses was utterly unwarranted. Müller exerted every effort. As an attacking midfielder, he sprinted back immediately upon his teammates losing possession, even racing back to the edge of his own penalty area. Was that not enough commitment? Thiago even remarked that prior to the match, Pellegrini's tactical arrangement was designed to push him forward to orchestrate the attack. One cannot demand that he press into Chelsea's half to facilitate play, while simultaneously expecting him to return to defend his own penalty area each time. He is not built like Lyon, a veritable embodiment of resilience. If one were to require him to play with Lyon's intensity, he would only possess the stamina for 50 or 60 minutes, after which he would be rendered ineffective. In that moment, Bayern's midfield trio felt a sense of injustice. Pellegrini, seated on the sidelines, shared a sense of helplessness. When Bayern initially approached him, they had promised to construct a new team in accordance with his tactical philosophy, and the club's upper management had even empowered him to begin phasing out the veterans within the squad. Pellegrini had his own tactical approach. On the path of attacking football, he had navigated smoothly, and adopting an offensive strategy in lieu of a defensive one was certainly a viable option. If one were to revert to the previous tactical framework of a double pivot in a 4-2-3-1 system, Bayern could simply recruit a Bundesliga coach to replicate past strategies, rendering the appointment of a new manager redundant. It is evident that he would be unwilling to serve as a mere tactical puppet. Furthermore, as a new official assumes command, he has his own preferred midfield linchpin, Thiago. Without altering the positions of seasoned players Muller and Schweinsteiger, he is naturally compelled to make adjustments to the injury-plagued Martinez this season. The elevation of Götze to gradually supplant the veteran Robben has also been subtly suggested by Bayern's upper management. Thus, Pellegrini does not perceive any wrongdoing on his part. At this juncture, conceding a goal presents a grave challenge, yet Pellegrini remains steadfast, unwilling to submit to the pressures of substituting Robben and Martinez from the bench. While adjustments can be made, they must not occur at this moment, nor during the first half of the match. Implementing changes at this point would be tantamount to Pellegrini conceding to the tactical philosophy left behind by Hanks. Pellegrini, though amiable, possesses his own tactical pride. It is a matter not of right or wrong, but rather of suitability. Lyon is oblivious to the internal conflict brewing within Pellegrini. He simply feels reassured by the absence of activity from the Bayern coaching staff. Overall, the tactical approach of Bayern presently diverges sharply from the robust style they exhibited in previous seasons. The legacy of Hank's tactical philosophy still lingers among the veteran players. In contrast, players like Thiago, Götze, and Lewandowski, who are gravitating towards the new manager Pellegrini, represent an alternative tactical perspective. There exists a faction inclined towards conservatism and another that embraces a proactive approach. Notably, Pellegrini lacks substantial championship accolades to assert authority over the Bayern locker room, complicating the factional dynamics within the team. When reflecting on the pitch, the current starting players of Bayern exhibit a stark contrast to the tightly knit, cohesive team spirit of the previous season. Lahm continues to rally the morale of his teammates, yet few respond to his call for unity. In stark comparison, the Chelsea players, recently basking in celebration, appear significantly more united. Lyon affectionately drapes his arm around Kroos's shoulder, whispering something that elicits laughter from both. Ibrahimovic playfully ruffles the hair of the goalscorer Hazard, while De Bruyne and Azpilicueta embrace, once more in celebration. Meanwhile, Terry fervently waves his arms towards the stands, igniting the enthusiasm of the home supporters. Mourinho, standing at the sidelines, claps enthusiastically for his disciples, his face beaming with joy and confidence, exuding an air of assured victory. As Chelsea's players return to their half, they bolster each other's spirits, alerting one another and brimming with determination to continue the match. The contrasting mentalities of the two teams at this moment in Stamford Bridge are strikingly evident, presenting a stark dichotomy. Many neutral fans who naively supported Bayern prior to the match swiftly changed their stance. The game soon resumed, but this time Chelsea refrained from any trickery and committed fully to defense. Uninformed Bayern players and Pellegrini on the sidelines could not afford to be careless. Bayern, opting against aggressive forward pressure, seemed to reach an unspoken understanding with Chelsea, resulting in a marked slowdown of the game's tempo. Bayern's attacks appeared impotent, while Chelsea's defense stood resolute, leaving Bayern seemingly at a loss against Chelsea's steadfastness. As the match reached the 30-minute mark of the first half, several players on Bayern's bench began warming up at the sidelines. Not only Robben and Martinez, but also substitute forward Pizarro and substitute midfielder Rode initiated their warm-up routines. It was not until the 35th minute of the first half that Bayern regained their vigor and pressed forward into Chelsea's half once more. However, faced with Chelsea's newfound 4-5-1 formation, Bayern struggled to devise an effective strategy. Ribery attempted to break through on the left flank, drawing several fouls from Azpilicueta. Yet Lewandowski's performance during set pieces remained unremarkable, contributing only a single shot throughout the half, rendering him nearly invisible. While one cannot entirely dismiss his role as a pivot, compared to last year's Mandzukic, Lewandowski's performance in this half barely met the threshold of adequacy. Yet Bayern had no superior options available. Mandzukic and Gomez were sold off in last summer's transfer window, leaving fans with no choice but to opt for the younger Lewandowski over the veteran Pizarro. As the final whistle blew, Bayern players hurriedly made their way toward the tunnel, with Pellegrini briskly striding towards the dressing room, his demeanor serious. For Chelsea, preparations for the second half would be significantly less taxing. Mourinho first extolled every Chelsea player in the locker room, then emphasized the paramount importance of maintaining defensive solidity in the second half. The more steadfast our defense, the more likely they are to reveal defensive frailties. The less urgency we exhibit, the more anxious they will become. Naturally, should they choose to ease off in this match, we stand to gain immensely. My sole request for the remainder of this match is to avoid conceding a goal. Prioritize defense, approach offense cautiously, and if we execute this strategy, we shall remain undefeated when we head to the Allianz Arena for the second leg. Mourinho's words resonated deeply within the minds of all Chelsea players. As the second half commenced, Chelsea maintained their defensive posture, refusing to be lured into any traps set by Bayern. Just as Mourinho had articulated, as long as Chelsea remained composed, Bayern would only grow increasingly frantic. In their previous encounter against Juventus, Chelsea had the calming presence of Allegri to maintain order within the squad, emphasizing the necessity of steadfast defense. Even after conceding an early goal, Chelsea managed to limit Bayern's counterattacking opportunities, prolonging the suspense of the match until the second leg. However, Bayern found themselves unable to replicate this resilience. Pellegrini struggled to command the seasoned Bayern veterans, and the glory of last season's treble left the players unwilling to accept a defeat in the first leg of the Champions League semi-final against Chelsea. If they were to lose, it could not be in such a frustrating manner. Chelsea, having faced their demise in a valiant effort last season, had no reason to retreat like a turtle this year. Ribery sounded the charge, and Chelsea held their defensive line with unwavering composure. Under the close surveillance of Thiago Silva, Lewandowski was unable to seize any significant scoring opportunities. However, Müller and Ribery did manage to connect well a few times, unleashing powerful long-range shots that tested Czech's goalkeeping prowess. Despite giving Bayern several corner opportunities, Chelsea's defenders remained unperturbed, with Terry asserting his dominance within the penalty area. It wasn't until the 70th minute of the second half that Pellegrini decided to make a substitution. Surprisingly, he replaced the relatively effective Müller with Robben, rather than substituting a midfielder or defender for an attacking player. This decision caught all Bayern fans off guard, as they had anticipated that Müller would at least swap positions with the underperforming Götze. Although Müller appeared displeased, he ultimately complied with the coach's decision and left the pitch, showing respect to Pellegrini with a hug before heading to the bench. Upon entering the game, Robben sprinted down the right flank, while Götze moved into the central midfield. This reinstated Bayern's dynamic wing play, yet it also reignited the long-standing rivalry between Leon and Götze. Leon, of course, would not show Götze any mercy. Should Götze attempt to carry the ball through the center, Leon was certain to confront his old friend with vigor. Following Bayern's substitutions, Leon sensed an opportunity to extend their lead. Bayern's midfield defense had already shown vulnerabilities, and Pellegrini's decision to replace the industrious Müller with Götze in the center exacerbated their defensive shortcomings. Predictably, after Robben's introduction, Bayern intensified their offensive efforts, executing their wing play with flair. However, in the center, both Götze and Thiago pushed too far forward, leaving Schweinsteiger to shoulder the defensive burden alone. Leon waited patiently. Recalling Mourinho's words during halftime, offense must be approached with caution. At this juncture, maintaining the integrity of the midfield defense was paramount. Nevertheless, Bayern's somewhat hasty attacks soon provided Leon with an opportunity. In the 79th minute of the second half, Robben, having come off the bench, leveraged his superior stamina and technical prowess to swiftly create opportunities down the right flank. Bertrand and Matic found themselves in a position of reactive defense on that side. By stretching the space in the channel area, Robben attempted to deliver a threatening pass behind the Chelsea defense. However, Götze and he appeared to be out of sync. Robben played an early ball, but Götze advanced only halfway before halting, mistakenly believing Robben would secure the ball at his feet first. Both players had valid intentions. If one had to pinpoint a fault, it was Robben's slight impatience. However, with precious little time remaining in the match, the necessity for more daring attempts to equalize at Chelsea's home ground became paramount. Robben's intentions were noble, yet regrettably, his partner was no longer the agile Müller. Terry, Seizing the opportunity, swiftly directed the ball towards Cruz, who had retreated to receive it. Upon receiving the ball, Cruz immediately distributed it to the flanks, with De Bruyne driving into the center, deftly evading Bernat's challenge. In the next instant, Lyon surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, and De Bruyne, displaying remarkable synergy, delivered a precise through ball. Their passing and movement combination sliced right through Bayern's midfield line. Schweinsteiger struggled to chase back, while Boateng, lingering at the back of Bayern's defense, hesitated to press, mindful of the looming presence of Ibrahimovic, thus compelled to retreat. Lyon advanced with the ball at a rapid pace, presenting Chelsea with an excellent counter-attacking opportunity. Observing that Ibrahimovic had effectively occupied Boateng's defense, Lyon slightly maneuvered the ball towards the right side of the midfield to assess Hazard's advancing speed. Yet, in a fleeting moment of turning his head, Lyon astutely detected a positional error from Neuer. The German keeper, known for his eagerness to rush off his line, had strayed far from his goal, positioning himself closer to the edge of the penalty area. Suddenly, an audacious idea sparked in Lyon's mind. Considering that he was less than 40 meters from Bayern's goal, he steeled himself, adjusted his stride, and unleashed a powerful strike. Commentators from various nations were left utterly astounded at that moment. As Lyon prepared to unleash his thunderous shot, many commentators seemed momentarily speechless, unsure of what to articulate. On the pitch, Lyon's shooting motion was executed with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, the ball roared upwards before descending sharply. Neuer, in a genuine state of panic, found his retreating speed inadequate when compared to the ball's descent towards the goal. His save came just a fraction too late. Suddenly, Neuer felt as if he had been transported back 3 years. In the raucous atmosphere of the National Stadium in Warsaw, facing a one-on-one with Balotelli, who opted for a powerful shot, he had felt equally helpless. With a futile wave and a final desperate dive, Neuer closed his eyes. Moments later, the crisp sound of the ball striking the net echoed in his ears. The overwhelming cacophony of fervent cheers engulfed the arena. After unleashing a thunderous shot from a staggering distance of 36 meters, Lyon, in a fit of exhilaration, cast off his shirt and raced to the sidelines, raising his arms in triumph to embrace the adulation from the Chelsea supporters. At that moment, it felt as though time had reverted. Before Neuer, the football deity had once again descended. The third update may arrive post-midnight. I sincerely apologize for the delay. The food enthusiasts are encouraged to complete the third update before the stroke of 1. Chapter 321, A Farewell to Manchester United. They must begin to acclimatize to competing in the Europa League. Lyon advanced with remarkable speed. Let us witness as Lyon takes a shot. Neuer could not intercept it. The ball has found the net. Goodness! Lyon has scored a stunning world-class goal. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. This was a strike that surely exceeded 35 meters. Lyon has decisively vanquished the German national goalkeeper. The Lion of Chelsea has shed his jersey. He revels in exuberant celebration with his fans. My goodness. It feels as if yesterday has returned. Lyon's extraordinary strike transports us back to that summer 3 years ago. He has impeccably replicated Balotelli's legendary long-range goal. The Germans are in deep trouble. The commentator from Sky Sports England was utterly exhilarated by Lyon's remarkable long-range strike. Admittedly, his commentary might land him in hot water, as German fans are likely to lodge complaints. However, the English supporters are thoroughly delighted, reveling in the sheer joy of the moment. Lyon, who nearly eliminated any suspense from the match with his extraordinary shot, felt the electrifying enthusiasm from both the home crowd and his teammates. How could you possibly execute such a magnificent shot? It is simply breathtaking. I swear to the heavens, I have utterly fallen in love with you. Little Lion. Ibrahimovic, with eloquent exclamations, embraced Lyon tightly. The other Chelsea players were equally astonished by Lyon's astonishing long-range effort. In the critical final moments of the match, Lyon's goal that extended their lead significantly uplifted the morale of the entire Chelsea squad, while simultaneously demoralizing the Bayern players. On the sidelines, the coach stood with his hands in his pockets, his face ashen. Yet not far from him, Mourinho sprinted passionately, a blur of energy. He dashed towards the Chelsea players who were fervently celebrating on the sidelines. Thus, just as Lyon escaped Ibrahimovic's embrace, he was enveloped in a vigorous hug from his own coach. I truly adore you. You are the finest footballer on this planet. Messi pales in comparison, I swear. Well done. Well done. Leon could discern the genuine excitement in the coach's voice. However, he remained skeptical about the assertion that Messi could not measure up to him. After all, the coach often spoke of Messi, and everyone in the Chelsea squad knew of his admiration for the Argentine. In moments of exhilaration, one may utter the most unexpected things. At this moment, hearing Mourinho express his surprise at him filled Leon's heart with immense comfort. However, their fervent celebration was destined to be ephemeral. The on-field referee and the fourth official approached, signaling Mourinho to promptly return to the coaching area. At that moment, Mourinho was unperturbed, his face adorned with a satisfied smile, even engaging in light-hearted banter with the fourth official on his way back. After the collective celebration, Leon once again stood alone, absorbing the passionate cheers of the Chelsea fans. After invigorating the home supporters with raised arms, Leon turned towards his half of the field, only to be met with the bewildered expressions of the Bayern players. His stunning goal had not entirely extinguished the spirit of the Bayern team. Yet it was undeniable that their morale had taken a significant hit. In a way, Leon's goal could be considered a stroke of luck. Ultimately, it was the glaring gaps in Bayern's midfield defense that afforded him such a golden opportunity to surge forward. Schweinsteiger remained silent, while Thiago, hands on hips, glanced towards the coaching bench. Götze said nothing, simply trudging towards the kickoff point. The Bayern midfield trio was devoid of communication at this moment, a rift far more severe than a tactical blunder. Pellegrini appeared lost in thought, as he still had not substituted Martinez, instead opting to replace Schweinsteiger with midfielder Rod. Unlike Müller, Schweinsteiger did not take it lightly. He dashed off the field, ignoring Pellegrini's handshake, and in a fit of frustration, tossed the warm coat handed to him by the staff onto the substitutes bench. This scene was faithfully captured by the cameras, and the hearts of Bayern fans watching from home plummeted at this moment. This season, the team's locker room had experienced some minor issues, a fact well known among Bayern supporters. Analysis of the incessant rumors circulating in the German media had gradually unveiled many underlying problems. The subtle divide between seasoned veterans and newcomers, as well as the differing tactical philosophies between the veterans and the new head coach, were all evident and reasonably existent. However, with the league title already secured and a place in the DFB Pokal final achieved, the team's success had masked these internal dilemmas. If Bayern could successfully defend their title in the Champions League this season, all discord within the locker room would likely dissipate. Yet, it now appeared that not only was the prospect of defending their Champions League title in jeopardy, but the potential for a significant rift in the Bayern locker room seemed to be on the verge of explosion. This grim reality left Bayern fans feeling disheartened, to the extent that they lost interest in the final 10 minutes of the match. When the referee blew the final whistle, the atmosphere at Stamford Bridge erupted in jubilation. Most of the Bayern players hurriedly made their way towards the players' tunnel. Ultimately, only Lahm and Müller approached Kroos, engaging in a brief exchange. Leon engaged in a brief conversation with Müller, but noticing his lack of enthusiasm, refrained from exchanging jerseys. Being embroiled in such locker room turmoil is undeniably distressing. During Liang's tenure at Real Madrid, he too was not exempt from such pressures. However, at that time, Real Madrid enjoyed considerable success, allowing the tensions within the locker room to simmer for an entire season before erupting. Had the 2012 Real Madrid team faced a setback akin to Bayern's current predicament, suffering a heavy defeat in the first leg of the Champions League semifinals, it is uncertain whether they could have maintained their pursuit of defending the Champions League title in the 2012 to 2013 season. With an early dissolution of the team being a distinct possibility, the locker room issues of prestigious clubs have always been intricate. In comparison to the former Real Madrid, Bayern, often dubbed the Hollywood of football, currently grapples with even more complicated locker room dilemmas. Leon felt a tinge of regret for Müller, yet as a Chelsea player, he found a certain satisfaction in witnessing Bayern's struggles. Perhaps when the second leg commences, Chelsea might secure a more comfortable victory, which would be most welcome. After concluding the first leg of the Champions League semi-finals, the Chelsea team was granted a day's respite. However, Leon could not remain idle. On the afternoon of his day off, he organized a gathering at his villa for teammates to watch the match between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid. Prior to this Champions League semi-final clash, most Chelsea players favored Real Madrid, yet Leon took an opposing stance, believing that Atletico Madrid would emerge victorious. The number of injuries plaguing Real Madrid was considerable, and Ancelotti had overexerted his starting lineup with minimal rotation. it was now time for Real Madrid to face the consequences. Competing on three fronts while failing to rotate players was a gamble we dared not undertake in our time. Ancelotti's audacity was indeed remarkable. As Lyon articulated his reasoning, his teammates contemplated the starting lineups of both teams. Atletico had relinquished their pursuit of the La Liga title against Barcelona, having secured an early spot in the Copa del Rey final, thus fielding a fully fit squad for this encounter. In stark contrast, Real Madrid's situation was dire. The absence of key players such as Benzema, Xabi Alonso, Modric, and Carvajal left Ancelotti in a predicament. In desperation, he was compelled to deploy a 4-4-2 formation, eliminating the center-forward position and placing Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale as twin strikers at the forefront. Ramos was drafted in as an auxiliary defensive midfielder alongside Casemiro, while Isco and James Rodriguez occupied the flanks. The defensive line consisted of Varane and Pepe, with Marcelo as the left back and Nacho on the right. The starting goalkeeper remained Casillas. At first glance, this formation appeared quite formidable. However, without Benzema as a tactical shield, Ronaldo and Bale would be confronted directly by Atletico's robust defense. While the midfield possessed sufficient physicality, it lacked the requisite organizational prowess, as both Isco and James required substantial possession. Thus, although the 4-4-2 formation seemed viable, a closer examination revealed numerous underlying issues. In the absence of a central organizing figure in midfield, and with the two flanking players lacking incisive pace for breakthroughs, it is a sheer waste of Cristiano Ronaldo's talents to thrust him against the impenetrable defense of the opponents. Ultimately, the match result corroborated Lyon's suspicions. The partnership of Ronaldo and Bale in a dual-forward setup appeared quite awkward, as both of Real Madrid's attacking titans were effectively stifled by Atletico Madrid's muscular defense. Isco's performance on the left flank was somewhat commendable, as his expansive range of movement rendered him, to some extent, the organizing core of Real Madrid in this match. However, with James vacating the central position, he became virtually invisible. Throughout the match, the three pivotal players in Real Madrid's midfield and attack vanished, leading to a decisive 2-0 victory for Atletico. After witnessing the match, Chelsea's entire squad began to view Atletico as their formidable opponent in the upcoming Champions League final. Lyon verbally expressed his preference for Atletico's triumph, yet witnessing Real Madrid's defeat on their travels left him feeling quite disheartened. Fortunately, Chelsea was poised to face an opponent that Lyon greatly admired in their next league encounter. On May 9th, Chelsea would host the 36th round of the Premier League against the Red Devils, Manchester United. In an earlier match, Tottenham had decisively triumphed over Stoke City with a score of 3-0, currently leading Manchester United by 3 points and sitting in fourth place in the Premier League. Thus, this match held immense significance for the entire United squad. If they failed to conquer Chelsea and reclaim the fourth spot based on goal difference, they would relinquish control of their Champions League aspirations with only 2 rounds remaining in the Premier League. Determined to return to the Champions League next season, Manchester United was fully committed to this crucial juncture. Chelsea, while formidable, had already secured the league title, which could diminish their motivation against league rivals. Moreover, with preparations underway for the upcoming Champions League semi-final against Bayern, it was unlikely that Chelsea would field their strongest starting 11, thus providing Manchester United with a genuine opportunity for victory. With this in mind, the United squad arrived at Stamford Bridge on the afternoon of May 9th. An hour prior to kickoff, the coaching staff of Manchester United breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving Chelsea's starting 11, which featured only Lyon and Hazard as the absolute key players. This situation instilled a sense of confidence in the Manchester United players. Conversely, upon learning of their own team's starting lineup, many Chelsea fans began to feel a tinge of anxiety. Regardless of Manchester United's recent struggles, they were, after all, on the brink of entering the Champions League zone. For Chelsea to secure an unbeaten title, it was imperative to field at least 5 or 6 key players in this match. Relying solely on Lyon and Hazard seemed rather precarious. With a mix of apprehension and concern, Chelsea supporters tuned in promptly to witness this league encounter. In the opening of the match, Chelsea, adopting a 4-2-3-1 formation, relinquished the initiative, mirroring their tactical setup from a few days prior against Bayern. Likewise, Manchester United, reminiscent of their previous encounter with Bayern, pressed forward decisively, launching an offensive against Chelsea's completely altered defensive line. Van Persie has been thoroughly relegated to the sidelines by Van Gaal, Yet despite his mediocre scoring efficiency, Falcao continues to hold the position of principal striker for United. It remains uncertain whether the pre-match news of Chelsea's extensive rotations bolstered Van Gaal's confidence. Today, he audaciously deployed a 4-1-4-1 attacking formation, with only Herrera tasked with defensive duties in midfield, while Di Maria, Fellaini, Rooney, and Juan Mata lined up across the attacking front. Such an arrangement clearly displayed a disregard for Chelsea's reshuffled defense. However, it was proven that the duo of Van Ginkel and Lampard effectively withstood the midfield pressure exerted by Manchester United. In defense, the partnership between Maguire and Carrick was remarkably complementary. Regardless of how Falcao and the advancing Fellaini pressed the backline, they adeptly managed their defensive responsibilities. Van Gaal's strategy of leveraging Fellaini's aerial prowess through a bombardment style of play faltered once again against Chelsea. The vast spaces left behind by their aggressive forward push offered opportunities for counterattacks by Lyon and Hazard. By the 17th minute of the first half, the overly aggressive Manchester United finally provided Chelsea with a prime counterattacking opportunity. Van Ginkel successfully intercepted, reclaiming possession from Rooney. Lampard swiftly delivered a long pass to Drogba, who, stationed at the edge of United's arc, executed a header across the pitch. Lyon seized the ball, advancing before Herrera could close in, and sent the ball to the right flank. Salah, nearly glued to the sideline, managed to evade the young Luke Shaw. The two engaged in a race along the wing. While Salah could not completely shake off Shaw's defensive interference, he still found space to cross. His right-footed cross, albeit somewhat erratic, was met by Drogba, who, despite being challenged by Smalling, managed to nod the ball back with difficulty. Lyon, arriving in the right position, even had time to control the ball before unleashing a powerful shot from close range. De Gea, obstructed in his line of sight by his fellow young defender McNair, could only make a desperate dive towards the near post, but Lyon's shot was directed towards the center of the goal. As the ball struck the net, Lyon sprinted towards the corner flag, raising his right hand to his ear in a circular motion before stopping near the flag, gripping it with his left hand while placing his right hand behind his ear in a gesture of listening celebration. The Chelsea fans erupted with joyous cheers and shouts. Their spirits lifted. Lyon, laughing, turned to embrace his approaching teammates in celebration. His intentions towards United were not malicious. Rather, it was their pre-match bravado that sparked his resolve. If they sought victory at Stamford Bridge, he could only oblige with a lesson in humility. Perhaps from the next season onward, Manchester United will indeed need to acclimatize to competing in the Europa League. This chapter concludes with the 322nd segment, where Stamford Bridge denies a comeback and Lyon achieves his 40th goal of the season. The goal he scored against Manchester United marks Lyon's 26th in the Premier League this season. This remarkable strike enabled Lyon to once again surpass both Cavani and Suarez, reclaiming sole possession of the top spot in the Premier League's scoring chart. Currently, both Cavani and Suarez have netted 25 goals. Cavani has already played in this round without scoring, while Suarez's match has yet to commence. Thus, Lyon's position atop the scoring leaderboard remains precarious. In order to secure his lead after this round, he must strive for additional goals. Suarez has ultimately demonstrated exceptional form towards the season's end, carrying two relatively inexperienced forwards while still achieving an impressive tally of 25 goals and 10 assists in the league. His individual prowess is undeniably formidable. The sole piece of good news may be that Liverpool has now lost its last chance to enter the Champions League. Manchester United still has a fighting chance, but Liverpool can now only aim to secure a Europa League qualification, which will undoubtedly dampen Suarez's competitive spirit. Currently, the British media is expressing considerable sympathy for Suarez. The previous season's Premier League top scorer, he managed 4 goals in the Champions League group stage this season, yet ultimately failed to advance. Dropping down to the Europa League also means an early exit, and with no expectations from the 2 domestic cup competitions, he must guide his younger teammates in their development. Over the past 3 seasons, Suarez has nearly scored 80 goals in the Premier League, with his total goal contributions exceeding 100. For a striker of such caliber, having only participated in 1 season of the Champions League with Liverpool is indeed a lamentable circumstance. Without considering a move to a top-tier club, it is certain that Suarez could be a key player in any team capable of consistently competing in the Champions League. Even if he departs from the Premier League next season, he would undoubtedly thrive in La Liga or the Bundesliga. Had it not been for the tactical constraints imposed by Liverpool's coaching staff this season, Suarez would have had an excellent chance to retain the Premier League Golden Boot. To a certain extent, Leon has been fortunate. Had he encountered the overwhelming performances of both Suarez and Cavani from the previous season, he would have found it quite challenging to contend for the Golden Boot. As the league has progressed, achieving 26 goals is already a remarkable feat for him, and he has exerted every effort to attain it. Last season, these two formidable strikers, who vied for the Premier League Golden Boot until the final match day, each surpassed 30 goals. Suarez even shattered the single-season scoring record established by Cristiano Ronaldo following the league's restructuring. Nevertheless, regardless of fortune or skill, it is an undeniable fact that Leon currently leads the Premier League scoring chart. Accomplishing this as a midfielder is nothing short of miraculous. At this moment, Leon is further propelling this miracle towards the potential of establishing a new Premier League record. As the league draws to a close, with the championship already secured and the pressure of competition significantly diminished, the entire Chelsea squad is wholeheartedly eager to assist Leon in his pursuit of personal accolades. The Manchester United players, bewildered by the early concession of a goal, found themselves at a loss. However, upon the resumption of play, Chelsea seized the momentum, aggressively launching potent assaults against United's defensive line. Initially, Leon intended to retreat to his own half to bolster the defense, but both Van Ginkel and Lampard urged him to advance boldly. Witnessing the confidence exhibited by his midfield partners, Leon decided to embrace the opportunity. From the outset, Manchester United had maintained an aggressive approach, yet they were now being pushed back by Chelsea's counterattack. Some of United's more confident attacking players, such as Di Maria and Mata, contemplated a direct confrontation with Chelsea's rotating midfield in a bid to regain control of the match. However, their teammates lacked such conviction. Fellaini and Herrera were focused on solidifying their defense. Consequently, this led to a disjointed midfield, where the wings sought to attack while the central players were preoccupied with retreating, leaving Rooney in a precarious position where he could neither attack nor defend effectively. Van Gaal, unlike Moyes, recognized the tactical disarray on the field and sought to address it diplomatically. Standing on the sidelines with hands on hips, he vocally expressed his concerns, aligning his thoughts with those of Di Maria and the others. Given that United was already battling away from home and had conceded a goal, it was imperative for them to maintain their composure. Any sign of hesitation would only embolden Chelsea further. Should Chelsea capitalize on the opportunity to apply relentless pressure in the first half, it would significantly dampen the morale of the entire United squad. Therefore, it was essential to prioritize offensive efforts. United's wingers were capable, and with Rooney in the center, they still had a glimmer of hope for a comeback. If Falcao faltered, they could consider deploying Fellaini as an improvised tactical striker. Van Gaal possessed strategies for offense, yet his greater concern lay in the defensive realm. At this juncture, Manchester United found themselves with no option but to advance fiercely. The audacious and decisive tactical choices made by Van Gaal were met with admiration from Mourinho. However, with a one-goal advantage and playing at home, Mourinho similarly harbored confidence in his youthful disciples. As the match progressed to this thrilling moment, it truly became an exhilarating spectacle. The young players Chelsea had brought on were resolute and daring, matching Manchester United in both attack and defense. Nonetheless, the focal point of the fans remained Leon. The supporters of Manchester United fervently hoped for Leon to refrain from creating further counterattacking opportunities, while Chelsea's fans eagerly anticipated his continued scoring to solidify his lead in the goal-scoring charts. Of course, assisting was equally important. Leon had already provided 18 assists in the Premier League, just too short of achieving the remarkable feat of 20 goals and 20 assists in a single season. Last season, he fell just one goal shy of this milestone, leaving Chelsea fans lamenting for nearly a year. This year, regardless of the circumstances, we must shatter the record set by Henry. The players on the field for Chelsea share this fervent aspiration. However, at times, an overly eager pass to Leon may inadvertently subject him to Manchester United's formidable defensive encirclement. In such scenarios, Chelsea's counterattack efficiency plummets. United's wing play strategy flourishes with vibrancy. And in crucial moments, the angelic Di Maria rises to the occasion. He skillfully evades Chelsea's seasoned veterans, Lampard and Ivanovic, on the flanks, delivering a masterful reverse pass. Falcao's forward run draws away Carrick, while Maguire, lagging behind, cannot provide timely support, granting Rooney a comfortable opportunity to strike within Chelsea's penalty area. On this occasion, Rooney opts for a cunning push shot rather than a violent strike. The ball narrowly grazes Maguire's outstretched foot, finding the bottom corner of Chelsea's goal. Faced with Rooney's unimpeded push shot, Cech is a fraction late, failing to execute a successful save. In the 34th minute of the first half, Manchester United equalizes, igniting a chorus of ecstatic roars from countless Red Devils supporters gathered before their screens. In an instant, they ascend from despair to elation. The thousands of Manchester United fans at Stamford Bridge erupt in jubilant cheers, releasing the tension and anxiety that had weighed heavily on their hearts. United is still alive. They possess both time and opportunity to seize control of the race for the top four. If they can overcome this formidable challenge posed by Chelsea, the remaining two fixtures will present a clear path ahead. Van Gaal exhales a sigh of relief from the coaching bench. Mourinho, however, purses his lips and shakes his head. While dissatisfaction isn't quite the sentiment, the current state of the match exceeds his expectations. Leon on the pitch refrains from chastising his defensive teammates. He is undoubtedly one of the few in the football world who truly comprehends Di Maria's prowess. Tasking the aging Lampard and Ivanovic with matching up against the rampaging Di Maria is akin to offering a head start. When the two teams first clashed in the league this season, Manchester United's situation was far more dire. At that time, Van Gaal had yet to unveil his expansive tactical approach, and the team suffered consecutive defeats, prompting Di Maria to contemplate leaving. Naturally, his heart wasn't fully committed to playing for United. Yet now, United stands merely a step away from the Champions League zone. Without resorting to platitudes about team spirit, even for his own sake, Di Maria must give his all. A grave expression settles on Leon's face. To honor his former teammate, he promptly withdraws to contribute to the defense. Lampard and Van Ginkel no longer pat their chests to assure Leon of their defensive support. Chelsea adopts a fully compact formation, and with Leon's diligent defensive efforts, the backline quickly regains its composure. United seizes the fleeting moments remaining in the first half to launch several more attacks. Yet all are in vain, concluding the half with the score locked at 1-1. As the halftime interlude commenced, Mourinho refrained from hastily implementing tactical adjustments. Instead, he allowed his players a moment to recuperate and reflect on their performances in the first half. While underestimating the opponent was not an option, it was imperative for Chelsea's starting players to accord greater respect to Manchester United, who were on the brink of breaking into the Premier League's top four. After nearly 5 minutes of respite, Mourinho clapped his hands, signaling the players in the locker room to focus on their individual roles. From this moment forward, let us forget the first half and the score. We must re-engage with Manchester United, he declared. In terms of tactics, he outlined necessary adjustments, not in defense, but rather in enhancing the efficiency of their counterattacks. With clarity and urgency, Mourinho articulated his strategic demands. Leon listened intently, wholeheartedly agreeing with the manager's approach. In the first half's exchanges, Chelsea had accrued just as many counter-attacking opportunities as United. However, whenever Chelsea players gained possession, they primarily sought Leon, which proved advantageous for United's defenders. Typically, Leon serves as the fulcrum of Chelsea's counter-attacking framework, yet he seldom became the primary ball holder during these transitions. His role involved facilitating the play before making incisive runs, either delivering the final pass or executing the decisive strike. Thus, the ball was predominantly held by Hazard or Salah, with Drogba serving as the tactical anchor. Patience is key, a simple truth that resonated among the Chelsea players in the locker room as they contemplated their approach for the second half. Soon, the second half resumed. With both tactical and psychological adjustments in place, Chelsea's style of play exhibited newfound composure. Leon's movement remained extensive, yet his teammates no longer instinctively sought him out upon gaining possession. Instead, Hazard and Salah began to take turns driving at United's defense. Chelsea's offensive maneuvers increasingly revolved around these two flanking threats, opting against a direct assault through the center. With Drogba anchoring the midfield, Chelsea's attacks were effectively stretched, allowing Leon to make significant off-the-ball runs. The United defense could no longer afford to apply relentless pressure on him, thus alleviating some of the burden on their backline. Before Hazard could fully exert his influence, Salah had already engaged in multiple one-on-one confrontations, successfully besting Luke Shaw. In such scenarios, if the defensive player falters, assistance becomes necessary. Shaw's defensive experience was insufficient, and Salah exploited him as a breakthrough point, successfully dismantling United's defensive structure. As Manchester United's entire backline became increasingly reactive, Lyon, in the 59th minute of the second half, received the ball, decisively shifted play, and delivered a lethal through ball. Lyon provided the pass. Hazard faced De Gea one-on-one. He was onside. This goal was in the making. Jean June erupted with the familiar roars of countless fans from Huagua in the studio. At this moment at Stamford Bridge, after receiving a pass from Lyon, Hazard had already spread his arms wide, exuberantly racing toward the corner flag. The balance of the match once again tilted, as Chelsea displayed their resilience at the crucial juncture of the 60th minute of the second half. As the entire Manchester United squad grew tense, eager to seize the moment and continue their offensive, Chelsea chose not to retreat defensively, but instead opted to engage Manchester United in a fierce contest, just as they had in the first half. However, this time, Chelsea played with a greater sense of composure and organization. Lyon did not insist that his teammates cater to his personal statistics. He maintained his usual approach to the game. An anxious Manchester United resorted to a more direct and aggressive style of play, leaving their defense increasingly vulnerable. In the 73rd minute of the second half, Lyon, in coordination with Van Ginkel, executed a pressing maneuver that enabled him to intercept the ball from Fellaini. Under pressure from Rooney, Lyon deftly passed the ball sideways to Lampard, who decisively delivered a long pass aimed at Drogba. Even though his prime had passed, the African beast still played a pivotal role on the field, showcasing his brilliance. With Chris Smalling tightly marking him, Drogba, retreating, managed to execute a header that accurately directed the ball to the rapidly advancing Salah on the flanks. Lyon and Lampard joined the attack, while Hazard swiftly cut in from the left, charging toward the Manchester United penalty area. Chelsea's rapid counterattack left countless Manchester United fans watching from their televisions in a state of dread. This time, Salah denied Luke Shaw the chance to mark him. He feigned an inward cut, but as Shaw cautiously adjusted his position, Salah decisively drove toward the baseline. The cross he delivered was both precise and stable. Drogba feigned a shot at the near post in front of Manchester United's goal, forcing Smalling to follow him closely. Meanwhile, Lyon surged into the center of the Manchester United penalty area with unstoppable momentum, seamlessly executing a header to score. As the ball once again slipped past De Gea's fingertips and struck the net behind him, the hearts of the Red Devil supporters shattered. 31. The outcome was determined. The suspense dispelled. The 27th goal of the Premier League. The 40th goal of his personal season. Lyon. This was a milestone match for him. Manchester United, it seemed, would not achieve the result they desired today. Just when they glimpsed a flicker of hope, Lyon and his teammates delivered a resolute response. Stamford Bridge today remains steadfast against surprises and comebacks. The chapter concludes. Chapter 323, The Battle of the Elite, the most gritty Champions League final. When Lyon scored Chelsea's third goal, Di Maria unexpectedly felt an overwhelming sense of relief, contrary to his earlier expectations of distress. This season's tumultuous experience at Manchester United had far surpassed the challenges he faced in several seasons at Real Madrid. Initially, within the ranks of Real Madrid, there existed factions and certain issues in the locker room, yet these fell within a reasonable scope. At the very least, Mourinho secured the authority to manage the locker room from the upper management, and any arising problems were typically addressed discreetly. The only incident that erupted publicly was the explosive fallout involving Casillas. Di Maria had previously assumed that the internal issues plaguing Europe's elite clubs were largely similar. After all, these teams represented the pinnacle of their respective leagues. Escalating problems could jeopardize team performance and subsequently hinder commercial expansion. However, upon transferring to Manchester United, Di Maria's eyes were truly opened. The myriad of issues within Manchester United left him quite overwhelmed. Neglecting to mention the somewhat outdated training facilities, one would expect that, for a club of Manchester United's stature, updating equipment would merely require an off-season. The most detrimental factor, however, was the chaotic management from the club's upper echelons, which bewildered Di Maria the most. The lack of professionalism among the management, their frequent interference in team arrangements, and the stark discrepancy between season objectives and actual circumstances left him perplexed. He could not fathom how such mismanagement could occur within a prestigious club. With a disunited locker room and rampant issues from the upper management, it was hard to harbor any expectations for Manchester United, regardless of which footballing superstar might arrive. Di Maria initially found merit in the words spoken by Lyon at the season's outset. After all, he had transcended the phase of desperately seeking glory. At Manchester United, he was compensated with a lucrative salary, and many matters could simply be overlooked. Upon the conclusion of this contract, he could depart in pursuit of another substantial agreement. Yet now, he felt it unnecessary to expend the hard-earned reputation he had accumulated over previous seasons in the tumultuous environment of Manchester United, as it truly seemed unworthy. There were indeed European clubs offering abundant financial rewards with far fewer complications. Last summer, a tempting offer from Paris Saint-Germain had been extended to him through a call from a close associate. However, at that time, he succumbed to his agent's persuasion, placing greater value on Manchester United's illustrious reputation. In retrospect, this decision was profoundly misguided. He hoped for an opportunity to reconsider during the upcoming summer transfer window. Presently, there were numerous stars within Manchester United, like Di Maria, contemplating their departure. Falcao, who ventured into the Premier League only to find himself struggling to adapt, has now been discarded by Van Gaal. Van Persie, once persuaded to join by Moyes, and Juan Mata, who also felt the weight of the club's turmoil. Had Manchester United managed to secure a top-4 finish and attain Champions League qualification, all would have been well. Yet, it now appeared increasingly likely that such aspirations would falter. Participation in the Champions League holds significant importance for these stars, as their positions within their national teams and their standing in the clubs are closely intertwined with it. With the likelihood of facing another season in the Europa League, it is entirely natural for discontent to brew within the Manchester United ranks. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil, Lionel, revels in celebration with his teammates on the pitch. Just a single assist away from achieving the remarkable feat of 20 goals and 20 assists in a single league season. However, Chelsea still has 3 league matches ahead. And for him, providing an assist in these 3 games should not pose a challenge. Scoring 2 goals today was indeed a delightful surprise for him. He also has the opportunity to play an additional match as a rescheduled game, with a favorable schedule and minimal pressure. If this allows Suarez and Cavani to stage a comeback and ultimately secure the Premier League Golden Boot, he would have no choice but to accept it. After another round of celebrations, Leon swiftly noticed Mourinho making substitutions from the sidelines. Anticipating the change, he proactively approached the touchline. Soon, the 4th official raised the substitution board, confirming that Mourinho had indeed replaced Leon with Kroos. Amidst the cheers and applause of nearly 40,000 Chelsea supporters, Leon embraced Kroos as they left the pitch, followed by a hearty hug with Mourinho. "Well done. Now rest well and channel your energy into the upcoming match against Bayern." Mourinho patted Leon's shoulder with encouragement and anticipation in his tone. Leon nodded with a smile, then exchanged high-fives with his teammates on the bench, raising his arms to urge the home fans to create an even greater wave of celebration. At this moment, there were still about 20 minutes remaining in the match. If Manchester United were to rally and manage to equalize or even mount a miraculous comeback, Leon's premature champagne celebration would turn into a source of ridicule. However, it appeared that the current Manchester United players lacked the tenacity that their predecessors once embodied, the very spirit that the fans fondly referred to as the Red Devil spirit. Mourinho certainly would not foolishly allow Manchester United a chance for a comeback after substituting Leon. Shortly after, seizing a dead ball opportunity, Mourinho replaced Hazard and Lampard with Matic and Gary Cahill. Chelsea then transitioned to a full defensive stance, with the introduction of Matic and Cahill further bolstering their aerial defensive capabilities. This rendered Manchester United's late-game long ball tactics ineffective. Ultimately, Manchester United faced a disheartening defeat at Stamford Bridge, falling 1-3, arriving with hope but departing in despair. Chelsea's victory not only extinguished Manchester United's aspirations for a top-4 finish this season, but also shattered the morale the team had painstakingly built. In the final 2 league matches, Tottenham, already 3 points ahead of Manchester United, faced Sunderland and Everton, both of whom had secured their safety. Meanwhile, Manchester United was set to battle Arsenal first, followed by a match against Hull City, who were still fighting for survival. The fixtures seemed to foreshadow the outcome of the top-4 race this season, encapsulating the age-old adage, some rejoice while others lament. In contrast, Arsenal, which typically garners significant attention from fans at this juncture, had secured their Champions League qualification early this year, no longer vying for a top-4 finish. This shift left many fans feeling a sense of loss, as if the thrill of watching the Premier League had diminished considerably. Fortunately, The Champions League semi-finals between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid soon reignited the viewing interest of the majority of fans. On the evening of May 12th, Real Madrid, seemingly cornered with no alternatives left, launched a fierce offensive against Atletico Madrid at the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium, grappling with a 2-goal deficit. In contrast to their previous harrowing encounter, where injuries plagued nearly half their starting lineup, Madrid welcomed back several key players just in time for this crucial clash. However, Atletico, having established a 2-goal advantage, opted for an extremely cautious and resolute defensive strategy. Their approach was marked by a staunch commitment to preserving their lead, hardly venturing into counterattacks. It appeared that Simeone was intent on denying Madrid even the slightest opportunity to exploit transitions between attack and defense. The entire Atletico squad fully embodied Simeone's tactical philosophy. The rhythm of the match was markedly disjointed, with Madrid struggling to string together a coherent offensive for even 5 continuous minutes. In such a fiercely contested environment, the physical toll on both teams was considerable. By the 70th minute of the second half, 5 players from both sides had been substituted due to exhaustion. Unable to continue the match, Leon, witnessing Casemiro in despair on the bench, weeping, felt a profound sense of sorrow. This season marked the end of an era for the legendary player at Real Madrid. Alonso's contract with the club was set to expire this summer, and he had chosen not to renew, thus he would depart as a free agent at the season's conclusion. Although Alonso's tenure at Real Madrid had been immensely successful, concluding his final season without a trophy was heart-wrenching. The players on the pitch gave their all at home, yet their opponents matched their resolve, successfully maintaining the aggregate score of 2-0 from the first leg. As the final whistle blew and Atletico celebrated fervently at the Bernabéu, Ancelotti stood helpless, hands on hips, before extending his congratulations to his counterpart, Simeone. Ultimately, he bore the heavy price of his stubbornness, as Madrid's aspirations for glory across 3 competitions culminated in a disappointing void. It was universally acknowledged that Ancelotti's tenure at Real Madrid had reached its conclusion. Objectively speaking, under his stewardship, Real Madrid retained their status as a powerhouse in European football, delivering commendable performances. While the matches were captivating and the results commendable, the past 2 seasons saw Madrid thwarted in the Champions League semi-finals by the resurgent Atletico. The relentless reliance on his starting players yielded only a Copa del Rey title over 2 seasons, falling short of expectations in both La Liga and the Champions League, a record that would surely not satisfy the club's president. In the live broadcast, Cristiano Ronaldo could be seen shaking his head in dismay. He had indeed exerted every effort, yet the injuries within the squad were insurmountable. It was an unfortunate twist of fate, and despite the bitterness, acceptance of the current reality was inevitable. That night, the Bernabéu was awash with tears, reflecting the anguish of Real Madrid supporters while simultaneously embodying the joy of Atletico's fans. With 2 consecutive seasons reaching the Champions League final, Simeone had ascended to unparalleled heights, establishing himself as one of the most sought-after and discussed elite managers in contemporary European football. In a post-match interview, Simeone expressed his desire for vengeance against Bayern in this season's Champions League final. When a reporter from Marca probed whether this indicated that Simeone did not wish to face Lionel and Mourinho again in the final, Simeone merely smiled and remained silent, offering no direct response. This silence speaks volumes. Journalists from Germany were eager to convey a message of "see you in the final" to Simeone on behalf of Bayern. However, the formidable challenges currently facing Bayern left them with little confidence. Following Atletico Madrid's advance to this season's Champions League final, fans turned their attention to Munich. On the evening of May 13th, the well-prepared Chelsea starters took to the stage at the Allianz Arena in Munich. Today, Chelsea's key players were all present for the away match, and Mourinho opted for the most conservative 4-2-3-1 starting formation. After suffering significant losses in midfield defense during the previous match, Pellegrini made considerable tactical adjustments this time, finally opting to start Javi Martinez. He paired Martinez with Schweinsteiger, forming a double pivot that reassured Bayern fans. Nevertheless, Pellegrini did not abandon his trust in Thiago and Götze, which meant Müller had to settle for a place on the bench, and Robben failed to secure a starting position despite an impressive substitute appearance last round. When Bayern's starting 11 was announced, not only German media but also various sports outlets in England raised questions. After all, just last summer, Hanks had led Bayern to great success with his tactical approach and formation. The established lineup was right there, although Hanks had departed. The coaching staff had not seen significant changes. At such a critical juncture, Pellegrini remained steadfast in his tactical beliefs, refusing to adapt, which left many media outlets perplexed. Yet, regardless of the criticism or support, Bayern's game plan was set, and Pellegrini had provided his tactical answer. Despite any dissatisfaction, the home fans could only choose to rally behind the coaching staff and the starting players. With the advantage of playing at home, Bayern quickly established their presence at the start of the match, launching an aggressive attack against Chelsea. However, today's Chelsea was not as defensively entrenched as Atletico Madrid. The Chelsea coaching staff opted for a bold approach, initiating high-pressing tactics and focusing on rapid counterattacks from the outset. This exhilarating match scenario far exceeded the expectations of all fans prior to the game. For Bayern, this was undoubtedly positive news. Chelsea's refusal to adopt a defensive stance allowed them greater opportunities to attack. Even if their own defense might be exploited by Chelsea, it was preferable to being stifled by Chelsea's impenetrable defensive setup. Bayern's offense was fierce and aggressive, radiating intensity. Although Chelsea managed to engage in an attacking duel with Bayern, Mourinho implemented multiple defensive strategies. Consequently, Chelsea struggled to match Bayern's momentum, allowing the latter to launch several threatening offensive penetrations. Ribery's low shot after cutting inside granted Bayern their first corner kick opportunity in the 4th minute of the first half. Additionally, Lewandowski's effort in the 11th minute, where he struck the Chelsea post after receiving a deft pass from Götze, significantly boosted the morale of the entire Bayern squad. Chelsea's aggressive advances appeared somewhat reckless at times, leading many fans to wish Mourinho would simply order a more defensive approach. However, in crucial moments, Leon and Matic held firm against Bayern's ferocious assaults and seized opportunities for counterattacks. In the 18th minute of the first half, Leon received a pass from Matic following a successful interception, skillfully maneuvering to evade Bayern's pressing with a series of protective turns. Having disrupted Bayern's defensive structure, Leon decisively advanced the ball as Martinez abandoned his defensive zone to intercept him. Exploiting the imbalance in Bayern's backline, Leon promptly executed a direct pass to the rapidly advancing De Bruyne. Martinez's attempts to recover were futile, but De Bruyne's swift delivery found the ever-elusive Hazard, who had darted behind the Bayern defense. Lahm's reaction time faltered, as in his youth, he would have surely matched Hazard's pace to effect a critical tackle. However, his current physical condition no longer permitted him to compete with such a dynamic winger. As the gap widened, Hazard surged towards the edge of the Bayern penalty area, delivering a precise ground cross. Ibrahimovic attempted a sliding shot from the center of the box, mimicked by Boateng, but neither could make contact with the ball. At the back post of the Bayern penalty area, Leon, having expended every ounce of effort to reach the critical position, merely nudged the ball into the net with minimal force, sending it past the Bayern goalkeeper. This strike rendered the Allianz Arena nearly silent, with only the jubilant cries and cheers of thousands of Chelsea fans reverberating throughout the vast stadium. The Bayern players seemed momentarily stunned. Despite their superior play and more threatening attacks in the early stages of the match, Chelsea had scored with such ease from a swift counterattack. In desperation, Pellegrini could only shout from the sidelines, attempting to stabilize the players' mindset. Yet, at that moment, Chelsea opted for a complete defensive retreat. Officially entering the phase of play they favored most, counterattacking football. The more vigorous Bayern attacked, the more perilous Chelsea's counters became. In the 43rd minute of the first half, Chelsea seized the opportunity amidst Bayern's aggressive onslaught, launching a sudden counterattack to score once more. By this point, the match had lost all suspense. In the second half, Chelsea adopted a full defensive strategy, resolutely preventing Bayern from finding the net, and advanced to this season's Champions League final with an aggregate score of 4-0. As the final whistle blew, Leon knelt and let out a roar towards the heavens. When he transferred to Chelsea, he had already expressed in media interviews that his purpose in coming here was to restore Chelsea's former glory and fulfill the shattered dream of the Champions League. Now, he has nearly accomplished his promise. Chelsea has reclaimed its status as a dominant force in the Premier League and has once again reached the Champions League final. Only one final step remains. Surpassing this barrier will establish Chelsea as an undeniable powerhouse in the Premier League, while Leon will ascend to the pinnacle of his personal accolades. Atletico Madrid also yearns for the Champions League trophy to validate their name. Thus, this year's Champions League final will be a significant clash of elite clubs. representing one of the most fiercely contested battles in recent years. As the smoke of war dissipates, the shattered dreams of Bayern supporters begin to accept reality. Real Madrid is confronted with an unexpectedly dismal conclusion to this season. Meanwhile, their city rivals surge forward, emboldened in their pursuit of the club's first Champions League title. Similarly, the Chelsea players, who successfully avenged their defeat to Bayern this season, are laid bare in their unrestrained ambition for the club's inaugural Champions League victory. Two teams, known for their tenacious and resolute playing styles, will engage in the most brutal and intense competition on June 6th. Although Chelsea and Atletico Madrid may currently lag behind in fame and prestige compared to Bayern and Real Madrid in the European derby, the allure of this fierce battle is sure to captivate the interest of fans. The much-anticipated clash between the two eccentric coaches, Mourinho and Simeone, also promises to be a highlight. Furthermore, with Lyon participating, the overall viewership for this Champions League showdown is destined to be substantial. UEFA executives are confident of this outcome, bolstered by Chelsea's consistently rising overseas viewership figures over the past 2 seasons. After Lyon led his team to eliminate Bayern and reach this season's Champions League final, the buzz surrounding him skyrocketed. On the night following the semifinals, the topic of Lyon leading his team towards the Champions League title surged to the top of news rankings across numerous countries in Eurasia. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire football world eagerly awaits the moment when Lyon, as the absolute core, guides Chelsea to the pinnacle of European football. Regardless of whether they are fans who support Lyon or those who disapprove of him, at this juncture, all acknowledge that Lyon has revived the fierce reputation that once belonged to Chelsea. 2 seasons ago, when Lyon made the decision to leave Real Madrid for Chelsea, countless individuals mocked him for being oblivious to his own capabilities. However, Lyon has unequivocally demonstrated that he can ascend to the Champions League final without relying on the platform of Real Madrid. In contrast, Real Madrid's midfield defense and control have deteriorated significantly in his absence. Over the past 2 seasons, they have secured only a single Copa del Rey title, while losing their dominance in both La Liga and the Champions League. The comparison is stark. That evening at the Allianz Arena in Munich, numerous journalists sought to provoke Lyon into commenting on Real Madrid's current predicament. Naturally, Lyon was adept at avoiding any pitfalls, yet he did not completely sidestep the topic. His response was candid and even protective of Real Madrid, leaving the journalists with no grounds for criticism. I do not understand why you would label a team that has reached the Champions League semifinals for 2 consecutive seasons as a failure. If Real Madrid is deemed a failure, then the only team that can be considered successful in the past and current seasons is Atletico Madrid, as they are the only ones to have progressed to the final after breaking through the semifinals consecutively. Perhaps you have forgotten that just 2 years ago, we, Real Madrid, lifted the Champions League trophy at Wembley, achieving a remarkable title defense. Admittedly, Real Madrid may currently be facing some challenges, yet their competitiveness in the Champions League remains at an elite level in Europe. Respect should be afforded to Real Madrid, especially in this prestigious tournament. Over the years, champions have come and gone, yet only Real Madrid has consistently risen to the top, never permanently hindered by fluctuating form. Liang's timely support quelled the tensions that had arisen between the Real Madrid fanbase and his own due to media provocation. Many neutral fans lauded Liang's loyalty and integrity online. For Liang, there was no desire to cultivate a particular image. He genuinely views Real Madrid's current challenges as he has articulated. Every formidable team has a finite period of dominance. Compared to the squad of 2013, the current Real Madrid has undergone significant tactical changes and has seen several key players replaced, naturally navigating a period of adjustment. To insist that Real Madrid continue winning the Champions League under these circumstances would be unreasonable. Furthermore, their performance is not poor. They have reached the Champions League semifinals for 2 consecutive seasons and are merely a few points shy of reclaiming the league title. Even if there are internal issues, they are not as severe as the media suggests. It is improbable that the provocative media would elicit negative remarks about Real Madrid from Lyon. Regardless of past disagreements with the club's hierarchy regarding team building, Lyon ultimately parted ways with Real Madrid amicably. He acknowledges that the club has provided him with the finest platform to develop into a football star, and he harbors enduring gratitude and respect for them. However, following this interview, Lyon declined further media requests, signaling that one interview sufficed to convey his stance. He remains a bona fide Chelsea player. unable to continuously speak on behalf of his former club in front of the press. An occasional mention is acceptable, but excessive commentary may prompt Mendes to make another call. Leon's composure has spared him from numerous subsequent troubles. After a 4-day respite in London, Chelsea prepared for the 37th round of the Premier League this season. Following their recent match against Manchester United, Chelsea was set to face another Premier League powerhouse, Liverpool, at home. If such a match had been scheduled during the first half of the season, it would have intrigued fans alike. Yet, after Chelsea's early championship victory, the excitement surrounding the fixture has diminished. The only remaining allure lies in the contest between Leon and Suarez for the Premier League Golden Boot, which still captivates a segment of the fan base. As for performance, Liverpool has lost all hope of breaking into the top for this season. With Southampton, who are vying for 6th place, faltering as well, Liverpool's players find themselves devoid of ambition. The main players, aware that Champions League aspirations are unattainable, have lost their drive, eagerly awaiting a well-deserved holiday. In this context, Chelsea welcomes a Liverpool side lacking in spirit and featuring a half-strength lineup. Conversely, Chelsea, fielding a similarly incomplete squad, is in a far more formidable position. Mourinho's expectations for this match are modest. Maintaining an unbeaten record would suffice. However, the young Chelsea players in the starting lineup appear eager to seize the opportunity to showcase their talents. It is not merely about seizing a rare starting chance, but also about assisting Leon in achieving better statistics in the final matches. Before the match commenced, Lukaku, who had secured the starting center-forward position, pounded his chest in the locker room, assuring Leon that he would help him attain his 20th league assist of the season. Yet, Leon found himself uncertain upon hearing this. It felt reminiscent of when he was honing his skills at Milan, and the prolific Bonera had similarly promised to thwart opposing forwards. History proved that Bonera's assurances only added pressure to Leon's defensive duties at the time. Now, Lukaku's declaration only amplified the burden of expectation on Leon's shoulders. "Romelu, please stop. I might have believed you more if you had said nothing. Now, it's hard for me to trust in your offensive performance today," Leon jested, eliciting laughter from the younger players in the locker room. This season, Lukaku's words, much like Leon's, have taken on a life of their own, albeit in stark contrast. Each time he claims he will perform well before a match, he tends to squander clear opportunities or commit egregious errors on the pitch. So much so that Mourinho jokingly suggested banning Lukaku from delivering pre-match motivational speeches. Within the vibrant atmosphere of the Chelsea locker room, the little beast Lukaku felt a twinge of grievance as he gently rubbed his bald head. He was well aware that his teammates' teasing was merely in jest. However, at that moment, he resolved to shatter his streak of misfortune in today's match. When the match commenced that afternoon, he exhibited remarkable vitality, frequently dropping back to receive and create plays. Leon supported Lukaku's proactive approach to seize the ball and swiftly turn the tide for the team. In the early stages of the match, he repeatedly supplied Lukaku with passes. Facing Emre Can, who was temporarily positioned as a full-back, Lukaku displayed no hesitation, confidently advancing with the ball. The two robust players engaged in a fierce contest along the flank, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, Lukaku's sheer force proved to be more advantageous. Together with Hazard, they swiftly breached Liverpool's right defensive flank. The commentator from Sky Sports was effusive in his praise of Lukaku's performance, exclaiming how exceptionally well the little beast was playing. Chelsea had opened up the offensive on the left side, leaving Liverpool's defense somewhat reactive. "Let us witness this goal." As the commentator's voice rose in excitement, Hazard, having just broken through to the byline of Liverpool's penalty area, delivered a precise back pass. Leon, receiving the ball, chose to send a direct through ball without breaking stride. Lukaku successfully timed his run, adjusted his steps, and executed a powerful shot. Mendes reacted swiftly, almost instantly lunging towards the far corner of the goal. In a moment of sheer suspense, it appeared that the fingertips of the Belgian goalkeeper grazed the football, thwarting what seemed to be a certain goal for Lukaku. The thunderous cheers from Stamford Bridge abruptly ceased, followed by a chorus of disappointed gasps. Leon clasped his head in disbelief, unsure whether to marvel at Mendes' remarkable save or lament Lukaku's unfortunate luck. Hazard sympathetically patted the astonished Lukaku on the back before preparing to take the corner kick. Mourinho, standing on the sidelines, expressed a touch of helplessness as he rubbed the back of his head. It seemed that the unfortunate lad Lukaku was destined to continue his streak of bad luck today. Yet Chelsea had already ignited their offensive momentum. One threatening attack may have faltered, but it did not dampen the team's morale. Lyon and Kroos continued to firmly contain Liverpool's midfield, preventing them from gaining any momentum. Following Hazard's relentless display of pressing threat, Liverpool's defense was compelled to shift right. In the 23rd minute of the first half, Kroos, after receiving a lateral pass from Lyon, sent a long ball to Salah, who was making a run down the right flank. Henderson, caught off guard, could only watch as Salah surged past his teammate Glenn Johnson. After skillfully cutting inside, Salah unexpectedly struck with determination, delivering a low shot. This time, Mendes could not replicate his earlier heroics. The football smoothly nestled into the near corner of Liverpool's net. As Salah celebrated exuberantly by dashing towards the touchline, he was greeted by the jubilant cheers of the Stamford Bridge faithful. Soon after, Lyon arrived, affectionately ruffling Salah's hair and extending his heartfelt congratulations. In his inaugural season fully representing Chelsea, Salah has made his mark across all competitions, netting a total of 10 goals and providing 7 assists. As of this round of league matches, his personal statistics in the Premier League have reached 5 goals and 4 assists, a commendable feat for a newcomer to the English top flight. It is noteworthy that Sterling, a key player for Liverpool at this moment, boasts a similar tally for the entire season. Yet, Sterling has been lauded by the British media to an almost celestial degree. Had Salah possessed British nationality, he too might have been bestowed with the illustrious title of a rising star by the English press. Chelsea's formidable rotation this season owes much to Salah's contributions, dispelling any lingering doubts from the media regarding the Egyptian winger's ability to thrive at Chelsea and adapt to the frenetic pace of the Premier League. Observing Salah, brimming with vitality as he celebrated with his teammates along the touchline, journalists could not help but marvel at the remarkable success rate of young players Chelsea has recruited over the past 2 seasons. De Bruyne, Lukaku, Salah, Maguire, Karius, Van Ginkel, and Ake. Though many of these youthful talents currently find themselves in supporting roles within Chelsea's first team, should Chelsea choose to part with them, several Premier League giants would undoubtedly vie for their signatures. This reservoir of talent is enough to inspire envy among elite clubs across the 4 major leagues. Of course, the equally young Lyon has transcended the categorization of mere youthful players in the eyes of the media. He has become one of the most celebrated superstars in contemporary football. Perhaps it is due to his exemplary role that the young prodigies within Chelsea's first team have remained on the right path. After all, any young player aspiring for a successful career, witnessing a heavyweight champion like Lyon adorned with accolades, instinctively raises their own expectations. Having broken the deadlock of the match, the other Chelsea players intensified their efforts to assist Lyon in achieving further goals. Lyon initially anticipated a challenging endeavor and thus refrained from forcing any threatening passes, opting instead to play the game as he typically would. To his surprise, following Liverpool's concession, they gradually loosened their grip, engaging in a spirited back-and-forth contest at Stamford Bridge. Amidst the rapid transitions between attack and defense, it became increasingly difficult for Lyon to avoid seizing opportunities to deliver incisive passes. In the 36th minute of the first half, during a counterattack, Lyon delivered a perfectly weighted through ball over the top. Hazard, making a diagonal run into Liverpool's penalty area, found himself in a near one-on-one situation. In his preferred position on the left side of the box, Hazard made a slight adjustment before decisively curling a shot towards the far corner of Liverpool's goal. With a tricky angle, his strike evaded Mendes' outstretched fingers, finding the back of the net with a graceful arc. As Hazard netted his 20th goal of the season, he also assisted Lyon in achieving his 20th league assist of the campaign. With this feat, Lyon has successfully surpassed the remarkable statistical legacy of the legendary Thierry Henry, recording an extraordinary 27 goals and 20 assists in a single Premier League season as a midfielder, a benchmark that future players may find exceedingly difficult to replicate. The entire Chelsea squad rejoiced in celebration of Lyon's individual accomplishment. Amidst the joyous atmosphere at Stamford Bridge, the Liverpool players wore expressions tinged with a hint of resigned smiles. The second half of the match essentially devolved into a tactical practice session for both teams, as Mourinho and Rodgers deployed their troops with the intention of allowing their star players to enhance their statistics. However, throughout the entire second half, neither Lyon nor Suarez managed to score or provide an assist, and the final score of the match remained fixed at 20. In the post-match friendly interaction segment, Lyon once again succeeded in stirring Suarez's emotions. "You have given everything for Liverpool, Luis. Bring your talent to London." Chapter 325. Against Arsenal. Chelsea need not conceal their tactics. To be frank, the task of recruiting players for the club is far from simple. Given Leon's temperament, it would have been a feat in itself for him to discreetly signal Suarez once on the pitch this season. Yet, he has now extended an invitation to Suarez for the third time on behalf of Chelsea. If Suarez ultimately departs for Barcelona and the media learns of Leon's fruitless attempts, he risks becoming a laughingstock. Not only would he face derision from the media and fans, but he would also alienate Liverpool, making his efforts seem thankless. Nevertheless, there is little choice. During the mid-season, Ibrahimovic conveyed to both him and Mourinho his intention not to renew his contract with Chelsea after this season. The reasoning was straightforward, effectively quelling any hopes Leon and Mourinho had of persuading him to remain in the Premier League. I will be turning 34 this year. If the team continues to play in the same tactical manner as when I first arrived, I could probably last another season, but that is simply not feasible. We are performing well now, and each position in the team necessitates younger players to step up. I am struggling with the physical demands, and I have truly reached the age where I should consider retirement. In the past, it would have been difficult for Leon to envision such words coming from Ibrahimovic's lips. Yet, the reality is as such. Even the mightiest of athletes cannot withstand the ravages of time. Ibrahimovic indeed finds himself somewhat out of his depth. Chelsea's current tactics impose high physical demands on every player on the field. Coupled with the intense competition in the Premier League, the pace of the game is rapid, and the fixture schedule is exceedingly congested, certainly not an ideal league for players contemplating retirement. Of course, if Ibrahimovic could accept a role as a substitute at Chelsea, the challenges and dilemmas he faces would be easily resolved. However, he is precisely unable to reconcile with the prospect of sitting on the bench for the past 2 seasons. His physical prowess has undeniably diminished compared to his younger days. However, he has successfully adapted his playing style, carving out a new niche for himself as a center forward. While he currently struggles to meet the tactical demands at Chelsea, he remains confident that a return to Paris Saint-Germain or a venture back to Serie A would see him thrive as a key player and offensive linchpin for any team. In the face of age, Ibrahimovic has set aside his defiance, beginning to rationally contemplate his next contract. If this season culminates in a Champions League triumph with Chelsea, thereby etching his name in history as a quadruple champion of England, he would have no lingering professional regrets. Transitioning from the Premier League to a league with a slower pace of play seems almost inevitable for him. From a brotherly perspective, Lyon finds it difficult to persuade Ibrahimovic to remain in the Premier League for a few more seasons after grasping his intentions. Words are easy to speak, but should Ibrahimovic sustain a serious injury in the Premier League, Lyon would be consumed by guilt. Mourinho also respects Ibrahimovic's thoughts. Frankly, over the past 2 seasons, Ibrahimovic has made considerable tactical sacrifices to adapt to Chelsea's system. Now that thoughts of departure have surfaced, both professionally and personally, Mourinho is reluctant to impose any obstacles on Ibrahimovic's economic team during the transfer process, with the worst-case scenario in mind. The challenge before Mourinho and the entire Chelsea squad is to swiftly identify a top-tier center-forward compatible with Chelsea's system. Lyon's overtures to Suarez have shifted from optional to imperative. Although Suarez is neither a traditional target man nor a physically imposing forward, he can serve as a tactical fulcrum, possessing elite goal-scoring instincts and technical ability. More crucially, he now desires to join a team with championship aspirations. Last season, he nearly initiated discussions about a transfer to Arsenal with his economic team, only to be dissuaded by Gerrard. This season, he has valiantly led Liverpool into the top 6, having exhausted his efforts for the club. As Suarez ages, the urgency to secure championship honors grows. Otherwise, his prospects for future triumphs will only diminish. Chelsea is financially capable of accommodating him, and they do not pose a direct threat to Liverpool, who are likely to contend for 4th place in the coming seasons, with championship hopes being a distant dream. Regarding transfer negotiations, Mourinho has confidence in his transfer department, thus making it prudent for Lyon to foster relationships at the player level. Ideally, it would mirror last summer's discussions between Chelsea and Cruz, where the club expressed sincere intent, offering an adequate transfer fee, followed by Lyon directly contacting Cruz to arrange a meeting. A dual approach would facilitate the swift finalization of the contract and the transfer process, preventing prolonged delays. After all, quality midfielders and center forwards are scarce resources in European football. Failing to act promptly could result in other elite teams seizing the opportunity, leaving one with no recourse for lamentation. Before Chelsea secures the UEFA Champions League title this season, it lacks the prerogative to adopt the haughty demeanor of traditional football powerhouses. At this moment, Mourinho, observing Lyon engaging in spirited conversation with Suarez on the pitch, feels a sense of calm wash over him. He resolves to initiate transfer discussions with Liverpool at the very onset of the summer transfer window once the season concludes. He is determined to finalize Suarez's transfer before embarking on his well-deserved vacation. Unbeknownst to Lyon, he has once again caught Mourinho's attention as he diligently fulfills his responsibilities. Noticing the glimmer of interest in Suarez's eyes, he enthusiastically extends an invitation for Suarez to visit London after the season's end. They could explore potential living areas and schools together. Messi could easily reach out to Suarez with a phone call, but Lyon opts for a more direct approach, extending multiple invitations to ensure Suarez feels welcomed. He is confident that under such circumstances, Suarez will not be lured to Barcelona by Messi. While Barcelona is indeed a desirable locale, London's allure is equally compelling, and it is unlikely that Suarez's wife would resist the temptation of settling in London. After completing his task, Lyon graciously embraces Suarez on the field before departing with flair, under the watchful eye of Gerrard, to join his teammates in expressing gratitude to the fans. Curious journalists swarm around, eager to inquire about the conversation between Lyon and Suarez. I reassured Luis, acknowledging the challenges Liverpool has faced this season, and lamented the fact that a storied club like Liverpool has not secured a spot in next season's Champions League. As for transfer rumors, I professed ignorance, noting that such speculation is perennial in the transfer market. Luis is currently a fully committed Liverpool player and conveyed to me that he is enjoying his time at the club. My role was merely to offer him comfort and encouragement, nothing more. Lyon's interview was impeccable, yet that evening, rumors surrounding Suarez's potential transfer to Chelsea surged once more. However, this time, the transfer chatter would not dissipate as swiftly as it had in the first half of the season. Liverpool's public relations team worked tirelessly to dispel the rumors, while Chelsea remained eerily silent. Do not inquire further. Chelsea is wholly focused on preparing for the FA Cup final against Arsenal and wishes to avoid distractions from other matters. The rationale provided by Chelsea was both ample and reasonable, yet they refrained from addressing the transfer speculation directly. This can be seen as a preliminary probe before formal engagement at the club level. Last season, Arsenal exhibited similar behavior prior to making an official bid to Liverpool. The transfer rumors regarding Suarez were rampant. Chelsea's movements have been relatively subdued. If Liverpool's higher-ups are sufficiently prudent, they should now be mentally prepared for Suarez's departure this summer. After all, Suarez had agreed to renew his contract with Liverpool last year, but firmly consented only to a 2-year extension. Presently, Suarez has just 1 year remaining on his contract with Liverpool. Either part weighs amicably, selling for a substantial transfer fee to bolster the team, or retain Suarez for another year, ultimately allowing other clubs to take advantage of the situation. The merits and demerits of this dilemma must be weighed by Liverpool's upper management. Meanwhile, most of Chelsea's key players are once again granted a holiday, and despite the imminent rescheduled league match against Arsenal, Mourinho confidently allows the majority of his first team to rest. The upcoming fixture has been touted by the media as highly significant. However, from a league perspective, this match bears no real consequence for either Chelsea or Arsenal, as their standings are already determined. Yet, in the context of the impending FA Cup final, this encounter serves as a tactical rehearsal for both teams. Arsenal places considerable importance on this match, having previously suffered under Chelsea's tactical prowess, should they wish to implement changes. This rescheduled match presents an opportunity for tactical experimentation. On the afternoon of May 20th, Mourinho led his team to the Emirates Stadium. In an unusual move, he disclosed the starting 18 a day in advance during the pre-match press conference. Within this roster, only 6 of Chelsea's first-team players were included, with the remainder consisting of substitutes or youth players. This was somewhat anticipated by the media. However, prior to the kickoff that afternoon, the starting 11 was revealed, causing a stir among journalists. Of the 6 first-team players listed, only Lionel would take to the pitch, with the others seated on the bench, suggesting that Arsenal would face a Chelsea squad primarily composed of substitutes. Was this a sign of disrespect towards Arsenal or a strategic concealment? A large question mark loomed in the minds of the reporters. Wenger, upon learning of Chelsea's starting lineup, found himself at a loss as well. Yet, with the match about to commence, There was little room for significant tactical alterations, compelling Wenger to instruct his players to adapt as the situation unfolded. If they could not decipher Chelsea's tactics, they should strive to break Chelsea's unbeaten streak for the season. Achieving this, Wenger believed, would be worthwhile. At 3 p.m., the rescheduled match commenced at the Emirates Stadium. Chelsea immediately adopted a resolute defensive posture. However, having previously suffered from Chelsea's counterattacks, Arsenal now approached cautiously, refraining from launching an aggressive offensive. Arsenal's forward probing was tentative, and Lionel, observing the situation, remained composed, allowing Arsenal's midfield to engage in a battle of wits with the air. He lingered in the backfield, in no rush to direct his teammates to press forward. The first 10 minutes of the first half passed without incident, and as Arsenal discerned Chelsea's commitment to defense, they began to stir. During this season's sprint towards the finish line, Arsenal did not possess an urgent need to secure a top-4 position, leading to a somewhat lackadaisical offensive approach, with Cavani's goal-scoring efficiency plummeting during this phase. As of now, he lags behind Lionel's league tally of 27 goals by 2. Should he fail to achieve a breakthrough in this match, the prospect of scoring a hat-trick in the final round would become exceedingly daunting. Therefore, from the very outset, Cavani was notably proactive, positioning himself within Chelsea's penalty area and frequently signaling for the ball. However, reminiscent of Chelsea's players who had previously favored Lionel despite his subpar performance, Cavani's urgent pleas for the ball only intensified Chelsea's defensive focus on him. With the knowledge that Arsenal's other attacking players would predominantly supply Cavani, it became imperative for Chelsea to concentrate their defensive efforts to curtail his influence. The two teams swiftly engaged in a tactical exercise within Chelsea's half. Yet, Arsenal's attack appeared rather rigid, resembling a display of thunder without the accompanying rain. In the first 30 minutes of the match, Cavani forcibly attempted 6 shots, but only 2 were on target, revealing a woefully low efficiency. This offensive approach posed little challenge for Chelsea's defenders. Observing this, Wenger called over Cazorla at the sidelines, though the content of their conversation remained a mystery. Subsequently, during a stoppage in play, Cazorla approached Cavani, and the two exchanged hushed words. As the first half drew to a close, Cavani gradually regained his composure, shifting away from an incessant quest for shooting opportunities and instead beginning to fulfill the tactical role expected of a top-tier striker. Unfortunately, his adjustment was somewhat delayed. Just as Arsenal's attack began to show signs of life, the referee signaled the end of the first half. Following a brief 15-minute intermission, Arsenal sought to continue their offensive onslaught. However, Chelsea unexpectedly altered their strategy, abandoning their passive first-half defense. They adopted an aggressive, high-pressing approach, swiftly transitioning to counterattacks upon regaining possession. Chelsea unleashed a frenetic style of play that elevated the game's tempo, leaving Arsenal's defenders bewildered. Despite not fielding their primary attacking trio, the combination of Lukaku and Salah on the wings proved equally formidable, rivaling the prowess of Hazard and De Bruyne. Coupled with the reliable presence of Drogba as a central pivot and Lionel's frequent forays into the attack, Chelsea's counteroffensive surged with vigor. At this juncture, Wenger struggled to respond swiftly to the unfolding events. Arsenal's defense became increasingly passive, and the midfielders failed to retreat promptly to assist their beleaguered teammates. Under intense pressure, young Arsenal right-back Bellerin erred grievously. As Lukaku advanced into the penalty area, Bellerin instinctively engaged in a full-body confrontation. While Lukaku may not possess the same knack for falling in the box as Hazard or Salah, Bellerin inadvertently gifted him the opportunity. After a tangle, both players collapsed, with Bellerin raising his hands in innocent protest. Yet the referee resolutely pointed to the penalty spot. At that moment, Wenger appeared stunned, and Cavani's expression darkened significantly. Lionel was utterly taken aback by such an unexpected delight, patting Lukaku's prominent head and showering him with praise for his commendable performance. Once the referee intervened to separate the two teams' players who were still entangled in debate, Lionel advanced into Arsenal's penalty area. Casting a glance at the visibly anxious Arsenal substitute goalkeeper, Ospina, the Colombian international possesses considerable skill. However, his height of 183 meters undoubtedly imposes a limitation on his capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Lionel made up his mind. As the referee blew the whistle, he sprinted forward and unleashed a powerful strike on the ball, directing it unmistakably towards the upper left corner of the goal. Lionel offered no subtle cues, and Ospina's attempt to save was resolute. Yet alas, His arms fell just short of reaching the ball. It was noteworthy that Leon had honed this powerful penalty technique under the guidance of Casillas, who was well aware of the type of penalties that keep goalkeepers awake at night. While Ospina and Casillas share a similar height, Ospina's reflexes and physical attributes are decidedly inferior. The ball, without a hint of doubt, found its way into the Arsenal net, marking Leon's 28th goal in the Premier League this season. In a euphoric celebration at the Emirates Stadium, he reveled with his teammates. Now leaving Cavani and Suarez, both stalled at 25 and 26 league goals, struggling to surpass him. Mourinho, rising from the coaching bench, wore a confident smile, applauding Leon's performance with enthusiasm. Concealing tactics? Perhaps Mourinho would consider such an approach against other teams, but when facing Arsenal, Chelsea has never needed to conceal their strategies. Never. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 326. The 30th league goal, a new milestone for midfielders. Leon has achieved his 28th personal league goal. He strides further into the record he has authored. As a midfielder, he nears the remarkable threshold of 30 goals in a single Premier League season. 2 seasons prior, when Leon transferred to Chelsea, who could have imagined that 2 seasons later he would dominate the dual statistical charts of the Premier League? Jean-June sat in the studio, filled with excitement and pride as he watched the live footage of Leon, who incited cheers from thousands of Chelsea supporters. It was an overwhelming moment. 2 seasons ago, no fan would have dared to envision the scene unfolding at the Emirates Stadium today. At that time, Leon seemed to have only just reached the milestone of double digits in a season. Most neutral fans recognized his potential for growth, anticipating he could achieve double digits in the Premier League. However, the notion that Leon could attain the staggering figures of double 30 or even 40 to 30 was beyond their imagination. Yet, Leon has now transformed this hyperbole into reality. Such a phenomenon as Leon has never graced the Premier League. The luxurious statistics of 40 to 30 were never achieved by the ancient Premier League legend, Alan Shearer. At the dawn of this century, the formidable Thierry Henry did not secure the coveted title. Likewise, Cristiano Ronaldo, who in 2008 established his dominance in the football realm by clinching both the UEFA Champions League and the Premier League, also fell short. If we were to juxtapose their peak season statistics with the personal data of Leon from the current season, it would reveal a stark contrast, with Leon emerging as the clear victor. This realization stirs deep emotions within Jean-June, an ardent observer of the Premier League. How could he not feel exhilarated, proud, and genuinely joyful? At this moment, surrounded by his jubilant teammates, Leon's heart brims with a profound sense of fulfillment. Yet, amid his elation, he remains ever grateful to his comrades. He possesses unwavering faith in his current prowess, but acknowledges that without Mourinho's meticulously crafted tactical framework tailored for him, and the selfless contributions of his teammates, he would not have reached this pinnacle. The achievement of personal statistics and the triumph of the team have always been interdependent. Throughout his professional football journey, Leon has consistently walked a grounded path. Occasionally, he may be momentarily swayed by external accolades, but he invariably chooses to return to the collective. This reflects the fundamental logic of professional football. Only through achieving team victories can individual success be realized. The heroic performances that defy the odds are often celebrated by fans and media alike. Yet ultimately, it is the collaborative effort of the entire team, from players to coaches, and every behind-the-scenes staff member, that crafts the narrative of championship glory in each season's varied competitions. While Leon may admire luminaries such as Ronaldo and Messi, who possess the ability to tip the balance of a match at any moment, he remains a steadfast advocate of team supremacy. Perhaps it is this very belief, coupled with his respect and trust in his teammates, that fosters genuine camaraderie and friendship among them, regardless of the club he represents. In this regard, Mourinho's repeated commendations of Leon as a natural leader of the team are entirely warranted. At this juncture, Chelsea's players are indeed rallying closely around Leon. Wenger, observing the scene on the pitch, finds himself lost in thought, reminiscing about past moments and individuals, though his contemplation goes unnoticed by the broadcast cameras. The jubilant celebrations of the Chelsea players, alongside Mourinho's spirited applause, capture the attention of the director and fans alike. Meanwhile, the remainder of the match seems somewhat lackluster, as Chelsea, having taken the lead, shifts to a defensive posture. In contrast, Arsenal's forwards lack the fervor they previously exhibited while besieging Chelsea. Cavani, much like Suarez in the preceding match against Chelsea, appears to be somewhat isolated in his efforts. They continue to strive for personal honor and statistics, their movements remaining energetic. However, given the palpable dip in their team's morale, turning the tide in their favor proves exceedingly challenging. Wenger's substitutions were rather conventional. After the 70th minute of the second half, he replaced Ramsey and Cazorla with Walcott and Welbeck, seeking to inject some vigor and make a final push. Cavani remained on the field until the end of the match, yet Chelsea's defense kept a vigilant eye on him. In a crucial encounter aimed at securing the Premier League Golden Boot for Lyon, Chelsea's rotating defenders performed admirably over 2 consecutive matches. Both Suarez and Cavani failed to score in their direct confrontation with Lyon. Ultimately, Chelsea triumphed over Arsenal with a narrow 1-0 victory, inching closer to an unbeaten finish in the Premier League this season, with only one match remaining. On May 24th at 3 p.m., the concluding match of the 2014-2015 Premier League season commenced simultaneously across the home grounds of 8 Premier League teams. Prior to this final match, Lyon led the scoring charts with 28 goals and 20 assists, occupying the top positions in both the goal and assist rankings. Currently, Fabregas, who ranks second in the assist standings this season, has provided 16 assists, making it nearly impossible for him to achieve a quadruple assist in the final round. Conversely, Suarez, with 26 goals, still harbors a slight chance of catching up to Lyon and sharing the Golden Boot. Should he deliver an explosive performance and net a hat-trick in the last match while Lyon remains scoreless, he could dramatically overturn the situation and successfully retain the Golden Boot. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence is slim, it is not entirely improbable, especially for a prolific striker of Suarez's caliber, who could feasibly achieve a hat-trick at any moment. After much deliberation, Mourinho ultimately decided to keep Lyon in the starting lineup for the league's final match on May 24th. Of course, he had inquired multiple times about Lyon's condition and, upon receiving confirmation from the team doctor that he was fit, made this decision. Other key Chelsea players, having had ample rest, were also expected to start in this concluding match. Following the final match and the subsequent championship ceremony, the entire Chelsea squad would enjoy a full 6 days of rest to prepare for the FA Cup final against Arsenal. Consequently, there was no concern regarding fatigue, and veterans such as Ibrahimovic and Terry would also start in the final match. Before the match commenced, the Sunderland team graciously applauded Chelsea, the Premier League champions of the season, in a display of sportsmanship. Such informal tributes have become less common in the current Premier League. Previously, Chelsea received similar gestures of respect from Liverpool and West Brom, yet did not enjoy the same courtesy before facing Arsenal and Crystal Palace. Sunderland's display of goodwill today may well stem from their successful relegation battle concluded 2 rounds early, leaving the team in high spirits and willing to act as gentlemen. However, the entire Chelsea squad is now focused on assisting Lyon in securing additional goals, thus showing no mercy to the Black Cats during the match. As the game commenced, Chelsea, fielding almost all of their key players, swiftly launched an offensive against Sunderland at home. Upon realizing Chelsea's earnest intent, Sunderland, displaying a commendable pragmatism, adopted a defensive formation, showing no inclination to engage in a thrilling exchange of attacks with Chelsea in this final match. This approach was necessitated by Sunderland's considerable decline in offensive prowess this season, which had precariously left them battling for survival. Had it not been for their relatively reliable defense and a stroke of luck during the league's concluding phase, they might not have managed to distance themselves from Hull City in the relegation battle. The Sunderland coaching staff demonstrated a practical mindset by opting against a head-on confrontation with Chelsea, especially considering they had only scored 30 goals in 37 Premier League matches. Prioritizing defensive solidity was undoubtedly the most sensible choice. An English Sky Sports commentator even jested about Sunderland's offensive capabilities this season, noting that only Burnley had fared worse, netting a mere 28 goals and subsequently facing relegation. To avoid following in Burnley's footsteps next season, Sunderland must first address their attacking deficiencies. Yet, after a few minutes of back-and-forth exchanges with Chelsea, Sunderland managed to instill considerable concern among their supporters regarding the frailty of their defense. Although Sunderland's 4-5-1 formation appeared solid, the reality was that their defensive effectiveness was riddled with vulnerabilities, providing scant reassurance to their fans. At this moment, the players of the Black Cats found themselves in a rather lamentable position. Their defensive capabilities were not inherently poor, and they often exhibited confidence against mid to lower-tier Premier League teams, occasionally managing to dictate the rhythm of the game. However, their current passive defensive performance was largely contingent upon the caliber of their opponent. Given Chelsea's formidable attacking prowess this season, one could argue that they rank among the elite not just in the Premier League, but across all of Europe. Many teams have attempted to adopt a defensive strategy against Chelsea this season, yet few have succeeded in thwarting their attempts to score. If they could withstand Chelsea's relentless assault and prolong the match without their defense collapsing, it would be considered a commendable feat. The disparity in skill levels was glaringly evident. While they aspired to put up a fight, Chelsea's midfield and forward pressure rendered them nearly incapable of touching the ball. Having learned from their previous matches, Chelsea's attacking players refrained from individually dribbling into Sunderland's penalty area today, opting instead to deliver crosses aimed at Lyon. They maintained their tactical approach, with Lyon repeatedly drawing the attention of Sunderland's defense to create openings for his teammates. In terms of passing strategy, Chelsea has certainly gleaned numerous insights from Manchester City over the past 2 seasons. Firstly, the scope of ball possession transfer must be expansive. Secondly, the speed of passing and orchestration should be swift. And thirdly, it is crucial to position threatening playmakers strategically within the lateral areas of the opponent's half. Chelsea currently boasts an abundance of adept passers. Generally, both Lyon and Kroos in the central midfield are more than sufficient for propelling the attack forward. Moreover, on numerous occasions, De Bruyne can retreat to serve as a pivotal playmaker. At the outset of today's match, Lyon frequently occupied the left central midfield. Once Sunderland's defenders had grown accustomed to his positioning, he abruptly shifted to the right central midfield, initiating a late insert offensive maneuver. Concurrently, De Bruyne subtly adjusted his position, transitioning from winger to attacking midfielder, deftly supplying Lyon with incisive through balls to complement his forward runs. This tactical approach of positional interchange and accelerated offense has become a hallmark for Chelsea this season. In the 13th minute of the first half, Lyon received a pass from De Bruyne that cleaved through Sunderland's defensive zone on the left flank, nearly breaking the deadlock with a powerful long-range strike from outside the box. Observing the ball narrowly miss the goal frame, Lyon momentarily concealed his face in mild frustration before re-engaging in the next wave of attack. At this juncture, Sunderland's defenders found themselves confronted not only by Lyon's penetrating runs, but also by the lurking threats posed by Ibrahimovic and Hazard in and around their penalty area. Should they dare to fully commit to marking Lyon, the other players in Chelsea's attacking line would swiftly make them rue that decision. This season, Ibrahimovic has netted 31 goals for Chelsea, while Hazard has contributed 20. Furthermore, the substitutes bench hosts 3 additional forwards with double-digit tallies. Although Lukaku, Salah, and Drogba have showcased impressive statistics in the FA Cup and League Cup, the mere mention of double-digit goals is formidable enough to instill trepidation. Thus, Sunderland's defenders dared not neglect Chelsea's other attacking threats. Lacking the resolve to make defensive sacrifices, they ultimately faced a harsh lesson in the latter stages of the first half. Having thoroughly deciphered Sunderland's defensive structure and capabilities, Chelsea's team grew increasingly bold and aggressive. Lyon, observing that the opponents were gradually adapting to his and De Bruyne's positional exchanges, devised a new tactic, leveraging Ibrahimovic's intimidating presence in the box while exploiting space in the opposite direction for a shot on goal. The offensive maneuvers were diverse, each distinct, leaving several Sunderland defenders struggling to cope. O'Shea, not performing at his best today, became a target for Lyon, who repeatedly exploited this vulnerability. Just 30 minutes into the first half, Lyon seized a counter-attacking opportunity, swiftly moving forward while coordinating with Ibrahimovic to cleverly create space within Sunderland's penalty area. O'Shea, unable to keep pace, was left behind as Lyon accelerated past him, ultimately witnessing Lyon's successful strike at the back post. As the ball hit the net, Lyon barely had time to revel in the moment before his teammates joyfully surrounded him. That marked his 29th league goal. What are they waiting for? Let's score another. Since the inception of the Premier League, our team has yet to witness a player score 30 goals in a single season. At this moment, Terry made a special effort to rush from the back line to encourage Lyon, with just 1 goal needed. Lyon was on the verge of setting a new record for Chelsea's individual Premier League goals in a single season, and being stuck at 29 goals was simply unacceptable. Previously, Drogba had achieved such a milestone, yet he ultimately fell short of his 30th league goal that season, leaving him with a slight regret. A spark of excitement ignited in Lyon's eyes. Why not put in a final push? Upon seeing the fervor mirrored in his teammates' eyes, Leon decided against being overly sentimental. He was resolute in his determination to chase the club's single-season league goal record. However, with little time left in the first half, he refrained from rushing to increase his shot count. Following halftime, the Chelsea squad, now with a clear objective, returned to the pitch with renewed vigor. O'Shea was directly substituted by Sunderland's manager Poyet during the break. The Sunderland captain had indeed performed poorly today. Even with Poyet's trust in him, he was compelled to replace him with the backup centre-back, Berchiche, allowing O'Shea some time to recalibrate his mindset. Initially, Leon expected the newly introduced Argentine defender to be a formidable opponent. As he engaged with him in the Sunderland penalty area, he planned to test him a few times first. However, just 8 minutes into the second half, Berchiche made a catastrophic error while contesting a header at the near post. He misjudged the ball's trajectory, leaping prematurely and even causing Ibrahimovic to veer off course. At that moment, Poyet's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Leon, who had intended to forego the aerial challenge, watched as the ball soared over both Berchiche and Ibrahimovic, hurtling directly towards him. Almost instinctively, Leon leapt slightly and executed a textbook header towards goal. Sunderland's goalkeeper, Manoni, was caught off guard by his own defender's blunder, and had no recourse but to watch as the ball crossed the line. Upon confirming the goal, Leon's mind went blank, leaving him uncertain about how to celebrate this historic moment. Fortunately, his teammates quickly surrounded him, propelling him towards the corner flag. Commentators from around the world offered their heartfelt praise and congratulations to Leon at this moment. The 30th goal of the Premier League season. With this goal, Leon erected a magnificent monument for all future aspirants. The chapter concludes. Chapter 327. Prepare to embrace the first domestic treble in England. The birth of the Premier League's premier midfielder. Chelsea's path to defending their title. Mourinho's successful philosophy, leading tactical evolution. Another phenomenal superstar emerges, crafted by the Premier League. On the morning of May 25th, the streets and alleys of major cities across England were abuzz with reports regarding the conclusion of the Premier League season that had transpired the previous day. Chelsea triumphed at home with a resounding 4-1 victory over Sunderland, culminating the season with an astonishing record of 34 wins and 4 draws, remaining undefeated throughout the league. Meanwhile, Leon's personal statistics have soared to an impressive 43 goals and 33 assists. He currently leads the tally for total goals created across the top 4 leagues. With 2 more finals yet to be played by Chelsea, Leon even harbors the potential to reach the remarkable milestone of 80 total contributions this season. These statistics are undeniably reminiscent of the peak seasons of the illustrious Messi and Ronaldo. Achieving such extraordinary figures as a midfielder, Leon has firmly established himself as the 3rd best player in contemporary football, trailing only behind Messi and Ronaldo. It is not just England that is fervently discussing Leon. The entirety of Europe, and indeed the world, is engrossed in conversations about him. Discussions surrounding the forthcoming FA Cup final and the even more prestigious Champions League final have taken center stage. The titles of the Premier League's premier midfielder or the best active midfielder in the sport are no longer the focal points for Leon supporters. Following the conclusion of the last season, where Leon led Chelsea to 2 trophies and himself achieved a remarkable dual milestone of 30 goals and 30 assists, such discussions have lost their value. Now, all fans understand that if Leon can deliver a stellar performance in the final 2 matches of this season, he will truly earn the right to compete head-to-head with Messi and Ronaldo. A Champions League trophy secured as the team's linchpin and a legitimate Ballon d'Or honor will provide him with the credentials to challenge the esteemed statuses of Messi and Ronaldo in the football realm. Furthermore, the additional 2 Champions League trophies Leon secured with Real Madrid will further enhance his reputation. Just as the 2007-2008 season belonged to Ronaldo and Manchester United, and the 2008-2009 season was defined by Messi and Barcelona, both of these footballing titans seized their opportunities to ascend to the pinnacle of the sport. The narrative of this season has now been placed in the hands of Leon and Chelsea. This is the golden opportunity that Leon and the Chelsea management have long awaited. Few teams possess a squad depth comparable to that of Chelsea today. The chance to strive for a quadruple in a single season is likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No team can remain at the peak indefinitely, and it is improbable that Chelsea will replicate the miraculous resurgence of the summer of 2012. Chelsea has tasted the bitterness of Champions League disappointment enough. The best opportunity has arrived, and this time, both Lyon and Chelsea are determined to leave no regrets. The celebrations and exuberant festivities of victory have concluded, while sports media worldwide continue to extol Chelsea's achievements. Lyon and his teammates have commenced their preparations for the FA Cup final against Arsenal in a semi-closed training environment, which bodes well for Chelsea. Wenger is not akin to Guardiola or Van Gaal. He rarely orchestrates grand tactical maneuvers in crucial matches. If Arsenal does not engage in their hallmark attacking football during the FA Cup final, their only recourse would be to adopt a defensive counter-attacking strategy. Wenger is unlikely to deploy any peculiar formations to test Mourinho's adaptability in real time. His meticulous and prudent pre-match tactical preparations are a hallmark of Wenger and the entire coaching staff at Arsenal. Over the years, Arsenal has consistently contended for a top-4 finish in the Premier League, and despite the modest financial investments from club owners, they have managed to secure annual qualification for the Champions League, undoubtedly thanks to this stability. However, following the departures of footballing luminaries such as Fabregas and Van Persie, Arsenal's only remaining attribute is stability, while the ceiling for explosive performances has significantly diminished. Although Cavani is a commendable player, his capacity to single-handedly determine matches cannot be compared to that of the former Van Persie. Presently, Arsenal's midfield lacks a player who can truly be regarded as a football superstar. In cup competitions, while the wide players may function in a more utility-oriented role due to the club's financial constraints, the central axis must not veer too far into functionality. During the seasons when Arsenal shone in the Champions League, the forward position was held by Henry, the midfield by Vieira, and the defense boasted Campbell and Touré. The central axis was undeniably formidable. After this cohort of veterans retired, Arsenal did reach the Champions League semi-finals in the 2008-2009 season, with a central axis comprising Adebayor, Fabregas, and Touré. At that time, Arsenal was also enriched by talents like Walcott, Nasri, and Alexander Song. In contrast to the current roster, those years saw Arsenal radiate brilliance, with Wenger consistently guiding the team close to Premier League titles and Champions League semi-finals. Yet, now devoid of a sufficiently strong midfield core and relying solely on a collection of competent midfielders, Wenger's coaching potential appears to have reached its limits. Mourinho, with a touch of humility, has likely grasped 90 of Wenger's tactical approach. The nearly overwhelming head-to-head record Chelsea has maintained against Arsenal in recent seasons serves as a significant source of confidence for the Chelsea squad. With no psychological burden, coupled with ample rest and thorough preparation, the Chelsea players, in peak mental condition, boarded the bus on the afternoon of May 30th, heading to Wembley Stadium. This marks their second cup final at Wembley this season. A week later, they will return to face Atletico Madrid in the Champions League final. The mere thought of this event altered the expressions of the entire Chelsea team as they gazed at Wembley. Lyon, however, does not find the notion of the stadium being a lucky charm necessary. He has played in numerous high-stakes finals over the years, consistently securing at least one trophy in cup competitions each year. In terms of experience in winning cup titles, he stands as the most seasoned among the younger generation of players in the current Chelsea squad. Even when considering the veterans, his final match experience is remarkably robust. Thus, as other young Chelsea players exhibited varying degrees of nervousness or excitement, Lyon maintained his composure as he typically would in a match. After completing his warm-up on the field methodically, he suddenly raised his right arm high towards the stands filled with Chelsea supporters before returning to the players' tunnel. This gesture instantly elicited a chorus of cheers from his loyal fans. Under the attentive gaze of the on-site journalists, his confident smile swiftly spread across the internet to audiences worldwide before the match officially commenced. He was ready. At 17:30 on May 30th, the FA Cup final for the 2014-2015 season kicked off at Wembley Stadium. This match, poised to potentially crown the first domestic treble winner in England, drew the attention of countless fans. In China, a massive number of supporters flocked to the PPTV live stream to witness this eagerly anticipated and freely broadcast event. Zhang Jun, armed with his pre-prepared commentary script, quickly introduced the starting lineups of the two London powerhouses to the viewers. As many media outlets had predicted, neither Chelsea nor Arsenal had made significant alterations to their starting formations. Chelsea opted for the most reliable 4-2-3-1 formation, with Cech in goal, Bertrand, Terry, Thiago Silva, and Azpilicueta forming the defensive line. Matic and Kroos partnered as holding midfielders, with Leon positioned as the attacking midfielder. Hazard and De Bruyne occupied the flanks, with Ibrahimovic leading the attack. Arsenal also fielded a 4-2-3-1 formation. Aside from the injured Arteta and Chambers, Arsenal fielded their main squad, fighting for their last chance at glory this season. Szczesny reclaimed his position as the starting goalkeeper. The defensive line consisted of Monreal, Koscielny, Mertesacker, and Bellerin from left to right. Coquelin partnered with veteran Talaylan as holding midfielders. Cazorla played as the attacking midfielder, while Oxlade-Chamberlain and Ramsey took up positions on the flanks. Cavani led the line as the starting center forward. From the very outset of the match, both teams fiercely battled for control of the midfield. There was no room for tactical probing, as the players were acutely aware of each other's strategies and individual capabilities. Arsenal's players were determined not to leave any retreat, knowing this was their final match of the season and their last opportunity to secure the championship. Chelsea's squad aimed to leave no regrets this season, but Arsenal was equally resolute. In previous league encounters, Chelsea's players, with their abundant stamina and effective rotation, had consistently exploited Arsenal's vulnerabilities through high pressing. However, in today's final, Arsenal, fully immersed in the contest and unperturbed by physical fatigue, displayed absolute vigor and tenacity in their pursuit of victory. Leon could not help but marvel at the Arsenal team today, which completely surpassed his expectations. It appeared that the professor had diligently studied Chelsea's tactical advancements this season, if he were truly resolute about rebuilding. Next season, Arsenal might very well emerge as the third club in the Premier League to embrace this wave of tactical transformation following a midfield restructuring. Although the professor's age is advancing, his tactical acumen and capacity for learning remain commendable. This current wave of tactical reform aligns well with Wenger's footballing philosophy. High-pressing defense is aimed at seizing more opportunities for swift counterattacks, enabling a more rapid and fluid style of play. In the opening 10 minutes of the final, Arsenal exhibited a high-pressing strategy that involved relentless physical exertion, truly embodying the essence of this approach. However, Arsenal's implementation of such tactics could be seen as a somewhat predictable response to Chelsea's pre-match tactical expectations. Essentially, Wenger continued to employ his traditional strategies, with the pleasant surprise being the integration of a more aggressive high press. After observing, Leon signaled for Hazard and De Bruyne to retreat to their positions, while he himself positioned himself strategically in the central midfield to initiate passive defense. Mourinho's subsequent tactical adjustments were swift and aligned with Liang's observations. He instructed Chelsea's players to fortify their defense, particularly focusing on intercepting in the central midfield. This approach is quite understandable, as Arsenal's capability for wing attacks is not particularly formidable at present. Had Wenger opted to start Walcott, Mourinho would have shown greater respect to Arsenal's wing play. Unfortunately, due to injuries in the latter half of the season, the Little Tigers' form had been inconsistent, prompting Wenger to refrain from utilizing him in the final, effectively conceding the wing attack strategy. While Chamberlain possessed the necessary vigor and stamina, his overall proficiency fell short. Ramsey's style resembled that of a central attacking midfielder, making it impractical to rely on him to breach Chelsea's defensive line. In contrast, Arsenal's numerical advantage in central midfield became increasingly pronounced. Consequently, both Leong and Mourinho, upon realization, instinctively aimed to thwart Arsenal's penetrating attacks through the midfield. Wenger, observing this from the sidelines, furrowed his brow. Chelsea's adaptability on the field was remarkably swift. At this juncture, Liang's approach was akin to a defensive midfielder taking charge, effectively covering and sweeping the entire arc of the central circle. Coquelin and Toril had no issues orchestrating play in Arsenal's half, but crossing the halfway line necessitated confronting Liang's defense. Reluctantly, they had to channel the ball more towards the flanks, forcing Cazorla and Ramsey to navigate a circuitous route to receive possession. Arsenal's attacking efficiency, as a result, plummeted. Meanwhile, Chelsea's tactical execution was impeccably on point. When it came time to switch to defense, they did so with resolute decisiveness. Arsenal's quest for dominance in attack was met with a firm rebuttal. In the first half of the match, the players possessed sufficient stamina to support this innovative tactical approach. However, what about the second half? The decisions are easily made, and in fact, there is no need to wait until the latter half. After Leong effectively intercepted most of Arsenal's direct passes from the back, the defensive pressure on Chelsea's backline was significantly alleviated. Matic kept a close watch on Ramsey. Yet on the side of Cruz, he seldom opted to mark Chamberlain closely. Both he and Azpilicueta adopted a more passive defensive stance, retreating deeper into their positions. This allowed Chamberlain more space to surge forward, gradually shifting Arsenal's primary attacking focus towards the left side of the midfield. Such a situation was unavoidable, as it became evident that Chamberlain had better opportunities to receive and advance the ball on that flank. Even if these opportunities did not pose a substantial threat to Chelsea's defense, Arsenal had little choice. They were acutely aware of how long they could endure in this match. If Chelsea dragged them into the tug-of-war phase of the second half, their stamina would become the greatest vulnerability. Hence, they felt compelled to act. Chamberlain actively sought any possible opportunity to exploit the flanks. Lyon, however, exhibited remarkable patience, only becoming more involved in his team's defensive efforts after the 35th minute of the first half, when he suddenly sprinted back, joining in the pressing effort. Cruz managed to regain possession from Chamberlain at the 38th minute. Arsenal, having dominated the offensive initiative for most of the first half, had expended considerable energy. In contrast, the duo of Hazard and De Bruyne, who had been lying in wait for nearly half the match, appeared as if they had just completed their warm-up. Upon receiving the ball, Lyon made a brief adjustment before dispatching a long diagonal pass for a counterattack. Although Arsenal's players were not slow to retreat, their response was insufficient compared to the pace of Liang's precise long pass. Hazard executed an almost flawless first touch as he surged forward. Before Arsenal's defenders could fully position themselves, he had already cut inside and penetrated the Arsenal penalty area. After evading Bellerin's somewhat reckless challenge, Hazard found ample space to take a shot. His signature curled effort was executed with remarkable confidence. Had Arsenal opted for Ospina as the starting goalkeeper in this match, there was an overwhelming likelihood that his shot would have eluded the goalkeeper's grasp and nestled into the net. Fortunately, Wenger chose to start Szczesny today. The Polish international's physical attributes are exceptionally impressive. Standing at 1.95 meters with an extensive wingspan, he managed to deflect Hazard's shot at the critical moment. At that moment, Ibrahimovic, positioned at the far post, was equally astonished that Szczesny could save that shot. He was unable to react quickly enough to follow up with a second attempt, and could only instinctively clear the ball towards the center of the penalty area ahead of Koscielny's clearance. In an instant, the Arsenal penalty area was filled with chaos and alarm. Mertesacker charged desperately towards the ball, yet ultimately arrived a moment too late. Clad in the number 10 jersey, Lyon surged forward at this critical juncture, nearly flinging himself to the ground to execute a sliding shot. No matter how swift Szczesny's reflexes were, he was powerless to thwart Lyon's close-range effort. As the ball crossed the line and struck the net, it felt as though the entire Wembley Stadium reverberated with the moment. Rising from the ground, Lyon spread his arms and dashed toward the goal line. His roar echoed simultaneously across the world, a tribute to Chelsea. Prepare to embrace the first domestic treble in English football history. Chapter 328. Atletico Madrid is formidable, but I wish them success in the Champions League next year. We're ahead, Jose. We've scored first. In front of the electrified Chelsea bench, Haaland exuberantly embraced Mourinho, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed fervently. Had it merely been a simple victory in the FA Cup, Haaland would not have been so animated. Having worked alongside Mourinho for nearly 2 years, with 2 Premier League titles and 2 League Cups already secured, he had weathered considerable storms. However, what Chelsea was embarking upon now was destined to be etched in the annals of Premier League history. If Chelsea were to triumph in this FA Cup, they would become the first team in history to achieve a domestic treble. Every member of Chelsea, not just the players, including their coaches, would forever be celebrated as part of this glorious legacy by future generations. Mourinho understood his assistant's fervent emotions at this moment. He first calmed Haaland, and then turned to signal the young players on the bench to steady their nerves. Meanwhile, Lyon, having briefly released his enthusiasm, faced his elated teammates, suppressing his excitement as he mimicked Mourinho's gesture. Hey, listen up, brothers, let us celebrate briefly, then regain our composure. Don't get too carried away. We must remain focused on the match. I know it's not easy, but we must bring this trophy back to Stamford Bridge. We cannot afford to give Arsenal any glimmer of hope for a comeback. There is still plenty of time left in the match. Let us take it step by step and secure our victory. Lyon's measured reminders swiftly brought the surrounding Chelsea players back to a state of calm. Indeed, There was still a considerable amount of time remaining in this final. Amidst such a climactic match, it was crucial to remain patient and avoid making errors that could grant the opposition opportunities. It was not yet the moment for unrestrained celebration. As Leon had articulated, they needed to ensure that, once the season was truly concluded, they would return to Stamford Bridge with the trophy intact. Only then would they be able to celebrate in earnest. Chelsea must prevail in the end, and they shall surely do so. The players on the pitch had little time to revel in their triumph. It could even be said that the scene of mutual encouragement and celebration as they proactively returned to their half took most neutral fans by surprise. Mourinho stood at the sidelines, wearing a satisfied and contented smile. Conversely, on the other side of the coaching bench, Wenger's furrowed brow deepened noticeably. This incident can indeed be classified as an unconventional goal conceded. Szczesny had performed admirably in his attempts to save. Yet Ibrahimovic's reaction and Lyon's choice of shot in the final moments were impeccably timed. We can no longer place blame on Szczesny, as the defenders of Arsenal had exerted their utmost efforts to prevent the goal. However, countless unforeseen events are an integral part of the captivating nature of football matches. Regrettably, luck may not have favored Arsenal today, and we hope the players can rally and swiftly recover from the impact of this setback. The commentator from Sky Sports England, at this moment, neutrally offered a few supportive words for Arsenal. Yet, in a crucial final, especially against a formidable opponent like Chelsea, who remained unbeaten throughout the season, swiftly adjusting one's mindset and revitalizing morale is no easy feat once the match resumed. Arsenal's players were initially concerned that Chelsea would seize the momentum to intensify their offensive efforts and further extend their lead in the first half. However, Chelsea did not attack with the fervor they had anticipated. Instead, they calmly retracted their formation and opted for a resolute defense. This scenario brought a mix of relief and a tinge of melancholy to both the Arsenal players and Wenger. It appeared that Arsenal could gradually recalibrate their state and tactics without fearing Chelsea's fierce onslaught. Yet, Chelsea's composed demeanor today imposed greater psychological pressure on the entire Arsenal squad. The opponent was stronger, but they were also more patient and clear-headed, preferring to advance cautiously rather than provide further opportunities for a comeback. This situation was undoubtedly cruel for the weaker side, Arsenal. Wenger found himself once again in a quandary, but ultimately, he remained unable to break his habit, choosing instead to wait until halftime for significant tactical adjustments. The players from Chelsea, on the other hand, were in no rush. Observing that Arsenal did not intend to launch an offensive in the waning moments of the first half, they comfortably maintained their 1-0 lead into the intermission. It proved that the tactical strategies devised by Chelsea's coaching staff against Arsenal were quite successful. Even though Arsenal's high-pressing tactics at the start of the match caught Chelsea off guard, Mourinho had prepared countermeasures within his tactical plans. This undoubtedly provided the Chelsea players with the confidence to play the match freely. During the 15-minute halftime break, Mourinho swiftly presented two tactical proposals to counter Arsenal. As the second half commenced, we could still afford to relinquish the initiative in attack, as the critical time frame for us would be at the 65-minute mark. It is improbable for the entire Arsenal squad to sustain a high-intensity pressing game beyond the 65th minute. Consequently, at this juncture, we can more easily assume control of the match's tempo. Naturally, if they refrain from seizing offensive initiative at the start of the second half, we shall enhance our possession rate, remaining poised and composed. At this moment, it is they who ought to feel the urgency, not us. By maintaining possession, they will inevitably be compelled to press forward, and once they do, we shall engage in that which we excel. As Mourinho stood at the center of the locker room, orchestrating tactics, a glimmer of confidence sparkled in his eyes. Leon nodded with restrained composure, his demeanor remaining relaxed. It remains a steadfast belief of his that he can always trust in the tactical acumen and in-game adjustments of the Bird Uncle. This trust transcends Mourinho's current reputation and status within the team. The fundamental reason lies in the illustrious achievements they have crafted together on the pitch. They have claimed 6 championships, toppled Barcelona's reign in La Liga, and accomplished the remarkable feat of defending their UEFA Champions League title. For Leon, Mourinho no longer needs to demonstrate his tactical insight or adjustment capabilities. Conversely, for Mourinho, Leon stands as the core player who comprehends his tactical philosophy best and is most deserving of his trust. On the field, they share an unwavering mutual trust without reservation. Thus, when Mourinho issued tactical directives, Leon's immediate response was to implement them thoroughly. Should such arrangements prove erroneous, Leon has faith that Mourinho would promptly provide corrective adjustments. It is as simple as that. The 15-minute intermission passed swiftly, during which Chelsea recalibrated their tactical strategy, while the entire Arsenal squad once again unified their tactical mindset. The second half commenced without Arsenal opting for an all-out offensive approach right away. Instead, they chose to decelerate the tempo of the match, seemingly aiming to postpone the climactic moment of confrontation. However, this was anticipated by the Chelsea players on the pitch. Leon decisively selected one of the tactical plans proposed by Mourinho, consciously increasing possession time with Kroos in their half. This tactic is reminiscent of one frequently employed by the legendary Barcelona of yesteryear. To some extent, increasing possession time in one's own half after gaining a lead is indeed an effective means of sapping the opponent's will and safeguarding one's defense. The Barcelona of that era possessed the technical prowess to exploit any opponent who could not withstand relentless pressing. They could swiftly launch counterattacks. Regardless of whether neutral fans deem such possession-based play tedious or unsportsmanlike, Barcelona undeniably triumphed over countless formidable adversaries with this tactical approach during that epoch. As one of the coaches most familiar with Barcelona's tactical system and style of play, it is hardly surprising that Mourinho has his team practice such strategies. His pragmatic nature aligns with the practical mindset of Chelsea's players. As long as such tactical maneuvers prove effective in the match, it is not unreasonable to employ them occasionally. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded during the live broadcast of the game. Chelsea, having vanquished Barcelona with their robust approach over the past 2 seasons, now resorted to a possession-based strategy akin to Barcelona's in facing Arsenal. Many neutral spectators found this development quite absurd. However, the players of Arsenal on the field were devoid of such complex sentiments. They merely felt discomfort. Wenger's tactical adjustments during the halftime break similarly urged them to temper their emotions and initially cede the initiative in attack. The intent behind this approach was to entice Chelsea into committing more players forward, thereby creating greater opportunities for counterattacks. Yet now, Chelsea, having secured possession, opted for a backline possession game. This was utterly at odds with their tactical expectations from the midfield phase. What were they to do now? Should they press forward to reclaim possession and attack, or maintain their composure while watching Chelsea waste precious time? The Arsenal players began to feel anxious, while Wenger, witnessing Chelsea's almost resigned style of ball control, was visibly agitated. Mourinho sensed the intensity in Wenger's gaze directed towards him, but remained unfazed, pretending not to notice. This is the essence of tactical application. If one can induce anxiety and frustration in the opponent, a significant part of the battle is already won. To expect Chelsea to make the first move and err was utterly inconceivable. If Arsenal could indeed maintain their composure, Mourinho would have to be commended. While other teams might feel uneasy with a score of 10, Chelsea had no qualms about securing a vital victory with such a margin. As the match reached its conclusion, Chelsea's confidence in their defensive strategy was unwavering. There was no need for haste. At this moment, the Chelsea players remained completely unperturbed. However, as they held their nerve, the pressure on Arsenal intensified with the passage of time. Before Mourinho's planned moment of aggression for Chelsea could materialize, Arsenal could no longer restrain themselves and initiated their final offensive. By the 60th minute of the second half, Arsenal resumed their high-pressing strategy, actively encroaching into Chelsea's half to contest possession. Upon witnessing this, Leon, displaying remarkable decisiveness, launched a long ball from the back line, returning possession to Arsenal's goalkeeper, Szczesny. This scene provoked an uproar of indignation among countless Arsenal supporters watching on television. "You are truly a dog. Are you really giving us no chance at all?" The tens of thousands of Arsenal fans in Wembley Stadium also began to jeer at Leon. Yet, for Leon, who had faced the jeers of nearly 100,000 fans at Camp Nou, this was merely a minor episode. This was merely the beginning, and it was, after all, part of Chelsea's tactical plan. You Arsenal folks wanted possession, right? Here, have it. Remember to launch a vigorous offensive, one that leaves no room for regrets. Aside from Ibrahimovic stationed at Arsenal's half, the rest of the Chelsea players had retreated to their own half at this moment. Young Chamberlain, eager to roll up his sleeves and make an impact, found himself unceremoniously sent tumbling out of bounds by Leon, who tackled him with both ball and body. Injury was out of the question. Leon did not target him maliciously. Yet the sheer force of the collision brought undeniable pain, leaving Chamberlain sprawled on the grass with a buzzing head. Leon's assertive defensive maneuver cast a shadow of fear over all Arsenal's attacking players. Even though it earned him a stern verbal warning from the referee, Leon considered it a worthwhile exchange. This demonstration of defensive prowess momentarily stifled Arsenal's burgeoning offensive rhythm. Wenger, naturally incensed, voiced his complaints animatedly to the fourth official. However, there was no need for Mourinho to intervene personally. Holland was the first to confront the professor, questioning whether he could accept defeat gracefully. Wenger, a man of temperament, was ready to engage in a spirited debate with Holland. Ultimately, after some pulling and tugging from the other coaches, Wenger and Holland parted with amiable farewells, returning to their respective benches. After this commotion, the head coach called for a pause in the match to sternly admonish both teams' coaches, urging them to refrain from further disturbances. Seeing that the professor did not receive a red card, the Birdman felt a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, the delay had consumed some match time, which he found somewhat satisfactory. After this tumult, by the time Arsenal truly picked up their offensive pace, the match clock had already ticked to the 70th minute. The professor, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, lamented the lost time. With only 20 minutes remaining, he resolutely ordered all attacking substitutes to warm up at the sidelines. The final showdown of this FA Cup final was upon them. Chelsea's squad braced themselves, yet after a few minutes, they found themselves lacking the anticipated defensive pressure. Their stamina was waning. Leon concluded internally, and as he turned his head, he met the knowing gaze of Kroos. In that instant, the two midfield maestros of Chelsea synchronously aligned their thoughts. The following minute, as Cazorla advanced with the ball in search of opportunity, Leon seized the moment to challenge him. Cazorla, sensing the urgency, swiftly passed the ball laterally to the supporting Ramsey. Almost simultaneously, Kroos, who had previously remained in the background, surged forward, intercepting the ball just ahead of Ramsey. After successfully reclaiming possession, Kroos advanced with the ball, while Coquelin, under Touré's directive, rushed to pressure him, seeking to disrupt Kroos's advance. However, Kroos harbored no intentions of engaging Coquelin in a one-on-one duel. Upon witnessing Leon surge forward with equal fervor, he deftly threaded the ball into the open space ahead of Leon. Arsenal, having been engrossed in a fervent offensive, found themselves momentarily unprepared for Chelsea's sudden counterattack, leaving them vulnerable and unable to swiftly regroup. As Leon confronted the retreating Lionel, he denied the seasoned midfielder any opportunity to stall for time. The pass from Kroos was perfectly weighted, and rather than pausing to control it, Leon propelled forward with a powerful touch, accelerating his advance. Lionel was nearly left in Leon's wake. Yet, this touch proved somewhat troublesome for Leon, as Monreal had already abandoned De Bruyne to charge towards the ball, which was rolling away from Leon towards Monreal. Regardless of the circumstances, Monreal's likelihood of seizing possession was significantly higher than Leon's. With little time for contemplation or regret, Leon relentlessly pushed his physical limits, sprinting forward with explosive speed. Ultimately, just before Monreal could make contact with the ball, Leon successfully nudged it away with his foot, directing it towards the right flank. De Bruyne, initially bereft of hope for Leon to reclaim the ball, reacted swiftly as a delightful surprise unfolded, promptly taking control and advancing towards the Arsenal byline. After a rapid assessment, De Bruyne delivered a perfectly placed cross. However, Ibrahimovic found himself tightly marked by Mertesacker, and the two leapt simultaneously in the penalty area. Ultimately, Mertesacker, having secured the superior defensive position, managed to head the ball away from danger. In the next moment, Mertesacker's international teammate, Kroos, appeared on the screen, eliciting gasps of horror from countless Arsenal supporters. Yet, in a moment of remarkable composure, Kroos feigned a shot before deftly sidestepping the advancing Koscielny. His technical execution was astoundingly swift. Before the other Arsenal defenders could react, he delivered a deft diagonal lob towards the far post of the Arsenal penalty area. The lofted pass, though not particularly swift, skillfully evaded Mertesacker's defensive reach. Amidst Lionel's desperate shouts, Monreal ultimately succumbed to Leon's formidable momentum, toppling to the ground. Szczesny moved with impressive speed, but Leon's headed attempt was executed even faster. In a flash, as Leon completed the header, he failed to halt his momentum, charging beyond the Arsenal half's byline. As he glanced back, the ball had already collided with the net behind the Arsenal goal, prompting his teammates to rush towards him in jubilant celebration. What a goal! Kroos had outmaneuvered Koscielny. The pass was successful. Leon's header. The ball is in. He has scored again. Leon has netted a brace. Chelsea leads Arsenal 2-0 at Wembley Stadium. What a moment! It is the 74th minute. Liang's goal nearly extinguished all suspense in the match. The exquisite pass from Kroos and the magnificent header from Leon formed a seamless collaboration. In the PPTV studio, Jean-June and Jean-Lu erupted with fervent celebration. On the pitch, Leon opened his arms wide, embracing Kroos, who rushed towards him with enthusiasm. I have always said it, Tony. You will conquer everything here. We shall triumph in every endeavor. I have complete faith in you. This is precisely why I came here. Just as the two shared a moment of passionate interaction, they were soon enveloped by their jubilant teammates. At this moment, Wembley Stadium transformed into a veritable ocean of celebration for Chelsea fans. Reminiscent of the earlier second half of the League Cup final, the moment the ball found the net, the hearts of Chelsea supporters were finally at ease. How could we possibly lose? With this scoreline and momentum, it's clearly a triumph for Chelsea. How could they falter? However, in stark contrast to the exuberant fans, the Chelsea players on the field, along with Mourinho on the sidelines, needed to maintain their composure during the final moments of the match. Arsenal's players were engulfed in bitter frustration. Their despair deepened as Mourinho executed two substitutions before the match resumed. Ashley Cole and Maguire replaced Bertrand and De Bruyne. Meanwhile, Cullis, Ramirez, and Lampard continued their warm-up on the sidelines. Chelsea was preparing for a staunch defense. Arsenal, with little time left, commenced their arduous offensive battle. Yet, as time ticked away, Cavani, stationed at the forefront of Arsenal's formation, increasingly lost hope for a comeback. In the final 10 minutes, the professor introduced Giroud and Walcott, Arsenal's last two offensive gambits. Wilshere, just returning from injury, posed little threat at this juncture. With Giroud alongside to share the attacking burden, Cavani finally had a moment to breathe. Arsenal resorted to simple long ball tactics, which did yield a few shooting opportunities. However, these attempts were made under considerable duress. Cech was in excellent form today, making steady saves and denying Arsenal's forwards any chance for a rebound. The match only had 4 minutes of stoppage time, and Mourinho, in the final moments, substituted Lampard for Hazard. Chelsea shifted to a 5-4-1 formation, placing 4 defensive midfielders before the penalty area, effectively quashing Arsenal's last hopes of a turnaround with impeccable defense. When the referee's whistle pierced the air, the first team in Premier League history to claim all 3 major domestic trophies in a single season was officially born, celebrating their second cup triumph at Wembley this season. Chelsea's players performed a collective slide kneel in celebration on the pitch. Arsenal's players either slumped onto the grass or stood with hands on hips, gazing at the stands in discontent. At that moment, they wished nothing more than to leave this stadium that had become a source of sorrow for them. However, during the subsequent award ceremony, they had to accompany the event, enduringly praying for its swift conclusion. Leon also offered words of comfort to his acquaintances among the Arsenal players, including old friends like Mertesacker, Cazorla, and Ramsey. Regardless of the outcome, he would always take a moment post-match to reminisce with familiar faces. Yet, when faced with reporters after the match, he concealed his gentle smile, donning a more formulaic expression. It was a challenging match. Our victory did not come easily. Arsenal is a formidable opponent. My first goal today indeed involved a stroke of luck, but fortunately, I seized the opportunity. When asked about the prospect of achieving 2 more goals or assists, he responded, "Well, to be honest, I have little interest in breaking the single-season record of over 80 goals, as I am aware that both Chris and Rio have achieved superior statistics. I still have a considerable journey ahead of me compared to them." Discussing the Champions League final, he acknowledged Atletico as a strong team, but wished them to fulfill their dreams of winning the Champions League next year. This chapter concludes with, "I heard you're quite the runners? How coincidental, we are also quite adept at running." Indeed, Leon expressed such sentiments, which perfectly align with his character. I shall return this phrase to him. I also wish Chelsea the best in their pursuit of the Champions League next year. This final is unlike any other. It can be said that fans have not witnessed a team like ours on the Champions League stage in quite some time. The showdown promises to be thrilling, and I eagerly anticipate it. We have prepared thoroughly, and you will see a fully ready Atletico Madrid on the day of the final. The pains of last year have now become our driving force. Of course, tactical details must remain confidential for now. The experience of facing Mourinho is always unforgettable, and I look forward to sharing a drink with him after the Champions League final, regardless of the outcome. After Leon's interview following the FA Cup final was relayed to Spain, Simeone, who was preparing the team, graciously responded during a media interview. However, like the current Mourinho, when reporters inquired about the tactical arrangements for the Champions League final, he merely smiled and refrained from commenting. Chelsea, positioned in London, had the advantage of proximity. After clinching the FA Cup, the Chelsea squad rested for only a day before conducting an internal training match at Wembley Stadium the following day. The FA was certainly accommodating towards Chelsea at this time. However, various media outlets in England expressed considerable dissatisfaction, as Mourinho opted for a closed training session, prohibiting any reporters from photographing or interviewing Chelsea during this period. This confidentiality extended not only to the internal training match at Wembley, but also to their subsequent preparations at the Cobham training base. The final 6 days of preparation and recovery passed swiftly. Meanwhile, Atletico commenced their Champions League preparations immediately after concluding La Liga, having no other matches to contend with. Consequently, they enjoyed a full week more of preparation time compared to Chelsea, who had just completed a cup final. Nevertheless, every situation has its advantages and disadvantages. The entire Atletico Madrid squad undoubtedly enjoys a more ample period of rest, and they have had sufficient time for tactical preparation and practice. However, in recent days, they have struggled to arrange matches with other formidable teams, resorting instead to internal training matches. Consequently, Atletico's match readiness is, in essence, incomparable to that of Chelsea. This serves as a significant advantage for Chelsea in the forthcoming UEFA Champions League final. Of course, all pre-match analyses and discussions are mere theoretical musings. The true state of preparation for both teams will only be revealed through the actual competition. On the morning of June 5th, Simeone led his team to London ahead of schedule. Atletico had arranged in advance to rent training facilities from Tottenham. That afternoon, after completing their regular training, the entire Atletico squad boarded a bus to Wembley Stadium for a reconnaissance visit. Having reached the Champions League final for 2 consecutive seasons, Atletico has undergone a profound transformation compared to the local team that Simeone once knew. The most significant distinction lies not merely in the positional shifts of several starting players, but rather in Simeone's successful integration of his tactical style and ethos into the current Atletico team. The players who previously struggled to align with his tactical vision have since departed from the club. In this regard, Simeone bears a striking resemblance to Mourinho. Both possess a distinct personal tactical signature and wield considerable authority within their teams. Once they earn the unwavering trust of their club's hierarchy, they can reshape a squad into a formidable force characterized by relentless ambition and discipline. Both teams share a foundation in defensive solidity, a keen focus on spatial dominance on the pitch, and the ability to execute rapid, incisive counterattacks. Indeed, this Atletico Madrid bears many similarities to the present Chelsea. Both teams have demonstrated their unique pressing and counter-attacking strategies to torment their opponents in their respective leagues. Consequently, numerous fans who have previously endured the torment from these two teams now revel in schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Atletico or Chelsea being ensnared by their own preferred tactics. As the tense atmosphere before the Grand Champions League final gradually permeates the streets of London, Lionel, who had remained silent for nearly 6 days, updated his social media on the morning of the final. He did not explicitly convey his determination or emotions at that moment. Instead, he posted a series of numerical dates: May 29th, 2011, August 17th, 2011, May 19th, 2012, May 25th, 2012, August 31st, 2012. After updating to May 30th, 2015, Lionel concluded with an emoji depicting a contemplative expression. Initially, many fans struggled to decipher Lionel's intended message. However, when a fan highlighted the significance of these dates as representing cup finals from those years, a wave of realization swept over the neutral spectators. "Damn, he's done it again," they exclaimed. "He has yet to lose in any cup final since his debut. This is a brilliant way to express confidence. I admire it. Greetings, my friends. I have taken the liberty of counting, and since his debut, Lyon has claimed an astonishing 11 cup championships. This is truly remarkable, especially considering he has only just turned 24. While I acknowledge that the English Community Shield may lack prestige, it would be remiss to overlook it, my friend. Thus, Lyon has indeed secured 12 cup titles. It seems Atletico Madrid was destined to interrupt Lyon's record of winning every cup final he entered, which is quite daunting. Leon's updates on social media have ignited fervent discussions among fans who have been eagerly anticipating for nearly a week. Moreover, Leon possesses the charisma to engage the crowd. Even the illustrious Messi and Ronaldo could not boast a perfect record in cup finals, yet he has achieved this feat, facing formidable opponents along the way. While Atletico is undeniably strong, when compared to the Barcelona of 2012 and Bayern Munich of 2013, there remains a discernible gap in strength. Leon has already triumphed over even tougher adversaries, making it unreasonable to underestimate the current Atletico, having reached the Champions League final. Now is the opportune moment for Leon to uplift the team's spirit. Waiting would be unwise. His usual modesty is merely a prelude to showcasing stability on the grand stage of the final. He harbors unwavering confidence in his teammates' abilities and the coaching staff's tactical arrangements. However, many of his younger teammates lack experience in Champions League finals, and even Ibrahimovic does not have such experience. Therefore, Leon feels it is essential to bolster their confidence, alleviating any nerves they may harbor. Indeed, his efforts have borne fruit. Although he was lightly teased by Mourinho as the team boarded the bus to Wembley Stadium that afternoon, Leon could distinctly sense a more relaxed atmosphere among the players. This was a stark contrast to the overly serious demeanor observed during yesterday's training session. In the locker room, before the warm-up, Leon took a moment to massage Hazard's shoulders, playfully urging him to unwind. "Today, we must rely on you in the attack, Eden. Despite what the media may say about Atletico's formidable defense, trust me, I have faced them before, and you will surely excel against Juanfran." After receiving Leon's motivational encouragement, Hazard, though still feeling a tinge of anxiety, found himself considerably more at ease. Following some light-hearted banter with a few younger teammates, Leon gradually tempered his jovial demeanor and focused intently on the final warm-up session. For today's Champions League final, broadcasters and online platforms worldwide commenced their live coverage earlier than ever. Consequently, fans across the globe were treated to the tail end of both teams' warm-ups. Upon concluding their preparations, the players swiftly jogged back to the tunnel, seizing the final moments for morale boosting before the match commenced, with the eyes of football aficionados worldwide fixed on Wembley Stadium. 5TV also dispatched a substantial commentary and interview team to the venue. He Wei and Su Yang, the seasoned commentators from the 5 station, are live-streaming today's match. Due to the free broadcast, most football enthusiasts in China have opted to watch the live coverage. As the players stepped onto the pitch, following the referee's lead, He Wei promptly interrupted Su Yang's ramblings to provide the domestic audience with an overview of the starting lineups for both teams. The grand and resounding Champions League theme music has concluded, and the true battle is about to commence. Neither Chelsea nor Atletico Madrid has ever claimed the Champions League title. So tonight, regardless of which team emerges victorious, dear viewers, we shall witness the birth of a new champion in the Champions League. Here is Chelsea's starting lineup. Leading the attacking front is the familiar trio of Ibrahimovic, Hazard, and De Bruyne. In the midfield, the iron triangle of Kroos, Matic, and Leon is unsurprisingly present. Defensively, Terry and Thiago Silva form the central duo, with Bertrand on the left flank and Azpilicueta on the right. The starting goalkeeper remains Czech. On the Atletico Madrid side, due to Griezmann's injury during the Champions League semi-finals, Raul Garcia steps in to fill the forward position. The other starting striker is Diego Costa. In midfield, Gabi and Thiago are positioned centrally, with Koke and Arda Turan on the wings. The defense features Godin and Miranda as the central pairing, while Felipe Luis and Juanfran occupy the fullback positions. The goalkeeper is Courtois, who continues to be loaned from Chelsea this season. As He Wei concluded his remarks, both teams had nearly finished their pre-match rituals. Leon exchanged a wink with Costa during their handshake, but Costa merely responded with a dismissive expression. The two are old acquaintances on the pitch. Despite not having faced each other for nearly 2 years, they are well aware of each other's playing styles. The fans did not have to wait long. Precisely at 19:45, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Today, Chelsea, deploying a 4-3-3 formation, eagerly spread their formation and initiated probing attacks against Atletico. This scenario is precisely what Simeone relishes, for in a pure offensive contest. His team is not currently a match for this Chelsea, especially with the absence of their key forward, Griezmann, due to injury. Atletico thrives on a defensive counterattack, and their players are comfortable executing this strategy. Initially, Simeone thought Mourinho would not grant him this opportunity, but it appears Chelsea has shown a hint of arrogance. A glimmer of delight flickered in Simeone's eyes as Atletico's starting players swiftly and skillfully transitioned into a full defensive stance. Chelsea's offense quickly penetrated deep into Atletico's half. At least on the surface, Chelsea appears to have completely seized control of the game's tempo from the outset, exerting pressure on Atletico Madrid. However, fans familiar with Atletico's style are well aware that their retreating wings resemble two coiled fists, gathering strength for a powerful strike. The absence of Griezmann may affect the cohesion of Atletico's counterattacks in the midfield, yet with the presence of Diego Costa, a top-tier striker, their counterattacking system remains intact. Fielding a four-midfielder formation, Atletico has effectively congested the central midfield. Lyon attempted several breakthroughs with the ball, yet was thwarted by the vigorous double team of Gabi and Thiago. Unable to breach Atletico's defensive blockade, Lyon senses that Atletico truly deserves its reputation as the only team in Europe capable of matching Chelsea defensively. Their defensive pressure is formidable, and their emphasis on spatial awareness aligns closely with Chelsea's approach. Both teams prefer to create defensive strong sides through vigorous running and frequent retreats to generate localized space. An all-out offensive strategy could lead to exhaustion, much like Real Madrid in the previous round, leaving one vulnerable to Atletico's rapid counterattacks. Lyon quickly gains clarity, and by the 7th minute of the first half, he signals a tactical gesture to his teammates to press downward. In a sudden shift, the Chelsea squad, previously on the offensive, begins to gradually lower the tempo of the match. Mourinho, standing on the sidelines, also makes tactical adjustments to consolidate their formation. This harmonious maneuver between mentor and disciple ignites a troubling thought in Simeone's mind. Chelsea's initial 7 minutes of tempo dominance prompts them to decisively transition to a more stable control of the game. This unexpected strategy leaves countless fans watching on television in disbelief. While adjusting tactics after a brief offensive attempt is not uncommon in football, Chelsea's rapid retraction of their formation after merely 7 minutes raises eyebrows. The players on the field for Atletico exchange glances, contemplating whether to continue their futile defense or press forward to contest possession. This tactical dilemma has been deftly handed to Simeone by Mourinho. From the outset, it seems Chelsea never harbored intentions of thoroughly overpowering Atletico offensively. This brief exploratory offensive has already enlightened Chelsea's players about Atletico's current form. The only choice in this tactical duel is to find ways to draw the opponent into a contest within one's own realm of expertise. Since Atletico excels in counterattacks, Chelsea cannot afford to maintain prolonged pressure without granting them opportunities. Recognizing the challenge of achieving a decisive victory, the focus shifts to the domain where Chelsea excels, attrition. I hear that Atletico is renowned for their stamina. How fortuitous, for Chelsea possesses equal prowess in endurance. End of chapter 330. Is Chelsea truly aiming for extra time? When it comes to the art of attrition warfare, Lyon possesses considerable authority. He has followed Mourinho from Real Madrid to Chelsea, accumulating experiences of such matches every season. Whether through man-to-man marking or sweeping coverage, his physical prowess is more than adequate to engage in midfield battles against any opponent. Atletico Madrid is renowned for their stamina and excels in confrontational play. However, to be candid, the pressure they exert on Lyon pales in comparison to that of the formidable Bayern Munich team of 2013. Back then, Lyon had to cover for Marcelo defensively, face off against Robben in one-on-one situations, and at times contend with Schweinsteiger and Martinez in midfield. He successfully withstood such defensive pressure. Thus, it is unreasonable to believe he could be stifled by Atletico now. Before Atletico's entire team could adjust their tactics to apply pressure in midfield, Lyon and Kroos had virtually seized control of the situation. The duo commanded the midfield with authority, showing no inclination to penetrate further into attacking positions. Chelsea's possession statistics soared as a result. The pressing from Diego Costa and Raul Garcia failed to disrupt Chelsea's passing control significantly, though both were energetic. It was evident that Atletico required a collective effort from their midfield and forwards to compete for possession in the central circle against Chelsea. While Simeone displayed a hint of hesitation, he ultimately signaled his players to contest the rhythm of the game with Chelsea. He was willing to concede initial control of the match, provided Chelsea would actively press forward once they gained that control. However, in the current scenario, Chelsea showed no intent to attack, prompting Atletico to strive for possession and reclaim the initiative. After receiving tactical instructions from their coach, Atletico's four midfielders finally coordinated with the two forwards to apply pressure on Chelsea's midfield. In the 13th minute of the first half, Matic nearly lost possession under the pressure from Raul Garcia and Arda Turan, although he ultimately managed to pass the ball to Cruz, who had dropped back for support. His minor slip-up elicited gasps from the Chelsea supporters. Atletico's pressing system is well established, and with sufficient manpower invested, the effects gradually began to surface. Observing this, Lyon decisively retreated to position himself, forming a dual control point with Cruz in midfield. Raul Garcia, undeterred, sought to double-team Lyon alongside Diego Costa. However, Lyon proactively engaged physically, skillfully maneuvering past Garcia's interference to successfully distribute the ball to the flank, finding Bertrand. Diego Costa appeared to anticipate Raul Garcia's struggles against Lyon. Other midfielders might falter under such intense pressure, even altering their movements. But who is Lyon? In his days in La Liga, if anyone were to be considered the most formidable among defenders and forwards, it would be Pepe and Diego Costa, respectively. In the midfield, Lyon undoubtedly stands as the most formidable defensive force that offensive players from all La Liga teams, apart from Real Madrid, dread to confront. This individual possesses the versatility to play as a forward or to withstand the pressure from defenders. Since his return to Real Madrid in the summer transfer window of 2011, he has never shown a hint of regression in any match. Diego Costa has certainly suffered at the hands of Lyon, and he has no desire to expend energy or stamina provoking him further. Raul Garcia, after being overpowered by Lyon, regained his senses. Recalling Lyon's illustrious reputation in La Liga, he is certainly not one to shy away from a challenge. However, upon contemplating the infamous rumor that Lyon could strike with his elbow without facing a card, Raul hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding against further confrontation. Gradually stabilizing his teammates in the back line, Lyon remained vigilant, continuing to direct his teammates' defensive positions, subsequently entrusting the primary ball-handling duties back to Cruz. There were no exquisite dribbles or flamboyant displays of passing finesse. Yet, with Lyon commanding the backfield, his robust performance epitomized the essence of a core player. Mourinho settled comfortably back into the coach's seat, while countless Chelsea fans watching on television felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Conversely, the supporters of Atletico Madrid were enveloped in frustration. During Lyon's time at Real Madrid, he frequently left Atletico's offensive players bewildered on the pitch. To be candid, the disdain Atletico fans harbored for Lyon was perhaps on par with that of Barcelona supporters. Astonishingly, nearly 2 years later, Lyon continued to thwart Atletico in direct confrontations. As Chelsea successfully dismantled Atletico's wave of pressing attacks, the grievances of Atletico fans towards Lyon deepened. Should we intensify our pressing? Our two fullbacks could attempt to push past the halfway line, as long as Lyon is not among Chelsea's front line during counterattacks. Diego, Godin, and Gabby can manage Chelsea's swift offensive maneuvers. The assistant coach of Atletico proposed a rather audacious tactical suggestion. Observing the current state of the match, Simeone noticed Lyon, who had remained dutifully stationed in his half, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. In this Champions League final, both he and Mourinho would naturally prioritize stability. However, beyond the overarching tactical foundation of stability, small adjustments and variations were still deemed necessary to explore. Moreover, Chelsea's strategy of fortifying their half had already taken shape, and any alteration in tactical approach would require time. Simeone felt that a few minutes of proactive testing by Atletico before Chelsea launched their counterattacks would not be amiss. Consequently, after swiftly implementing tactical adjustments, Atletico's pressing game advanced deeper into Chelsea's territory. Many neutral fans watching on television became increasingly excited. Regardless of whether Chelsea or Atletico took the initiative in attack, the match finally exhibited a shift in rhythm. Even if Atletico ultimately found themselves battered against Chelsea's ironclad defense, it was preferable to the previous stalemate where neither side made a move. Yet, under the watchful gaze of countless fans, anticipation hung in the air. As Lyon observed Atletico Madrid's unified tactical approach, intent on pressing forward, he opted against maintaining a staunch possession, decisively launching a long ball towards Atletico's half after receiving a return pass from Cruz. His action was executed without a hint of hesitation. Gabby, who had already advanced past the halfway line, now found himself reluctantly retracing his steps to retrieve the ball under the control of goalkeeper Courtois. Many Atletico fans, Witnessing Leon's audacious long kick, were both amused and exasperated. What a spectacle! If Atletico did not proactively press, Chelsea would seize the opportunity to dominate possession. And once Atletico advanced, Chelsea would promptly clear the ball. So, which side truly possessed the greater strength in this final? Could Chelsea not display a measure of the dignity and pride befitting a top-tier team? If Leon were to comprehend the sentiments of the beleaguered Atletico fans at this moment, he would surely respond with a straightforward retort. Such trivialities hold no weight in our squad. Perhaps in regular league matches or minor cup contests, Chelsea might concern themselves with maintaining the facade of a formidable team. Yet, having reached the Champions League final, Mourinho's squad would adopt a pragmatic approach. There would be no tactical surprises. Rather, their contingencies were designed for unforeseen circumstances. As long as the score remained balanced, Chelsea's objective was to remain steadfast, competing with Atletico to see who could commit fewer errors. Once Atletico seized possession and commenced their offensive on Chelsea, the players from Chelsea erupted with fervent defensive zeal within their half. Atletico's attacking prowess may not rank among the elite in the top 4 leagues, but today, Chelsea was determined to extend the utmost respect to Atletico, providing them ample space to orchestrate their attacks. That was utterly out of the question. Chelsea employed a strategy reminiscent of their encounters with Manchester City in the Premier League. They engaged in fierce tackling, physical confrontations, and a suffocating defense. There was no possibility of allowing Atletico to orchestrate their offense comfortably within Chelsea's defensive territory. In Atletico's half, they could pass the ball as they pleased, but they could not overstep their bounds. Once in Chelsea's half, they were compelled to adhere to Chelsea's rules in their challenge. The Manchester City players had endured hardships against Chelsea's defensive system this season, and today, Atletico's players were destined to experience the same fate. Amidst this intense rhythm of confrontation, Atletico's more aggressive players soon found themselves unable to cope, initiating forceful challenges against Chelsea's defenders. Led by the formidable Raul Garcia and Diego Costa, Atletico's attackers resorted to unconventional confrontational tactics. On Chelsea's side, defenders like Matic and Terry were far from timid gentlemen. With the match referee maintaining a lenient approach, the two teams, entangled in a fierce battle, appeared poised to engage in a full-blown brawl before any tactical victor could be determined. At this critical juncture, Leon once again stepped forward. Amidst the chaos, he first pushed aside Raul Garcia, who was attempting to provoke trouble with the diminutive Diego, then boldly confronted Diego Costa, ready to exchange heated words. Please refrain from causing trouble for my brother, teammates, and be mindful of your actions. This is the Champions League final, not some Segunda División or championship match. If you are not embarrassed, we certainly are. Isn't it because you instigated first? If you cannot handle the pressure, concede gracefully instead of whining like a child. Silence your foul mouth. If a fight is what you want, I am ready. Come, let us settle this here and now. The two exchanged fluent and adept greetings in Spanish. However, when Leon grasped Diego Costa's arm, indicating a desire to engage in a real confrontation, Costa instinctively pulled back his forearm. The referee was left in a dilemma. Both teams ranked first and second in fouls during this year's Champions League. And should a brawl ensue today, his chances of officiating such a prestigious match would be severely compromised. After a flurry of urgent whistles, the referee forcibly separated the two, still locked in confrontation. A punishment of 50 lashes was inevitable, and both Leon and Costa received a stern verbal warning from the referee. Meanwhile, Raul Garcia and Matic, known for their robust play, were also called aside for a serious admonition. While the referee had been lenient in his officiating today, it was solely to ensure the game's fluidity. This leniency did not imply that he would permit further confrontational behavior on the field, while tension could exist. Conflict was strictly off limits. This was his red line. After the commotion, the match resumed. However, facing Chelsea's suffocating defense, Atletico was evidently lacking in strong offensive strategies. Had Griezmann been available, his long-range shots and breakthrough capabilities could have significantly contributed to their attack. Unfortunately, due to injury, he was absent. As the current offensive linchpin for Atletico, Arda Turan was left to shoulder the responsibility. On the surface, Turan's statistics do not reflect the prowess of a top-tier European attacker. Having transferred to Atletico 4 years ago to play on the wing, it was not until last season that he delivered his most impressive single-season performance in La Liga. Throughout the 2013 to 2014 season, Turan recorded a tally of 9 goals and 6 assists. At first glance, these figures hardly place him among the elite. Yet, the impact of Turan on Atletico cannot be discerned solely through personal statistics. He may not possess remarkable speed, often playing on the wing, but he is not a sprinter by any means. His technical skills are exceptional, dribbling is stable, and he showcases stronger physicality than the average winger. With an outstanding ability to read the game and a refined technique for receiving the ball with his back to the opponent. In terms of linking play and penetrating attacks in the half spaces, he is among the rare offensive talents in the top 4 leagues. Moreover, he is entrusted with the crucial role of advancing the ball through short dribbles in Atletico's midfield. It can be said that Griezmann's statistics this season are more visually appealing and have drawn greater attention from the media. However, Arda Turan is undoubtedly the indispensable offensive linchpin within Atletico Madrid's ranks. He remains the cornerstone of attack that Simeone holds in the highest regard. At this juncture, Turan has acquired greater offensive responsibilities, and naturally, he must devise ways to assist the team in breaking the deadlock offensively. Regrettably, many media outlets and fans fail to recognize his worth. Yet as Atletico's adversary, Chelsea has meticulously scrutinized Atletico's offensive and defensive framework in preparation. Mourinho is acutely aware of Turan's pivotal role in the functioning of Atletico's attacking system. Consequently, Leon has once again shouldered the tactical burden, diligently marking the seemingly unremarkable Turan. Recently, Leon has reviewed highlights of Turan's recent matches, understanding that he must prevent him from advancing into the defensive third. Turan possesses the ability to deliver threatening passes, and his short-range dribbling skills are formidable. The closer this threat of a player approaches the penalty area, the more he can capitalize on individual opportunities. Thus, to successfully contain him, it is imperative to restrict his movement to the flanks, denying him any chance to cut inside, ideally forcing him back to the vicinity of the halfway line. This is not a challenging task for Leon, currently facing a slow midfield opponent. He has been able to maintain a dominant stance. Furthermore, while Turan's physicality is commendable when compared to other wide players against Leon, he is unable to withstand a robust challenge. Mourinho's underhanded tactical maneuvers left Simeone shaking his head from the sidelines. Turan, effectively marked by Leon on the right flank, was ultimately compelled to switch sides with Koch in search of opportunities on the left. However, the Turkish midfielder soon discovered that Leon had swiftly exchanged positions with Cruz, once again finding himself opposite Turan. For Atletico's supporters, the unfolding match was nothing short of torment. The flow of Atletico's attack had essentially been rendered ineffective, with their strategy of direct balls to Costa thwarted by Terry's aerial dominance. The only solace for the fans was that Chelsea spent the entirety of the first half merely engaging in a battle for midfield control, refraining from launching a full-scale assault. Yet, as the first half approached its conclusion, Chelsea maintained an unshakable composure. Many neutral fans couldn't help but wonder, is Chelsea truly intent on playing a war of attrition, aiming to force extra time? End of chapter. Chapter 331. The star moments of the Milan brothers. The concerns of neutral fans were not unfounded, as Chelsea exhibited remarkable steadiness. Throughout the first half, aside from the initial minutes of probing attacks, the remainder of the time saw Chelsea dedicating considerable energy and stamina to a relentless midfield tussle with Atletico. Offense. What offense? Chelsea made a mere 5 attempts to penetrate Atletico's defensive third, with only one resulting in a shot on target. Such a performance is utterly unacceptable for Chelsea. Leaving only one plausible explanation, Chelsea deliberately sought to engage Atletico in a war of attrition, with Mourinho having no intention of swiftly resolving the outcome of the match. After all, those teams that previously aimed to swiftly breach Atletico's defenses and secure an early advantage have been eliminated from the Champions League by them. Arsenal succumbed in this manner, and Real Madrid also fell victim to Atletico's impenetrable defense and rapid counterattacks. It appears that Chelsea's pre-match preparations were quite thorough, opting to forego some attacking opportunities to deny Atletico the chance for quick counterattacks. Given that Chelsea hardly attacked, there was no transition between offense and defense, rendering Atletico's counterattacks irrelevant. Regardless of how visually unappealing the game may have been, one must question whether Chelsea displayed an excessive respect for Atletico, playing too conservatively. At the very least, neutral fans could not discern any likelihood of Atletico gaining an early advantage. As the match progressed, Chelsea's physical superiority became increasingly apparent. While Atletico enjoyed a longer rest before the Champions League final, Chelsea maintained a better competitive state and consistently implemented significant scientific rotation. In terms of the starting lineup, Chelsea faced no significant fitness crisis. Moreover, on the bench, Chelsea possessed far more offensive options than Atletico, should the match extend into extra time. With Salah and Lukaku poised to enter, one must ponder whether Atletico's defense could withstand the onslaught. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, Simeone strode towards the players' tunnel with a serious demeanor. The current state of the match had exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated Mourinho would adopt such a steady approach in their confrontation today. Moreover, he was truly perplexed, despite Chelsea's evident superiority in hard power. How could Mourinho resist the urge to press Atletico aggressively? Not to mention Real Madrid. Even Arsenal often felt a sense of superiority in attack when facing Atletico. Whenever Atletico adopted a defensive stance, Arsenal would surge forward with renewed vigor. This tactic had proven successful for Simeone throughout the season. Yet today, he found himself outmaneuvered by the cunning Mourinho. Simeone felt the need to calm his mind, reassess the match situation, and adjust his strategy early in the second half. In contrast, Mourinho appeared remarkably composed. He even had the leisure to wait in the players' tunnel for his disciples to return to the locker room together. Today, the seasoned Mourinho seemed more amiable than usual, showering his players with praise. Laughter and joy filled the Chelsea locker room, and everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Let us continue with our style of play, lads. Competing against a team like Atletico in the final inevitably requires enduring more monotony and hardship. They are neither tigers nor lions, but a pack of wolves. The slightest hint of vulnerability on your part will invite a swarm of adversaries, ready to rend you to pieces. Therefore, we must effectively silence their voices and disarm their claws. Only when their energy is completely depleted will we revel in our resounding victory. Mourinho continued to rally his players, possessing an array of more proactive tactical schemes. Chelsea could certainly engage Atletico Madrid with a more assertive approach in this final confrontation. However, this is not merely an FA Cup or League Cup match. It is the grand stage of the Champions League final. He bears the weight of his own reputation, as well as the responsibilities to Abramovich, the club, and the 20-plus players under his command. Fortunately, the current Chelsea players share the same fervent desire to prove themselves as the Real Madrid players once did. They heed the coaching staff's directives and grasp his tactical philosophy. United by a common pursuit of glory, they have come together in solidarity, climbing their way to this prestigious moment. After imparting tactical insights for the second half, Mourinho cast a deep glance at his players. He uttered no further words. Yet within the depths of his heart, these young men had already become his new pride. The second half of the Champions League final soon arrived. Amidst the eager anticipation of the fans, Chelsea's strategic objectives remained largely unchanged. They would continue to engage in a tug-of-war with Atletico in the midfield. Many neutral fans had rightly speculated that they had mentally prepared for the possibility of extra time or even a penalty shootout. To that end, Chelsea had conducted thorough tactical rehearsals. Should the match proceed into its final stages, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Chelsea's players, allowing them to maintain their composure without any urgency. Conversely, the Atletico players displayed a marked shift from their initial calm demeanor at the start of the first half. Simeone, unable to remain passive, made tactical adjustments ahead of Mourinho's anticipated strategy. He had confidence in his starting players, who had enjoyed a week of rest, believing they could endure the demands of the final. However, his primary concern lay with the disparity in strength between his substitutes and Chelsea's. If the match were to extend into extra time, Chelsea's bench boasts formidable talents like Lampard, Drogba, Salah, Lukaku, and Maguire, while Atletico's options were limited to Mario Suarez, Saul, and Raul Jimenez. The imbalance in substitute capability was stark. Thus, while Chelsea could afford to drag the match out, Atletico could not, even if it required taking risks. Atletico needed to intensify their offensive efforts in the second half. As the second half commenced, Atletico aggressively advanced the ball across the halfway line, spreading wide to create space for their attacking wingbacks to surge forward. Koke and Arda Turan are both exceptionally adept technical wingers. When they withdraw into more central positions, they can better serve as focal points for ball distribution in the attacking phase. Consequently, Diego Costa and Raul Garcia no longer need to exhaust themselves by frequently dropping back to receive the ball. Meanwhile, Felipe Luis and Juan Fran enjoy enhanced opportunities for forward runs and assists. Atletico Madrid's attacking strategy is marked by its intricate layers. Koke and Turan can exploit the flanks within Chelsea's half, However, their decision to press forward aggressively in pursuit of goals inevitably leaves gaps that Chelsea can exploit for counterattacks. Relying solely on the sweeping coverage of Gabby and Godin, Atletico cannot adequately defend both wings. Miranda must take on the role of a safety net for the defensive line. The simultaneous advance of both fullbacks will undoubtedly place additional pressure on Atletico's backline. Nevertheless, Simeone's willingness to adopt this approach surely stems from prior tactical rehearsals and a deep-seated confidence. Leon has observed the vulnerabilities in Atletico's defense, but does not rush to instruct his teammates to press forward aggressively. Instead, he signals for Kroos and Matic to position themselves deeper, further entrenching Atletico's attacking players within their own half. As a result, Chelsea's defensive line becomes more compact, and communication among players intensifies. Chelsea remains acutely aware of Atletico's penetrating offensive efforts. However, it is crucial to note that Chelsea's defensive system has withstood the tests posed by various attacking teams this season. While Atletico excels in counterattacks, their frontline lacks the physical intensity of Bayern, and their ability to stretch defenses is far inferior to that of Manchester City. Thus, Chelsea's defenders are managing the situation with relative ease. At this moment, the dynamics on the pitch resonate with the sentiments of neutral fans regarding Chelsea's defensive prowess this season. As long as Chelsea is intent on defending, barring any internal errors from their defenders, they might go an entire 10-match stretch conceding only a single goal. Such an assessment may seem somewhat exaggerated, yet it candidly reflects the high regard neutral fans hold for Chelsea's defensive framework. Diego Costa, stationed within Chelsea's penalty area, is on the verge of frustration as he scarcely touches the ball. The trio of Leon, Matic, and Kroos, currently forming a deep midfield, effectively nullifies Atletico's chances of delivering penetrating passes into the danger zone. Felipe Luis and Juan Fran can occasionally send in crosses, but within Chelsea's box, they find themselves unable to compete with Terry or Thiago Silva. In this type of positional play, the defensive capabilities of the experienced Terry and Thiago Silva are truly formidable. Costa, having faced numerous top-tier center-backs in the Champions League over the past few seasons, believed his experience had grown considerably. However, today, encountering the formidable duo of Chelsea's defensive line, he is genuinely experiencing the true essence of defensive intensity, at least in the realm of high-pressure situations. Both he and Raul Garcia find themselves at a loss. Simeone, seated on the bench, watches the unfolding scene with a tumultuous heart. The offensive strategy is fundamentally sound. Both fullbacks have successfully advanced and delivered passes. However, it is evident that Atletico Madrid's two strikers are struggling to contend with Chelsea's central defensive pairing, finding themselves effectively marked and unable to seize shooting opportunities, an alarming predicament. This signifies that Atletico's previous offensive groundwork has been rendered futile. Yet, after finally breaching Chelsea's half and creating a plethora of attacking chances, Simeone is reluctant to concede defeat so easily. Let us try once more. Another 5 minutes. And if that fails, we shall contemplate alternative strategies, he reassures himself inwardly. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Leon observes that the entire Atletico squad shows no inclination to withdraw and recalibrate their attacking tactics. He signals a tactical gesture to Kroos, subsequently initiating a pressing defense against the Atletico player in possession. Kroos instinctively retreats further, while Matic, the interception machine, revs into action, converging with Leon upon Atletico's ball handler. Arda Turan, wary of the pressure, opts for a backward pass, yet on the opposite flank, Koke harbors greater ambition. The relentless pressing from Leon and Matic imposes significant offensive strain on Atletico, yet simultaneously, it presents a rare opportunity for them. Faced once more with Leon's close interception, Koke daringly opts for a sharp inward cut, and as he evades Leon, a wave of exhilaration surges within him. However, in the blink of an eye, Kroos unexpectedly materializes before him. Following a forceful collision, Koke loses control of the ball, and when he glances back, he sees a smirking Leon swiftly claiming possession. Nevertheless, Leon's attempt to surge forward is thwarted as Felipe Luis adeptly positions himself to intercept his run. Little Lion, just as Leon contemplates whether to force his way through, a familiar call interrupts his thoughts. Leon fails to advance in time for Silva's run. Leon's pass. In the broadcast studio at Wembley, Hiway watches with exhilaration as Silva decisively advances after receiving Leon's cross. Since transferring to Chelsea, Thiago Silva has assumed greater responsibilities for initiating play from the back. Typically, Only when Maguire occasionally starts does Silva relinquish the duty of ball progression, thus honing his capabilities to a commendable level. His unexpected and rare offensive advance now thoroughly disrupts Atletico's defensive arrangement, as Thiago reacts and closes in on Silva to apply pressure. The Brazilian center-back has already conducted his observation and sends forth a long pass. While Silva's long balls may not match the precision of Leon or Cruz, in the context of a counterattack, his delivery is impeccably timed. Leon bolts forward from the back like an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, in Atletico's half, Ibrahimovic has yet to reach the spot where the ball will land. Under the watchful eyes of countless fans, both anxious and hopeful, Ibrahimovic surged forward with unwavering momentum towards the position Miranda. In the next instant, as the ball descended, Ibrahimovic utilized his imposing physique to shield against Miranda's defensive interference. He then arched his left calf backward, executing a stunning scorpion kick, sending the ball soaring towards the right flank. This extraordinary feat left numerous fans and commentators from around the globe utterly astonished. Although Ibrahimovic had previously scored with a similar kicking motion, this marked his inaugural use of such an imaginative technique for a pass. The ball, albeit not perfectly precise, drifted toward the right side, where De Bruyne had already breached Atletico's defensive line and had ample time to collect the ball and advance further. Felipe Luis sprinted back desperately, yet found himself always a step behind De Bruyne. Reluctantly, he began to adjust his position inward, attempting to thwart De Bruyne's potential cut-in for a shot. However, De Bruyne had no intention of cutting inside to shoot. As he approached his passing zone, he began to decelerate. Leon and Ibrahimovic had both penetrated Atletico's penalty area, with De Bruyne delivering his cross a moment early. This was the quintessential Chelsea counterattack strategy. Miranda and Godin were acutely aware of Leon's menacing run. Yet Ibrahimovic's presence deterred them from taking any chances. Thus, both defenders could only engage in a one-on-one defensive effort. The ball ultimately bypassed both Ibrahimovic and Miranda, who had yet to reach their positions, and began to plummet rapidly. Leon, leveraging his superior physicality, managed to position himself a half-step ahead of Godin. But the height of the ball rendered a header impossible. Almost instinctively, Leon opted for a shot, firmly leaning against Godin, and lifted his right foot to strike. Indeed, it was a kick shot. Courtois was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such an unusual shooting technique. The ball was propelled by Leon towards the near corner of Atletico's goal. Courtois remained unperturbed by the prospect of powerful long-range shots or intricately angled efforts, for his exceptional height and reflexes positioned him to execute remarkable saves with greater confidence than the average goalkeeper. Yet, Leon's shot was precisely directed towards his lower regions. Courtois awkwardly lunged to save, but the ball had already slipped past his fingertips into the net behind him. In that moment, Leon ruthlessly disrupted the equilibrium of the match. Nearly 50,000 die-hard Chelsea fans at Wembley erupted into ecstatic cheers. Commentators He Wei and Su Yang, in the studio, unleashed their hoarse voices, expressing their exhilaration. Meanwhile, amidst the resonating cheers at Wembley, Leon passionately sprinted towards the corner flag in Atletico's half. Behind him, Ibrahimovic and the tirelessly rushing Thiago Silva joined him in exuberant celebration. This exemplified the brilliance of star players in pivotal matches. It was a moment destined for the Milan brothers, a moment of stardom. I recommend a new book by a brother, a basketball narrative that is currently preparing for release. For those interested, feel free to add it to your collection. Chapter 332, The Fairy Tale Summer of the Old Boys. I knew you would make that shot. I just knew it. Magnificently done. Little Lion, let us seize this championship. We must claim this title. The voices of the two elder brothers resonated in Leon's ears, and he could feel the excitement in their tones as he embraced them tightly in return. Of course, we will secure the Champions League title. There will be no doubt. We won't give Atletico even the slightest chance. Leon's confident response calmed the exhilaration of Ibrahimovic and Silva. At that moment, the other Chelsea players rushed over, surrounding the trio in a jubilant embrace. Such a goal was a delightful surprise, at least before this counterattack commenced. The Chelsea players on the field had not anticipated they would so effortlessly disrupt the balance of the match. Apart from Leon, who was at the center of the celebration, receiving vigorous pats and playful assaults from his teammates, De Bruyne, who provided the crucial assist, was not spared from the enthusiastic onslaught of his comrades. The Chelsea players on the pitch celebrated passionately, and the substitutes on the bench echoed their joy with exuberant cheers. Drogba and Lampard, those seasoned veterans, seemed to forget their age as they rushed to the sidelines to celebrate with their younger teammates. Mourinho's Armani suit was in disarray, the collar torn in his excitement. Yet, at that moment, he cared little for his appearance. He unbuttoned his suit entirely, revealing his shirt underneath with a flare. However, this display of abandon did not diminish Mourinho's composed judgment. While Haaland continued to celebrate with the players on the bench, the elder Mourinho had already made his way to the sidelines, calling loudly for the Chelsea players to quickly collect themselves. Leon immediately noticed Mourinho's gestures. He first signaled reassurance to him, then pointed to his temple, a gesture that the other Chelsea players understood well. At this moment, the match had yet to reach the 60-minute mark in the second half, and declaring victory based on one goal was indeed premature. Furthermore, having scored, they needed to heighten their vigilance. Atletico, having no retreat, would undoubtedly exert every effort to find an opportunity to equalize, and this was beyond debate. Thus, they could not afford to relax for even a moment. The game soon resumed, and with a captivating transition of the live broadcast, the fans quickly saw Simeone anxiously discussing tactics with his assistant on the sidelines. There were not many available attacking players on Atletico's bench. Mourinho mused that if he were Simeone, making tactical adjustments at this juncture would be better served by switching to a 4-3-3 formation rather than substituting players. Raul Garcia was a versatile player in the midfield. He is capable of playing as a solitary striker on the front line or drifting to the flanks. In midfield, he can even occasionally assume the role of a defensive midfielder. Therefore, shifting Raul Garcia to the wing and pushing Thuram up front is entirely feasible. The effectiveness of this strategy remains to be seen, yet it certainly represents a novel tactical approach. Mourinho wonders whether Simeone will indeed employ such a tactic. Nevertheless, to preemptively address the situation, he strides to the sidelines, calling out to Leon, signaling him to pay closer attention to the defensive duties on the flanks. 2 minutes later, Atletico's assistant coach approaches the sideline to confer rapidly with the full-back, Felipe Luis. Shortly thereafter, Atletico indeed opts for a tactical shift. As Mourinho anticipated, Arda Turan is moved to the forward line. However, Atletico does not revert to a 4-3-3 formation but adopts a more aggressive 3-4-3 setup. Felipe Luis and Koch become the wingbacks in midfield, clearly indicating Simeone's intent to bolster their offensive capabilities. Leon remains vigilant. After all, this tactical alteration enhances both central and flank assaults. He signals to Hazard and De Bruyne to withdraw their positions, prioritizing defensive solidity. Kroos and Matic form a double pivot, while he himself unleashes his full potential, tirelessly sweeping through his defensive third. This represents the pinnacle of Chelsea's defensive structure within a four-man backline. Even Zlatan is notably proactive in retreating to assist his teammates in defense. Apart from his national team accolades, he now only lacks the coveted Champions League title at the club level. He has secured league championships in 4 major European leagues, triumphing in 3 of them. Furthermore, his collection of cup titles is extensive. In his youth, he often fell short of the Champions League due to either his playing style or poor choices. Now, the golden opportunity to seize the Champions League lies before him. As Leon pointed out in their pre-match conversation, he must seriously contemplate whether this is indeed his final chance to contest for the Champions League in the twilight of his career. The passage of time is unidirectional. He cannot return to his peak form, nor can he reclaim the omnipotent Zlatan he once was. Fortunately, he has this opportunity and a group of young teammates who inspire him with strength and hope. Therefore, he must exert himself to the utmost. Whether in attack or defense, he must give his all. Zlatan strides with determination, hastening his pace, diligently assisting his teammates in disrupting Atletico's attacking players. Viewers at home can clearly see that Zlatan is not particularly adept at defensive duties. Yet, his wholehearted commitment to this defensive effort, disregarding the toll on his stamina, has earned him the respect of all fans. Zlatan has always been proud, and he remains so now. However, in the face of dreams and the team's needs, the 33-year-old Zlatan makes a significant tactical sacrifice today. For the younger players of Chelsea, such a scene is profoundly stirring, igniting a surge of passion within them. This UEFA Champions League title holds immense significance for Chelsea Football Club and its seasoned veterans, symbolizing the fulfillment of a long-held dream. Along their journey, they have heard and revisited the poignant narrative of the 2012 Chelsea squad countless times. Most of them understand that a team as formidable yet united as theirs can only endure for a fleeting 2 or 3 seasons. Many among them are making continuous sacrifices and concessions for the greater good of the team. When one player steps into the limelight as a starter, another must assume the role of a substitute. And it is noteworthy that many players who sit on the bench at Chelsea can easily re-establish themselves as key players in other teams. Thus, while they generally avoid discussing this topic, they are acutely aware of the reality. Their time together is limited. Perhaps after this summer, many of them will depart. The world of football is replete with stories that never reach a conclusion, and regret remains the prevailing theme of every season. Young stars like Lionel, who have already amassed accolades at such a tender age, are merely exceptions in the realm of football. For the majority of Chelsea's players, this may be their singular opportunity to approach the grand stage of a Champions League final throughout their careers. Therefore, they have every reason to strive relentlessly for this coveted trophy, for themselves, for the tireless Ibrahimovic, and for the other seasoned Chelsea stalwarts. The players of Atletico Madrid, engaged in a desperate offensive, soon sensed the surge of determination from the entire Chelsea team. Chelsea chose not to engage in an all-out offensive. Yet even while holding their ground, they unleashed an astonishing display of fighting spirit. The visible rise in morale among the Blues stirred the hearts of countless neutral fans. Chelsea defended with unwavering resolve, and Lyon astonishingly outpaced 2 defenders, covering an expansive area. Ibrahimovic had already ignited his own fire, and Lyon, too, was not to be outdone. At this moment, he was entirely exhausting his physical limits, filtering out the majority of Atletico's offensive attempts for his teammates behind him. The commentator from Sky Sports in England repeatedly exclaimed in astonishment, declaring that Lyon had completely lost his mind. Simeone could no longer remain seated. He stood anxiously on the sidelines, his hands trembling slightly in his pockets. He had already executed tactical adjustments, yet in the face of Lyon and Chelsea's current state, he found himself at a loss for how to break the deadlock. Initially, against Mourinho's Real Madrid, he had felt despair over their midfield's powerful control and versatility. At that time, Atletico's midfield was still refining its synergy, lacking the formidable confrontational capability seen today. However, after leading Atletico to a Champions League final and facing Mourinho once more, Simeone found himself once again grappling with that familiar sense of helplessness. This Chelsea team exhibits a resilience on a spiritual level that surpasses even that of the illustrious Mourinho era at Real Madrid, a quality he both admires and finds profoundly frustrating. There is no need for haste. Surely, alternative strategies will emerge, for time remains on their side. Simeone yearns for self-comfort. Yet the relentless passage of time during the match constricts his breath with an inexplicable weight. Damn it! As the clock steadily approaches the 70th minute, Simeone's composure begins to waver. Turning toward the coaching bench, he resembles a gambler, his eyes aflame as he commands Raúl Jiménez and Saul to warm up at the sidelines. The tens of thousands of Atletico supporters at Wembley are anxiously praying for their team. Many among them entertain fleeting hopes that Chelsea might falter defensively and grant Atletico an opening. Yet, the reality is that Chelsea stands resolute, their defense unwavering. Repelling wave after wave of Atletico's assaults, Lyon is compelled to catch his breath, slowing his pace for a moment of respite. However, his teammates, with their vigorous challenges and relentless running, allow him the comfort to recuperate. Countless Chelsea fans, witnessing this scene, are moved to tears. The new Blues have displayed a tenacity on this critical stage that rivals their predecessors. This is the legacy of spiritual strength. Mourinho, much like the early days of his tenure at Chelsea, paces along the sidelines, vocally responding to the commendable performances of his players. His body language is rich and infectious, as he stands in solidarity with his team, fighting with fervor and passion. At this moment, Wembley Stadium seems entirely transformed into a stronghold for Chelsea supporters. The raucous cheers from the Blues faithful serve as the ultimate nourishment for their players on the pitch. Having regained his breath, Lyon acutely feels the weight in his legs. Yet, this does not diminish his resolve to fight to the bitter end, to expend every last ounce of energy in this final. Even though he has already attained honors that would make most players envious, he remains insatiably hungry for the prestigious accolades of the footballing world. For this, he willingly dedicates himself to relentless training, striving to maintain his peak condition and perfect his craft. He must win. Victory in every pivotal match is imperative. He revels in triumph, cherishes championships, and delights in the joy and breakthroughs that come from rising once more after tasting the bitterness of defeat. Thus, he sprints anew, living up to expectations and leaving no room for regret. Lyon persists. He continues to provide defensive support for his teammates. Arda Turan, unable to break through Lyon's steadfast defense, opts for a backward pass. The voice of commentator Thiago Hiwe trembles slightly. He is genuinely concerned about Lyon's stamina, fearing he may falter under the strain. Yet upon witnessing Lyon's composed demeanor as he chose to continue his relentless pursuit, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within him. At this moment on the pitch, Thiago had just received a return pass from Turan. Initially intending to distribute the ball to the nearby Coke, he instinctively altered his trajectory upon observing Lyon's movement to press forward. He redirected the ball towards the far side, aiming for Felipe Luis. Meanwhile, Azpilicueta, who had been lingering in defense, suddenly made a shrewd decision to advance and intercept. His defensive anticipation and Thiago's passing action converged at the same moment, leaving Felipe Luis with little time to respond. The Spanish fullback's moment of glory had arrived. After playing a reserved role throughout the match, he executed a bold defensive maneuver, delivering a significant blow to Atletico Madrid. The tactical shift to a 3-4-3 formation had left Atletico excessively exposed, and Azpilicueta swiftly breached their midfield line. Lyon and the two Chelsea wingers displayed commendable reaction speed. However, compared to Hazard and De Bruyne, Lyon, positioned centrally in the midfield, possessed a superior vantage point. Despite having exhausted much of his stamina, Lyon's ability to read the game remained undiminished. He refrained from vocally urging Azpilicueta to pass to him, deliberately decelerating his run to avoid entering the first line of Atletico's defense. As Azpilicueta played the ball back towards the center of the midfield, Lyon found himself nearly unmarked by defenders. Having already assessed the positioning of his teammates, Lyon timed his approach perfectly, opting to play the ball without taking a touch, sending it into the left flank of Atletico's half. This pass sliced through Atletico's defense. The well-timed through ball provided Hazard, who had cut in from the wing, ample opportunity to accelerate and shake off Gavi's pursuit. In an instant, Hazard found himself with a prime opportunity, breaking into the left side of Atletico's penalty area. Courtois, exercising caution, refrained from recklessly charging out, while Godin closed in on Hazard, leaving him little chance to adjust his position for a shot at the far corner. Yet in the next moment, taking a deep breath, Hazard swiftly swung his left leg, striking the ball between Courtois' legs. This shot was executed with both audacity and confidence. He understood his international teammate, having practiced low shots in such scenarios with Lyon multiple times during their 6 days of preparation. Thus, it was not merely a stroke of genius, but rather the culmination of diligent training. Courtois, feeling frustrated, attempted once more to intercept the shot quickly, but his height became a disadvantage in this instance. The ball sped through the gap between his legs, once again rolling into the net behind him. Wembley Stadium once again reverberated with intensity. The euphoric cheers of Chelsea supporters became the dominant melody within this colossal arena. In stark contrast, the Atletico fans were left in anguish, clutching their heads in disbelief. Hazard, filled with trepidation, repeatedly confirmed that the ball had indeed crossed the line, hitting the net behind the Atletico goal, before exuberantly sprinting back towards Lyon. "I did it! I did it!" In a fervor of passion, with flushed cheeks, Hazard leaped onto Lyon, shaking his upper body while roaring with delight. At that moment, Lyon could hardly hear Hazard's words, but as Hazard finally descended, he instinctively embraced him tightly. One after another, teammates rushed towards them with fervent enthusiasm. Ibrahimovic, Kroos, De Bruyne, Bertrand, Matic, lost in a daze. Lyon seemed to catch a glimpse of the old Captain Terry's reddened eyes and the traces of tears at their corners. Yet in the next instant, he was met with the sight of the spirited soul of the Blues, quickly wiping his eyes before bursting into laughter. Surrounded by his ecstatic teammates, Lyon could no longer see the happenings on the sidelines. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that at this moment, Lampard and Drogba were equally elated. Indeed, the Chelsea bench had erupted into a frenzy. All the substitute players excitedly rushed towards the corner flag where the Chelsea players were collectively celebrating. Behind them, Mourinho had knelt on the ground, his hands covering his face, burying his head in the grass beneath him. Holland also concealed his face with his hands, but his emotions seemed to be even more intense and direct. The esteemed Chelsea assistant coach sat on the bench, weeping like a child. Yet, no fan would mock him. Rather, people would reflect on Haaland's genuine affection and tireless dedication to Chelsea. Conversely, the Atletico players on the field appeared to be cracking under pressure. Simeone stood on the sidelines, rubbing his forehead, his eyes filled with bitterness. The match had reached the 77th minute. Raúl Jiménez and Saul, who had been warmed up for some time, quickly stood by the sidelines. However, their expressions bore no resolute determination, only anxiety, gravity, and a hint of confusion. At the assistant referee's signal, the jubilant Chelsea substitutes began to return to the bench, still laughing. The Chelsea players on the pitch, invigorated, raised their arms to the stands, further rallying the cheers of the Chelsea supporters, before slowly making their way back to their half. Atletico made their substitutions first, bringing on Raúl Jiménez and Saul, while Koke and Thiago were withdrawn. Seeing Atletico's desperate move, Mourinho hastily instructed Lampard and Drogba to prepare for their entrance. After the match resumed, not even 2 minutes had passed before Lyon, having seized possession, sent the ball sailing out of bounds. Seizing the opportunity during the dead ball, Chelsea completed their substitutions. Lampard and Drogba entered the fray, while Ibrahimovic and the goalscorer Hazard made their exit. The Chelsea fans in attendance showered Ibrahimovic and Hazard with thunderous applause. When the club's venerable veterans took to the field, many devoted Chelsea supporters watching from home felt a wave of emotion. Check, Terry, Lampard, Drogba. This central axis not only embodies the pinnacle of the once indomitable Blues, but also represents cherished memories and youth for these fans. The pain of summer 2012 seems but a memory of yesterday. Yet, witnessing this rare reunion of these old stalwarts, the Chelsea faithful realized that the heart-wrenching Champions League final had transpired a full 3 years ago. The regrets and sorrow from 3 years prior were unexpectedly transforming into a fairy tale today. This surreal scene made many Chelsea fans feel as though they were not grounded in reality. However, the Chelsea players, having firmly established a 2-goal lead and fully retreated into defense, constantly reminded them, this is not a dream. The butterfly has crossed the ocean, and the Chelsea old boys have finally arrived at their fulfilling conclusion. In the 87th minute of the match, Mourinho utilized his final substitution. He replaced De Bruyne with Torres, granting the Spanish forward a dignified farewell stage in this Champions League final. Torres' entrance silenced the Atletico fans, who could no longer express their frustrations. Perhaps they would see their dreams shattered once more in this final. But their beloved Torres was about to claim the heavyweight championship trophy that had eluded him throughout his career. At that moment, the emotions among Atletico players were incredibly complex, both painful and genuinely happy for Torres. Fortunately, the referee did not prolong their anguish. As the 3 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, the referee decisively blew the final whistle, bringing the match to a close. Many Atletico players could not contain their tears, shedding them on the pitch. Having reached the Champions League final for 2 consecutive seasons, only to fall short both times, such an outcome was utterly cruel for them. On the other side of the field, several Chelsea players were also shedding tears, but theirs were devoid of sadness, filled instead with the joy of finally achieving fulfillment after enduring numerous hardships. Lyon relaxedly spread his arms wide, lying on the pitch of Wembley Stadium. Summer had arrived. Gazing at the starry summer night sky over London, Lyon smiled broadly, suddenly filled with anticipation for the upcoming season. The fairy tale summer belonging to the Chelsea old boys had quietly arrived. A new book by a good friend is in preparation for release. Those interested should take note. End of chapter 333. The legend concludes, a new chapter begins. That Champions League trophy is truly magnificent. During the awards ceremony that evening, as Ibrahimovic received his medal, he fixated on the Champions League trophy, and a sudden exclamation caused laughter among the other Chelsea players and award presenters. Amidst the laughter, it was evident that everyone present could comprehend the fervent emotions coursing through Ibrahimovic at that moment. Moreover, aside from Lyon and Kroos, the remaining players within Chelsea had yet to experience the euphoria of lifting the Champions League trophy. They too were engulfed in a tempest of emotions, finding it difficult to maintain their composure. Whatever Gianni Infantino and Michel Platini uttered on the podium was lost to the Chelsea players. Their eyes were solely fixated on the coveted trophy. Finally, after navigating through all the pre-award ceremonies, Terry was surrounded by his fellow Chelsea players, standing at the heart of the team as he triumphantly raised the illustrious UEFA Champions League trophy, which had previously brought Chelsea much heartache. A cascade of confetti erupted around them, fluttering down like gentle rain. At that moment, Leon observed distinctly as the venerable Captain Terry tenderly kissed the Champions League trophy, tears of joy glistening at the corners of his eyes. Not just Terry, but Lampard, Drogba, Cech, and Torres. Nearly all the seasoned veterans of Chelsea were moved to tears. They had exhausted the twilight of their careers, and in the final and most radiant blaze, they finally embraced their long-awaited resolution. Leon stood slightly apart from the center of the team, smiling contentedly as he watched his teammates revel in their jubilant celebration. After the festivities in the stands, the Chelsea players did not overlook their coaching staff, Holland, Ruiz, and the ever-charismatic Mourinho. As the entire Chelsea squad hoisted Mourinho into the air, tossing him repeatedly, countless fans watching the live broadcast were filled with nostalgia. When Mourinho returned to Chelsea for the second time, many had predicted he would usher in a new era of dominance in the Premier League. Yet, few could have foreseen that in just 2 seasons, he would lead Chelsea to back-to-back Premier League titles and their first Champions League triumph. For Premier League titles and a Champions League title. Throughout the Premier League era, Mourinho's accomplishments rank only behind Ferguson's. This night, he successfully elevated Chelsea into the pantheon of elite European clubs. In his private box, Abramovich had already received numerous congratulations, both in person and via phone. His mind was still reeling, overwhelmed with immense joy and satisfaction. However, amidst the excitement, he did not forget to remind his assistant to promptly contact several club executives to expedite discussions regarding contract renewals with key players and Mourinho. In recent seasons, Chelsea had been quite generous in the transfer market, yet the value they received was equally remarkable. Setting aside the signings of a few veterans, the young players currently in Chelsea's ranks were all skyrocketing in worth. It was imperative to prioritize contract renewals at this juncture. Not only Leon, Kroos, and Hazard, who had established themselves as mainstays in the team, but even young substitutes like Maguire, Cullis, and Ake. Losing any of them would cause Abramovich considerable distress. Under the meticulous guidance and nurturing of Chelsea's coaching staff, these young players have exhibited an astonishing rate of growth that is palpable to the naked eye. They are indeed prodigious talents. While some of them may not yet secure a starting position in the current Chelsea lineup, it is not an exaggeration to assert that they represent the future of the club. Whether they will continue to don the Chelsea jersey next season is a matter for Mourinho and his coaching team to assess. However, securing their contract renewals must be prioritized, allowing them to be loaned out for development, with the prospect of returning to Chelsea after making their mark in the footballing world. Abramovich has already begun to contemplate the future construction of the team. As for the current contributors, he has never hesitated to reward them materially. At the celebratory banquet that evening, Abramovich made a grand appearance, directly dispensing generous bonuses for the Champions League victory. Prior bonuses for league triumphs and 2 domestic cup victories had already been distributed by the club's hierarchy. Chelsea has never faltered in rewarding success. As long as the trophies are secured, the rewards are substantial. The atmosphere of the celebratory banquet reached a crescendo at that moment. Both personal accolades and material desires were fulfilled, and this dual joy rekindled the affection of every Chelsea player for the club. Zlatan, rarely seen inebriated, was in high spirits, even falling asleep in the hotel while cradling the Champions League trophy. Upon awakening the following day, feeling the texture of the St. George's Cup in his arms, Zlatan lay in bed, reveling in joy for quite some time. Yet, amidst his happiness, he finally reached a decision regarding the next step in his career. The afternoon following the Champions League victory, in the celebratory hotel, Zlatan conveyed his future intentions directly to Leon and Mourinho. If I were 5 years younger, I would certainly wish to continue working alongside you. I love Chelsea, the collaborative spirit we share, and I admire this new generation of players. However, I am no longer young. These past 2 years have brought me great joy, but my body is honest and persistently signals that it is time to rest. I have yet to decide where I will play next season, but I can assure you that the likelihood of remaining in the Premier League is slim. It seemed that Mourinho had anticipated this moment. A warm smile spread across his face as he patted Zlatan's arm, comforting him. I understand, Zlatan. You have reached the age to relish football. Follow the guidance of your heart in making your decision. I will inform the club to facilitate your subsequent transfer matters. Leon, on the other hand, remained silent, rising to embrace Zlatan with open arms. Thank you, little lion, for that initial phone call. Your arrival spoke volumes. There's no need for gratitude between us, Zlatan. I will forever cherish the moments we shared on the pitch. Enjoy football, no matter where you go. You will always be one of a kind. The two shared a heartfelt embrace, marking a formal farewell between them. Subsequently, Zlatan sought out each teammate still present in the hotel, bidding them a personal goodbye. That evening, Ibrahimovic invited all his teammates and coaches to dinner. Lionel took a special photograph of the Milan trio during the banquet and subsequently updated his social media. At that moment, Chelsea fans were utterly oblivious to Ibrahimovic's decision to depart from the club. They flooded Lionel's social media with comments praising the camaraderie among the trio and encouraging them to strive in the upcoming season. Fresh off their euphoric Champions League victory, Chelsea supporters were still basking in boundless joy. However, the tide of departures within Chelsea began to surge shortly after the conclusion of a successful season. Ibrahimovic was the first to express his intention to leave, followed closely by Drogba and Ashley Cole, who also confided their desires to Mourinho and the club's higher-ups. Drogba had initially signed a one-year loan contract with the club, and having fulfilled his dream of winning the Champions League this season, he felt no lingering regrets. Galatasaray was unlikely to renew his contract, so he and a few old friends contemplated moving to Major League Soccer for one last contract, preparing for retirement. Ashley Cole planned to follow suit with Drogba, while Lampard remained somewhat hesitant. Although the revered midfielder was nearing 37, he felt his performance was still commendable. While he would certainly not secure a starting position at Chelsea, he believed he could still compete for another couple of seasons in a lower-tier team within one of the other top leagues. Thus, he might have his agents explore opportunities with clubs in those leagues, rather than exclusively pursuing a retirement in MLS. Mikel and Ramirez subsequently received offers from teams in China. Initially, they intended to decline, but upon seeing the substantial contract amounts, they proactively sought Lyon to inquire about the teams extending the offers. Consequently, nearly 6 first-team players from Chelsea expressed their desire to leave during the summer. Meanwhile, the once prominent Ivan, now relegated to the bench by Azpilicueta, appeared to be contemplating a departure as well. With so many first-team players potentially leaving, Chelsea's management could not afford to overlook this situation. Fortunately, Mourinho had long been mentally prepared and did not perceive any cause for alarm. The coaching staff had a clear idea of their new recruitment targets. If the management acted swiftly to negotiate, they could smoothly commence preparations for the new season. Overall, the core framework of Chelsea's first team was unlikely to undergo significant changes. While the rotation of substitutes would see considerable alteration, many veterans would depart, and among the younger players, aside from Lukaku, who sought a starting role, the rest would likely choose to renew their contracts. Thus, it appeared that Chelsea's summer transfer dealings would not encounter substantial challenges. Nevertheless, Ibrahimovic's departure would significantly impact the construction of Chelsea's offensive system for the new season. While the recruitment of substitutes for other positions could proceed methodically, the urgency surrounding the acquisition of a starting center forward was pressing for Mourinho. The foremost candidate is undoubtedly Luis Suarez, who experienced a rather unhappy tenure at Liverpool last season. With the bridge built by Lyon, Chelsea swiftly initiated negotiations with both Suarez's management team and Liverpool following the conclusion of the season. Suarez's agent was quite accommodating upon Chelsea's approach. He expressed an enthusiastic commitment to facilitating Suarez's transfer to Chelsea. However, Liverpool's response was a resounding refusal, firmly declaring Suarez as a non-transferable asset. Mourinho had no doubts regarding Liverpool's stance. After all, the team's attacking prowess hinged largely upon a handful of forwards, with Suarez being the linchpin of Liverpool's offensive strategy last season. With the new head coach for Liverpool yet to be appointed, the potential departure of Suarez could lead to catastrophic repercussions for the team's performance. Moreover, Liverpool is not a club struggling financially. Their affluent owners possess ample resources. Yet the willingness to invest significantly is another matter entirely. Liverpool may have believed they could persuade Suarez to sign a new contract. As Mourinho observed his club's negotiation team facing persistent refusals, he remained unperturbed. He instructed Lyon to maintain communication with Suarez while dispatching a scouting team to Chile to observe Suarez's performance during this year's Copa America. Unfortunately, Suarez suffered an injury in the first round of the group stage due to a reckless foul from an opponent. Although it was merely a sprain that would require 2 to 3 weeks of rest, his inability to represent his national team in the ongoing Copa America left him feeling quite disheartened. At this juncture, Leon promptly reached out to him with a call of consolation. During their conversation, Leon refrained from discussing transfer matters, focusing instead on Suarez's health and offering words of encouragement, assuring him that there would be ample opportunities to compete in future Copa America tournaments. Just as Leon had finished comforting Suarez, Liverpool's management contacted him, persistently urging Suarez to renew his contract. The stark contrast was palpable. Suarez had already endured a challenging season at Liverpool, and now, with management pressuring him for a renewal, his reluctance intensified. The departure of Gerrard to the MLS during the summer transfer window further diminished Suarez's desire to remain at Liverpool and stagnate his career. Within a couple of days, news of the breakdown in contract renewal negotiations between Suarez and Liverpool was suddenly revealed by various European sports publications. This was not orchestrated by Chelsea. Rather, it stemmed from Suarez's economic team leaking information to the media. In an instant, Liverpool's higher-ups found themselves in disarray, scrambling to dispel rumors while attempting to re-engage Suarez in contract negotiations. However, at this juncture, Suarez had already secured a promise from Mourinho regarding the starting center-forward position for the upcoming season. Consequently, he resolutely reiterated his decision to depart. With Suarez firmly set on leaving, Liverpool was unlikely to make the ill-fated choice of retaining him for another year, risking both talent and resources. At this moment, Chelsea made a notably sincere initial offer. Meanwhile, Barcelona, having caught wind of Suarez's desire to leave and in need of a striker, hastily intervened. However, following Chelsea's second offer, the upper echelons of Barcelona fell into silence. Upon witnessing Chelsea's bid, the Liverpool camp was equally astounded. On July 6th, just 2 days after the conclusion of the Copa America, both Chelsea and Liverpool simultaneously announced their agreement regarding Suarez's transfer. A few days prior, Chelsea fans had been a tad anxious due to the club's announcement of 6 player departures, fearing that the club might suddenly adopt a frugal approach and tarnish the promising trajectory established over the past 2 seasons. Yet, with the announcement of Suarez's signing, their worries dissipated. The specific transfer fee was not disclosed by either Chelsea or Liverpool, but Sky Sports managed to obtain exclusive information. It was estimated that the one-time transfer fee would amount to between 88 to 92 million euros, with potential add-ons bringing the total to a staggering 110 million euros. This revelation sent shockwaves through the European transfer market once again. The summer transfer window belonging to Chelsea had once more arrived with familiar anticipation. Chapter 334, Real Madrid next. Leon returns home. I can hardly contain my excitement at the prospect of partnering with you on the pitch. Luis, with your addition, I am filled with confidence about reclaiming the Premier League and the Champions League next year. Following the simultaneous announcement by Chelsea and Liverpool regarding Suarez's transfer, Leon wasted no time and called Suarez within 5 minutes. During this period, Leon and Suarez had frequently conversed, growing quite familiar with one another. However, in this moment, Suarez felt the sincerity behind Leon's congratulatory call. Listening to Leon's heartfelt praises, Suarez could not suppress his joy, a smile spreading across his face. His swift and decisive choice to join Chelsea this summer was significantly influenced by Leon's persistent outreach. It is worth noting that Leon was not the only one attempting to sway him. Messi and Neymar from Barcelona had also been reaching out, urging him to consider a move to their club. Initially, he was quite hesitant, but ultimately, he could not resist Leon's enthusiasm and earnest invitation. Moreover, Leon had a remarkable talent for flattery. Throughout his years at Liverpool, the honors he had garnered were rather meager. He believed his abilities were on par with those of the so-called top strikers in football. Yet his considerable lack of recognition only fueled his desire for acknowledgement from fans and media alike. If Sterling were to praise him, claiming he was exceptionally talented and that remaining at Liverpool would be a waste of his abilities, he would likely just smile. However, the endorsements from both Leon and Mourinho carry a different weight entirely. One is the current premier midfielder, poised to secure the Ballon d'Or as the foremost player of the decade early next year, while the other is the preeminent coach of our time, boasting 5 Champions League titles. Receiving accolades from such distinguished figures made Suarez feel as though his years of inner turmoil had finally found resolution. Thus, it is not that settling in Barcelona is unappealing, nor that Messi's personal charm lacks potency. Rather, it is that the duo from Chelsea excels in flattery. After years of striving in the Premier League, Suarez also yearns to achieve success there. Winning the Champions League can sometimes hinge on fortune, Yet Chelsea presently stands as the undisputed titan of the Premier League, making his prospects of clinching the title there quite substantial. He has done his utmost for Liverpool, having spent an extra year mentoring the younger forwards, and ultimately, he left the club with nearly €100 million in transfer fees. Who could possibly argue that he lacks integrity? At least, in comparison to Van Persie's earlier move, this cannot be deemed a betrayal. And there exists no sordid history between him and the Liverpool fanbase. For him and his representing agency, successfully joining Chelsea has already been the most favorable outcome of this summer transfer window, with Suarez, the most coveted player of the summer, now absent from the transfer market. The plethora of transfer rumors has significantly quieted. Nevertheless, this year, the elite clubs have unveiled their substantial resources, eagerly seeking to reinforce their squads. So fans need not fret about the absence of major transfer stories. Without discussing other teams, Barcelona, having failed to secure Suarez from Chelsea, is now in possession of a hefty sum of €80 to €90 million, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to acquire a top-notch striker and a young midfielder. Although other clubs are keenly aware of Barcelona's financial clout and are poised to capitalize on it, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that this summer, Barcelona indeed seeks to bolster its lineup and regain the prestige it lost to Chelsea. Whether they will triumph after strengthening their squad is another matter. However, as a continental powerhouse, maintaining the momentum of revenge is paramount. Lyon remains oblivious to the profound resentment harbored by the upper echelons of Barcelona towards himself and Chelsea. Following his successful facilitation of Suarez's transfer during the summer window, he has been occupied with personal commercial ventures in China. Just 2 weeks ago, through Mendes connections, he and Cristiano Ronaldo united in the United States, embarking on a powerful commercial promotion. While the number of American soccer fans may not be vast, the public's enthusiasm for celebrities and entertainment is undeniable. Both Lyon and Ronaldo, being tall and handsome football icons, naturally attract significant attention in the United States. Their collaboration has indeed generated considerable excitement. After finalizing a series of endorsement deals, both Lyon and Ronaldo returned home with their pockets full, while Mendes couldn't contain his joy. Certainly, upon returning to China in July, Leal's participation in various commercial promotions has become the primary source of Mendes' current profits. There arose a minor issue in the negotiation of interests, as the alignment with the financial stakeholders in China did not match. Otherwise, the joint promotional campaign featuring Cristiano Ronaldo and Leal would not have initially surfaced in the United States. China is indeed the market Mendes holds in the highest regard at present. After clinching the Premier League title twice and successfully proving himself at Chelsea by securing the Champions League, Leal's domestic popularity in China has soared to an unprecedented level, far surpassing all other cultural and sporting icons. Correspondingly, his skyrocketing fame has led to a remarkable increase in his commercial value. Leal himself was astonished by the fervent excitement generated domestically following his pivotal role in winning the Champions League. Just last year, he concluded a renewal negotiation with his management team, securing a 9-figure endorsement contract with a major domestic corporation. On the very night he achieved his 3rd Champions League title, he urgently contacted Mendes, seeking to extend the original 2-year endorsement contract to 4 years, with the endorsement fee doubling. The conditions proposed left Mendes astounded, and soon after, other leading corporations in China followed suit, with similar renewal requests. Even excluding last year's salary and bonuses, Leal's commercial endorsement income is nearing the combined annual earnings of Messi and Ronaldo. Mendes estimates that by early next year, after Leal receives the Ballon d'Or, his income for 2016 will far exceed the total earnings of Messi and Ronaldo. This figure will be a staggering income within the realm of sports. However, the lucrative financial prospects that excite Mendes now appear merely as a string of numbers to Leal. He harbors little interest in luxury goods or expensive real estate. During his leisure time, aside from attending commercial events, he prefers to travel discreetly with familiar friends. It can be said that, apart from his insatiable quest for championship glory on the pitch, Leal has always been quite laid back in his private life. Once wealth reaches a certain threshold, it loses its allure for him. He is content as long as he, his family, and his loved ones can live comfortably. Consequently, he is quite generous when it comes to charitable endeavors. Mendes often playfully teases him, questioning whether he aspires to become a saint. However, Leal believes that being a saint would be exceedingly exhausting. and he considers himself not yet possessing such a high moral standard. Shedding the aura of a football superstar, he perceives himself simply as an ordinary individual. If, in the future, after his retirement, the media and fans reflect upon his career and regard him as a commendable figure, he would find great satisfaction. After completing his domestic commercial activities in mid-July, Lionel hardly had time for additional training and promptly returned to the Cobham training ground to engage in the team's preseason practice. This summer, he only undertook 10 days of extra training in late June, marking the shortest off-season training period since embarking on his professional journey. However, his abilities have now developed quite harmoniously, with no apparent weaknesses, relieving him from the urgency of enhancing his skills as he had in previous off-seasons. Maintaining his form has become the most crucial aspect for him at present. Upon returning to the Cobham training ground, he swiftly passed the medical examination conducted by the team doctors, followed by reunions with both new and familiar teammates. Suarez had arrived a day earlier at the training facility. To be frank, seeing Suarez donned in Chelsea training attire was a novelty for Leon. As Suarez's most acquainted new teammate, Leon eagerly facilitated his integration into the new team and environment. After the first day of preseason training, he organized a barbecue dinner to welcome the newly joined Suarez. During the evening, he inquired whether Suarez had found suitable accommodation and schools for his children in the vicinity of London. Although he was not well versed in these matters, he could enlist Mendes' assistance to help Suarez settle in swiftly. After a heartfelt exchange, the bond between Suarez and Leon grew increasingly close. Yet, before Leon could further help Suarez connect with other Chelsea players, an unexpected situation, neither wholly fortunate nor troublesome, befell him. The morning following Leon's return to London for preseason training, Mendes suddenly flew in to seek him out. "You cannot be serious, Jorge? Has the chairman truly spoken to you in such a manner?" Leon was astonished. The chairman he referred to was not Abramovich, but rather Florentino, the president of Real Madrid. "Indeed, I am quite certain. Leon, Mr. Perez indeed inquired about the possibility of bringing you back to the Bernabeu this summer. He called me last night, so I came directly to find you upon my arrival in London this morning." Mendes' tone bore signs of fatigue, likely due to the shock from Perez's call the previous night, which had deprived him of rest. The prospect of bringing Leon back to Real Madrid had always been an enticing option for Mendes. However, the timing of Perez's inquiry was somewhat ill-suited. Had they discussed this earlier, Mendes could have conferred with Mourinho and Abramovich beforehand. Even if the likelihood of them allowing Leon to return to Real Madrid was slim, at least there would have been room for negotiation. Now that Chelsea's preseason training had commenced, Mendes faced an uphill battle, particularly with Mourinho's involvement. Leon, not overthinking the situation, ultimately decided to personally call Perez to politely decline the offer. For both professional and personal reasons, he could not possibly leave Chelsea or Mourinho this season. Initially, Leon thought that after his call with Perez, this matter would fade into obscurity amidst the transfer frenzy. However, to his surprise, merely 2 days later, Marca exclusively revealed the news of Perez inviting him to transfer back to Real Madrid. After a month of silence during the transfer period, Real Madrid suddenly made headlines with a sensational announcement. Chelsea's supporters were filled with anxiety, while across the sea in Madrid, countless Real Madrid fans erupted in jubilant cheers. "We want the little lion. The Bernabeu is eager to welcome back the true prince of Real Madrid." Chapter 335. If we offer the highest salary in football, how will Real Madrid respond? Leon felt a sense of helplessness. He did not doubt that the venerable president had intentionally leaked transfer rumors after being rejected by him. The upper echelons of Real Madrid were not so careless in their dealings. It was highly probable that the transfer news was sourced by Marca through its informants within the club. During Mourinho's tenure at Real Madrid, he often became infuriated when internal information was disclosed by Marca or AS. These Madrid publications have always prioritized sensationalism over the club's public image. Now, the rumor of Real Madrid's intent to re-sign Leon was causing quite a stir in the global sports arena. Leon found himself besieged by unexpected troubles. Before he could explain to the coaching staff and club executives, calls from both sides began flooding in. Was this truly just the unilateral desire of Real Madrid's management? "Leon, I implore you to share your honest thoughts with me. I do not intend to blame you. Whatever decision you make, I will respect it." After listening to Leon's general account and explanation of the situation, Mourinho chose not to let it slide, but instead directly inquired about Leon's own thoughts. There was no escaping the call from Real Madrid. While some active players in the top 4 leagues might not hold Real Madrid in high regard, their numbers were exceedingly few. Moreover, Real Madrid was Leon's mother club, having successfully proven himself at Chelsea. If the venerable president truly offered him the status and treatment of the team's star player, could he resist such temptation and continue his stay at Chelsea? Mourinho felt that if he were in Leon's position, he would at least consider the feasibility of a transfer. After all, he had achieved remarkable success at Inter Milan. Yet the invitation from the venerable president still stirred his heart. This was a pragmatic question, and their relationship had grown sufficiently close for him to ask without reservation. Seeking clarity on Leon's true thoughts at this moment. Frankly, boss, Real Madrid holds a special place in my heart, and I cannot predict what the future may hold. As you once told me, anything can happen in the transfer market. But at least for this summer window, my answer is that I will remain at Chelsea. We have unfinished business, and I will not choose to betray my coach and team at such a pivotal moment. You know me, and you can place your complete trust in me regarding this matter. Leon provided his answer, not deceiving Mourinho, and his response was filled with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Mourinho on the other end of the line finally let out a long sigh of relief. Liang's sincerity greatly pleased Mourinho, and after a brief exchange of words, they concluded their conversation. However, shortly after Mourinho hung up, Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, personally called Liang. "Hello, Mr. Chairman," he greeted. The rapport between Abramovich and Liang was not as intimate as that between Liang and Mourinho, yet over the past 2 years, Abramovich had indeed treated Liang well, and they could be considered familiar friends. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Abramovich got straight to the point, inquiring about Liang's thoughts on Real Madrid's interest in him, much like Mourinho had done. Liang patiently explained the situation to Abramovich once more. Upon receiving Liang's affirmative response, Abramovich felt relieved and instructed the club's public relations department to vigorously dispel the rumors. At the official level, Real Madrid remained notably silent, neither actively clarifying nor hastily explaining the transfer rumors. Chelsea, on the other hand, issued several press releases and contacted supportive newspapers to assist in their clarifications. However, the more anxious Chelsea appeared, the more neutral fans began to speculate that Liang and Real Madrid had indeed reached some form of transfer agreement. In this era, the transfer market was rife with mixed messages, especially concerning high-profile players, leading to endless speculation. Seeing the media frenzy show no signs of abating, Liang took to his personal social media to support the club's statements, asserting that he had not engaged in any transfer discussions with Real Madrid and that he was fully focused on preparing for the upcoming Premier League season. His direct intervention reassured Chelsea fans, who had great faith in his character. Yet, a significant number of Real Madrid supporters remained unconvinced, repeatedly seeking confirmation from the club's official accounts regarding the authenticity of the news about Liang's potential return. As the transfer saga escalated, Liang reassured his teammates that he would not be leaving Chelsea during this summer transfer window, thus alleviating their concerns. Just as tranquility began to return to Chelsea's squad, with both new and veteran players preparing to embark on a training trip to the United States with the coaching staff, yet another transfer rumor related to Liang erupted within the football world. This time, it was not about Real Madrid, but rather an unexpected claim from Paris Saint-Germain, who expressed their desire to recruit Liang. Surprised, Liang found himself puzzled by PSG's intentions, just as he had managed to clarify the previous transfer turmoil. The straightforward approach of PSG thrust him back into the limelight of football news. He speculated whether Nasser, having seen the rumors of Real Madrid's interest, mistakenly believed that Liang was contemplating a departure from Chelsea. Frustrated, he immediately called Mendes, urging him to clearly communicate to PSG that he would definitely remain with Chelsea this summer. However, the text Mendes sent back left Liang both amused and exasperated. "Nasser has asked me to convey his apologies to you. He genuinely believed that you wished to depart from Chelsea this summer. He also wanted me to inform you that if, one day in the future, you seek new challenges, Paris Saint-Germain will always welcome you with open arms. The club is prepared to extend a remarkably sincere offer to you and will construct a new team around you, one capable of contending for the Champions League title." It seems that Lyon has come to appreciate the heartfelt intentions of Paris Saint-Germain, or rather, Nasser's genuine regard for him. When he initially decided to leave Real Madrid, PSG presented him with a highly competitive offer as one of the contenders. He later heard from Ibrahimovic that Nasser was eager to negotiate directly. willing to pay the buyout clause to engage with Real Madrid. However, other executives at PSG decided to exercise patience, ultimately allowing Chelsea to seize the opportunity first. The authenticity of this account remains uncertain, as Ibrahimovic merely relayed hearsay. Yet, it is evident that PSG indeed demonstrates considerable sincerity, promptly making an offer at the slightest indication of interest. Regrettably, Lionel harbors little enthusiasm for joining Paris to assume the role of sporting director with the highest salary in football. He can only silently extend his apologies to Nasser. On July 20th, Lionel boarded the flight to New York with the team. Following the departure of numerous veterans, Chelsea has officially secured only one new signing, Suarez. Aside from promoting Chukwuemeka and Zuma from the youth team, other transfer negotiations are still underway. Consequently, the first team's roster appears relatively streamlined, lacking the extensive depth of the previous season. Upon arriving at the temporary training base, the entire Chelsea squad wasted no time in refining their newly adjusted starting lineup and tactics. Compared to last season's first 11, there will be notable changes in both the attacking and defensive positions for the upcoming season. The most prominent change is in the striker role, following Ibrahimovic's transfer to Milan. The club's significant investment in Suarez positions him as the principal center forward for the new season. In defense, Terry has voluntarily stepped aside, and Mourinho has ultimately decided to promote Maguire to the starting lineup. Terry's performance last season was undeniably steady. His partnership with Thiago Silva in central defense proved formidable against the league's attacking players in both the Premier League and the Champions League. Given his physical condition and match fitness, he remains capable of retaining a secure starting position at Chelsea, and Mourinho is reluctant to place him on the bench so soon. It was Terry himself who suggested to Mourinho that they should give Maguire the opportunity to partner with Thiago Silva in the starting lineup to assess their effectiveness. Although his current form is relatively stable, he is approaching the age of 35 as the new season commences. Having fought on four fronts last season, even with the coaching staff implementing scientific rotation, he still felt a sense of fatigue by the season's end. In a league as demanding as the Premier League, playing as a heavy-duty center-back exacts a significant toll on both physical stamina and reliance. He currently appears to be in good form. However, should there be a decline over the next season or two, he may face a precipitous drop in performance. The example of Vidic stands as a testament to this reality. Vidic, who is merely a year younger, managed to deliver commendable performances for Manchester United during the 2013 to 2014 season. Yet, upon his transfer to Inter Milan last season, he struggled to adapt to the pace of the new league, coupled with a decline in his own form, leading him to become a mere peripheral figure on the bench. The disparity in his circumstances is striking. Terry has now fulfilled his Champions League dream with Chelsea, and rather than facing a tarnished legacy in his twilight years, he aspires for a dignified conclusion to his career at Chelsea. Thus, gradually stepping back from the current starting lineup and continuing to shine from the bench has become a judicious choice for him. Of course, with opportunities presented to Maguire, he must demonstrate his capability to seize them. Otherwise, Gary Cahill, who remains determined to reclaim a starting position from the bench, will be waiting. In Chelsea's pursuit of a historic third consecutive Premier League title, only the most capable will occupy the starting roles. Maguire has been diligently honing his skills and training, successfully reducing his weight to enhance his agility. However, it is evident to Leon that he is somewhat anxious, and he has often provided him with reassurance. In contrast, Suarez, who has secured a starting position soon after joining the team, exudes considerably more confidence. He does not conform to the traditional archetype of a center forward. However, his broader range of movement and proactive defensive mindset are more aligned with the contemporary demands for a modern striker than those of Ibrahimovic. Moreover, his ability to serve as a pivotal point in the attacking front is commendable. While he may not yet rival the transformed Ibrahimovic, his contributions are undoubtedly valuable. Coupled with his keen instinct for goal-scoring and versatile technical attributes displayed in training, Suarez has already begun to win over his new teammates on a performance level. The coaching staff at Chelsea is eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness the heights Suarez may reach in actual match scenarios. Previously, one could argue that Liverpool's squad hampered Suarez's potential. However, Chelsea's current midfield configuration dispels such notions. On the afternoon of July 23rd, the entire Chelsea squad set off for Red Bull Arena in New Jersey to engage in a preseason friendly against New York Red Bulls. Chelsea, now resplendent as the newly crowned Champions League victors, was met with a fervent reception from the crowd upon their arrival at the arena. This warm welcome is also significantly attributed to the team's impressive appearance, particularly when the live broadcast switched to the pre-match ceremony, focusing on Leon and Cruz standing together. The atmosphere erupted with exuberant cheers. The purpose of this friendly match for Chelsea is to assess the progress of their attacking cohesion. Thus, from the outset of the match, Chelsea launched an aggressive offensive, applying considerable pressure on New York Red Bulls. Lyon and Cruz once again orchestrated an offensive surge that nearly breached the opponent's defenses, while Suarez relished the delightful experience of scoring. Within merely 30 minutes of the first half, both teams had contributed an impressive total of 4 goals. On Chelsea's side, Suarez netted twice, and Lyon scored with a long-range strike. However, Chelsea's aggressive forward play allowed the New York Red Bulls to capitalize on a counterattack and score a goal. In the second half, Suarez completed his hat trick by the 53rd minute, after which he was substituted by Mourinho for Lukaku. Chelsea also undertook extensive personnel changes, with Ake, Karas, Sulla, and even Zuma and Chalobah receiving valuable playing time. Ultimately, Chelsea celebrated a resounding victory in their American preseason training, triumphing over the New York Red Bulls with a score of 6-3. This not only achieved the goal of assessing the team's attacking cohesion, but also honored the hosts. Suarez did not disappoint the Chelsea supporters, showcasing a brilliant performance in this friendly match by scoring a hat trick in just 50 minutes, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Lyon, on the other hand, recorded only assists, having played just half of the match before being substituted, which was a reasonable performance. Upon returning to the hotel, Lyon, along with Mendes, who had personally traveled to America, awaited the Chelsea renewal negotiation team. This was not a negotiation initiated by Lyon, but rather a necessity imposed by Chelsea's upper management. Abramovich was determined to finalize this renewal with Lyon. He was eager to see how Real Madrid would respond when Chelsea offered Lyon the highest salary in football. Chapter conclusion. After initial negotiations, Lyon understood that Abramovich was intent on spending money for peace of mind, perhaps with an ulterior motive to deter Real Madrid. Previously, had not Marca reported that Cristiano Ronaldo's salary negotiations had faltered with the Madrid hierarchy? Ronaldo sought a net annual salary of 30 million, which the club's president was reluctant to grant. In contrast, Chelsea directly offered Lyon a net annual salary of 35 million. Abramovich was skeptical that the president, concerned about the internal salary structure, would dare to counter. Lyon found it challenging to articulate his thoughts regarding his boss's extravagant approach. Nevertheless, he felt that accepting such a record-breaking salary in football was somewhat inappropriate. The reasoning was straightforward. Even Real Madrid feared that granting Ronaldo a significant raise could disrupt or even collapse the club's salary structure. Furthermore, Chelsea's global commercial promotion and profitability were not yet on par with Real Madrid. Although Chelsea could absorb the immediate consequences of offering a net annual salary of 35 million, it was evident that, in the long run, even over just 1 or 2 seasons, agents of other star players within Chelsea would likely stir discontent. Lyon maintained close relationships with most of his teammates, provided that their interests did not conflict. The nature of the human heart is not resilient to trials, and Lyon has never deemed it necessary to test it, considering such actions merely a source of self-inflicted complications. Moreover, his disposition does not match that of Luo Gu, who is unwavering in his belief that one must not only attain honors, but also demonstrate superiority in salary. Securing tangible benefits is, in his view, far more reliable. Presently, Lyon's post-tax annual salary at Chelsea stands at an impressive 20 million. Increasing it to 35 million would yield additional income equivalent to the fees from just 2 commercial endorsements annually. Should this salary increase create discord within the Chelsea squad, jeopardizing their pursuit of a 3rd consecutive Premier League title, the financial repercussions for him would extend far beyond the mere 15 million difference. For Lyon, the stability of the team and the continued accumulation of championship accolades far outweigh the importance of a salary increase. Securing another Premier League title could significantly enhance his endorsement income by tens of millions in the following year, whether in football transfers or in life. Maintaining a long-term perspective is invariably prudent. That evening, Lyon declined Chelsea's offer to raise his salary to 35 million post-tax. However, in response to Abramovich's goodwill, he expressed his own sincere counter-proposal. He had no objections to signing a new contract, finding the 3-year term quite suitable. but suggested that a salary increase of such magnitude was unnecessary. He proposed 25 million post-tax as a more reasonable figure. His request to lower the salary expectation left the Chelsea negotiators taken aback. They had engaged with various players and their financial teams over the years, but had never encountered someone quite like Lyon. The renewal discussions between Lyon and Chelsea proceeded remarkably smoothly. On the morning of July 25th, just a day before Chelsea's participation in the International Champions Cup in the United States, the current CEO, Mourinho, unexpectedly convened a press conference at the team's hotel, announcing that Lyon had successfully renewed his contract with Chelsea for 3 years. This announcement quelled the rumors surrounding his potential transfer, bringing stability back to the Chelsea squad. Journalists from around the world shifted their focus to uncovering the details of Lyon's new contract, sparing other Chelsea players from daily inquiries about transfer gossip. Mourinho even noted a marked improvement in the quality of training that day. On July 26th, Chelsea faced their first opponent in the International Champions Cup, Paris Saint-Germain. The coaching staff prioritized enhancing the synergy among the attacking players. Coincidentally, PSG's coaching team shared the same objective, resulting in an exhilarating offensive exhibition for the American audience. Prior to the match, Lyon shared laughter and reminiscences with Higuain and Di Maria, who had successfully transitioned from Manchester United to PSG. Due to an injury sustained during preseason training, the player known as Face Brother was unable to attend the recent reunion of Real Madrid brothers. Throughout the friendly match, both teams exhibited a lack of animosity, concluding the encounter with a cordial handshake amidst laughter and cheer. Once again, Lyon played only a half of the friendly match. In fact, aside from the 3 starting forwards, all other Chelsea starters were substituted by Mourinho after just one half of play. In defense, Mourinho utilized 3 different center-back pairings during the match. Maguire partnered with Thiago Silva, Gary Cahill with Carras, and Carras with Zuma. Overall, the partnership between Maguire and Silva proved to be the most solid. The combination of Cahill and Carras also functioned effectively, capable of complementing each other's abilities, much like the previous season's pairing of Maguire and Carras. Although Carras has yet to displace Silva in the starting lineup, he is likely to serve as the primary substitute for both the center-back and right-back positions this new season, with ample opportunities for playtime. In contrast, Bertrand's performance as left-back has presented a challenge for Chelsea's coaching staff. Last season, Bertrand delivered commendable performances, while not necessarily among the elite in his position. His synergy with Hazard was remarkable, forming a potent left-wing offensive line. However, following the achievement of back-to-back Premier League titles and a victorious Champions League campaign, Bertrand seemed to indulge excessively throughout the summer transfer window. It remains uncertain whether the departure of Ake on loan has contributed to his diminished sense of competitive urgency, given that he is now the sole recognized left-back in the squad. Mourinho tolerated his lackluster performance in one friendly match, yet during the second preseason friendly, Bertrand again failed to meet the coaching staff's expectations. What actions Mourinho may take next is unclear to Lyon, but he suspects that Bertrand will not find it easy to escape scrutiny this time. Prior to the second International Champions Cup friendly against Barcelona, Chelsea finally completed their second signing of the summer transfer window. Lyon was pleasantly surprised to welcome an old friend at the hotel, Fernando Llorente. Frankly, Lyon had not anticipated the day he would once again share a team with Llorente. It is not that he doubts Llorente's capabilities. On the contrary, he greatly admires Llorente's prominent role as a target man and his prowess in tough matches. However, he had never imagined that Juventus would allow Llorente to leave after signing him on a free transfer. Perhaps it was Llorente's desire for a more secure long-term contract that led Juventus, now having established Morata, to refrain from investing further in him. The specifics remain unclear to Lyon. He only knows that once Llorente's agent hinted at a desire to depart Juventus, the club's management promptly initiated negotiations. Roughly 2 weeks later, Chelsea secured Llorente on a 3-year contract, marking a high-quality acquisition for the club, as Mourinho's fondness for tall strikers is well known. During this summer transfer window, veterans such as Ibrahimovic, Drogba, and Torres have departed from the scene. However, with the additions of Suarez and Llorente, Chelsea's attacking prowess remains among the best in the Premier League for the upcoming season. Despite having rejoined the main squad, Llorente did not have the opportunity to make his debut in the friendly match against Barcelona during the International Champions Cup. This match also marked Chelsea's first defeat in their American training tour. After acknowledging Suarez's capabilities, Mourinho began experimenting with the lineup in the midfield and defense. Throughout the match, Chelsea's midfield and defense saw a continuous rotation of players, as Azpilicueta even played as a left-back for nearly 30 minutes, leaving one to wonder if the coaching staff was testing Bertrand. Under such circumstances, Chelsea was purely engaged in tactical experimentation, rendering the outcome of the match inconsequential. Having only recently passed a medical examination at a local hospital, Llorente had yet to familiarize himself with his new teammates before flying back to London with the squad. In just 4 days, the Community Shield match will commence, where Chelsea will face Manchester City in the first clash of the new season. British media and numerous Premier League fans are keenly interested in this encounter between the two blue teams. Mourinho is eager to avoid starting the new season on a negative note. Hence, upon returning to London, he devoted himself to intense preparations for the upcoming match. The final transfer dealings for Chelsea this summer have also begun to accelerate. The first order of business is the transfer of the young prodigy, Lukaku. To be candid, Mourinho is reluctant to part ways with Lukaku at this juncture. After 2 seasons of nurturing, he has become a vital component of Chelsea's attacking framework. While he may not secure a starting position as a center-forward, he has the potential to serve as a versatile substitute. Capable of playing across the front line with significant impact, no coach would willingly let go of such a promising young talent. However, Lukaku has his own legitimate aspirations. After 2 seasons of dutifully serving as a substitute at Chelsea, he yearns for a starting role to further prove himself. His request is entirely reasonable, but unfortunately, Chelsea is unable to offer him such a commitment at present. Following multiple unsuccessful negotiations, Mourinho had no choice but to allow him to seek opportunities with other elite clubs that could provide him with a platform. Although Lukaku cannot secure a starting position at Chelsea, his goal tally over the past 2 seasons has been impressive, and he has consistently delivered remarkable performances on the pitch. Consequently, when Chelsea announced their intention to sell Lukaku, several top-tier teams across the 4 major leagues promptly submitted bids. With numerous competitors in the fray, Lukaku's management team has taken a measured approach to carefully consider their options. Initially, Lukaku's agent was in active discussions with Everton. However, after Manchester United entered the fray with substantial financial backing, this transfer swiftly veered towards a different outcome. Lyon, recognizing the impending disruption caused by Manchester United's next match, kindly took the time to engage in a heart-to-heart conversation with the young prodigy, Romelu Lukaku, helping him analyze the advantages and disadvantages of his potential move to the illustrious club. However, it was evident that Lukaku, perhaps buoyed by an informal assurance from Van Gaal, was entirely preoccupied with the notion of becoming the star player at the once mighty Premier League giants. Observing this determination, Lyon ultimately decided to relinquish his efforts at persuasion. Wishing his young friend the best of luck in the future, Chelsea and Manchester United had essentially entered the final stages of negotiation regarding the transfer fee and contractual details. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, it was anticipated that Chelsea would secure a hefty $60 million from Manchester United for the transfer. With Lukaku's destination becoming clearer, Chelsea swiftly maneuvered through the transfer market. They initially expended $5 million to acquire the promising 20-year-old winger, Serge Gnabry, from Arsenal, a player that the scouting team had been closely monitoring. Subsequently, they triumphed in a competitive bid against Tottenham, signing the young fullback Kieran Trippier from Burnley for $6 million, a player who had shown commendable performance in the previous season. While neither of these acquisitions was sufficient to elevate Chelsea's starting lineup, they significantly bolstered the depth of the squad. On the eve of their Community Shield match against Manchester City, Chelsea finalized what would be their last significant signing of the summer window. Upon the announcement of their acquisition of the previous season's Primera Liga best goalkeeper, Jan Oblak. From Benfica, journalists from various English media scrutinized the 22-year-old Slovenian international. The disclosed transfer fee of $26 million was indeed substantial, marking a noteworthy investment in a young goalkeeper who had yet to prove himself in one of the top 4 leagues. The previous season, Thibaut Courtois had been the unequivocal choice for Chelsea's new generation of goalkeepers due to his outstanding performance at Atletico Madrid. However, given the circumstances, Mourinho was unlikely to sacrifice Kevin De Bruyne for Courtois. Thus, the only viable course of action for Chelsea's management was to continue loaning Courtois to Atletico Madrid while seeking an opportune moment to sell him for a considerable sum. Lyon chose not to interfere in the team's transfer affairs, watching as the management brought in one promising future star after another. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of Chelsea's scouting and management teams. On the afternoon of August 2nd, within the familiar confines of Wembley Stadium, Chelsea and Manchester City were poised to engage in their first fateful clash of the new season, following an internal reshuffling of the team. It was during this moment that Lionel donned the captain's armband for the first time, gazing forward with a profound sense of responsibility swelling within him. He could feel the eager gazes of his young teammates upon him, brimming with expectation. He understood that his brothers were eager to once again mount a challenge for the pinnacle of football honors in the new season. This marked yet another golden era for Chelsea. They aimed to declare the birth of the Chelsea dynasty with a triumphant third consecutive Premier League title, aspiring ambitiously to accomplish what Bayern Munich has yet to achieve, a successful defense of the Champions League title. In the second decade of the new century, the embers of the Real Madrid dynasty have yet to fade, while the brief brilliance of Bayern under Hanks ended in disappointment. Now, it is Chelsea's turn to rise as the sword-bearer of the Premier League. Faced with the weight of responsibility, Lionel will not falter. He will forge ahead with unwavering determination. History has always been a forge for heroes, yet he boldly seeks to create his own wave, seizing this golden era of football. A true man must be thus. Chapter 337, Dribbling and Shooting Techniques Enhanced. Do not be surprised, Lionel continues to grow. The afternoon sun cascaded through the canopy of Wembley Stadium, casting a soft golden hue. Today presents an ideal day for football, and beyond the supporters of Chelsea and Manchester City, a plethora of tourists have gathered in the stands, eager to witness the newly crowned Champions League champions. Undoubtedly, Chelsea is the undeniable protagonist and focal point of today's Community Shield match. Prior to the match, numerous European sports media outlets favored Chelsea to secure their fifth trophy of the year. After all, in the past half-season, Chelsea has already clinched 3 cup titles at this very venue. They have a flawless record in cup finals. They have never faltered once they have reached that stage. Nowadays, Wembley Stadium is playfully referred to as Chelsea's lucky ground by many Premier League fans. Whether considering the win rate in cup finals or the record of encounters between Chelsea and Manchester City over the past 2 seasons, reporters and fans alike have no reason to doubt that Chelsea will emerge as the eventual victors. Manchester City continues to play the role of challengers, even though they have bolstered their squad this summer and have closed the gap in market value to Chelsea. However, until they can genuinely defeat Chelsea and reclaim their status as the Premier League's dominators, they remain the weaker side in the court of public opinion. As the match officially commenced, the new players of Manchester City, whether starting or seated on the bench, scrutinized Lionel, who was donning the captain's armband for the first time. Lionel, in turn, observed them. Sterling, Gundogan, Bravo, Sane, Otamendi. Among them were players he had faced before and others he was encountering on the pitch for the first time. Yet, without exception, he was well acquainted with these new signings of Manchester City. After 2 seasons at the helm, Guardiola has taken a significant step in building his squad. This Manchester City is markedly different from last season. While Lionel is familiar with these players, his teammates are not as well versed. Upon receiving the starting 11 of Manchester City, Mourinho even questioned in the locker room whether Guardiola was intending to forego the Community Shield, given his bold selection of numerous newcomers. In contrast, Mourinho made only 2 adjustments to his starting lineup in the forward and defensive positions, in order to ensure the team's performance remains consistent. He hesitated to allow Oblak to take the field as a starter in the Community Shield match, opting instead to rely on Czech. Guardiola, having previously experimented with Valdez to little effect, has now recruited Bravo, a ball-playing goalkeeper from La Liga. This acquisition was immediately utilized, once again relegating Joe Hart to the bench. The effectiveness of this substitution remains to be seen, but it is undeniable that Guardiola possesses remarkable audacity. Upon glancing at Manchester City's starting 11, Mourinho shook his head in disbelief, not anticipating that his old friend would commence such dramatic changes so early in the new season. Meanwhile, commentators from various countries eagerly introduced the new faces within Manchester City's squad to the viewing audience. Although Guardiola displayed considerable boldness in his selection, he refrained from directly replicating the familiar 4-3-3 formation he had employed at Barcelona. Faced with the formidable Chelsea, he opted for a 4-2-3-1 formation, emphasizing control in midfield. Bravo was named the starting goalkeeper, with Kolarov, Otamendi, Kompany, and Jesus Navas forming Manchester City's new defensive line. In midfield, Fernandinho and Gundogan played as deep-lying midfielders, while Fabregas occupied the central attacking role, flanked by Sterling and Silva on either side. Agüero led the line as the starting striker. Chelsea, in contrast, adopted a proactive 4-3-3 formation. Cech remained the veteran guardian of the goal, while Bertrand, Maguire, Thiago Silva, and Azpilicueta lined up across the defense from left to right. Matic played a deeper role in midfield, supported by Kroos and Leon as central midfielders. Hazard operated as the left winger, with Suarez at the center-forward position and De Bruyne on the right flank. Although Chelsea's starting lineup showed little change, the substitutes bench featured many unfamiliar faces. Leading the bench were Sulla and Karius, who were previously regarded as relatively junior members of the squad last season. The presence of younger players such as Oblak, Trippier, Gnabry, and Zuma added a layer of unfamiliarity for fans following Chelsea. Numerous British media outlets have speculated that Chelsea's performance in the new season across multiple competitions may decline significantly. Nevertheless, with a still formidable starting lineup, Chelsea remains highly competitive in both the Premier League and the Champions League. For the players in Mourinho, this Community Shield match might not hold great significance. However, from the perspective of the media, it represents the first crucial test for Chelsea in the new season. Countless scrutinizing eyes are focused on the team, seeking evidence of any decline in their prowess. After Leon completed the coin toss for his team, he shook hands with Kompany and the officiating crew, then handed the exchanged team flags to the sideline staff before jogging back to his team's half. As he donned the captain's armband for the first time on the pitch, his expression instinctively grew more solemn. Nonetheless, his pre-match preparations were thorough, and at this moment, he successfully galvanized his teammates for one final motivational session on the pitch. Terry, hindered by discomfort in his calf from intensive training, ultimately failed to make the 18-man roster for this Community Shield match. Presently, he sat in the box alongside Abramovich and other members of Chelsea's management, observing as Leon adeptly executed the role he once held, nodding approvingly. Although he and Lampard were no longer on the field, he placed immense trust in Leon's leadership capabilities. Confident that Leon could shoulder the responsibilities of captaincy, this belief was not merely instinctive. Rather, Leon had earned the respect of the seasoned players within Chelsea through his performance and indomitable spirit over the past 2 seasons. Just as Mourinho had praised Leon in a media interview, he is a natural leader, having proven this on the field. Whenever the team requires him, whenever his teammates need him, he becomes the most trustworthy player on the pitch. At this moment, the other Chelsea players on the field held absolute faith in Leon. When the referee blew the whistle to commence the match, Leon promptly signaled for tactical organization, directing his teammates to assume their positions. Thus, Chelsea's midfield engaged in a fierce battle for possession against Manchester City, with Guardiola's squad continuing to evolve and grow. Last season, they failed to secure victory in their direct encounters with Chelsea, but there is no doubt they have gleaned ample lessons from those defeats. Just as Chelsea occasionally learns valuable tactical insights from Manchester City, the current iteration of City exhibits a far more robust midfield presence compared to the previous season. Leon was taken aback by this realization. Guardiola's team no longer obsessively pursued technical finesse as they once did. In fact, it seemed that Guardiola had been awakened by the relentless tactical tide, beginning to emphasize physicality and the strategic division of space. From the perspective of overall competitiveness, Manchester City remains inferior to Chelsea. However, football is never solely about which team boasts stronger or more agile players. Numerous factors influence the outcome, including tactical frameworks, the ability to counter opposing strategies, and disparities in players' mental fortitude. Essentially, Manchester City remains a technically oriented attacking team. Chelsea had encountered numerous such teams over the past 2 seasons, and overcoming them was not particularly challenging. Yet, when such a team possesses the courage and confidence to confront their opponents physically, while also being capable of disrupting the rhythm of the opposition's organization with a more aggressive style of play, they become a considerable threat. How amusing it is that we are cultured rogues, and now Manchester City aspires to embody the rogues' culture. It seems we are all on a similar path. Leon mused internally. It appeared that after years of being outmaneuvered by Mourinho, Guardiola had come to a profound realization. He too would abandon conventionality. With technical prowess in the forehand and resilience in the backhand, complemented by abundant physical stamina and an indomitable team spirit, Chelsea has blazed a trail that Manchester City could certainly aspire to follow. The distinction may lie in Chelsea's greater emphasis on confrontation and mobility, while Manchester City tends to favor technical control. If the path is rightly chosen, Manchester City will inevitably catch up and vie alongside Chelsea. One must acknowledge Guardiola's formidable tactical acumen and his capacity for self-adjustment. Alas, without Messi and De Bruyne, even the most astute tactical thoughts may falter without a sufficiently robust frontline core to support them in competition. Lyon harbors a tinge of regret for Guardiola. It is exceedingly challenging for Manchester City to find a powerful core player who aligns seamlessly with their tactical approach in today's football landscape. Meanwhile, Chelsea, reigning supreme in the Premier League, boasts a young lion who has yet to cease his metamorphosis. He continues to evolve and strengthen. Manchester City's frenetic pressing style at the onset of the match certainly captivated many neutral spectators. In the initial 10 minutes, Chelsea and Manchester City engaged in a fierce battle for possession, with neither side poised to determine a midfield victor in the immediate future. However, as Lyon began to grasp the intensity of Manchester City's midfield scrimmage, he abruptly shifted from his previously stable role in the central zone, collaborating with Kroos to orchestrate play, and instead began to carry the ball forward with intent. This was a stark departure from his previous style. While previously adept at exploiting transitional opportunities, Lyon rarely ventured to charge directly through an opponent's complete defense. Yet, at this moment, he chose to do just that. The solidity of Manchester City's midfield defense was apparent as Lyon surged forward with the ball. Fabregas instructed Fernandinho and Gundogan not to engage, opting instead to double-team Lyon with Silva, who had dropped back to assist. Based on his knowledge of Lyon, Fabregas presumed that Lyon would merely attempt to shield the ball, and if unsuccessful, he would quickly resort to passing or even retreating. It was undeniably difficult to wrest possession from Lyon, renowned for his composure on the pitch. Fabregas was confident in his assessment, yet as he prepared to close in on Lyon to disrupt his advance, Lyon executed a dazzling nutmeg, shattering Fabregas's expectations. At that moment, Silva had yet to complete the defensive maneuver alongside Fabregas, and as Fabregas found himself rendered immobile, Silva hastily accelerated back to defend. Instinctively, Fabregas followed suit. Yet his mind remained awash with disbelief at Lyon's audacious breakthrough. Could such a feat of dribbling truly be accomplished by Lyon? Absolutely not. It was simply unfathomable. Do not underestimate the bewilderment on Xiao Fei's face at this moment. Countless fans in front of their televisions are equally wide-eyed, casting skeptical glances towards the live feed featuring Lyon, who is advancing rapidly with the ball. After all, Lyon has never been renowned for his dribbling prowess as a midfielder. Although his ball control has significantly improved since his debut in La Liga, and his technique is commendable, he has seldom exhibited flamboyant skills. Many fans watching from home are left speculating whether Liang's recent finesse was merely a stroke of luck. However, the tens of thousands of Chelsea supporters present at Wembley, along with onlookers, are now erupting in cheers for Liang's dazzling display. Upon accelerating, Liang's ball handling remains remarkably smooth. It is as if the ball is tethered to his feet, rendering his advancement effortlessly fluid. This is not a spontaneous whim for Liang to test the limits of his dribbling capabilities. Rather, it is a testament to his developed skills, now sufficiently honed to actively penetrate the opponent's defense. After completing last season's matches and engaging in rigorous training during the off-season, his dribbling ability has reached a commendable rating of 89. Following this, he assessed his seasonal points accumulation, surpassing 3,600 points, enabling him to unlock 3 diamond-level talent shards. Consequently, he strategically selected shards enhancing his jumping, balance, and ball control attributes. Among these, he drew the peak ability score of the Ice Prince, Bergkamp, for balance, and the pinnacle score of Ronaldinho for ball control, both boasting a talent ceiling of 98. Although his additional training time during this off-season was limited, he took full advantage of the subsequent preseason training to further enhance his capabilities. Thus, his ball control rating has successfully risen by 2 points, also achieving the significant threshold of 89. In terms of balance, after elevating the talent limit, his growth has accelerated impressively, likely a result of his consistent focus on this aspect of training. Upon returning from the training camp in America, his balance score has successfully surpassed the 90 mark, progressing from the 87 he concluded last season with. This means that the 3 most crucial physical attributes pertaining to his dribbling threat have now risen to respective scores of 89, 89, and 90. This harmonious and exceptional combination of dribbling threat capabilities paired with his speed of 89 and acceleration of 91, renders him a formidable force on the field. Leon believes he is now capable of executing more proactive long runs, no longer confined to merely capitalizing on counterattacks. Mourinho has already recognized Liang's substantial progress during previous training sessions and has encouraged him to embrace such daring attempts. Currently, Liang is using Manchester City as his proving ground. This sudden transformation in Liang's abilities serves as a tactical trump card for Mourinho's game plan today. Guardiola watched as Leon charged boldly towards Manchester City's defensive line, and inexplicably, his heart began to race. Rationality told him that Leon was merely playing with fire and that he need not worry excessively. Yet, the numerous past experiences of defeat reminded him that Leon, that audacious lad, was bound to create something extraordinary today. Suddenly rising from the coaching bench, Guardiola fixated intently on his two defensive midfielders, hoping they would muster some spirit and deny Leon any opportunity to advance further. Fernandinho wasted no time. Along with Gundogan, they pressed forward towards Leon, one behind the other. This time, they had learned their lesson, refraining from encircling Leon from both sides, fearing he might once again accelerate past them. By pushing him towards the sideline, they deemed their approach far more secure. Regardless of who might be breached first, the other would be ready to cover. Moreover, behind them stood Kolarov, providing additional support. Clearly, the advantage in this confrontation lay with them. Go, Fernandinho urged, observing Leon deliberately reduce his speed, seemingly intent on challenging them both. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, he clenched his teeth and issued a defensive command to Gundogan. At that moment, Leon had already brought the ball near the sideline, as Gundogan lunged forward to intercept. Leon remained unfazed. He neither accelerated towards the baseline nor shielded the ball to wait for teammates, but decisively cut inside. As he controlled the ball with his left foot, his body effortlessly shifted its center of gravity. He appeared anything but a player primarily reliant on his right foot. Fernandinho and Gundogan maintained a relatively safe distance. Yet this confined space was now exploited by Leon. The ball and much of Leon's body had already penetrated the right side of Manchester City's penalty area. Gundogan, slow to turn, could no longer impose defensive restrictions on Leon, while Fernandinho swiftly engaged Leon in a physical contest. At that moment, Leon's physical advantage became fully evident, and having already infiltrated the penalty area, Fernandinho dared not commit a tactical foul against him. The confrontation seemed increasingly one-sided, prompting Kolarov to hastily join the chaotic fray. In a low-speed state, Leon deftly controlled the ball with his left foot, maneuvering back towards the sideline. Kolarov quickly adjusted his weight, preparing to defend against Leon's potential cross. Yet, in the next instant, Leon executed a feint. His rapid footwork and fluid dribbling rhythm allowed him to deftly bypass both Kolarov and the reapproaching Fernandinho in a heartbeat. The crowd at Wembley bore witness to Leon leaving several Manchester City defenders in disarray, and the Chelsea supporters erupted with uncontainable excitement. With ample space now to take a shot, Leon calmly unleashed a curling effort with his left foot. Bravo positioned himself in the center of the goal, ever ready to thwart a shot aimed at the far corner. Yet, Leon's delicate strike took an unconventional trajectory, darting toward the near corner of the Manchester City goal. As the ball spun and nestled into the net, Leon clenched his right fist, roaring with passion as he sprinted towards the touchline. At that moment, he was met with a thunderous wave of fervent cheers from the ecstatic fans in attendance. Guardiola felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Leon's breathtaking run and goal were indeed spectacular. However, what preoccupied Guardiola's thoughts was the striking resemblance between Leon's cut-in and curling shot at the near post and the style of Messi from years past. For a fleeting instant, Guardiola thought he had witnessed an enlarged version of Messi wreaking havoc at Wembley. Countless neutral fans watching from their screens either gasped in exhilaration or sat in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the sight of an upgraded Leon showcasing his dribbling and shooting prowess in this Community Shield match. Previously, when Leon was anchored in a defensive midfield role, he diligently honed his skill set, following a relatively conventional developmental path, mastering organization, refining his passing techniques, and gradually acquiring a knack for late runs and assists. Yet now, as he deftly maneuvered past multiple defenders to score like a winger, many fans found it difficult to comprehend this extraordinary evolution of talent. In the live broadcast, after celebrating with his teammates, Leon turned to the camera and gestured with open palms, seemingly responding to those fans. Do not be surprised, for I shall continue to grow. I shall become even stronger. The chapter concludes with a request for a brief pause, promising 2 updates tomorrow, as the narrative accelerates towards its climax. The book does not delve into the national team, thus limiting the inclusion of various intriguing plot lines and exhilarating moments. Recently, several avid readers have expressed their opinions, suggesting that the daily content has become somewhat sparse. The author acknowledges this and intends to incorporate more off-pitch anecdotes moving forward. Chapter 338. The six-fold champions are not the pinnacle of football. We aspire to become the seven-fold champions. If one were to disregard strict definitions, Leon's recent goal could be regarded as a feat of dribbling past 5 defenders. His dribbling technique, while not consistently flamboyant, showcased a seamless fusion of his physical prowess and technical skill, exhibiting nimble footwork coupled with robust resistance. The style Leon displayed during this electrifying run mirrored that of his coach, Mourinho, who emphasizes practicality over mere aesthetics. Witnessing such a magnificent goal emerge in a high-stakes matchup is a delight for many neutral spectators. However, the supporters of Manchester City found little joy in this moment, as Leon unveiled yet another facet of his evolution, leaving them emotionally shattered. Since Leon's transfer to Chelsea 2 seasons ago, City had not managed to secure a victory against them. This was undoubtedly influenced by Mourinho's tactical acumen and the strategic approach of Chelsea, which proved effective against Manchester City. However, the Manchester City fans are acutely aware of the harsh reality that Leon seems to perform extraordinarily every time he faces them. Such discussions are often relished by the English media, who eagerly seize upon any opportunity to speculate. Leon has previously stated in interviews that his exceptional performances stem from the formidable strength of Manchester City. He relishes the challenge of competing against powerful adversaries. At that time, he vehemently denied any notions of personal vendettas suggested by various English media outlets. Yet now, the City fans are reluctant to maintain any semblance of rationality. As it increasingly appears to be a personal grudge, there seems to be no other explanation. With so many elite teams across Europe, let alone in the Premier League, one can look at Chelsea's recent Champions League encounters, where Leon also displayed extraordinary form against Barcelona. The facts are simple and clear. Whenever Leon encounters teams associated with the legendary Barcelona of the past, he unleashes his full potential. The reasoning is quite compelling. After all, he is a product of Real Madrid's youth academy. Is it not entirely natural for him to excel against Barcelona and Guardiola's current squad? The Manchester City fans have concocted a reasonable explanation in their minds for Leon's spirited performances against them. Strangely enough, this theory might even find traction among neutral fans on the internet. However, Leon himself does not subscribe to such thoughts. Regarding his performances against Barcelona, he might find some connection to this theory due to his online interactions with Barcelona fans, but when it comes to Manchester City or Guardiola, he holds no animosity. It is simply because, in recent seasons, Manchester City has been Chelsea's primary rival in the Premier League. Thus, every time he faces City, he pushes himself to deliver peak performances. The evidence corroborates that he is right to regard Manchester City and Guardiola with due respect. This evolving Manchester City team demands caution and restraint. Failing to do so could result in dire consequences for oneself. When dealing with such opponents, giving one's all is undoubtedly the correct approach, and maintaining respect for them is essentially a form of self-respect. At that moment, Leon did not allow himself to bask in the glory of scoring a spectacular goal. After concluding a fervent celebration with his teammates, he tightened the captain's armband on his arm and gestured for his teammates to maintain their composure. Suarez observed Leon, who had quickly subdued his emotions and regained a rational demeanor, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were still at Liverpool. Leon appeared to be reminiscent of the inspiring Gerrard. Noticing Suarez, who seemed momentarily distracted, Leon kindly reminded him, my apologies, I just suddenly thought of something. No worries. Your attacking performance today has been quite impressive. Keep it up, and I will strive to pass to you more. Leon's response left Suarez momentarily astonished. When he first joined Liverpool, his inaugural season was not particularly impressive, and Gerrard often consoled him on the pitch. Suppressing his sentimental musings, Suarez suddenly broke into a wide grin at Leon. All right, Captain. Leon responded with a smile and a nod, believing that Suarez was merely a tad anxious. He had no doubt about Suarez's abilities. As the match resumed, Leon gestured to his midfield teammates to solidify their defense. Several Chelsea players eagerly committed to their defensive duties. Chelsea ceased their contest for midfield dominance with Manchester City, shifting instead to their preferred counter-attacking strategy, much to the dismay of City fans. At that moment, Guardiola remained relatively composed in the dugout, especially when compared to the forlorn expressions of the players on the Manchester City bench. After all, he was a top-tier coach who had witnessed Leon's growth firsthand. Over the past 2 seasons, Leon had accelerated the development of his offensive skills, and Guardiola had been keeping a close eye on him. Therefore, upon realizing that Leon possessed the ability to single-handedly breach the opponent's defense, Guardiola quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. Leon had already delivered numerous surprises, and even if the teams were to clash again, Guardiola would accept the prospect of Mourinho deploying Leon as a forward. The goal had already been conceded, and lamenting it would be futile. It was far more prudent to contemplate how to adjust tactics in the remaining match time to curtail Leon's further impact. Moreover, during the off-season, he and his coaching staff had implemented tactical enhancements for the team. Last season, they might have been overly concerned about Chelsea taking an early lead, but that was no longer the case. At least compared to the previous season, Manchester City was not as intimidated by Chelsea's counterattacks. After a summer of practicing high-pressing tactics and rigorously training the stamina of the key players, Guardiola believed that his team had adapted to the demands of a high-intensity, all-out attacking game with a focus on swift defensive recovery. Thus, there was no need to fret over whether the current Manchester City players could withstand Chelsea's match intensity. They would continue to invest in their offensive efforts, and the high-pressing strategy remained a sound tactical approach. The past 2 seasons had seen Bayern and Chelsea validate this philosophy with their Champions League triumphs. With a focus on addressing defensive issues, Guardiola was confident that his team could swiftly ascend to the same heights as Chelsea. This was not mere arrogance. Rather, it stemmed from his successful assembly of a new Manchester City squad, comprised of the right players and a tactical philosophy that kept pace with the times. Chelsea boasted many exceptionally talented young players, and his team was similarly endowed. In today's Community Shield match, Manchester City might still face defeat. But as long as they could demonstrate a fighting spirit against Chelsea, that would suffice. If Guardiola can instill in the new players a belief that they possess the prowess to compete against Chelsea, he will be profoundly satisfied. With this mindset, he approaches today's outcome with remarkable equanimity, a demeanor that even astonishes the commentators at Sky Sports. Mourinho, unable to decipher the thoughts of his old friend today, senses intuitively that this may not bode well. Manchester City's tactical approach has undergone significant transformation. Their defensive positioning is notably tighter than before, and the movement capability of their double pivot is markedly enhanced. Had it not been for Leon's initial goal, I suspect we might have needed to wait until the second half for the decisive moments of this match. Haaland's voice breaks through, prompting an instinctual nod from Mourinho. Meanwhile, Chelsea's players are acutely aware of the relentless attacking pressure being exerted by Manchester City. The players on the pitch for City are unwaveringly executing the tactical strategy laid out by Guardiola prior to the match. They neither falter after conceding a goal nor exhibit the chaotic tactical disarray that plagued them last season. Leon senses a hint of difficulty, yet he refrains from allowing his contemplation of the match dynamics to manifest in his expressions. At least on the surface, he appears remarkably composed, instilling greater confidence in his teammates. Kroos, compared to his fellow Chelsea players, possesses a superior ability to read the game. He perceives the current state of play as clearly as Leon does. However, at pivotal moments, Kroos, like his teammates, is inclined to trust the tactical judgments made by Leon. Chelsea remains entrenched in a compact defensive rhythm. Yet, upon Leon signaling a tactical adjustment to Kroos, Chelsea is destined to adapt to Manchester City's onslaught. Leon seeks to withstand the pressure and exploit counter-attacking opportunities. He is unwilling to permit City to maintain their unrelenting siege against Chelsea. The fact that Manchester City, seemingly unperturbed by conceding a goal, continues to seek offensive opportunities is indeed peculiar. Leon deems it necessary to temper their fervor. Even if a counterattack does not yield an opportunity to extend Chelsea's lead, it could at least disrupt City's current offensive momentum. Calculated tactical risks are worth taking, and should circumstances spiral, Mourinho is sure to implement timely tactical adjustments from the sidelines. Leon harbors no concerns that his coach will lack foresight in tactical warfare. With this in mind, he boldly shifts from the previously cautious defensive strategy alongside Matic to a more proactive approach, seeking opportunities to regain possession. Mourinho quickly notices this change in Lyon's defensive style from the sidelines, raising an eyebrow, yet he refrains from comment, choosing instead to focus intently on the evolving dynamics of the match. Liang's proactive defensive pressure served as a clarion call for tactical variation, prompting the Chelsea players in the back line to synchronize their efforts in a more aggressive pressing strategy. The rapid-fire exchanges of attack and defense led to a significant depletion of stamina among the players on both sides. However, the fans watching from their screens were treated to a visual feast, as this swift-paced duel between skilled adversaries was precisely what they relished. Compared to the previous season, Manchester City displayed a greater ferocity in their confrontations. Yet, Chelsea, having diligently honed their frantic, high-pressing tactics for 2 years, was undeterred in their physical exertion, successfully reclaiming possession from the feet of the Manchester City players. In the 34th minute of the first half, Sterling succumbed to a pressured mistake, misplacing a backward pass intended for Kroos, who was keenly advancing to intercept. Lyon immediately surged forward, and Kroos' perfectly timed through ball found him aptly. In the next instant, Lyon opted not to carry the ball further, but instead delivered a stunning overhead pass spanning over 40 meters. Had Ibrahimovic still been with the team, he would have likely positioned himself advantageously to receive this long pass and subsequently distribute it to the flanks. However, at this moment, the foremost player in Chelsea's formation was Suarez. Upon receiving Liang's pass, his instinct was not to shield the ball and seek lateral support, but rather to control it and continue his advance. This choice was not erroneous, as Suarez indeed possessed the capability to progress with the ball. Yet, the offensive players of Chelsea had become accustomed to certain established attacking patterns over the previous 2 seasons. Consequently, both Hazard and De Bruyne found themselves gravitating towards the flanks rather than immediately converging towards the center to support Suarez. With Fernandinho closing in on him, Suarez, noticing the distance between himself and his wide teammates, had no choice but to halt his advance, waiting for his fellow players to catch up. This undoubtedly delayed Chelsea's counterattack significantly. Fortunately, Liang's timely forward run allowed Suarez to withstand Fernandinho's defensive pressure, and with keen observation, he deftly backheeled the ball to the continuing Lyon. The Chelsea counterattack, which had encountered some minor hiccups, roared back to life. Liang's advance compelled Gundogan to abandon his defensive zone and press forward to disrupt. Just as Gundogan attempted to intercept Lyon, the latter decisively executed another astute pass that appeared on the live broadcast. Lyon delivered a diagonal long pass. What a splendid play! Kolarov failed to reach this high ball, leaving De Bruyne in an open position. The commentator from Sky Sports in England elongated his delivery, heightening the tension and anticipation among numerous fans watching from their televisions. After receiving the ball, the rapidly advancing De Bruyne calmly and swiftly assessed the situation both inside and outside Manchester City's penalty area. Suarez charged towards the back post of City's box, prompting De Bruyne to deliver a decisive cross at that very moment. However, the trajectory of his cross was not aimed at Suarez's run, but rather at the near post of Manchester City's penalty area. As Kompany was drawn away by Suarez's movement, Leo brimmed with confidence in the face of Otamendi's marking. After a powerful leap, Leo and Otamendi clashed in a fierce aerial duel within the box. Ultimately, Leo, who had the advantage in the jump, managed to make contact with the ball first. Yet, instead of directing a header towards goal, he opted for a deft flick. The ball was nudged into the central area of the penalty box. Meanwhile, Suarez, who had seemingly been kept in check by Kompany, but had never given up on seeking a second opportunity, suddenly darted back into action. Without pausing to control the ball, he executed an audacious volley. The ball soared straight towards the near corner of Manchester City's goal. Bravo, who had been anxiously focused on Leo's leap, could hardly sprint from the opposite side of the goal in time to make a save. As he watched the ball inevitably find its way into the net, Leo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He lifted his gaze to the confident Suarez, who was pointing at him with a beaming smile. What a beautiful shot. Luis. Haha. I knew you would notice my run. It was your excellent pass. The two embraced in joyous celebration near the touchline, laughter echoing around them. Soon after, other Chelsea players from the midfield and forward lines rushed over to join in the passionate celebration. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, unabashedly expressing their yearning for the championship glory. 6-time champions? That is merely the pinnacle of football accolades. For this year, Chelsea is set on a bold march towards the achievement of 7 titles. The chapter concludes.